In the year 54 of Konoha, in a land of fire, the moon hung high in the sky in a secluded corner. Several members of the Uchiha clan were gathered around a flickering fire, whispering amongst themselves. This rank mission has finally concluded. Lord Shinichi hasn't slept for several days now. Truly deserving of the title, Lord Shinichi is a genius who has awakened the freedom of Sharingan, effortlessly completing even rank missions. This marks the 5th rank mission accomplished by Lord Shinichi. Even Kakashi Hatake pales in comparison. In my opinion, Lord Shinichi is more suited to be clan leader. Elder Fugaku merely indulges and concedes. Keep your voices down. We must not disturb Lord Shinichi's rest. We need to return to the village tomorrow. The Uchiha members cast their gazes toward a nearby tent, where a figure sat cross-legged within. Unbeknownst to them, the individual inside had transcended into another realm that I have traversed through time and space, becoming Uchiha Shinichi. The young man in the tent had come to grasp his identity, his heart tightening with realization. Uchiha Shinichi, at the age of 20, was a genin of Konoha and the son of the clan's elder, seemingly beginning with a promising future. However, when compared to contemporaries like Kakashi and Might Guy, he felt woefully inadequate. More critically, it was now the year 54 of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had succumbed to the allure of the will of fire. Had Uchiha Shinichi arrived a few years earlier, he might have been able to steer the young Shisui and Itachi away from such misguided beliefs. Yet at this juncture, their minds had already been shaped, entrenched in the doctrine of the will of fire. Unless something unforeseen occurred, the night of the massacre would proceed as planned in a little over a year. Not only would he perish, but the entire Uchiha clan, from the elderly to the children, would be mercilessly slaughtered by Itachi. The original Uchiha Shinichi was different. After enduring the harrowing experiences of the Third Ninja World War and witnessing countless clan members fall, his love had turned to hatred. The will of fire. It was nothing more than the incompetence of the clan leader and the Hokage that had led so many young clan members to the battlefield, resulting in their untimely deaths. Thus, the original Uchiha Shinichi had gathered a faction of like-minded clan members, evolving into radicals. Their sights were set on the position of Hokage. This was, without doubt, a path to self-destruction. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Shinichi hesitated, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to defect. Perhaps he could survive. Ding. The reputation system is activating. Uchiha Shinichi's heart jolted. Was the benefit of being a time traveler finally arriving? Ding! The reputation system has been activated. The host's current status has been detected, automatically matching to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Uchiha Shinichi felt a surge of excitement. The arrival of the system meant he could take control of his fate. He had no desire to be killed by Itachi on the night of the massacre. System, please elaborate on your function. This system is a reputation system. The higher the host's reputation, the greater the rewards received. By completing reputation tasks issued by the system, one can accumulate significant reputation points. Reputation points can be used to purchase items in the reputation shop. Current main quest, Wish for World Peace. Uchiha Shinichi was momentarily taken aback. Did this world refer to the ninja world? Goodness, as a mere elite genin of Konoha, I am being asked to wish for world peace. In a world of ninjas, does this not imply the annihilation of the world? This was a feat that even pillars like Hashirama and Madara had failed to accomplish. It was daunting. Aside from the main quest, the system also presented numerous side quests. Side Quest 1. Become the 5th Hokage. Side Quest 2. Become the new clan leader of the Uchiha. Side Quest 3. Eliminate Danzo Shimura and take over the route. Side Quest 4. Kill the Raikage and replace the Cloud Village. Side Quest 5. Attack the Akatsuki and seize the Rinnegan. Side Quest 6. That Uchiha Shinichi's eyelid twitched. These side quests appeared terrifying at first glance, yet they were truly paths to demise. With his current strength, accomplishing such tasks was but a fanciful dream. His gaze shifted to another translucent interface, which displayed information about the reputation shop. He opened the reputation shop's interface and was left speechless by the array of items it contained. An explosive tag requires 1 reputation point, a kunai requires 2 reputation points, a Book of Paradise requires 30 reputation points, crank ninjutsu. Water barrier requires 100 reputation points, brank ninjutsu. Great fireball technique requires 1,000 reputation points from top to bottom. The shop offered a plethora of items and ninjutsu, all requiring varying amounts of reputation points. Soon, Uchiha Shinichi found the items that truly captivated his attention. A rank ninjutsu. Chidori requires 10,000 reputation points. The first 6 gates of the 8 gates requires 10,000 reputation points. Manjiki Sharingan requires 100,000 reputation points. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan requires 300,000 reputation points. Sage Art Would Release requires 300,000 reputation points. 6 Tomo Rinnegan requires 1,000,000 reputation points. Uchiha Shinichi struggled to contain his excitement. Even a Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan were available. Yet, the items in the reputation shop extended far beyond those found in the world of Hokage, encompassing myriad realms. Superhuman Type Float Fruit requires 30,000 reputation points. Natural Type Magma Fruit requires 50,000 reputation points. Unreleased Zanpakuto, Flowing Blade Like Fire, requires 100,000 reputation points. Unreleased Zanpakuto. Mirror Flower, Water Moon requires 100,000 reputation points. A single Senza Bean from Korin requires 10,000 reputation points. Gem Meat from a level 48 Riguru Mammoth requires 10,000 reputation points. The items in the reputation shop were incredibly abundant, with some possessing the potential to drive people mad. Goodness, acquiring even a few items from here would render the entire ninja world inconsequential. Uchiha Shinichi felt a rush of exhilaration, yet he understood that the coveted items required a substantial amount of reputation points. Thus, his primary objective was to accumulate reputation points. Detection indicates the host has activated the system for the first time. A beginner's gift pack is available. Please select whether to accept. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes lit up, and he promptly chose to accept. Congratulations. The host has received an amount of chakra equivalent to a shadow. Congratulations. The host has acquired a magma fruit. Uchiha Shinichi immediately felt a surge of power coursing through his body that if he had previously barely reached the elite Genin level, he was now undeniably at the level of a shadow. Moreover, he involuntarily activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, the Tomo spinning ceaselessly. The chakra of a shadow had elevated his 3-Tomo Sharingan to its pinnacle. He was on the cusp of achieving the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, this step was normally considered a distant dream. However, Uchiha Shinichi was soon captivated by another item. In his hand appeared a fruit resembling a pineapple. It was the perfect natural-type magma fruit gifted by the system. Host, please note that the magma fruit provided by this system is a perfect version. This means the host need not worry about becoming incapacitated after consuming the devil fruit. Upon ingestion of the magma fruit, the host can utilize chakra to activate its abilities. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Shinichi felt a wave of relief. Otherwise, in this world saturated with water release techniques, the efficacy of the magma fruit's powers would be significantly diminished. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the oddly shaped magma fruit. Instantly, a foul and nauseating taste filled his mouth. The devil fruit was indeed as unpalatable as rumored. However, it wasn't long before Uchiha Shin's focus began to shift. A wondrous power surged within his being. Scalding magma gradually seeped from his hands, and in a mere instant his left arm transformed into molten rock. What an overwhelming sensation is this, the power of the magma fruit. With his current strength at the level of shadow, even if he could not surpass the original wielder, Akainu, he would still be able to leave Kakashi in disarray. According to the memories of his former self, it appeared that Kakashi was also on a mission in this vicinity. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to meet this legendary figure known for his remarkable balance of power. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered an immediate quest. Rescue Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 2. The Rock Shinobi Umbu, Kakashi's Crisis, and the rescue of Kakashi in an instant. Uchiha Shinichi was taken aback. He quickly comprehended the nature of this so-called urgent mission. The reputation system's tasks were categorized into 3 types: permanent main quests, side quests, and urgent missions. The latter was a trigger-based task, indicating that Kakashi was currently in a perilous situation, prompting the system to issue this urgent quest. To Shinichi's astonishment, he discovered that his original self not only shared the same era as Kakashi, but had also shared significant experiences with him. The former Kakashi trio frequently collaborated with the three-man team that included Uchiha Shinichi on various missions. Tragically, the brutalities of war had reduced both teams to only Shinichi and Kakashi. The loss of comrades weighed heavily on them. The demise of the original's two teammates had catalyzed the awakening of his Sharingan, leading to an increasingly extreme disposition filled with disdain for the will of fire. Regrettably, the original's prowess paled in comparison to that of a certain Obito who had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Shinichi was not unfamiliar with Kakashi's chakra presence. Kakashi must be located in the southwestern direction, he mused. Although Uchiha Shinichi was not a specialized sensory ninja, his current strength had ascended to the level of a Kage, enabling him to distinctly sense numerous chakra signatures in the southwest, one of which belonged to Kakashi. He swiftly threw aside the tent flap, traversing past his three teammates. His gaze fixed on the southwestern horizon. His fellow Uchiha teammates regarded Shinichi's actions with puzzled expressions. Lord Shinichi, is something amiss? Suddenly, the only sensory ninja in their group, Uchiha Shiyun, changed her expression. Following Shinichi's gaze towards the southwest, she knelt down, placing her hand on the ground, and her countenance shifted dramatically. 3 kilometers away, an abundance of chakra fluctuations surged. Instinctively, she wished to relay the information she had perceived to her companions. Yet, as she glanced towards Uchiha Shinichi, a look of horror crossed her face. It was evident that he had already been aware of the situation. How is this possible? Lord Shinichi is not adept at sensory ninjutsu. Otherwise, our team of 4 wouldn't have needed to include a sensory ninja. The only plausible explanation was that Lord Shinichi's powers had significantly increased. With this realization, Uchiha Shiyun gazed at Uchiha Shinichi with fervent admiration. Truly, he was both handsome and powerful. The system's voice echoed in Shinichi's mind, acknowledging Uchiha Shiyun's recognition of his strength and rewarding him with 20 points of reputation. Similarly, her acknowledgement of his appearance granted him another 20 points. The sudden system notifications momentarily diverted Shinichi's attention. Strength? Appearance? He turned to Uchiha Shiyun, whose bright and transparent eyes reminded him of fervent fans from his past life. What does this mean? Have I acquired a little admirer? However, more importantly, the system had directly rewarded him with 40 points of reputation, even though he had yet to complete any mission. The system indicated that aside from fulfilling system tasks, the host would gain reputation points for any actions that garnered recognition. Currently, the system classified recognized events into 5 levels, rewarding 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100 reputation points respectively. Accumulating 100 points would grant a chance for a bronze-level lottery. Lottery capabilities? Now, that piques my interest. Uchiha Shinichi's gaze shifted to the other 2 male Uchiha clan members, who seemed oblivious and had not contributed to his reputation points. Let us conceal our presence and investigate that direction. Uchiha Shiyun promptly followed Shinichi's lead, with the other 2 trailing behind. The group leaped through the forest, blending into the night as if cloaked in invisibility. Soon, Uchiha Shiyun and her companions' expressions drastically altered. From their concealed position, they spotted a silver-haired youth in a desperate flight, pursued by a dozen rock shinobi umbu less than 300 meters ahead. The youth, donning an animal mask, was unmistakably a member of Konoha's umbu. Uchiha Shiyun and Appo's trio gasped in unison. Is that Hatake Kakashi? Such distinct features would immediately reveal his identity to anyone from Konoha. At that moment, Kakashi was panting heavily. His chakra nearly depleted. It appeared he could not escape the clutches of the pursuing rock shinobi. A few chakra signatures relentlessly pursued him, belonging to an elite squad of rock umbu, each one formidable in their own right. As Kakashi dashed forward, his expression shifted suddenly, and he leaped to the side with urgency. A towering figure emerged from the ground before him, revealing itself as another rock umbu. Is that the Earth Dragon hidden technique? In that brief moment, the pursuing rock umbu closed in, surrounding him along with the imposing figure that had obstructed his path. With such a distinctive physique and lightning techniques, you must be Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. Today, we have captured a great prize. The leader of the rock umbu, a brawny man, expressed his excitement. Kakashi's demeanor turned grave. His crimson 3-tomo Sharingan spun incessantly, while his right hand crackled with lightning. He intended to break through the encirclement using the sharpness of his lightning cutter. Obito, thank you for your Sharingan. Amidst the flickering lightning, Kakashi utilized the enhanced dynamic vision of his Sharingan to target the weakest link in the encirclement. Despite the masks worn by the rock umbu, They felt an innate fear at the sight of his formidable lightning cutter. Scatter. Let me handle this. The burly leader of the rock Umbu did not evade. Instead, he expelled a white, sticky clay from his mouth, swiftly enveloping his body. Simultaneously, he slammed his hands against the ground. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. As Kakashi's lightning cutter approached, the semicircular earthen wall formed by the mountain earth technique shattered upon impact, but succeeded in halting Kakashi's advance. The giant struck Kakashi's mask with a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The mask shattered, revealing Kakashi's weakened expression. While lightning release could effectively counter earth release, Kakashi was far from his peak condition. Moreover, he had deduced the identity of his assailant, Akatsuchi, the captain of the rock Umbu and the son of the third Tsuchikage. Even at his best, Kakashi knew he could not contend with such a formidable foe. As he clutched his agonizing Sharingan, Kakashi felt neither joy nor sorrow. He pondered whether Itachi and the others had completed their mission by now. Chapter 3. Greetings. Kakashi at this moment, Kakashi, as the captain of the direct subordinate division of the Hokage, had under his command individuals such as Itachi Uchiha, Kurenai Yuhi, and Yuhi Kurenai. However, in order to accomplish this S-rank mission, Kakashi had chosen to act as bait, unhesitatingly revealing his identity. Itachi Uchiha and the others should have successfully completed their mission by now, unbeknownst to the IWA shinobi. What Kakashi did not anticipate was that this incident had drawn the attention of Akatsuchi, the head of the IWA shinobi Umbu. It seemed he could not extricate himself from this situation. Nevertheless, as a member of Konoha Umbu, he would not sit idly by. Even in death, he would take a few down with him. At this moment, the hidden Uchiha siblings, including Hiyori Uchiha, were in a state of utter tension. They had naturally caught sight of Akatsuchi, a figure of quasi-Kage status. In their worldview, aside from the clan leader, no one from the Uchiha family could contend with him. Even Uchiha Shinichi, whom they acknowledged, was merely a J-nin. The disparity with those seasoned powerhouses was still immense. The three Uchiha siblings exchanged glances with their leader, Uchiha Shinichi. They knew that Kakashi was a contemporary of Uchiha Shinichi, and due to Obito Uchiha Sharingan issues, Shinichi had assisted Kakashi in combating the clan's consciousness, ultimately leading the family to abandon their intention of reclaiming Obito's Sharingan. Their bond was extraordinary. Under these circumstances, it was certain that Uchiha Shinichi would not remain idle. However, Akatsuchi was the son of the Tsuchikage, the head of IWA's Umbu. Recklessly intervening would likely lead to a dire fate. Suddenly, the expressions of the three Uchiha siblings changed drastically. Uchiha Shinichi, who had been hiding his presence, abruptly revealed his chakra and dashed toward the battlefield. Stay put. I'll be right back. The three Uchiha siblings were left dumbfounded as they watched Uchiha Shinichi plunge into the enemy's encirclement. At that moment, the towering figure of Akatsuchi ceased to waste words and prepared to eliminate Kakashi, wishing to avoid prolonged complications. Moreover, the opponent possessed a Sharingan with 3 tomo, which was of considerable research value. However, just then, Akatsuchi's expression shifted. His perceptive abilities were commendable. He had sensed the chakra signature of Uchiha Shinichi, who had recklessly exposed himself. Kakashi's expression changed as he prepared for a desperate struggle. A familiar chakra signature was approaching him. It was his former contemporary, Uchiha Shinichi. Kakashi, run. It's dangerous here. But soon, despair engulfed Kakashi as Uchiha Shinichi's handsome face came into view, willingly entering the elite squad of IWA shinobi. With a smile that bore a hint of amusement, Uchiha Shinichi looked at Kakashi. Well, Kakashi, it's been a while. You seem to be in quite a predicament. Kakashi involuntarily rolled his eyes in exasperation. You still so arrogant. That man is Akatsuchi, the head of the IWA Umbu, and you dare come here to court death? Though Kakashi spoke in this manner, he was deeply moved inside. He believed Uchiha Shinichi had entered the encirclement for his sake. This prompted memories of Obito Uchiha, who had once recklessly rushed into the crowd to save him. Kakashi clenched his fists unconsciously, questioning himself. Why is it always others who come to my rescue? Am I truly a worthless being? Meanwhile, the entire IWA Umbu squad surrounded Uchiha Shinichi and Kakashi completely. The leader, Akatsuchi, was filled with excitement, having encountered yet another member of the Uchiha clan. Is that Uchiha Shinichi, the young J-nin of the Uchiha clan? He awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan at such a young age and has killed many of our IWA comrades. Another genius? It seems fortune is on our side today. Kakashi was in immense pain, always being saved by others. I'm sorry, Shinichi, for dragging you into this. If it were his peak, they could break through the encirclement together. But now, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. To him, Uchiha Shinichi was still inferior in strength. Uchiha Shinichi, however, seemed unfazed by the aggressive stance of the IWA shinobi. He scrutinized Kakashi, especially his 3-tomo Sharingan. Was that the Kamui Sharingan? Yet, Kakashi was currently incapable of unleashing its power. In fact, he was unaware that his Sharingan had already transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi struggled to rise once more. In the past, during the Great Ninja War, they had saved each other's lives. After the war, when the Uchiha clan sought to reclaim Obito's Sharingan, it was Uchiha Shinichi who had courageously spoken out, leveraging his status within the Uchiha clan to help Kakashi preserve the gift bestowed by his dear friend. Thus, Kakashi always felt indebted to Uchiha Shinichi. He could not bear the thought of his friend dying because of him again. At the very least, he wanted to die before him. Kakashi's right hand crackled with lightning as he pressed it against his skin. By utilizing lightning release to stimulate the activity of his body's cells, he aimed to produce more chakra through excessive strain. This was his final resort. Shinichi, we'll break through together. Anyone who can escape, do so. Stop being reckless. The dazzling lightning erupted from Kakashi's hand, immediately drawing the attention of the IWA Umbu. Akatsuchi bellowed, I'll intercept Kakashi. You all take down Uchiha Shinichi. Then bring me his corpse and Sharingan. Akatsuchi spat out a special white clay, and his massive form moved with astonishing speed to block Kakashi's path. Kakashi's Raikiri rapidly approached the white clay, which was being violently shredded. However, Akatsuchi's right hand plunged into it, causing Kakashi's Raikiri to weaken and eventually vanish. Emerging from the white clay was Akatsuchi's formidable arm, which seized Kakashi's left hand and hurled him to the ground. Kakashi coughed up blood and collapsed once more. This time, he had utterly lost the ability to resist. Obito, Rin, am I coming to see you? He felt his chakra completely depleted. Even an ordinary person could easily kill him now. Experienced IWA shinobi would certainly not grant him another chance. Kakashi's vision blurred as he lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to his fate. At that moment, the grim-faced Akatsuchi was about to seize everything from Kakashi when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The air around them began to grow intensely hot. He turned abruptly, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. What was happening? Chapter 4. Suspected Lava Release. The destruction of the rock ninja at this moment, in another direction. The situation was akin to catching a turtle in a jar. All remaining rock ninjas surrounded Uchiha Shinichi, leaving him no chance of escape. Uchiha Shinichi, my brother was killed by you. Today it is our turn. One of them glared at Uchiha Shinichi with a face full of hatred, launching shurikens with deadly precision. The shurikens split into 5, targeting Shinichi's eyes, heart, and thigh with cunning angles. Other rock ninjas followed suit, unleashing their signature techniques, hurling various kunai and shurikens towards him, evidently intent on sealing his fate. Uchiha Heian and her companions, unable to remain concealed any longer, prepared to support Uchiha Shinichi. The strongest among them, Uchiha Jiya, activated his single Tomo Sharingan as an elite Chunin. When Uchiha Shin and Appos, Ichi was absent, he had taken command. Heian, both of us will activate our Sharingan to divert the rock ninja's attention. You provide support from the rear, ensure Lord Shinichi has more time. However, as soon as they revealed themselves, they sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The temperature in the night abruptly soared, causing Heian and her comrades to falter. Yet, their leader, Uchiha Shinichi, remained unperturbed. Perfect, time to test the capabilities of the lava fruit. Intense heat emanated from Uchiha Shinichi, rendering all rock ninja attacks ineffective as they passed through him. His upper body transformed into a thick mass of lava. The ability of the lava fruit, elementalization. The rock ninjas, who had been sneering moments before, were now astounded to find their weapons clattering to the ground, as if Uchiha Shinichi had become a specter, allowing their attacks to pass through him harmlessly. What followed was sheer horror. Uchiha Shinichi's body was now covered in molten lava, which splattered onto the ground, creating deep craters as it fell. Even his face was marred by lava, lending him a fearsome visage. The molten substance melted the kunai and shurikens upon impact, releasing scorching steam into the air. Instinctively, all rock ninjas felt a surge of danger. Fall back. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi merely smirked. Too late. Lava surged forth from his fists, rapidly spreading across the battlefield. The speed was so overwhelming that the dozen or so rock ninja Ambu had no time to react, incinerated into ashes. Uchiha Heian, Uchiha Jiya, and Uchiha Hain, who were poised to assist, stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. Is that lava release? How can it be? Lord Shinichi possesses another bloodline limit? Having followed Uchiha Shinichi for years, they knew only of his three-tomo Sharingan and had never witnessed him wielding lava release. Overwhelmed by shock and elation, they reveled in the realization of their leader's terrifying prowess. Uchiha Shinichi surveyed the ashes of his foes, satisfied with his handiwork. Detection. Uchiha Heian acknowledges host strength, rewarding host with 20 reputation points. Detection. Uchiha Jiya acknowledges host strength, rewarding host with 20 reputation points. Detection. Uchiha Hain acknowledges host strength, rewarding host with 20 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 100 reputation points, earning a bronze-level lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw? A grand will appeared in Uchiha Shinichi's mind, segmented into numerous options, invigorating him. Each option bore different probabilities, reminiscent of gaming strategies from his past life. For instance, the highest probability included 1,000 shurikens from the 3rd Hokage, 10,000 Ryo from Merchant Cardo, and 500 explosive tags from Konin of the Akatsuki, collectively occupying over 70 of the probabilities. Uchiha Shinichi's expression darkened. What use were such mundane items to him? Yet, other options piqued his interest. 3 Sins of Beans from Karen the Sage, a 10-year chakra experience package from the legendary Sannin, an animal-type Inu fruit, a 10-year hockey training package from Rayleigh the Dark King, and finally, the rarest option with a mere 1 chance, a 5-minute experience card for the Shurkai of the Zanpakuto, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. What a true artifact. The strongest illusionary Zanpakuto from another world, undoubtedly superior to the Genjutsu of the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Shinichi felt a surge of excitement. System, what exactly is this bronze-level lottery? Ding. This is a benefit provided by the system to the host. For every 100 reputation points accumulated, you can participate in a bronze-level lottery. For every 1,000 reputation points, you can participate in a silver-level lottery, requires completion of a side quest. For every 10,000 reputation points, you can participate in a gold-level lottery, requires completion of 3 side quests. Special note, the bronze-level lottery refreshes daily with low-probability items, requiring 100 reputation points to draw. Possible items can be found in the reputation shop, but their value exceeds 100 reputation points. For example, the experience card for Mirror Flower, Water Moon, normally requires 50,000 reputation points. However, now, with just 100 reputation points, it is attainable, albeit with lottery-like odds. Furthermore, today's draw may yield the experience card, while tomorrow might bring forth something entirely different. Rare items are constantly changing. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi chose not to draw immediately. He intended to accumulate more reputation points. In his previous life, multi-draws were the way to go. Moreover, he still had an adversary to contend with. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's Chidori, who had been preparing to execute Kakashi, stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Is that lava release? But how can he unleash it from his entire body? And with such terrifying power? Having seen much of the world, Chidori understood the intricacies of lava release. Various forms existed within the ninja realm, typically released from accessible chakra points such as the mouth, hands, or feet. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi unleashed it from every part of his body. He had only witnessed such a phenomenon once before, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki of the Rock Ninja, utilizing the beast's power to form a tailed beast cloak and then manifesting lava release. But now, Chidori could think of nothing else. His teeth bared, realizing his team had been utterly decimated. These were the elite of the Rock Ninjas. He hastily abandoned Kakashi, his quasi-shadow-level chakra fully revealed. That Uchiha brat dares to act so recklessly? Chapter 5. The Death of Chittu. The terrifying Uchiha Shinichi, although Chittu witnessed the formidable power of Uchiha Shinichi's lava release, Kekkei Genkai, the seasoned warrior did not retreat. Instead, he charged directly towards Uchiha Shinichi. Even if you can wield the lava release, your chakra must be greatly depleted at your age. I have encountered abilities akin to the Four-Tails before. Arrogant little brat, allow me to show you the strength of my predecessors. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi had retracted all his chakra, his lava-like form reverting to normal. This led Chittu to conclude that Uchiha Shinichi could not sustain the lava release for extended periods. Chittu expelled a massive amount of earth, forming a colossal rock giant. Several rock giants surrounded Uchiha Shinichi. Even if you possess the lava release, my sturdy rock giants are more than enough to block your path. Chittu spoke not in boast, for he had previously used rock giants to withstand the lava release in his confrontation with the Four Tails. Thus, he brimmed with confidence. With a sudden clap of his hands against the ground, all the soil beneath trembled and turned into a quagmire. Earth release, yellow spring swamp technique. The ground beneath Uchiha Shinichi transformed into a viscous yellow mud, instantly hindering his movements. Chittu sneered at the scene before him. Little brat. Let us see if your lava release can surpass my earth release. Uchiha Shinichi, who had remained motionless, shifted his gaze towards Chittu's direction. He had refrained from attacking thus far because he was aware of Chittu and Appo's ability to fly. If Chittu truly wished to flee, Uchiha Shinichi had no immediate means to stop him. However, now, Chittu was far too complacent. A smirk crept onto Uchiha Shinichi's lips. At this distance, even if you want to fly, it is too late. Suddenly, a torrent of lava erupted from Uchiha Shinichi, engulfing the rock giants and the muddy ground before him. The searing sea of magma scorched everything in its path, drowning Chittu's figure. No one anticipated that the area surrounding Uchiha Shinichi would transform into a blazing inferno of lava. This fiery expanse illuminated the night sky, compelling all the shinobi on duty to glance in that direction. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Chiya and his companions had already taken refuge at a considerable distance, having carried the unconscious Kakashi away during Chittu's moment of inattention, following Uchiha Shinichi's earlier orders to rescue Kakashi. Initially, they believed this would be a balanced battle. Yet, they now stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word as they beheld the spectacle. 100-meter-wide sea of lava illuminated the dark sky, far more shocking than the earlier deaths of the rock ninja Umbu. Is Chittu dead? They pondered, instinctively looking towards his location. The immense earth surrounding him had not been immediately consumed by the lava. A cracking sound echoed as the earth fractured, and the charred Chittu plummeted into the magma, leaving no trace behind. The leader of the rock ninja Umbu, son of the third Uchiha, had perished. Had Chittu chosen to flee at the first opportunity, his flight ability might have allowed him to escape Uchiha Shinichi's grasp. But alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Detection of Uchiha Kiyun's acknowledgement of the host's strength, granting the host 60 reputation points. Detection of Uchiha Chiya's acknowledgement of the host's strength, granting the host 60 reputation points. Detection of Uchiha Yu's acknowledgement of the host's strength, granting the host 60 reputation points. This time, the trio provided a total of 180 reputation points to Uchiha Shinichi. A contemplative expression crossed his face. It seemed that the act of eliminating Chittu had left them more astonished than the annihilation of an entire squad of rock ninja Umbu. At this moment, Uchiha Kiyun and her companions struggled to catch their breath. The renowned Umbu leader, son of the third Uchiha, a figure of near Kage status, had been effortlessly dispatched by their new lord. Even the clan leader, Fugaku, would likely not stand a chance against Uchiha Shinichi now. How terrifying was the lava release. Their lord Shinichi had grown so powerful. Uchiha Kiyun's mind suddenly sparked with realization. I understand now. Lord Shinichi must have been concealing his true strength all along. This lava release Kekkei Genkai is extraordinarily potent, not something that can be honed overnight. But why would Lord Shinichi hide his power? Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Yu exchanged glances, as if they too comprehended the implications. Today, in the effort to rescue Kakashi, Lord Shinichi had been forced to reveal his might. Such meticulous concealment of strength, coupled with his aggressive tactics over the years, surely indicated a deeper agenda. The three were instantly invigorated. It appeared that Lord Shinichi sought not only the position of Uchiha clan leader, but perhaps even that of Hokage. For them, it seemed entirely plausible that a Uchiha Shinichi of such strength could contend with the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. To them, Fugaku was merely a seasoned jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan, while Uchiha Shinichi displayed strength that could easily match him. Moreover, he was still young, brimming with potential. In their minds, Uchiha Shinichi had previously demonstrated great power, yet he had not captured the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. Nor had he stood out much within the Uchiha clan, overshadowed by prodigies like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. They exchanged knowing glances, It seems we must keep today's events under wraps. As for the Rock Ninja, we will place the blame squarely on Kakashi. Letting others know of Lord Shinichi's immense strength would not only draw the attention of the clan, but also that of the Hokage himself. Although we are unaware of Lord Shinichi's plans, it is clear that this is not the opportune moment for exposure. Uchiha Kiyun glanced at the unconscious Kakashi. For the sake of this guy, Lord Shinichi took the risk of revealing his strength. It is only fitting that he bears the blame. Everything regarding Chitu and the Rock Ninja Anbu was overshadowed by the overwhelming lava release. Yet, in a world where secrets cannot be kept forever, the wrath of the third Tsuchikage would surely be directed at someone in the near future. Kakashi seemed a suitable scapegoat. Uchiha Shinichi leaped from the sea of flames, approaching the trio. His gaze fell upon Kakashi, carried by Uchiha Chiya. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was there truly no danger left? Why had the system not issued a task completion prompt? Could it be that Kakashi had perished? Just as he was about to inquire about Kakashi's condition, Uchiha Chiya suddenly spoke up. Lord Shinichi, rest assured, we will keep today's events confidential. Your deliberate concealment of strength undoubtedly serves a purpose. If anyone asks about tonight's occurrences, we will profess ignorance. If absolutely necessary, we shall credit it all to Kakashi's efforts. We will never expose Lord Shinichi's plans. Uchiha Shinichi wore a perplexed expression. What are you three talking about? I cannot comprehend a word. Chapter 6, 11 consecutive draws. Abundant rewards. Uchiha Shinichi cautiously sensed Kakashi's presence. Thankfully, Kakashi was still alive. Shiyun, hurry and save Kakashi. Uchiha Shiyun was the only member of the group who had not activated her Sharingan, yet she bore the sole responsibility for perception and medical duties. Such abilities were rather incongruous with the Uchiha clan, but it was precisely this that led to her selection for Uchiha Shinichi's team. Lord Shinichi, I need a secluded place to perform my medical ninjutsu. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Shinichi signaled for the group to leap away from the site, leaving behind the relentless flow of molten lava. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving Kakashi. Reputation reward, 1,000 points. As Uchiha Shinichi and his companions discovered a hidden cave, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Immediate task, save Kakashi completed. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The reward of 1,000 points, combined with the previous 100+ points of reputation, was sufficient for him to initiate a bronze level 11 consecutive draws. However, he soon recalled a pressing question. System, can I use the 1,000 reputation points to directly unlock the silver level lottery? He had previously learned that the silver level lottery required 1,000 reputation points, which he now possessed. Yet, the system quickly responded. Special reminder, unlocking the silver level lottery requires meeting two conditions. First, a consumption of 1,000 reputation points. Second, the completion of at least one side quest. The host has not completed any side quests, hence cannot unlock the silver level lottery. Uchiha Shinichi felt a twinge of disappointment, but he swiftly redirected his focus to the bronze level lottery. 11 consecutive draws, commence. He immediately expended all his current reputation points for the series of draws. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 shurikens from the third Hokage. Please select whether to accept. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 Ryo from the wealthy card dealer. Please select whether to accept. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 explosive tags from Konan of Akatsuki. Please select whether to accept. Uchiha Shinichi's expression darkened. After 7 consecutive draws, he had received nothing but shurikens, money, and explosive tags. Where is the promised Destiny's Child? At this moment, he chose not to accept the rewards. He had no place to store such an abundance of shurikens and explosive tags. Perhaps one day in the future, when his collection reached a staggering amount, releasing them all at once would undoubtedly astonish everyone. But for now, Uchiha Shinichi had no need for these items. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-year ninjutsu experience package from the Three Sages. Please select whether to accept. Congratulations, host. You have received the animal type Inu no Mi. Please select whether to accept. Congratulations, host. You have received a random ability selection. Please select whether to accept. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 years of hockey training from Rayleigh, the Dark King. Please select whether to accept. Finally, Uchiha Shinichi obtained other rewards. First was the 10-year ninjutsu experience package from the Three Sages, which he promptly accepted. His current strength and chakra were on par with the Kage level. And possessing the magma fruit ability, he was not inferior to an average Kage. However, compared to the Season 3 sages, there was still a significant gap. At that moment, after absorbing the 10-year ninjutsu experience package from the 3 sages, various techniques began to swirl in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. Medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, various forbidden techniques from Orochimaru, and the 5 elemental jutsu from Jiraiya were all firmly etched in his memory. Not only were they in his mind, but as long as Uchiha Shinichi willed it, he could perform these techniques. Given sufficient time, he could even replicate Tsunade's In Sealing and Jiraiya's Sage techniques. Uchiha Shinichi was struck with awe. This system was undeniably powerful. The hard-earned 10 years of experience from others had been effortlessly bestowed upon him. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the next reward. The animal type, Inu no Mi. This was rather redundant for someone with the magma fruit ability. He decided to leave it in the system for now. Next was the random ability reward. Uchiha Shinichi looked on with confusion. Special reminder, the random ability reward has only one option, but each time the random ability option is activated, it differs. The host may regard the random ability as a talent skill. Talent skill? Uchiha Shinichi immediately comprehended the system's implication. In simple terms, it meant acquiring a skill permanently, with each skill refreshable. His interest peaked. System. Select to accept the random talent skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the random talent skill, Dark Contract. Level 1. The host consumes 5 of chakra per second to eliminate all negative statuses from oneself or others. Maximum. Tongue Curse Nullification Technique. While granting the host a chakra recovery rate of 1 per second, the skill can be upgraded, requiring 500 reputation points for the upgrade. Level 2. The host consumes 10 of chakra per second to eliminate all negative statuses. Maximum. Tsukuyami. While granting a chakra recovery rate of 5 per second. The skill can be upgraded, requiring 50,000 reputation points for the upgrade. Level 3. The host consumes 15 of chakra per second to eliminate all negative statuses. Maximum. Kotoamatsukami. While granting a chakra recovery rate of 25 per second. The skill can be upgraded, requiring 500,000 reputation points for the upgrade. Level 4. The host consumes 20 of chakra per second to eliminate all negative statuses. Maximum. Infinite Tsukuyami. While granting a chakra recovery rate of 125 per second. The skill cannot be upgraded. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes widened. This skill, simply put, consumed a substantial amount of chakra to eliminate negative states. Moreover, the skill could be upgraded through reputation points, allowing it to nullify the tongue curse nullification technique and the effects of Tsukuyami. Achieving level 3 would enable direct nullification of Kotoamatsukami's influence. It was known as the strongest genjutsu, capable of overshadowing even the reanimation technique's curse mark. As for level 4, it could directly counter infinite Tsukuyami. In other words, even if Uchiha Shinichi never obtained the Rinnegan, he would still be immune to infinite Tsukuyami's effects. The only drawback was that at lower levels, it required a significant amount of chakra. However, upon reaching level 3, utilizing this skill could result in chakra recovery exceeding consumption. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. It was immensely beneficial to him. He hoped to upgrade it to level 2 or level 3. Level 2 could counter Tsukuyami, while level 3 could counter Kotoamatsukami. His current strength placed him among the ranks of the ninja world, yet he lacked the means to counter curse marks or formidable genjutsu. If he were to face Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Uchiha Shinichi took a deep breath and turned to the final reward. 10 years of Haki training from Rayleigh, the Dark King? Chapter 7. Kakashi awakens. Itachi Uchiha opens his eyes to Haki training low, and behold. This is still an extraordinary reward. Uchiha Shinichi decisively chose to accept it. Instantly, a plethora of memories regarding Haki training flooded his mind, particularly concerning armament Haki and observation Haki. His upper body involuntarily manifested a dark hue. This is armament Haki. Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Yu, who were on reconnaissance, immediately noticed the transformation in Uchiha Shinichi, their expressions turning to astonishment. What sort of ninjutsu is this? His entire body becomes pitch black. It feels as if this state of Lord Shinichi is exceedingly perilous. They were unaware of the significance of this transformation, yet the instigator, Uchiha Shinichi, wore a look of delight. It is well known that ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities but low defensive ones. A single kunai could potentially end the life of a jonin. However, now that Uchiha Shinichi possesses armament Haki, he no longer harbors such concerns. Even though he could elementalize, the activation of the magma fruit's abilities demanded a considerable amount of chakra, as demonstrated in his earlier battle with the rock ninja. But now, Uchiha Shinichi discovered that the chakra required to utilize armament haki had significantly diminished, not only for armament haki, but also for observation haki. Uchiha Shinichi raised an eyebrow, and an invisible ripple spread outward. He could distinctly perceive Kakashi's faint aura, as well as the chakra emanating from Uchiha Kiyun, who was performing medical ninjutsu on him. The observation haki expanded outward to encompass Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Yuan patrol, continuing to extend. Uchiha Shinichi could even sense the positions of the birds flying in the night. He simultaneously detected numerous individuals concealed in the darkness. It seems this area is quite lively. These individuals appeared to have sensed Uchiha Shinichi unleashing the magma fruit's powers and were now converging towards the location where Akuto had perished. Under the scrutiny of observation haki, Uchiha Shinichi was able to preliminarily identify these individuals. The rock ninja Zambu has yet to be wiped out? By their demeanor, they seem to be searching for Akuto, but regrettably, he has left not a trace behind. Subsequently, Uchiha Shinichi even sensed members of Danzo's route lurking in the shadows, their intentions unknown. Uchiha Shinichi pushed his observation haki to its limits, which should extend over dozens of kilometers, far surpassing the capabilities of Xiangling's Kagura Shingon. He even sensed Kakashi's teammates, including Itachi Uchiha. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the moment he perceived Itachi Uchiha, the latter raised his head, vigilant and scanning the surroundings. This traitor exhibits a high degree of caution. Moreover, if he could sense his observation haki, has he already activated his Manjiki Sharingan? My apologies, Lord Shinichi, but with my medical ninjutsu, I cannot save Captain Kakashi. At this moment, Uchiha Kiyun, treating Kakashi's wounds, looked pale. Kakashi's injuries were far too severe. Uchiha Kiyun's medical ninjutsu was inadequate. Lord Shinichi, we must transport Captain Kakashi back to the village as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, given his condition, survival seems unlikely. Uchiha Shinichi withdrew his gaze, and the observation haki receded like a tide. He stepped forward slowly. You stay outside, I shall take care of Kakashi. He then placed his hands directly on Kakashi's back, channeling green chakra into his body. Uchiha Kiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearby, Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Yu also displayed expressions of incredulity. Lord Shinichi can perform medical ninjutsu? Uchiha Kiyun's voice trembled, the sound almost distorted. No, this isn't ordinary medical ninjutsu. It's sage art. The three were struck with shock, their minds struggling to comprehend. In Konoha village, the ninjas capable of wielding such advanced medical ninjutsu could be counted on one's fingers. Lord Shinichi, how many secrets do you possess? As Uchiha Kiyun acknowledged the host's prowess, the host was rewarded with 60 reputation points. Uchiha Chiya's acknowledgement also granted the host 60 reputation points. Likewise, Uchiha Yu's recognition resulted in an additional 60 reputation points. Uchiha Shinichi turned to his three teammates, feeling a sense of camaraderie. At that moment, Kakashi, under the treatment of sage art, began to stir. His lifeless eyes fluttered open. Am I dead? Uchiha Shinichi chuckled softly. Kakashi, how could you possibly die with me here? His voice roused Kakashi's consciousness. Shinichi, you? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he realized Uchiha Shinichi was performing medical ninjutsu on him. When did you learn medical ninjutsu? And how is it so powerful? Having known Uchiha Shinichi for many years, Kakashi was unaware that he could wield sage art. Kakashi, there's much you don't know. For now, focus on recovering. Kakashi felt a vague sense of confusion, as if he had forgotten something important. What about Akuto? The rock ninjas? Suddenly, he recalled the pressing issue. Weren't he and Shinichi surrounded by rock ninjas? Had the danger passed? Just as Uchiha Shinichi prepared to respond, Uchiha Kiyun interjected. Captain Kakashi, congratulations on annihilating an entire squad of rock ninjas. Even Akuto met his demise at your hands. Konoha has achieved a resounding victory, and you are about to gain notoriety throughout the ninja world. I wiped out an entire squad of rock ninjas. I even killed the third Tsuchikage's son. Kakashi's head spun from the overwhelming revelation. Unable to bear the intensity, he tilted his neck and fainted once more. Uchiha Shinichi glanced at Uchiha Kiyun, who hastily explained. Lord Shinichi, the news of Akuto's death is monumental. For the sake of your plan, I suggest letting Kakashi take the blame. A plan? Uchiha Shinichi felt a bit speechless. What were they concocting in their minds? Nevertheless, she had a point. It was wise to tread carefully. Setting aside the individuals affiliated with the third Hokage, such as Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, there was also the possibility that Itachi Uchiha had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. He had no doubts that they would seek to hold him accountable for Akuto's death, potentially dragging him to the land of Earth to plead for forgiveness. After all, wasn't Hinata Hayashi betrayed in a similar manner? One must never place too much trust in Konoha regarding such matters. Thus, the responsibility for Akuto's death would rest on Kakashi for the time being. Uchiha Shinichi ceased the use of Sage Art, and Kakashi's condition had stabilized. Kakashi, I've saved your life. It's not too much to ask for you to take the blame. Chapter 8. Reactions and Underlying Plans in a Distant Realm. Uchiha Itachi withdrew the katana embedded in his adversary. His three-tomo Sharingan surveyed the surroundings, the dark night seemingly merging into a singularity of crimson. Beside him, Tsukikage Kazekage and Yayami maintained a cautious distance, oblivious to the transformation of Itachi's eye, yet they could feel an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from him. Just moments ago, a close comrade of Itachi had fallen victim to a surprise attack by an Inen. Consequently, Itachi had undergone a profound change, instilling fear in his teammates. Suddenly, a distant scarlet glow erupted from afar, illuminating the night. Itachi, Kazekage, and Yayami instinctively turned their gazes toward the source. Was that a fire technique? The potent chakra emanating from it raised questions of its connection to Captain Kakashi. The scope of the technique appeared vast. Itachi's expression grew grave, having undergone a metamorphosis. He instinctively sensed the looming danger. However, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of calm resolve. Not long ago, in the wake of his comrade's sacrifice, Itachi had awakened the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. A technique known as Amaterasu was gathering in his right eye. Thus, even if the fire technique was formidable, he regarded it with indifference. Amaterasu could incinerate anything, including other flames. Yet, deep within, Itachi wrestled with profound anguish. He would gladly forsake the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan if it meant averting his comrade's demise. Nevertheless, this loss only intensified his yearning for peace and his acknowledgement of the will of fire. He would not permit anyone to destroy the village, not even his own kin. Should the Uchiha clan descend into chaos, he would personally bury all remnants of it. His gaze bore an icy determination. Itachi rose. Let us proceed and ascertain the captain's whereabouts. Kazekage and Yayami exchanged glances before following Itachi's lead into the distance. The trio moved swiftly, encountering no obstacles along their path. As they neared their destination, a wave of heat enveloped them. That was not merely fire. Kazekage's expression shifted as a pungent, charred scent wafted toward them, accompanied by a rapid rise in temperature. It was magma. The trio approached the anomalous sight, gasping in unison. Before them lay a vast lake of molten rock, the ground swallowed by its flow. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Was this the result of lava release? Such a powerful bloodline limit. Itachi stepped forward, retrieving several nearly melted remnants. Those were the armed guards of Inen. The opposing force must have been the Inen Zumbu, but who had unleashed the lava release? Suddenly, Itachi furrowed his brow, his awakened Mangekyou Sharingan significantly enhancing his perception. From a distance, several chakra signatures approached, their footsteps resolute, materializing before Itachi and his companions in an instant. Remarkably, they had remained undetected until now. Clearly, these Inen possessed stealth techniques to evade sensory detection. Were they from the Inen Umbu? Had they arrived as well? The commotion caused by Uchiha Shinichi's lava release had undoubtedly attracted their attention. The leader of the Inen Umbu wore a cold expression, fixating on Itachi and his companions. The pursuit of Kakashi by Akatsuchi and his team had led them to this point. What had transpired with the magma lake? He observed the tattered Inen armed guard in Itachi's possession and immediately realized that Akatsuchi's squad had met with misfortune. No wonder there had been no word for such an extended period. Yet he could not fathom how a mere pursuit of Kakashi could lead to such an incident. Brat, disclose all that has transpired here, and I may grant you a swifter death. Kazekage and Yayami were on edge, casting anxious glances at Itachi. Despite being younger, this Uchiha prodigy had long displayed extraordinary prowess. In Kakashi's absence, Itachi had naturally assumed the role of their leader. However, Itachi regarded these Inen with disdain, reluctant to reveal too much of his strength. His eyes narrowed, perhaps he need not unveil his full capabilities. Here, Konoha's forces extended beyond their numbers. In an instant, the Iwnin Umbu leader's expression shifted, his shuriken launching toward a specific direction. Who could it be? From the treetops nearby, several figures leaped down, causing the Iwnin leader's pupils to constrict. Were there truly reinforcements from Konoha? In a matter of moments, they joined Itachi and his companions, both sides now evenly matched, their expressions laced with wariness. The magma lake continued to flow nearby, beads of sweat forming on every brow. The Iwnin Umbu leader contemplated retreat. It was evident that Akatsuchi's squad had suffered defeat. Yet in his mind, he believed that Akatsuchi, being a formidable figure, had managed to escape. He waved his hand decisively. Withdraw. We must track Akatsuchi's trail. The Iwnin squad retreated, allowing Keisuke and Yayami to exhale in relief. They hurriedly wished to express their gratitude to the Konoha ninjas. But those individuals had already turned their focus toward Itachi. Instinctively, Itachi sensed a flicker of malice. Did these root ninjas harbor intentions against him? However, in the blink of an eye, the root members vanished into the shadows. As a lesser scion of the Uchiha clan, seizing his Sharingan would attract too much attention. Danzo had instructed them to procure the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. The clandestine root members exchanged hushed words. Their mission was to acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and bring it back to root. In recent days, whether by design or coincidence, numerous Uchiha clan members had been executing missions outside the village, an arrangement orchestrated by Danzo himself. Due to certain motives, he required a significant number of Sharingan for his research. Over the past few days, the root members had successfully gathered several Sharingan. Next on their list was the Jonin Uchiha Shinichi. Danzo had specifically ordered that they obtain his 3-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, if possible, Kakashi's eyes would be a fine addition. After all, they were all outside the village, and no one would suspect them. To ensure success, they would first rendezvous with Tenzo and the others. Chapter 9. Uchiha Itachi's attitude and Ten's warning. Uchiha Itachi scrutinized the silhouette of the root members, deep in thought. Their presence here must surely serve a specific purpose. The anxious moonlight breeze voiced his concern. Captain Kakashi is nowhere to be sensed. We cannot detect his chakra. Itachi withdrew his gaze. Let us find a place to rest. We shall search for the captain tomorrow. In Itachi's estimation, Kakashi was most likely dead, having diverted an entire team of IWA ninjas Umbu at the peril of his own life. Inside that group was the Umbu captain, Akatsuchi, and even in his current state, Itachi knew that without utilizing his ocular techniques, dealing with such foes would be far from easy. Unlike Moonlight Breeze, Itachi had only recently teamed up with Kakashi and had little prior interaction. In fact, he harbored some resentment towards Kakashi regarding the matter of Obito's Sharingan. How could a non-Uchiha wield such power? This thought conjured the name of a certain individual in Itachi's mind, Uchiha Shinichi. It was said that he had aided Kakashi in preserving that Sharingan. Uchiha Shinichi's father, the clan's elder Uchiha N, had exerted considerable effort for that cause. However, this was not what had engraved Shinichi into Itachi's memory. Rather, it was Shinichi's radical actions within the Uchiha clan. Itachi believed that the village's animosity towards the Uchiha stemmed largely from the presence of too many extremists like Shinichi, who stood out as a particularly troublesome figure, even drawing the attention of the third Hokage. Yet, Shinichi was merely a regular Genin, unable to stir significant waves. In Itachi's eyes, individuals like Shinichi were utterly detestable. They incited extreme sentiments within the clan, displayed arrogance, established factions, and opposed the Hokage's lineage. They harbored delusions of returning the Uchiha to the era of Uchiha Madara. There was no semblance of recognition for the will of fire among these clansmen. Sooner or later, they would bring ruin upon the Uchiha and possibly lead Konoha to catastrophic disaster. Clenching his fists, Itachi vowed not to allow such a situation to arise. He had heard that Uchiha Shinichi was currently on a mission, and he intended to confront him at an opportune moment. If Shinichi proved to be irredeemable, then such individuals must be eradicated. At this moment, Itachi's thoughts were rigidly set. He fancied himself as one who could see through everything. Having long since looked beyond the Uchiha, regarding Konoha as far more significant than his own clan. Even though he was acutely aware of who had truly positioned the Uchiha at odds with Konoha, he still leaned towards the village. The blinding sunlight struck Kakashi's face, causing his eyelids to flutter before he weakly opened his eyes. Memories surged, inducing a sensation of profound unreality. How had Shinichi become so powerful? Though he had been unconscious, he instinctively sensed what had transpired. Before losing consciousness, he had indeed witnessed Uchiha Shinichi unleash the lava-release Kekkai Genkai, engulfing the Iwa Umbu. At the brink of death, it was once again Shinichi who had employed the palm sage technique to pull him back from the edge. This former comrade was now vastly different. With a resounding thud, a disheveled figure was thrown before Kakashi. "Ah, Kakashi, you've awakened. You've been asleep for a whole day and night. Conveniently, this fellow claims there's an urgent matter to discuss with you." Kakashi struggled to rise and recognized the disheveled figure before him. "Tense, what brings you here?" Kakashi queried, somewhat astonished. The person before him was Tense from Root, with whom he had developed a tacit friendship through various encounters. However, Tense lay there, bewildered and terrified, incredulously staring at the young man behind him, Uchiha Shinichi. How was it possible that his strength had surged to such heights? Tense's mission was to acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Yet, after merging with other Root members the previous night, they had also aimed to seize Kakashi's eye. As a friend, he had intended to warn Kakashi to avert danger, but upon locating him, he had been captured by Shinichi before he could relay the message. The latter had not only detected his presence in a remarkably brief time, but had also immobilized him with a mere hand. Tense gazed intently at Shinichi. What kind of jutsu is that? At this moment, Kakashi also observed Shinichi's peculiar transformation. His left arm had turned to deep ebony, seemingly imbued with immense power. This very technique had rendered Tense completely subdued. Kakashi fixed a profound gaze upon Shinichi, now convinced that he bore a monumental secret. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. "Kakashi, you must return to the village at once. It could be perilous." Kakashi questioned why. "The mission is complete. I see no imminent danger." Yet, Tense remained silent. More accurately, he was rendered speechless. Shinichi, observing the scene, smirked. "Kakashi, do you not yet comprehend? All members of Root have been afflicted with the tongue curse eradication technique. Ten's silence is undoubtedly linked to Danzo." This meant that Kakashi's peril stemmed from Danzo. Ten's expression was one of renewed shock as he regarded Shinichi, clearly astounded by the accuracy of his deduction. Kakashi's demeanor shifted. He held no deep-seated grudge against Danzo. At most, he had declined an invitation from Root, which scarcely warranted a death threat. Shinichi leaned closer to Tense, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Kakashi's abilities are rather mediocre. Why would Danzo go to such lengths to target him?" He then turned to Kakashi, aside from Obito's eyes. "Do you possess anything else of value?" Kakashi's eye twitched. Did that mean he was worth less than a single Sharingan? Yet, he soon recognized the gravity of the situation. The esteemed elder of Konoha, the master of Root, Danzo, was scheming after Sharingan? Kakashi and Tense exchanged glances, each aware that the other could not speak due to the curse seal. But Kakashi had pieced everything together. Shinichi continued, "I suspect he seeks more than just your Sharingan. Danzo has likely amassed quite a collection over the past few days. If he was not mistaken, he too was on the list for elimination." Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Kiyumi and her companions had already arrived. Upon hearing Shinichi's analysis, they felt a chill run down their spines. A wave of unrestrained fury surged within them. That scoundrel Danzo dares to betray the Uchiha clan in such a manner. No wonder there have been frequent disappearances among our kin. It appears the higher-ups of Konoha are behind it. Lord Shinichi, we must convey this information to our clan immediately. The Konoha elite treat us like mere slaves. They slaughter our people at will. The Uchiha shall resist to the very end." Kakashi felt a cold shiver. What schemes was Danzo concocting? Once the news of the Uchiha clan being hunted spread, he had no doubt they would rise in revolt. If that occurred, Konoha would not only face destruction, but would also suffer a severe loss of strength. Meanwhile, Shinichi maintained an air of calm. "Let us not rush. First, I must eliminate these lackeys from Root." Chapter 10. The terrifying Uchiha Shinichi. Fear of the Root. In the depths of the forest, several figures concealed themselves in the shadows. Adorned with animal masks and clearly identifiable as denizens of Konoha, they were distinct from the ANBU, being members of the Root led by Shimura Danzo. "Are you certain that Tenzu can locate Kakashi?" one inquired. "Fear not, Captain Yamashiro. Tenzu possesses the wood-release Kekkai Genkai, granting him exceptional sensory abilities. Furthermore, he shares a profound bond with Kakashi, so he will undoubtedly inform him," came the confident reply. The Sharingan, particularly the 3-tomo variant, was a coveted prize for Danzo. Yet, 2 days had elapsed without any sighting of Kakashi or even Uchiha Shinichi's squad. Consequently, their plan to seize the Sharingan had to be postponed. The Root members contemplated exploiting Tenzu's connection with Kakashi to track him down. At that moment, the Root members trailed Tenzu as he entered a dilapidated temple. Yamashiro smirked. This Tenzu dares to defy Lord Danzo's wishes. He must truly be tired of living. If not for his uniqueness, I would have eliminated this traitor long ago. Previously, some members had discerned the clandestine dealings between Tenzu and Kakashi. For the Root, emotions were deemed utterly useless. Their sole purpose was to adhere to Danzo's will. However, Tenzu was different. He was the only survivor of the first Hokage cell experiments and still possessed the would-release Kekkai Genkai. Even Danzo hesitated to eliminate him. Yamashiro closed his eyes, carefully sensing the chakra within the temple. As a ninja of the Yamashiro clan, his sensory prowess was unparalleled. Yet, he had been unable to locate Kakashi and his companions until now. Aside from Tenzu, he detected the chakra signatures of 5 individuals within the temple, one of which was exceedingly faint, most likely that of Hatake Kakashi. The identities of the other 4 remained ambiguous. Those 4 were, of course, Uchiha Shinichi's squad. However, Yamashiro was unfamiliar with Shinichi and did not recognize his chakra signature. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Tenzu was seized by a shadowy hand as he approached the temple, and a young figure emerged from its depths. The figure gripped Tenzu's shoulder and swiftly pulled him inside. The hidden Root members widened their eyes in shock. What jutsu is that? How could it so easily incapacitate Tenzu? No, that figure is Uchiha Shinichi. One recognized, revealing the young man's identity. Yamashiro's spirit jolted. No wonder we couldn't find Uchiha Shinichi's squad. It turns out they were mingling with Kakashi. Initially puzzled by the Dark Arms jutsu, the revelation of Shinichi's identity relieved them. Uchiha Shinichi was a Nin of Konoha, wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan. However, the Root members had encountered the Sharingan numerous times, despite Shinichi's prowess. They were accustomed to overwhelming their foes through sheer numbers. It seemed Kakashi had sustained severe injuries, and Shinichi's companions appeared to be merely chunin. Our primary target is Uchiha Shinichi, Yamashiro concluded. Now assured that both Kakashi and Shinichi's squad were within the temple, his urgency dissipating. He signaled to the other members to prepare for coordinated action. Given Shinichi's possession of the 3-tomo Sharingan, Yamashiro resolved to encircle and eliminate them swiftly to avoid any leaks of information. Yet, a twinge of unease nagged at him. What was that dark arm jutsu Shinichi had displayed? Soon, additional Root members, numbering 10, joined their ranks, each at least elite Chunin level. Yamashiro awaited their assembly, but soon noticed an unexpected development. Uchiha Shinichi's squad, along with Kakashi and Tenzu, emerged from the temple. Yamashiro's expression shifted in disbelief. Are they attempting to flee? Change of plans. Let's act now. However, before he could finish his command, Shinichi revealed a peculiar smile. Suddenly, his body became enveloped in a dark aura, swelling in size. Armament. The overwhelming chakra emanating from Shinichi astonished all present. While Uchiha Kiyumi and her companions were somewhat accustomed to witnessing Shinichi's display of armament, they were still unaware of the full extent of his power. In stark contrast, Kakashi and the incapacitated Tenzu trembled in fear. What chakra levels are these? They, being Nin, possessed a clear understanding of chakra quantities. In terms of chakra, Shinichi's output undoubtedly reached that of a Kage. As the recognition of Shinichi's prowess swept through the minds of his companions, a wave of prestige surged forth, though Shinichi remained unfazed by it. An invisible force radiated from his feet, akin to a gust of wind tousling his hair. His observation haki spread like a tide, accurately pinpointing the locations of Yamashiro and the other Root members. The concealed members, now exposed under Shinichi's heightened senses, found themselves without refuge. With the swiftness of a bullet, Shinichi launched himself toward the distant figures. Yamashiro, adept in sensory skills, noted with alarm that Shinichi's chakra levels had indeed reached the Kage tier. His expression morphed into one of incredulity. Retreat. This Uchiha Shinichi's strength is beyond comprehension. Yet, a tempest roared in his ears. Despite the considerable distance, Shinichi's speed surpassed the body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, screams echoed around him. Yamashiro's body recoiled as he executed both the body flicker and the 3-body technique, simultaneously deploying the Yamashiro clan's secret technique to disrupt Shinichi's concentration. However, It was as if his technique had vanished into oblivion, thwarted by an unseen force within Shinichi's mind. Dark Contract, activate. The Dark Contract's activation lasted but a moment, severing Yamashiro's technique. Yet, Shinichi sensed his chakra depleting rapidly and decisively retracted the Dark Contract. In the next heartbeat, Yamashiro felt a constriction around his throat, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. Uchiha Shinichi had ensnared his life. I am the captain of the route. You cannot kill me. Chapter 11. A startling surprise for Danzo. Yamanaka struggled to remind Uchiha Shinichi. Never before had he imagined being so effortlessly defeated by sheer physical strength. The pitch-black iron hand seemed to shatter his bones, rendering him incapable of concentrating to channel chakra in defense. Uchiha Shinichi grasped Yamanaka tightly with his left hand, and in an instant, his dark form flickered, retreating to the ruins of the temple. With a resounding thud, he hurled Yamanaka to the ground, blood gushing as the latter lay prostrate. Uchiha Kiyumi, Uchiha Toshiya, and Uchiha Yu stood transfixed. While they were aware of Uchiha Shinichi's formidable strength, they had not anticipated the overwhelming dominance he displayed in mere seconds against the root members. Such prowess was akin to that of a Hokage. Do not stand there in shock. Bring over the surviving members of Root. Uchiha Shinichi had not annihilated them all, but left a few alive for a specific purpose. He wished to conduct an experiment to determine whether his innate ability, the Dark Pact, could nullify Danzo's tongue curse eradication technique. Uchiha Kiyumi and the others soon grasped the gravity of the situation, their spirits ignited with excitement. Shinichi's display hinted at the emergence of a shadow-level powerhouse from the Uchiha clan. The only disappointment was that he had not utilized his Sharingan abilities. Eagerly, they complied with Uchiha Shinichi's order, retrieving the near-death root members. Kakashi, observing the enveloping darkness around Uchiha Shinichi, could hardly believe his eyes. Shinichi, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Renowned as the copy ninja, Kakashi was well-versed in thousands of jutsu and numerous secret techniques. Yet, this unique ability of Uchiha Shinichi's was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It cannot be classified as ninjutsu. Rather, consider it a form of physical technique. I call it armament hockey. When manifested, it significantly enhances defense and elevates physical capabilities to an entirely new pinnacle. Kakashi momentarily froze, contemplating the implications of a physical technique. It reminded him of the Eight Gates, and Uchiha Shinichi's manifestation seemed to rival that as well. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Shinichi withstand shuriken and kunai with astonishing resilience. Did you create this yourself? Kakashi inquired cautiously, while Uchiha Kiyumi and the others held their breath in anticipation. Uchiha Shinichi nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. With a decade's worth of mastery akin to Rayleigh's. Shinichi believed that while Kinbunshika hockey was not attainable by everyone, armament hockey could potentially be learned through specialized training. He pondered that this cultivation might revolutionize the ninja world, altering the traditional high-attack, low-defense paradigm. Unlike the Eight Gates, armament hockey bore no adverse effects. The revelation of such a self-created technique, devoid of drawbacks, left everyone in awe. Kakashi chuckled wryly. They say I'm a genius among us, but compared to you, Shin and Appos, Ichi, what am I? This technique of yours could very well establish a new school. The realm of physical arts was limited within the ninja world, with most enhancements yielding minimal benefits compared to the advantages of ninjutsu. Those powerful techniques that did exist often bore significant risks and drawbacks, like the Eight Gates or Raikage's lightning armor. Now, however, an extraordinarily potent physical technique had emerged. The fallen members of Root lay trembling, grappling with the reality of the genius they faced. Why had Uchiha Shinichi's name been so seldom heard before? The system detected Uchiha Kiyumi's recognition of the host's strength, awarding Shinichi 60 reputation points. The same recognition from Kakashi resulted in another 60 points. Within a brief span, Uchiha Shinichi accrued a total of 300 reputation points, elevating his overall standing to an impressive 500 points. A spark ignited in Uchiha Shinichi's eyes. If my strength and other capacities can garner acknowledgement from others, then reputation points shall flow in abundance. At that moment, Kakashi voiced his concern. Shinichi, you've killed Root members. Danzo will not let this go unpunished. Beside him, Uchiha Toshiya's eyes gleamed with malice. Then we should eliminate them all. No one will know it was us. Uchiha Kiyumi and Uchiha Yu nodded in agreement. Their disdain for Root had intensified since discovering their covert collection of Sharingan. They fixed their gazes on Yamanaka F and the others, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. They were, in essence, killing machines. Shinichi, do not be complacent. If we perish, it will not be long before the crime of killing fellow villagers falls upon you. You will have no means of escape. Yamanaka F sneered coldly. Furious, Uchiha Kiyumi drew her great sword, ready to finish off the remaining Root members. Yet Kakashi interjected, calm down, we cannot act against them yet. They have hunted our kin, but we lack concrete evidence. Uchiha Kiyumi retorted, what evidence do we need? If the village does not provide us with answers, the Uchiha clan will not relent. Uchiha Toshiya and Uchiha Yu shared her resolute demeanor. Previously, they might have hesitated, but Uchiha Shinichi's overwhelming strength had instilled them with immense courage. In their hearts, he had already ascended to the status of a shadow-level powerhouse capable of leading the Uchiha clan to greater heights. Shinichi, should we eliminate these Root ninjas? Uchiha Kiyumi, Uchiha Toshiya, and Kakashi all turned their attention to Uchiha Shinichi, whose gaze flickered with determination as an idea formed in his mind. Given his significant influence within the Uchiha clan, he resolved to leverage this advantage to gain further recognition from his kin. Thus, the bodies of the Root members would serve as his first trophy upon entering Konoha village. Having traversed the world of Naruto for several days, the time had come to return to Konoha. He glanced at the fallen Root members and seized one by the neck. Activating his innate ability, the Dark Pact. The Dark Pact not only eradicated his negative states, but also those of others. 1 second, 2 seconds. Under Uchiha Shinichi's perception, the curse mark on the Root member's tongue gradually faded. By the 5th second, the tongue curse eradication technique was entirely dispelled. Uchiha Shinichi promptly deactivated the Dark Pact skill. Though it consumed 25 of his chakra, he had indeed proven capable of nullifying even such advanced curses. With this newfound capability, he could extract critical information from the Root members to launch an initial assault against the Elder Danzo. In doing so, he would ascend to a new pinnacle of prestige within the Uchiha clan. The Root member, sensing the curse's dissolution, displayed an expression of sheer horror. Yet before he could utter a word, Uchiha Shinichi swiftly snapped his neck. Toshiya, eliminate everyone except for Tenzo. Then we shall gather their heads. For we intend to present Danzo with a delightful surprise. Chapter 12. The emergence of Uchiha Itachi and the defeated Crow clone. At this moment, members of the Root, including Yamashiro Wind, had transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter. Uchiha Izumi had received a direct command from Uchiha Shinichi and was prepared to strike with lethal intent. Even Yamashiro Wind, typically devoid of emotion, could not help but change color in fear. Kakashi observed the lifeless body of a Root member, having had their necks snapped. It was clear that the relationship between Uchiha Shinichi and Danzo had reached a point of no return. Clenching his fist, Kakashi contemplated how to absolve Uchiha Shinichi of blame, even considering taking the fall for him, for he was one of the few comrades and friends he wished to protect. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi gazed into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, a few crows had appeared atop the distant treetops. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi had raised his blade, and suddenly, a cacophony of harsh cawing erupted from the crows. Uchiha Izumi and Kakashi instinctively looked up. The crows flew overhead, their eyes shifting from black to crimson. It was the reflection of the Sharingan. This was perilous. It was an illusion. Kakashi realized the danger immediately, but he was in a weakened state. The moment he saw the crow's eyes, his expression grew hazy. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Kiyoshi, and Uchiha Yu trembled uncontrollably, clearly struggling against the genjutsu. The crows converged into the image of a person, expressionless as he regarded the unharmed Uchiha Shinichi. Indeed, you are worthy of the 3-tomo Sharingan. But tell me, who gave you the audacity to slaughter the ninja of the Root? Uchiha Shinichi, do you wish to plunge the Uchiha clan into eternal damnation? The figure was none other than Uchiha Itachi, or rather, his crow clone technique. Over the past couple of days, he had been tracking Kakashi's whereabouts, only to stumble upon the scene before him. His true self was already en route. Having learned of the situation through his clone, Uchiha Itachi's crow clone gazed at the corpses of several Root members nearby, as well as Yamashiro Wind, who was about to face execution. Rarely did he exhibit anger. At merely 12 years of age, Uchiha Itachi's psychological maturity surpassed his years. Together with Uchiha Shisui, he had been striving to mediate the conflicts between their clan and the village. Yet now, He witnessed members of the Uchiha clan slaughtering fellow villagers. Uchiha Shinichi's actions were reckless, inciting discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction. Should Danzo learn of this, not only would Uchiha Shisui face dire consequences, but the entire Uchiha clan would suffer severe ramifications. Indeed, this individual was a parasite within the Uchiha clan, and a wave of murderous intent surged within Uchiha Itachi. He coldly confronted Uchiha Shinichi. As the clan's junior leader, I command you to release these surviving villagers immediately and return to the village to apologize to Elder Danzo. However, before he could finish, cries of agony echoed once more. Uchiha Shinichi drew his katana, swiftly dispatching all the root members by slitting their throats. Simultaneously, he utilized his chakra to disrupt Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu, freeing Kakashi and the others from its grasp. How dare you? Uchiha Itachi's crow clone seethed with rage, astonished that Uchiha Shinichi had the audacity to kill fellow villagers before him, blatantly disregarding his orders. Was he mad? Yet, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shinichi's hand grasped the clone's throat. First, you should refer to me as your senior. Second, whether I choose to kill these individuals is none of your concern. With a fierce grip, the crow clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Uchiha Itachi's clone was instantly destroyed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi and the others felt a wave of shame wash over them, realizing they had been ensnared by Uchiha Itachi's simple genjutsu. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, a testament to Uchiha Itachi's genius. Yet simultaneously, resentment began to brew against Uchiha Itachi within their hearts. Lord Shinichi, has Uchiha Itachi sided with the Hokage faction? How could he obstruct our efforts to eliminate these root ninjas? Uchiha Kiyoshi remarked. I can sense the chakra of that little brat Uchiha Itachi approaching us. Just a mere crow clone had been able to control Uchiha Kiyoshi and the others with its genjutsu. Uchiha Shinichi narrowed his eyes. Had Uchiha Itachi awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? That shouldn't be possible. Uchiha Shisui was still alive. How could Uchiha Itachi possess the Manjiki Sharingan? Nonetheless, Uchiha Shinichi began to grow wary. His dark contract was currently at level 1. The system prompted him that he needed to reach level 2 to eliminate the effects of Tsukuyomi. With this thought, Uchiha Shinichi hesitated no longer, directly utilizing 500 points of reputation to elevate his innate skill, Dark Contract. Congratulations, host. The Dark Contract has advanced to level 2. Level 2 consumes 10 of chakra per second to eliminate negative states for oneself or others while restoring 5 of one's chakra per second, with a maximum effect on Tsukuyomi. In other words, as long as Uchiha Shinichi had sufficient chakra, he could resist the genjutsu of Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Shinichi let out a sigh of relief. 2 kilometers away, 3 figures approached rapidly, with Uchiha Itachi leading the charge. His expression was grim. The death of the clone had revealed the entirety of the situation to him. Uchiha Shinichi, in defiance of his warnings, had brutally slain multiple members of the root. Uchiha Itachi's mind raced. His sole thought was how to mitigate the aftermath and quell Danzo's fury. As for Uchiha Shinichi, in his eyes, he was already as good as dead. Having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he did not find it difficult to deal with a Uchiha Shinichi possessing only the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He planned to send Uchiha Shinichi's team back to Konoha and leave their fate in the hands of the Hokage or Danzo. If necessary, he would sever ties between them and the Uchiha clan. The slaughter of root members could inadvertently ignite chaos between the Uchiha clan and the village. Such a scenario was intolerable to him. I will take my leave. Uchiha Itachi swiftly detached from the group, hastening toward Uchiha Shinichi's location, fearing that Uchiha Shinichi might flee in fear of his true self. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi's gaze shifted towards the lone, surviving root member, Tenzo. Kakashi sensed Uchiha Shinichi's stare, and his expression changed dramatically. He positioned himself in front of Tenzo and said gravely, Shinichi, Tenzo is different from the others in the root. Please spare him. Uchiha Shinichi remained impassive, his eyes locked on Tenzo. I might spare him, provided he assists us in identifying Danzo's crimes. His words left the others perplexed. Everyone knew that, aside from Uchiha Shisui, all root members had been bound by the tongue-twisting curse technique. How could Tenzo possibly identify Danzo? Yet Uchiha Shinichi merely smiled faintly. This mere tongue-twisting curse is trivial to break. If I succeed, then the price is that Tenzo must identify Danzo's misdeeds for me. Chapter 13, The Lottery Again. Kenzong's identification. Kakashi and the others were once again taken aback. The technique to eradicate the curse of the tongue? How could that possibly be? This seal was a fundamental means employed by Danzo to control the members of the root, and it could not be so easily broken. In many respects, this seal was as incomprehensible as the caged bird of the Hyuga branch family. Shin, are you jesting? Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, black smoke erupted from Uchiha Shin's form. This smoke enveloped Tianzong, and in mere moments, Tianzong's expression shifted dramatically. As the host of the tongue curse eradication technique, he could distinctly sense the moment the seal vanished. Now, it had indeed disappeared. One possibility was that Danzo had died, but that was evidently impossible. Thus, the only conclusion was that Uchiha Shin had truly managed to break the tongue curse eradication technique. Kakashi, please check the status of the seal. Kakashi had initially thought Uchiha Shin was merely jesting. However, upon witnessing Tianzong extend his tongue, he was astounded to see that the seal associated with the tongue curse eradication technique had genuinely vanished. His face reflected utter shock and disbelief. Kakashi, what do you see? Although Tianzong already knew the answer, he still yearned to hear this incredible revelation from Kakashi. Disappeared? Uchiha Shiyun and the others swallowed hard. Their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. They had already greatly overestimated Uchiha Shin's prowess. Yet the removal of the tongue curse eradication technique still left them utterly astonished. In just 2 short days, their Lord Shin had completely transformed their worldview. From the initial mastery of the lava release bloodline limit, to employing advanced sage techniques, and even creating a powerful taijutsu that darkened his body. Along with this newfound ability to dispel seals, each of these feats compounded to instill in Uchiha Shiyun, Uchiha Jie, and Uchiha Yu an unparalleled fervor for Uchiha Shin. Lord Shin, truly terrifying. Recognition of the host's mysterious abilities by Uchiha Shiyun has yielded a reward of 100 prestige points. Similarly, recognition by Uchiha Jie, Uchiha Yu, Kakashi, and Tianzong each garnered the same reward, with 100 prestige points being the highest single reward possible. One can only imagine the impact of dispelling the tongue curse eradication technique on everyone present. This single act granted Uchiha Shin a total of 500 prestige points, alongside his previous balance, leading to a significant windfall. Amassing 900 prestige points, he opted for a 9-fold lottery draw. Uchiha Shin accessed the interface for the bronze-level lottery, and the wheel began to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 shurikens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 currency. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 explosive tags. The initial spins yielded rather lackluster rewards, until the final few opportunities presented themselves. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 Senzu beans from Karen the Sage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a random ability extraction. Uchiha Shin's countenance brightened. Senzu beans from the Dragon Ball universe? Senzu bean. Consuming it instantly replenishes the host's chakra and condition. No side effects. Having recently utilized the powers of the Dark Contract twice, he found the recovery effects somewhat lacking due to his low level at the time. Thus, Uchiha Shin was currently operating at approximately 70 of his peak condition. Wait a moment, I cannot waste these Senzu beans. The other reward was a random ability extraction. Uchiha Shin promptly chose to proceed with the extraction. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the innate ability Heavenly Thunder Prison. Level 1. Consumes 20 of chakra, creating a circular thunderstorm with a radius of 50 meters, lasting 60 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Upgrading requires 1,000 prestige points. Level 2. Consumes 40 of chakra, creating a circular thunderstorm with a radius of 500 meters, lasting 120 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Upgrading requires 10,000 prestige points. Level 3. Consumes 60 of chakra, creating a circular thunderstorm with a radius of 5,000 meters, lasting 180 seconds with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Upgrading requires 100,000 prestige points. Level 4. Consumes 80 of chakra, creating a circular thunderstorm with a radius of 50,000 meters, lasting 300 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Oh, what a surprise. It appears to be lightning release. The first level of the Heavenly Thunder Prison should possess power comparable to lightning release. Karen. According to the skill's description, higher levels of the Heavenly Thunder Prison could effortlessly envelop an entire city. I wonder if Kakashi will feel ashamed upon witnessing my lightning release. Uchiha Shin mused with a hint of mischief. Thus, Although he had yet to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, he already possessed two unique innate skills, one that could eliminate negative states, the Dark Contract, and the other, the Heavenly Thunder Prison. If that little brat Itachi wishes to confront me, I would not mind imparting a lesson. Turning to Tianzong, Uchiha Shin declared, "Your time is limited, Tianzong. Will you choose to identify Danzo for me, or shall I eliminate you? The choice is yours." In that brief span, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the scene. His chakra surged, and even though only a portion of his strength was revealed, it left Kakashi and the others in utter disbelief. This was the might of the Manjiki Sharingan. Once activated, one's chakra levels would dramatically elevate to that of a Kage, not to mention the myriad of extraordinary abilities the Manjiki Sharingan afforded. Except for Uchiha Shin. Everyone else gazed at Uchiha Itachi with trepidation, particularly Kakashi, who recalled with frustration that just days prior, he had been certain Uchiha Itachi's strength was far inferior to what he now displayed. Reflecting on Uchiha Shin's recent growth, Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to scream in exasperation. How had these members of the Uchiha clan progressed so rapidly? "Itachi, do you wish to become a traitor to the Uchiha clan?" At that moment, Uchiha Shiyun shouted vehemently. The sound caused Uchiha Itachi to furrow his brows slightly. Uchiha Shiyun had a younger sister named Uchiha Izumi, who was a close friend of Uchiha Itachi. "Sister Shiyun, have you been swayed by Uchiha Shin? After this, even I cannot save you for having killed the root ninjas." A fierce anger ignited within Uchiha Shiyun. She would not permit anyone to insult Lord Shin. Izumi must be blind to have taken a liking to such a person. She resolved to break up her sister and Uchiha Shin upon returning home. At this moment, Tianzong had made his choice. He no longer wished to remain a puppet of the root. He was a living being with flesh and blood, yearning for a normal life. In the past year, Danzo had acquired a total of 20 pairs of Sharingan, including 2 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 14. The shock of Uchiha Itachi and the hunting plan. In recent years, Danzo and Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, have been clandestinely conducting human experiments. Due to certain reasons, their experimental subjects have been directed towards the Sharingan. Consequently, over the past 2 years, several members of the Uchiha clan who ventured out on missions have met with unfortunate ends. At this moment, Tenzo, having resolved to betray Danzo, disclosed the secrets surrounding the Uchiha clan. Itachi's expression shifted from calm to a deep shade of anger. Although he regarded some of his clan members as arrogant and foolish, the thought of their Sharingan being forcibly taken away was intolerable, especially by someone from the higher echelons of Konohagakure. He scrutinized Tenzo, trying to discern the truth in his words. Itachi was aware that Tenzo was a trusted subordinate of Danzo. Thanks to his elder brother, Shisui, Itachi had some understanding of the inner workings of the root organization. Of course, he was unaware that Tenzo possessed would release a closely guarded secret even Shisui did not know. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes widened as he considered a terrifying possibility. How could a member of Root divulge information about Elder Danzo? In that instant, Itachi doubted whether the person standing before him was indeed Tenzo or merely an imposter. However, he quickly shook off that notion. He did not believe anyone could disguise themselves under his watchful gaze. "The tongue-binding technique has been lifted, so I can now speak about Elder Danzo," Tenzo stated, still incredulous. How could Shinichi Uchiha have accomplished such a feat? Itachi was shaken to his core. The tongue-binding technique had been broken? He had heard from Shisui that even Orochimaru, who delved into forbidden jutsu, could not lift it. Otherwise, Danzo would have long since turned against Orochimaru. He could not help but ask, who lifted the tongue-binding technique? The other Uchiha, suppressed by Itachi's imposing presence, could barely lift their heads. One of them, coldly sneering, replied, "Of course, it was Lord Shinichi. Otherwise, how would we know of these machinations within Root? You, Uchiha Itachi, dare to prevent us from retaliating against Root for the wanton slaughter of our kin and the seizure of our Sharingan. What are your true intentions?" Itachi could scarcely believe his ears. Was it truly Shinichi Uchiha? How could that be? He was not unfamiliar with Shinichi, but in Itachi's eyes, Shinichi was merely an ordinary jonin, not particularly outstanding. Despite frequently inciting emotions within the clan, neither he nor Shisui considered Shinichi a threat. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. Disregarding the taunts and questions from Uchiha Chiya, Itachi fixed his gaze once more on Shinichi. This man, a few years his senior, seemed to harbor numerous secrets, including the ability to lift the tongue-binding technique. Itachi's first instinct was to assume that Shinichi had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan like himself. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. During the Third Shinobi World War, after losing his closest friend, Shinichi had not awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and it was even less likely he would now. Itachi understood the conditions necessary to awaken it, and he knew Shinichi's temperament could not lead him to that point. Interesting. Had Shinichi been concealing his true self all along? Itachi felt a strong desire to interrogate him, but he was not yet adept enough to employ Tsukuyomi without significant risk. His eyes sharpened as he contemplated whether to utilize the ocular technique of the Mangeki Sharingan. Having just awakened it, using Tsukuyomi would come at a considerable cost. Meanwhile, not far away, Shinichi had fully activated his observation haki, prepared for battle. His body began to hum with excitement as he anticipated the clash with Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. This confidence stemmed from his thorough understanding of Itachi's abilities. His dark contract could nullify Tsukuyomi, which was the basis of his fearlessness towards Itachi. As for Amaterasu, well, with the unpredictable nature of the Mangeki Sharingan, one could easily find themselves caught off guard. Captain Kakashi, is that you? Not far off. Tsukikage and Yuya raced to catch up with Itachi, surprised to find Kakashi still alive. The atmosphere among those present felt somewhat strange. Itachi had already given up on attacking. After all, it was reasonable for Shinichi to seek revenge for his clan, even if the opponent was connected to the elders of Konoha. This was a matter of pride for the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Itachi wished to keep his own Mangeki Sharingan a secret. Otherwise, the foolish Uchiha would only grow more fervent. Obsessively dreaming of restoring their clan's former glory, Itachi cast a lingering gaze at Shinichi before his form dissipated into countless crows. Shinichi was momentarily taken aback. Was Itachi really retreating? The thrill coursing through his body began to fade. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. His current focus was on how to manipulate the emotions of the Uchiha clan for his own benefit. With a significant amount of prestige, his rise would be as swift as a rocket. At that moment, Kakashi and the others exhaled in relief. The previous tension had been palpable. Thankfully, neither of the two had resorted to violence. Shinichi, how should we handle these corpses? Kakashi asked, looking at the bodies of the root members with exasperation. It was evident that Itachi would soon contact Shisui, and Danzo would quickly learn of the events that transpired here. Tsukikage and the others had also come to understand Danzo's actions and were incredulous at the behavior of the higher-ups in Konoha. These actions were entirely contrary to the teachings of the will of fire they had grown up with. Yet, they instinctively began to distance themselves from Shinichi and the others. After all, these individuals had offended the elders of Konoha. What good could come from it? Shinichi, however, questioned, didn't I say? We will present these heads as a gift to that old geezer Danzo. Kakashi stared at Shinichi in disbelief. He had initially thought Shinichi was speaking in anger, but now it seemed he was serious. You killed Danzo's men and intend to send him their heads as a gift? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shinichi, please remain calm. We need to consider this matter carefully. We can report to the third Hokage, but Kakashi quickly fell silent, for Shinichi's expression had turned icy. Kakashi, Danzo is hunting our Uchiha clan members and seizing our Sharingan. This is an unforgivable grudge. We must repay him in kind. Otherwise, he will continue to covet our Sharingan. As for the third Hokage, surely, you do not think he is completely unaware of the truth? Tsukikage could not help but interject. The third Hokage could not possibly know of such vile deeds. This must be Danzo acting alone. Suddenly, Tsukikage had a realization as he saw Shinichi's chilling smile. I do not care whether the third Hokage knows or not. I only know that the higher-ups of Konoha are hunting Uchiha clan members for their Sharingan. Since Danzo has murdered 20 of our kin, I shall likewise eliminate 20 ninjas from root. The number of corpses here is insufficient. We must gather 20 heads upon returning to the village. Yue Guang, Jifeng, and the others felt a chilling aura pressing down upon them. The situation is about to spiral out of control. Chapter 15. Reactions from all sides. Orochimaru and Danzo in the land of Earth, Iwagakure. With a resounding crash, the diminutive Onoki rent a gaping hole in the table before him. What do you mean my son and his team members have inexplicably vanished? He sees the intelligence report on the table, his expression dark as storm clouds. The report indicated that Akatsuchi and his companions had pursued Kakashi Hitaki of Konohagakure under the cover of night, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. The last chakra signature had been detected within a lake of lava. Kakashi, that young man, how could he possibly overpower Akatsuchi? Anoki was well aware of his son's capabilities. Although he lacked the potential for bloodline elimination, his strength had reached the threshold of a quasi-Kage. He was particularly adept at sensory perception and defense, with formidable physical prowess. In this ninja world, there were few who could silently eliminate him. Thus, even now, Anoki could not bring himself to believe that his son had perished. A lake of lava? Could it be that old Zetsu was involved? The old Zetsu he referred to was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Iwagakure. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was particularly skilled in lava release. A year ago, due to a falling out with Anoki, he had stealthily left the village and had not been seen since. Could it be that Akatsuchi had discovered the Jinchuriki's whereabouts that night and attempted to bring him back, only to be captured instead? The more Anoki pondered this, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, he could not explain Akatsuchi's disappearance. If it were indeed the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Anoki was certain that the latter would not dare harm Akatsuchi. Despite their past grievances, he remained fundamentally concerned for Iwagakure. Quickly, send someone to find that old Zetsu, he commanded angrily. How dare they kidnap my son? The Iwagakure ninja beneath him erupted into chaos. However, unbeknownst to Anoki, his son Akatsuchi had already turned to ash. In the land of fire, Konohagakure, in a secluded training ground on the mountainside, Shisui Uchiha wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as a dark raven soared towards him from the distance. It was none other than Itachi's summoning beast, presumably bearing an important message. The raven alighted on Shisui's shoulder and promptly released a note before vanishing into thin air. As Shisui unfurled the intelligence, his eyes widened in horror, and he felt a surge of dread. What? Uchiha Shin has annihilated a small team from root? He has also unraveled the curse mark of the Tonkin founding technique? Danzo-sama is secretly collecting Sharingan. His hands trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? I refuse to believe that Danzo-sama would engage in such treachery. No, I must confront him for clarity. In that instant, upon receiving the report, Shisui found himself questioning its authenticity. The higher echelons of Konoha, along with his grandfather Uchiha Kagami, had instilled within him an unwavering belief in the will of fire. Moreover, Danzo had fought alongside Kagami through life and death. Shisui could not fathom that Danzo, a fellow senior in Konoha, would commit such acts. Furthermore, he was currently employed within Root. He was the only Root ninja not subjected to the curse mark of the Tonkin founding technique, a testament to Danzo and Konoha's trust in him. Shisui felt his spirit shaken and vanished from his spot, racing towards Root in the village. He needed to confront Danzo and uncover the truth. In a dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru meticulously dissected the corpse lying on the operating table. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed from outside the lab, causing Orochimaru to display a flicker of irritation. He preferred solitude during his experiments. Orochimaru, have you made any progress with your experiments? I am thoroughly disappointed in you. The voice belonged to Danzo, who approached with a cane, moving with deliberation. Orochimaru set down his surgical knife, his tone laced with a sinister edge. Danzo-sama, your impatience is unfounded. The balance between the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan is not easily mastered. Look at those children from before. Only Tenzo survived. Tenzo's survival was an anomaly. It is remarkable that anyone could withstand the backlash of the first cells. However, despite surviving and acquiring the wood release Kekkei Genkai, the power of that wood release is evidently not as formidable as described in the records. After a brief period of study, Orochimaru had lost interest. Yet, recent research indicated a mutual suppression tendency between the first cells and the Sharingan, which piqued Orochimaru's curiosity somewhat. However, if you can provide a substantial supply of Sharingan for research, the progress of this experiment will accelerate significantly. I am merely curious. What purpose do you have for the Sharingan? Even the three-tomo Sharingan pales in comparison to the legendary Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Orochimaru was not particularly interested in the Sharingan. He regarded the three-tomo Sharingan as rather ordinary, lacking any compelling merit. As for the legendary eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it had not been seen since Uchiha Madara's time. Clearly, Danzo had discovered a new application for the Sharingan. Danzo then tossed several petri dishes to Orochimaru, each containing Sharingan. These are my last reserves. Along with the task for the Yamashiro clan, over 20 pairs of Sharingan should suffice for your research, correct? I expect prompt results. Danzo would not disclose to Orochimaru that he had already acquired the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. If he could leverage the first cells to counteract the Sharingan's backlash, he would possess the potential to utilize Izanagi multiple times. Orochimaru, exercise caution in your recent endeavors. Do not allow yourself to be caught in a compromising position during your experiments. Otherwise, neither I nor Hiruzen can protect you. Danzo's gaze flicked toward Orochimaru. Recently, reports from Root indicated that ninjas had been vanishing inexplicably. Such events were clearly not orchestrated by Root, but rather by Orochimaru himself. Danzo had reason to believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi was also aware of these occurrences. Yet, Orochimaru was his most cherished disciple. In the absence of an imminent crisis, how could Hiruzen delve deeper into the matter? Furthermore, Orochimaru's current research agenda was exceedingly broad. He needed to conduct experiments for Danzo to secure funding while simultaneously exploring his own forbidden techniques. However, he required live subjects for his experiments. Since it was not a time of war, where would he find such captives? Thus, he was compelled to extend his reach into the village. Orochimaru licked his lips. Heh, Danzo-sama, perhaps you should worry about your own safety. Should someone discover the disappearances of the Uchiha clan members, they may very well incite a rebellion. Danzo sneered before taking his leave. Even if they do find out, it will fall on Hiruzen's shoulders. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I would welcome a rebellion from the Uchiha. That would provide me the perfect opportunity to profit from the chaos. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Shisui requests an audience on urgent matters. Danzo was taken aback. It was uncommon for Shisui to visit without a mission. He held a considerable amount of trust in this descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Shisui appeared to resonate with Hiruzen's ideologies regarding the will of fire, lacking a strong sense of familial allegiance. He could serve as a blade for Root, to be wielded at Danzo's discretion. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Danzo remaining unaware that Shisui had awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, along with its formidable abilities. Soon, the grim-faced Shisui entered the room. Danzo-sama, are you collecting the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? Chapter 16. The naivety of Uchiha Shisui and Danzo's malice in the dimly lit hall. Uchiha Shisui struggled to voice his concerns. He dreaded the possibility of confronting a fatal truth, one that would shatter the very essence of the will of fire instilled by the Hokage's lineage. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed, contemplating where things had gone awry. How had Uchiha Shisui obtained such information? Yet, his cunning nature quickly led him to respond. Shisui, what nonsense are you uttering? While I may have reservations about certain members of the Uchiha clan, I would never harm a fellow ninja from our village. With a somber expression, Shisui extended the information he held. This was a message relayed by Uchiha Itachi through a summoning beast, and now, Shisui had unreservedly handed it over to Danzo. Upon receiving the intel, Danzo's demeanor shifted dramatically. The entirety of Yamashiro's team, save for Tenzo, had perished, slain by members of the Uchiha clan. Danzo and Appo's chest heaved in disbelief, struggling to process the implications. No wonder Yamashiro's team had failed to make contact for 2 days. A catastrophe had unfolded. Uchiha Shinichi. Danzo fixed his gaze on the name inscribed in the information. He was no stranger to this individual, a young jonin involved in the scheme to seize the Sharingan. However, he never anticipated that Shinichi would dare to annihilate the Root team. Such audacity was astonishing. Yet, the most alarming aspect of the report was the assertion that Uchiha Shinichi possessed the ability to unravel the curse of tongue. This was the crux of the matter. How could an unremarkable jonin possess such power? Danzo-sama, how do you explain this information? Shisui's voice grew hoarse. If it were true that his kin had been slaughtered in pursuit of the Sharingan, how could he reconcile this with his existence? Was the will of fire he had upheld all this time merely a fade? As myriad thoughts swirled within Danzo's mind, he realized that the immediate priority was to stabilize Uchiha Shisui before him. In Danzo's eyes, Shisui was an invaluable piece on the chessboard, a knife embedded within the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, had it not been for the terrifying capabilities of Uchiha Shisui, Danzo's greed might not have compelled him to seize Shisui's eyes. Consequently, the individual tasked with executing the Uchiha clan's extermination could have very well been Shisui himself. Danzo crushed the information in his hand, his expression contorting with rage. How could I possibly harm my comrades of the Uchiha clan? You may be unaware, but Tenzo has already defected. He has long since broken free from the curse of tongue. These slanders against me originate from him. How can you trust such claims? I had intended to grant him another chance, but it appears I must promptly report to Hiruzen and classify Tenzo as a rogue ninja. he must be apprehended. According to the existing intelligence, only Tenzo remained among those who had seized the Sharingan. Moreover, Tenzo was now beyond Danzo's control. He decisively abandoned any ties to Tenzo. Tenzo is a traitor? Shisui blinked in surprise. Was he not one of Danzo-sama's most valued talents? You see, Shisui, Tenzo is a close friend of Kakashi, and Kakashi is an ally of Uchiha Shinichi. Are you not aware of the implications here? You accuse me of seizing the Sharingan. Yet who other than the Uchiha clan can wield the Sharingan? Shisui's mind began to spin. From Uchiha Itachi's report, it was evident that these matters stemmed from Tenzo's words. If Tenzo was indeed a traitor, everything began to make sense. Furthermore, it was absurd for Danzo to seize so many Sharingan without purpose. Even a prodigy like Kakashi nearly exhausted himself with just one. Danzo's expression shifted as he spoke. Do you believe this Uchiha Shinichi truly has the ability to unravel the curse of tongue? Is there not a deeper secret at play? Shisui, your information is pivotal. It reminds me of the mysterious figure behind the Ninetales incident. I now seriously suspect a connection between Uchiha Shinichi and this enigmatic individual. Otherwise, how could such a mere Uchiha possess the means to unravel my curse techniques? Danzo's chest swelled, his performance reaching theatrical heights. The Ninetales incident? Shisui felt he was grasping the crux of the matter. Following the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan had faced increased ostracism within Konoha. The mysterious figure behind the incident possessed formidable Sharingan, leading many to surmise that it was a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha clan themselves. However, Shisui knew well that no such powerful entity existed within the Uchiha clan years prior. Otherwise, they would have rebelled long ago. In light of Danzo's deliberate insinuations, Shisui began to question the identities of Uchiha Shinichi and Tenzo. I wonder, could the one who manipulated the Ninetales be Uchiha Shinichi? To maintain his hold over Shisui, Danzo had woven an intricate web of deceit. Upon learning of Shinichi's ability to unravel the curse of tongue, he even began to suspect that Shinichi might be playing the role of the wolf in Sheep and Appo's clothing. Yet, Shisui resolutely shook his head. I have met Uchiha Shinichi. He lacks the strength and means to be so formidable. Furthermore, during the Ninetales incident, he was in the Uchiha compound. Many can attest to this. According to Danzo-sama's assertions, Uchiha Shinichi and Tenzo could very well be accomplices of that mysterious figure. Shisui's mind began to clear, a look of realization crossing his face. I have misjudged you. Danzo-sama, please do not take offense. Danzo, observing Shisui's expression, exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that Shisui would be so easily swayed, merely through unfounded speculation. He had earned Shisui's trust. This descendant of the Uchiha clan was astonishingly naive, so quick to believe in the will of fire rather than his own kin. In truth, the Shisui of the original narrative was indeed terrifyingly simple-minded, not only revealing the full extent of the Kotoamatsukami's ability to the higher-ups of Konoha, but also offering little resistance when Danzo seized his Meijiki Sharingan. Had he chosen to fight back, using Susanoo to reclaim his eyes would not have been impossible. Yet, Shisui opted for self-sacrifice, leaving the mess for Uchiha Itachi to resolve. What Danzo did not anticipate was that Uchiha Itachi was even more extreme, annihilating the entire Uchiha clan in one fell swoop, thus eliminating any future conflicts between the Uchiha and Konoha. Danzo-sama, I request permission to apprehend Uchiha Shinichi and Tenzo. Under the scrutiny of my genjutsu, we shall swiftly unveil their secrets. However, Danzo hastily interrupted him. Shisui, refrain from acting impulsively. Let me consult with the third Hokage first. After calming Shisui, he dismissed him. As Shisui departed, Danzo's murderous intent became evident. Someone, bring me the corpses of Uchiha Shinichi and Tenzo. Do not concern yourself with Hiruzen. Execute them on the spot for the crime of murdering fellow village ninjas. At this moment, Danzo resolved to act first and report later, choosing not to inform the third Hokage. After all, his hunt for the Uchiha clan could not withstand scrutiny. Only when all involved parties were dead could he ensure his plans were foolproof. Humph, the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later, I shall uproot you entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to Danzo, the information from Uchiha Itachi did not elaborate on how Yamashiro's team had met their demise. Tobi mistakenly believed that the new Uchiha squad, Kakashi's team, and Tenzo had collaborated to eliminate Yamazaki Kaze. Coupled with the words of Uchiha Shisui regarding the new Uchiha, he severely misjudged the strength of the new Uchiha. Such a misconception could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 17. The Great Storm, a murder in front of Konoha Shinichi. Is this truly without issue? Kakashi, having recuperated over the past 2 days, was beginning to regain his composure. Soon, they would enter the territory of Konoha. Yet, Kakashi wore a grimace as he gazed at the large bundle on Uchiha Chia's back, filled with the severed heads of root members and the Sharingan they had collected. With evidence in hand, I have nothing to fear. I am eager to see how the third Hokage will handle this situation. Uchiha Shinichi had already grasped the truth behind Danzo's massacre of the Uchiha clan members. Even the third Hokage would have to address this matter with utmost seriousness. A single misstep could indeed incite a massive rebellion within the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Shinichi's aim was merely to fulfill a secondary objective, preparing himself to become the clan leader. The Uchiha clan had already been marginalized, and discontent was rife among its members. Furthermore, the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had been exceedingly tolerant of Konoha's higher-ups, which had only served to exacerbate the dissatisfaction among the clan. Should Uchiha Fugaku become aware of Danzo's atrocities against their kin, he would undoubtedly downplay the matter. Despite having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku lacked the courage to confront Konoha's elite. It was precisely due to Fugaku's timid demeanor that Konoha's leadership felt emboldened to test the Uchiha clan's limits and strength, ultimately culminating in the execution of the clan by the ruthless Itachi Uchiha. Thus, if Uchiha Shinichi were to disclose this information to the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly incite their wrath and incite a fervor for vengeance against their fallen brethren. Uchiha Shinichi, the harbinger of retribution, would ascend to the status of a great hero among the Uchiha, his reputation reaching unprecedented heights. In contemplation of this, Uchiha Shinichi recalled his own identity. He was not merely a Konoha Genin. His father, Uchiha En, was a prominent elder of the Uchiha clan. Once a contender for the position of clan leader against Fugaku, he was a staunch advocate for the family's interests, inherently opposing Fugaku. Consequently, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi harbored reservations regarding Uchiha Shinichi, primarily due to the presence of Uchiha En. Regrettably, Uchiha En had been injured during the war and was in poor health. In recent years, he had seldom clashed with Fugaku. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shinichi could leverage this advantageous lineage. The En branch of the Uchiha possessed a summoning beast, a ninja cat. Let it relay the message. Summoning technique. Uchiha Shinichi sliced his fingertip and performed the summoning technique from memory. A plump, squint-eyed cat materialized before him. Ah, is that you, Shinichi? What do you need? Unlike Itachi's crows, the ninja cat possessed a high intellect and could communicate with humans. Please deliver a message to my father, Uchiha En. The ninja cat narrowed its eyes and extended a paw. Sure, but that will cost you 10,000 yen. Uchiha Shinichi's face twitched. This lazy cat was demanding payment? After a puff of smoke, the money-seeking ninja cat vanished. Uchiha Shinichi lifted his gaze once more, noticing some uninvited guests approaching. A sinister smile crept across his face. It seems I can gather the required 20 heads. Uchiha Kiyun and Moonlight Shibuki, sensing the disturbance, were also alerted. Kakashi exchanged glances with Tenzo, contemplating whether these were indeed the bearers of heads. They were members of Root, and their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Moonlight Shibuki and Yuzuki Yugao promptly distanced themselves from Uchiha Shinichi's group, unwilling to wade through this murky water. Kakashi, Kiyun, retreat, sensing the intense chakra emanating from Uchiha Shinichi. Kakashi and the others paled and began to back away. Meanwhile, the Root members drew closer to Uchiha Shinichi. By the order of Lord Danzo, Genin Tenzo and Uchiha Shinichi are to eliminate the rogue ninjas from our village, leaving no survivors and bringing their corpses back to Root. A dozen Root members charged forward, each at least of elite Seinen caliber. Together, they were capable of dispatching any seasoned Genin. However, before they could finish their command, the sky rumbled ominously. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. Before his eyes, Uchiha Shinichi erupted in a dazzling display of lightning. Was this lightning release? Before Kakashi and the others could fully comprehend the scene, a multitude of circular lightning storms descended upon the Root members with alarming speed. Uchiha Shinichi unleashed his skill, Heavenly Prison of Thunder. A colossal circular storm of lightning surged forth, targeting the Root members. They had no time to react as their bodies were reduced to ash. Like a cataclysm, the lightning storm obliterated all life in its path. The thunder raged for several seconds before dissipating. Kakashi and the others stood wide-eyed, trembling in disbelief. This lightning release surpassed their wildest imaginations, especially Kakashi, who felt as though his Raikiri was but a mere jest. Recognition of host's strength detected from Uchiha Kiyun, rewarding host with 100 prestige points. Recognition of host's strength detected from Uchiha Chiya, rewarding host with 100 prestige points. Recognition of host's strength detected from Uchiha Yu, rewarding host with 100 prestige points. Recognition of host's strength detected from Hatake Kakashi, rewarding host with 100 prestige points. Recognition of host's strength detected from Tenzo, rewarding host with 100 prestige points. In the span of mere moments, Uchiha Shinichi amassed an additional 500 prestige points. It appears that the number of root ninjas I have slain exceeds 20. Let this be Danzo's penance. Regrettably, their heads had turned to dust. Uchiha Shinichi brushed the dust from his clothing and turned back with an air of calm. Let us deliver a grand gift to that old coot, Danzo. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others were left in a state of numb disbelief. This time, the world would truly be turned upside down. In the Uchiha clan's territory within Konoha, at the residence of the Uchiha elder, Uchiha In was leisurely fishing. Although he was only in his 40s, his appearance was remarkably aged. The injuries sustained during the war had plagued his body, often leaving him drowsy. Until news from the summoning beast, the ninja cat, arrived. What? My son Shinichi has slain the lackeys of Root? And he has unraveled the tongue of curse technique? Shinichi even intends to confront Shimura Danzo? Uchiha Un's eyes ignited with both brilliance and concern. He had not anticipated that his son had grown so formidable. But as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Was it so simple to slay Danzo's men? It was likely that the third Hokage played a significant role in this affair as well. However, as the elder of the Uchiha clan and the father of Uchiha Shinichi, it was time for him to take decisive action. Summon everyone. In my capacity as the Uchiha elder, I hereby convene a clan meeting at the Nana Shrine. Chapter 18. The Uchiha clan meeting. In the years that have passed, Uchiha Itachi, despite his youth, has witnessed a significant shift in power dynamics within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha En, due to his declining health, has relinquished many of his powers. However, the news of his intention to convene a clan meeting has sparked considerable enthusiasm among the clan members. Uchiha En was once an unwavering figure, always prioritizing the interests of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he ultimately lost the position of clan leader to Uchiha Fugaku. It was only after Uchiha Fugaku assumed leadership that many clan members began to perceive his weaknesses, as he consistently yielded to the demands of the Hokage, even relocating their ancestral lands to the outskirts of the village, akin to a form of exile. Over the years, the Uchiha clan's missions have drastically diminished, leading to concerns about their very survival. This has bred disappointment and resentment among many of the younger members. Despite the emergence of prodigies like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi during Fugaku's tenure, their departures to Root and the Umbu respectively were seen by many as betrayals of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Shinichi, who openly scorned their actions. Now, as the elder Uchiha In calls for this meeting, excitement buzzes among the clan, with over 100 ninjas gathering in a remarkably short span of time. Given that the Uchiha clan numbers merely in the thousands, with only around 300 recognized as ninjas, this turnout is significant. The congregation at the South Shrine, a rare occurrence outside of ancestral rituals, draws even the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, who sits contemplatively in his study. Fugaku furrows his brow, troubled by the fact that he, as clan leader, was not informed of this meeting. His relationship with Uchiha En had long been amicable, yet he felt a sense of indignation that such gatherings should not be organized without his input. Despite his desire to express anger, he ultimately exhales a resigned sigh, recognizing that had a more assertive leader been in place, Uchiha En's presumption would have been met with swift reprimand. Fugaku feels stifled as a leader, constrained in his dealings both externally and internally, striving to maintain the delicate balance between the village and his clan while earning the disdain of both sides. Uchiha En wishes to invite you, clan leader, citing the importance of the matter at hand. One of his subordinates reports, his expression revealing uncertainty. Fugaku's tension eases slightly, at least acknowledging his existence as clan leader. Yet, without hesitation, he declines the invitation, perceiving the gathering as a volatile powder keg, likely to discuss rebellion under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage. He instructs his subordinate to convey a message to Uchiha En advising caution, as the Uchiha clan cannot confront the village outright, and he hopes the meeting will be cancelled. The subordinate and Appo's face reflects his dilemma, clan leader. It may be difficult to prevent. Nearly 200 clan members have already assembled at the South Shrine. Even young Sasuke has gone to witness the gathering. It is then that Fugaku realizes that his son, Uchiha Sasuke, has vanished from their home. A bitter smile crosses his lips. This could plunge the Uchiha clan into deeper turmoil. However, he refrains from further comment, for he has other pressing matters to attend to. The third Hokage has summoned members of various clans to convene at the Hokage building, rendering him unable to manage the Uchiha's gathering at this time. At the South Shrine, 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke gazes around with wide-eyed curiosity, captivated by the assembly of clan members. So many people. What might this be for? He wonders aloud. As whispers ripple through the crowd, silence falls as Uchiha steps forward, his expression grave, a hint of sorrow etched on his aged visage. In the first month of the year, Konoha 52, Chunin Uchiha Kumo was unexpectedly killed during a B-rank mission, and his Sharingan has vanished. In May of that year, Chunin Uchiha T-Bo was slain in the back mountains of Konoha, his Sharingan lost, with the village attributing the act to Cloud Ninjas. By December, Jonin Uchiha HK was ambushed upon returning from an A-rank mission, his double Tomo Sharingan stolen. As Uchiha shares these grim accounts, the atmosphere thickens with despair. Many clan members express their grief openly. Sasuke's eyes well with tears for his kin, yet confusion lingers among the assembly regarding N's recounting of these tragic events. It is not until N utters another name. In January of Konoha 54, Uchiha Tanhu perished during a mission, his Sharingan lost. A young man suddenly rises. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. My elder brother was on a mission just days ago. How could he be dead? The news of the Uchiha clan members' deaths had not yet reached them, and Uchiha struggles to continue, his voice heavy with sorrow. Of those who undertook the mission, only Uchiha Shinichi's team survived. The rest are deceased, and without exception, their Sharingan were taken. A hush descends as the weight of his words sinks in. The mission had involved a considerable number of Uchiha, and the loss of so many is unfathomable. Yet, a realization dawns upon the assembly. The common thread binding the deceased is the loss of their Sharingan. This is deeply unsettling. While many have coveted the Sharingan in the ninja world, the severe rejection reactions have typically deterred such greed. Even formidable ninjas like Kakashi have struggled under the singular burden of a Sharingan's power. It becomes evident. Someone is deliberately collecting Sharingan. Even young Uchiha Sasuke clenches his fists in anger, vowing retribution for the cruel treatment of his clan. Who is responsible for such malevolence against us? Uchiha N. Is it the cloud or the mist? Uchiha N's lips curl into a sardonic smile. If it were another village, we could concede defeat, merely outmatched. Yet, I have received credible information that these fallen clan members were murdered by Root. In other words, they were slain by Shimura Danzo. Instantly, Uchiha-un's revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 19. The attitude of the Uchiha clan, the calm before the storm initially. The Uchiha clan fell into a deep silence, only to erupt shortly thereafter into a cacophony of unrest. What? Shimura Danzo? Isn't he one of the elders of Konoha? Does this mean that the higher-ups of Konoha are secretly orchestrating the massacre of our Uchiha clan? The frustration was palpable. Indeed, the ambitions of Konoha's elite were laid bare. Meanwhile, the young Uchiha Sasuke found himself bewildered. Hadn't his brother stated that the Uchiha clan and the village were one? Why then? Would a Konoha elder seek to eliminate members of the Uchiha? More clan members rose, clamoring for rebellion, but Uchiha swiftly quelled their fervor with a gesture. Everyone, let's remain calm. At present, our Uchiha clan lacks the strength to confront the village head-on. However, the murderer of our kin has already met his demise. Un's words momentarily stunned the assembly. Someone had dared to eliminate a member of Konoha's root? Such audacity and capability were remarkable. Our esteemed Jonin, Uchiha Shinichi, has eradicated the entire root team responsible for the mission, including the captain, Yamashiro Kazuma, alongside 9 other executioners, all slain by Jonin Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinichi, is he not the son of the elder? Has he truly slain the root ninjas? The crowd erupted in admiration, proclaiming, Lord Shinichi, you are indeed a commendable scion of our Uchiha clan. Elder, you have raised a fine son. The exhilaration was infectious. It had been ages since the Uchiha clan had such cause for celebration. This is how it should be. Anyone who dares to target the Uchiha must taste the consequences. The clan members buzzed with excitement. However, Sasuke furrowed his brow at the mention of Uchiha Shinichi. It was perplexing. Hadn't his brother and Itachi dismissed Shinichi as inconsequential? Why, then, did he perceive such greatness in Shinichi? Shouldn't the murderers of his kin face punishment? Sasuke was engulfed in conflict. Yet, Uchiha was not finished. His expression darkened ominously. Do you think this settles the matter? Can the slaying of a few root ninjas compensate for our losses? They were mere foot soldiers. The true architect of our downfall is Shimura Danzo. Breath quickened among the assembly, their Sharingan instinctively flaring with a thirst for vengeance. At that moment, Jonin Uchiha Shinichi and his team were returning to the village, carrying the heads of the root members along with irrefutable evidence. They were prepared to confront Danzo and the Konoha elite on behalf of our Uchiha clan. Once again, the clan erupted in astonishment. Shinichi, this young descendant, possesses such courage? Lord Shinichi, you are a hero of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke's eyes lit up, feeling an overwhelming admiration for Shinichi's valor. Yet, a voice interrupted. Indeed, the Uchiha serving the Hokage, like Itachi and Shisui, are but pawns. Little Sasuke's face fell, glaring angrily at the speaker. He would not tolerate such disrespect towards Shisui and Itachi, but his outburst was soon swallowed by the crowd. Amidst the fervor, a troubling realization dawned upon many. Elder, does this not imply that Shinichi is at great risk? Indeed, the third Hokage and that scoundrel Danzo are in collusion. How could they advocate for our Uchiha clan's justice? I propose we rebel against Konoha and turn the village upside down. Where's the clan leader? How can he be absent at such a critical moment? Laughter echoed. He must be off attending a meeting with the Hokage, indifferent to our plight. How could we elect such a leader? Perhaps he should resign. Uchiha did not expect such fervent reactions from his kin. Clearly, the Uchiha had endured considerable oppression in recent years. However, and understood that now was not the moment to confront the village directly. Their strength was insufficient, and the village was equally wary of open conflict. The repercussions of a direct assault on the Uchiha clan would be monumental. Not to mention the other ninja villages that would seize the opportunity to pounce like ravenous wolves amidst Konoha's turmoil. Konoha could not bear such catastrophic losses. Thus, the plan was to compel the third Hokage to address Shimura Danzo, even if only superficially. They needed to convey that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. The success of this endeavor hinged upon Uchiha Shinichi's ability to withstand the mounting pressures from all sides. At that moment, and noticed three young figures entering from the shrine, Kazuya, Hiyori, and you. Why are only the three of you here? Un's expression shifted as he recognized them as Shinichi's teammates. Others quickly gathered around. Uchiha Hiyori spoke solemnly. Lord Shinichi has instructed us to refrain from rash actions. Currently, we, the Uchiha clan, hold the initiative. We must seek justice for our fallen kin and cannot let this matter rest. He is currently en route to the village with the heads of the root members, along with witnesses and evidence. We must patiently await his news. All eyes widened in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. He truly bore the heads of the root. Seeking to confront Danzo. Lord Shinichi, what immense courage. Must we remain idle here? Merely slaying 10 root members seems far too lenient. Uchiha Hiyori quickly corrected them. You are mistaken. It was 25 root members. As we were nearing the village, we encountered an ambush by an additional 15 root members, all of whom Lord Shinichi single-handedly dispatched. The crowd gasped once more. Kazuya, were the previous root members also eliminated by Lord Shinichi alone? To be a member of root implied a rank of at least CH Nin or higher. At this moment, the Uchiha clan began to grasp the magnitude of Uchiha Shinichi's strength. His prowess seemed exceedingly formidable. Even the current Uchiha Fugaku would find it challenging to match such might. No wonder Shinichi was so audacious. He possessed extraordinary abilities. As Shinichi's reputation and strength surged within the Uchiha clan, a notification echoed in his mind. Acknowledgement of Uchiha Taniya regarding the host's strength has been detected, granting the host 20 prestige points. Acknowledgement of Uchiha Sakudo regarding the host's strength has been detected, granting the host 20 prestige points. Upon returning to Konoha, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly found his mind flooded with prestige points, over 2,000 in total, enough to conduct 20 draws at the bronze level. However, for the moment, he chose to set aside these rewards. Before him loomed the Hokage building. According to the guards, the current Konoha elite were convened with all the heads of the clans, and Danzo was among them. If a commotion was to be made, it was best to make it grand. Uchiha Shinichi's expression turned grave as he unleashed his observation haki. Danzo, come forth and collect your dog's remains. Chapter 20. Turmoil and confrontation with Danzo today. The Hokage building was unusually vibrant. At the invitation of the third Hokage, the majority of influential figures from Konoha's noble families attended the meeting, including the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was subtly tense. At the head of the table sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the three elders of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Midokado. Danzo, half-closed eyes, was clearly disengaged from the proceedings, lost in thoughts of eliminating Tens and Uchiha Shinya, while concealing his own ambitions regarding the Sharingan. For the sake of Konoha, my Sarutobi clan has decided to contribute an A-rank Earth release technique. I hope the esteemed heads of families will generously offer their support. The third Hokage beamed, exuding an amiable demeanor. Danzo inwardly scoffed. As expected of Hiruzen, everything is done under the guise of serving Konoha. The primary purpose of the meeting was to encourage each clan to contribute to Konoha village, offering powerful jutsus or secret techniques to bolster the village's strength. For the clan leaders, this was akin to carving flesh from their own bodies. Had they foreseen the meeting's agenda, they would have refused to grace the third Hokage with their presence. Yet, with the Sarutobi clan already declaring their intentions, they found themselves ensnared. Uchiha Fugaku, seated among them, sensed the growing friction between the village and the Uchiha clan and felt compelled to alleviate tensions. Lord Third, my Uchiha clan is willing to contribute a B-rank fire release technique. I hope it can assist the village. A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembly. Though merely a B-rank technique, it was still a fire release, a rarity among A or S-rank techniques. The Uchiha clan was indeed making a significant sacrifice. The third Hokage smiled, pleasantly surprised by Fugaku's initiative. I express my gratitude on behalf of Konoha village for the Uchiha clan's generous offering. However, the expressions of the other clan leaders darkened, casting reproachful glances at Fugaku. What good does it do for the Uchiha clan to curry favor with the Hokage? Do they truly believe such trivial gestures will prevent the upper echelons from suppressing them? Fugaku is utterly feeble, despite their inner disdain. They dared not openly challenge the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, my Nara clan offers a piece of land in the land of fire. Lord Hokage, my Akimichi clan presents a healing recipe following Fugaku's lead. The other clan leaders began to act, eliciting joy from the third Hokage. His main objective was not merely to extort these clan leaders, but to remind them of their place within Konoha, though they wielded considerable power. They must never forget that the Hokage reigns supreme. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra reverberated from outside the conference room, causing all present to change countenance as they heard an exuberant voice proclaim, Danzo, you dog, come out and collect your mud-ass corpses. In an instant, the clan heads fell into a brief silence. Had someone truly dared to insult Elder Danzo? Was this a meeting within the Hokage building? As all eyes turned to Danzo, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Danzo, taken aback, had intended to check on Orochimaru's experiments post-meeting, showing little concern for the discussions at hand. Now, with the unexpected insult directed at him, he trembled with indignation, having never faced such humiliation in decades. Danzo sprang to his feet, fury igniting within him. Who dares? I shall flay you alive. The third Hokage's expression darkened. As a close friend of Danzo, he could not tolerate such audacity within the esteemed Hokage building. Apprehend the instigator immediately. As Danzo charged out in anger, the other clan leaders, intrigued by the unfolding drama, followed suit. Who possesses such audacity? Even the third Hokage, his visage grim, exited the conference room. Only Uchiha Fugaku remained, realizing the chakra fluctuations emanated from Uchiha Shinya. Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically. What does that boy intend to do? Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinya found himself encircled by the Umbu, yet they hesitated to act. The sensing ninja among them had relayed that this individual was exceedingly powerful. The chakra exuding from Shinya instilled a sense of dread. Even his basic observation haki was formidable, approaching the level of a shadow. Step aside. I wish to see which audacious fool dares to insult me. Danzo, despite his age, exhibited a vigor fueled by rage. Fixing his gaze on Uchiha Shinya, upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on Shinya's attire, his fury escalated. So it is the brat from the Uchiha clan. Just a mere child before he could finish, Uchiha Shinya coldly smiled. unfurling a massive bundle he carried and tossing it toward Danzo. A dozen heads rolled before him. Believing Shinya to be attempting a sneak attack, Danzo instinctively unleashed a wind release technique. Vacuum sphere. Blood rained down, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Uchiha Shinya mockingly remarked, "So this is how you collect your mut's corpses. I'm sure they will be grateful from the afterlife." Danzo finally grasped the situation, though only a fleeting glimpse. He recognized the severed corpses, members of Root. The quantity was staggering, over a dozen. Trembling with rage, he confronted Shinya. "You've killed over a dozen of my Root ninjas?" Shinya shook his head. "Not quite. It was more like 20, though some bodies have been reduced to ashes." Danzo clenched his teeth, seething, "You little wretch. Do you dare to act so brazenly? Do not misunderstand. I did not merely kill a dozen, but 20, and should I find the forthcoming results unsatisfactory, there may be more to come." Danzo felt a rage boiling over, while the clan leaders, initially entertained by the spectacle, now recognized the gravity of the situation. Someone had killed Root ninjas and delivered their corpses before Danzo. This individual was challenging the very heavens. Chapter 21, A Clash of Titans. Another prodigy from the Uchiha clan at this moment. The observing Anbu ninjas could no longer bear to watch. They united to form a formidable barrier, sealing all paths of escape for Uchiha Shinichi. Earth-style, heavenly cover technique. A massive object, resembling an iron pot, descended upon Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, within less than a second, the iron pot exploded. One of Uchiha Shinichi's hands had transformed into an inky black hue. Indeed, it was the manifestation of armament haki. Furious, Danzo unleashed his powerful wind-style technique, which sliced through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Uchiha Shinichi. Was that the Uchiha clan's crest? Was he truly one of their own? Such a tremendous amount of chakra. This young man had reached a level akin to a shadow. Who would have imagined that besides clan leader Fugaku, the Uchiha clan harbored such a formidable ninja? The clan leaders observing displayed keen insight. Based on the chakra emanating from Uchiha Shin and Appo's Ichi, they had already classified him as a quasi-shadow. Most of these clan leaders were merely elite jonin themselves. What kind of ninjutsu could transform an arm into such a color, capable of blocking wind style with bare hands? Witnessing Uchiha Shin and Appo's Ichi deflect the attack with his arm, everyone sensed the extraordinary nature of this technique. However, was the Uchiha clan truly preparing to rebel? A somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd. It was at this moment that the third Hokage finally grasped the situation. He abruptly extinguished the cigarette clenched in his mouth, clouds of darkness gathering on his face. How could someone dare to slaughter fellow village ninjas before the Hokage's very eyes? This was not merely a provocation to Danzo. It was a blatant disregard for the authority of the third Hokage himself. His gaze swiftly shifted to Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, answer me. Is that individual one of your Uchiha clan's ninjas? Who is he?" Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by Uchiha Shinichi's audacity. Upon hearing the third Hokage's inquiry, he knew he could not remain silent. "He is a jonin of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi." The third Hokage spoke with gravitas. "Slaughtering fellow village ninjas and provoking us so openly. May I now assume that the Uchiha clan has rebelled?" His words struck fear into the hearts of all present. Anxiety surged through the crowd, fearing that the Uchiha clan might indeed be planning a rebellion, for they were utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. Uchiha Fugaku hastily denied the accusation. "Absolutely not, Lord Third. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. If our Uchiha clan were to rebel, I would not have come to the Hokage building today." The third Hokage scrutinized Uchiha Fugaku carefully, and upon confirming that he spoke the truth, he sighed in relief. The village was not ready for the Uchiha clan's rebellion. If they were to act now, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Had it not been for Itachi and Obito's collaboration to annihilate the Uchiha clan in the original narrative, Konoha would have paid a heavy price. The third Hokage solemnly declared, "Fugaku, for now, I shall take your word for it. As for Uchiha Shinichi, I will condemn him as a traitorous rogue ninja. Do you have any objections?" Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, already internally condemning Uchiha Shinichi to death. "Lord Third, I will personally apprehend the criminal from my Uchiha clan." Before he could finish his sentence, exclamations erupted from the onlookers. "Wind style, great breakthrough." Danzo held his breath, unleashing his most prized wind style technique. This attack posed a genuine threat even to Uchiha Shinichi. Armament. This time, he enveloped his entire body in armament, and the wind style merely propelled him backward by a meter. Danzo's expression changed dramatically. His body bore hidden ailments, and he had yet to fully adapt to the first Hokage and Appo's cells. His true power fell short of the shadow level. Yet it should have sufficed to deal with Amir Jr. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Uchiha Shinichi, growing impatient, let out a mighty roar. The air around him surged, and he struck the barrier created by the Yanbu with a punch. Bang! 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 The barrier shattered instantly. Uchiha Shinichi stood before everyone, exuding a menacing aura. This young man possessed remarkable strength. He had broken through the Yanbu's barrier. The third Hokage's expression darkened completely. He tore off his Hokage cloak, intending to take matters into his own hands. Uchiha Shinichi had not anticipated that his display would provoke such a fierce reaction from the third Hokage. Though no longer at his peak, the third Hokage was still far stronger than an average shadow. Uchiha Shinichi, do you have any final words? In his heart, he had already delivered the death sentence to Uchiha Shinichi. In all his years as Hokage, no one had ever dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Yet, a figure stepped forward to shield Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Shinichi is one of ours. If he is indeed guilty, then you need not intervene personally. As clan leader, I shall administer justice myself. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. The third Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically. Fugaku, what do you mean? Are you suggesting you would shield this traitor? Uchiha Shinichi was equally astonished that Uchiha Fugaku would advocate for him at such a critical moment. Weren't they supposed to be adversaries? How could he possibly seize the Uchiha clan leader's seat to fulfill his side quest now? Despite the immense pressure, Uchiha Fugaku stood resolutely before Uchiha Shinichi. The young man's recent display of strength had exceeded all his expectations. Uchiha Fugaku had long believed the Uchiha clan's power was vastly inferior to that of Konoha, due to the silence of Itachi and Shisui regarding the clan's true abilities. This misunderstanding had often led him to compromise with the Hokage, as he was acutely aware that rebellion would lead to their annihilation. His own Manjiki Sharingan was not nearly sufficient. However, Uchiha Shinichi's formidable prowess ignited a desire within Fugaku to protect his clansmen. Even at the risk of offending the third Hokage, they were merely root ninjas. Besides, no one had actually witnessed Uchiha Shinichi personally slaying them. Perhaps he had merely shown kindness by delivering their remains to Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Uchiha Shinichi and asked, Shinichi, you did not kill these root ninjas, did you? Surely, you were merely speaking in jest. This was a veiled attempt to have Uchiha Shinichi deny his guilt. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi smiled slightly. Clan leader Fugaku, you need not concern yourself with explanations. I indeed killed those root members. If you doubt my words, Kakashi can attest to it. Kakashi and Tenzo were nearby, having been unable to intervene during the earlier battle. At this moment, Danzo also regained his composure, realizing that this junior was indeed Uchiha Shinichi. Oh no, the matter of seizing the Sharingan would soon be exposed? He shouted urgently, Hizashi, what are you waiting for? Eliminate this brat immediately. Why allow such a lawless madman to remain? Uchiha Shinichi, however, merely chuckled coldly. Lawless? Who, pray tell, is truly lawless here? Danzo, you treacherous cur. Secretly slaughtering members of the Uchiha clan and then seeking to claim their Sharingan. Do you think you can evade responsibility? Chapter 22. Exposing the Roots. The bloodstained truth Uchiha Fugaku held a rather unfavorable impression of Uchiha Shinichi. He disapproved of Shinichi's past confrontational actions against Konoha, where he provoked the village's limits without possessing the corresponding strength. Arrogant, haughty, and overly emotional, Uchiha Shinichi represented a radical faction that Uchiha clan did not need in abundance. However, Uchiha Fugaku understood that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha was his true foundation. This understanding starkly contrasted with the na-vet of Uchiha Shisui and the self-assuredness of Uchiha Itachi. Thus, at this critical moment when everyone was preparing to deal with Uchiha Shinichi, he chose to stand by his side. Upon hearing Shinichi's words, his anger was palpable. Shinichi, what are you saying? Danzo has seized our Sharingan. His three-tomo Sharingan fixed its gaze intently on Shimura Danzo, who immediately sensed the hostility directed at him. The onlookers from Konoha were momentarily stunned. Had the elders of Konoha intentionally killed members of the Uchiha clan to obtain their Sharingan? The expressions of everyone turned subtly towards Danzo, particularly Hyuga Hayashi, who unconsciously touched his own Byakugan. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's face darkened as he observed Danzo's pale complexion. which led him to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet Danzo was his close friend, and he could not afford to acknowledge such an accusation. Furthermore, the root members were not likely to leak secrets. The technique of tongue curse eradication was not to be taken lightly. This must merely be the one-sided words of this young Uchiha. At the same time, he inwardly chastised Danzo for his lack of discretion. Why couldn't an oppose? He simply deny it. With a grim expression, the third Hokage spoke. Uchiha Shinichi, your words must be substantiated with evidence. Otherwise, all your actions remain a betrayal of Konoha. I firmly believe that Danzo would never commit such an act. After all, he is an elder of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure. As the clan leader, he was aware that some clan members had mysteriously perished over the past 2 years. Therefore, he was inclined to believe Shinichi's claims. However, without evidence, Konoha's higher-ups would certainly refuse to acknowledge it. Uchiha Shinichi scoffed. Indeed, how could Konoha's elite trust the words of an Uchiha? Tenzo, now is your time to shine. He beckoned Tenzo from a distance, a gesture that caused Shimura Danzo's expression to dramatically shift. The third Hokage's suspicions were rekindled. He knew Tenzo was a member of Root, but he was unaware that Tenzo possessed the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Otherwise, he would have already procured it from Root. However, as a member of Root, Tenzo should have been under the tongue curse eradication technique. So what could he possibly contribute? Tenzo, please speak of Danzo and Appo's crimes. After all, you were once renowned in Root. Tenzo hesitated, glancing nervously at Danzo, who looked as though he wished to devour him. Danzo attempted to activate the tongue curse eradication technique on Tenzo, but to no avail. His expression grew increasingly grim. Had the curse truly been lifted? This represented a significant crisis for Root. Finally gathering his courage, Tenzo disclosed the information regarding the Uchiha clan's Sharingan being seized. As his revelations unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the surrounding clan leaders of Konoha. The Uchiha clan can have their bloodline limit taken, but what about our clans? All the clan leaders began to speculate, recalling instances of their own members mysteriously disappearing over the years. Could it all have been orchestrated by Danzo? Their gazes turned dark, collectively focusing on Danzo. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Danzo bellowed, I did not. Are you all going to take Tenzo's words as fact? Moreover, how can you be certain he is not an imposter? The realization dawned on everyone. Some clan leaders recognized the alias Tenzo but were unaware of the specifics. Was the Tenzo before them an imposter? If he were genuine, how could he divulge information about Danzo? Had the tongue curse eradication technique truly failed? The third Hokage considered this possibility as well, his expression growing darker. Indeed, there is a Tenzo in Root, but that does not guarantee this individual is he. Furthermore, if he truly is Tenzo, he would be unable to divulge information about Elder Danzo. Thus, you are lying, aren't you? The third Hokage's aura surged, bearing down on Tenzo. Tenzo felt a chill run through him. Was the third Hokage truly intent on killing him? Was this still the revered Hokage he once idolized? Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha were all cut from the same cloth. Lord Third, he is indeed Tenzo. Kakashi's expression changed drastically as he rushed to shield Tenzo. The third Hokage frowned. Was Kakashi not a disciple of Minato? Did he not recognize the gravity of the situation? Danzo must not be harmed. Only Tenzo could bear the brunt of it. His aura erupted, ready to bypass Kakashi. However, Uchiha Fugaku once again interposed himself before him. Lord Hokage, how can you act hastily when the matter is not yet resolved? This marked the second time in Fugaku's life that he stood before the Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regarded Uchiha Fugaku with a cold smile. Did he truly believe he could obstruct me with merely a 3-tomo Sharingan? Had the Uchiha clan been elevated in their own estimation? Yet, in that fleeting moment, the third Hokage's eyes widened. He had caught a glimpse of something extraordinary within Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan. His expression shifted. It was the Manjikyu Sharingan. The current clan leader of the Uchiha had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. As he observed Uchiha Fugaku's enigmatic smile, his eyes still bore the 3-tomo. Yet the third Hokage understood that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. Uchiha Fugaku had concealed his strength remarkably well. The third Hokage reined in his thoughts, refraining from taking forceful measures. The presence of an Uchiha clan member with the Manjikyu Sharingan posed a significant threat. He even suspected that the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident was Uchiha Fugaku. However, at this moment, he could not verify such a claim. Thus, could clan leader Fugaku prove that this individual was indeed the Tenzo of Root? Or could someone dismantle the tongue curse eradication technique? To this day, the third Hokage remained skeptical that the tongue curse eradication technique had been neutralized. He preferred to believe that Tenzo, like Uchiha Shisui, had not been afflicted by the curse but had betrayed Danzo instead. Uchiha Shinichi sneered, "The tongue curse eradication technique is merely a form of curse seal. Should we allow Danzo's sycophants to test whether I can dismantle the tongue curse eradication technique?" He shot a fierce glance at Danzo, who immediately averted his gaze, clearly unwilling to let Uchiha Shinichi try. The onlookers suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation, collectively inhaling sharply. Uchiha Shinichi could indeed dismantle the tongue curse eradication technique. Thus, everything stated previously was, in fact, the truth. Chapter 23. The Shadow-Level Powerhouse Uchiha Shinichi. I demand Ten's life at this moment. Tenz found himself at a loss for a valid rebuttal. He could only insist vehemently that this Tenz was a falsehood, a traitor. The other prominent clans observed this exchange, a chill running down their spines. If the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could be seized, could the possessions of other clans be exempt? Although it appeared to be merely Ten's personal endeavor, the involvement of the third Hokage remained uncertain. After all, today's assembly was, in essence, the third Hokage's veiled attempt to extract benefits from the various clans of Konoha. Nonetheless, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The families of Konoha understood that the current situation was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Hokage's lineage. How could the third Hokage genuinely deal with Tenz? At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi let out a cold smile. It seemed Tenz dared not let me take action. So, third Hokage, how shall we address Ten's theft of my clan's Sharingan? In that instant, Uchiha Shinichi laid bare all matters, stripping away all pretense, which rendered the expressions of both the third Hokage and Tenz increasingly grim. The third Hokage looked at Tenz with a mix of embarrassment and fury. How could a man of his age engage in such unscrupulous acts without ensuring proper aftermath? What kind of leader are you? Yet, both he and Tenz could not admit to this crime, and he hastily signaled to Tenz. Tenz understood the implication. Uchiha's young one, even if he were the genuine Tenz. These actions were beyond their authority. How could I possibly be aware of their maneuvers? This was utter nonsense. Kakashi and Tenz exchanged shocked glances, astonished that a distinguished elder of Konoha could utter such words. Uchiha Shinichi, in turn, admired Tenz's audacity. Moreover, what use do you have for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Look at Kakashi's current condition. Surely you comprehend it? Everyone's gaze turned to Kakashi. To the general populace, the copy ninja Kakashi was a figure of immense honor. However, among the higher echelons, Kakashi had utterly squandered his genius for the sake of the Sharingan. Although everyone recognized Ten's sophistry, an eerie silence prevailed. They were reluctant to choose sides between the third Hokage's faction and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shinichi laughed heartily. Indeed, today I have witnessed the true face of Konoha's upper echelons. Since you are unwilling to deal with Tenz, allow me to take charge. In that moment, Uchiha Shinichi unleashed his chakra with fervor. The chakra surged dramatically. Even Uchiha Fugaku beside him paled at the sight. This was chakra of the shadow level. He even questioned whether Uchiha Shinichi had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. But how could that be? He felt an overwhelming amount of chakra emanating from Uchiha Shinichi. Yet there was no indication of the Manjiki Sharingan's ultimate technique. The noble families of Konoha were once again taken aback. How could this be? A shadow-level presence. Did he possess the potential to become Hokage? Was the Uchiha clan on the verge of resurgence? Yet, they remained silent on behalf of the Uchiha clan. For a single shadow-level ninja could not alter their fate. Uchiha Shinichi's aggressive stance left Konoha's upper echelons in a position of inevitable conflict with the Uchiha clan. Tenz exhibited an incredulous expression. According to his intelligence, Uchiha Shinichi should merely be an ordinary J-nin. Had Uchiha Shisui deceived him? Tenz trusted no one, not even Uchiha Shisui. But now was not the time for such musings. He believed the third Hokage would not remain indifferent, no matter how sweetly the third Hokage spoke. His stance towards the Uchiha clan had never wavered. Inheriting the will of the second Hokage, he continued to suppress the Uchiha clan, even to the point of annihilation. The Senju clan had perished. Why should the Uchiha clan continue to exist? Indeed, the third Hokage's demeanor darkened further. Uchiha Shinichi had silently reached this level of power. This level possessed the capability to threaten Konoha. If not dealt with immediately, an S-rank rogue ninja could emerge from this. The repercussions would be dire. At this moment, The third Hokage began to suspect whether Uchiha Shinichi had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, this was not the primary concern. Now that Uchiha Shinichi had surfaced, who knew if there were other hidden masters within the Uchiha clan? The third Hokage elevated the resolution of the Uchiha clan issue to paramount importance. One misstep could lead to great chaos within Konoha. Yet, for now, he could only seek to placate Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Fugaku. This matter was unclear. Let us first detain Tenz. As for Tenz, I will announce the revocation of his advisory position later. If the theft of the Sharingan is indeed true, I will not shield him, and I shall provide the Uchiha clan with an explanation. The third Hokage made a concession. Aside from the impotent, furious Tenz, all the clan leaders breathed a sigh of relief. They feared the third Hokage would stubbornly resist, provoking a civil war within Konoha. They, too, could not remain uninvolved. Even Uchiha Fugaku visibly relaxed. He did not wish to completely offend the Hokage's faction. Uchiha Shinichi, however, wore a cold expression. This is truly absurd. The witnesses are detained while the murderer is merely relieved of duty. What sense does this make? Justice demands that a life be repaid with a life. Now, I demand Tenz's life. His words were sharp and icy, devoid of regard for the third Hokage. To him, a mere removal from office was utterly inconsequential for Shimura Tenz. Even without the title of Konoha Elder, the root remained under Tenz's control. Yet Uchiha Fugaku subtly positioned himself in front of Uchiha Shinichi, evidently wishing to prevent his next course of action. Upon observing the signs of compromise from the Konoha upper echelons, he began to maneuver diplomatically. Tenz, still stubborn, retorted, Uchiha brat, I wonder how you intend to kill me? Though he spoke thus, his body instinctively inched closer to the third Hokage. Alone, he would undoubtedly be overpowered by Uchiha Shinichi. How infuriating. Even a brat possesses such strength. I must uncover the secrets of the first Hokage and the Sharingan. The third Hokage's chest heaved. He had not anticipated that his concession would be met with such insatiable demands from this Uchiha brat. Did he truly believe the Hokage was a mere decoration? However, the shadow-level strength of Uchiha Shinichi was not to be underestimated, unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish for a battle to erupt within the village. Thus, the third Hokage's gaze shifted once more to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, do you wish to incite war between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was certainly dissatisfied with this resolution. Yet he understood that the third Hokage had already made a concession. The other party would not kill Tenz for the sake of the Uchiha clan. He whispered to Uchiha Shinichi, Shinichi, this is sufficient. I believe that from now on, the village will no longer dare to neglect the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinichi shook his head inwardly. Uchiha Fugaku still harbored dreams of peaceful coexistence between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. How naive. The current situation had devolved into a bitter conflict. Both sides were merely unprepared for the inevitable clash. His aim was not to have the third Hokage eliminate Tenz, but rather to exert extreme pressure on the third Hokage to demand reparations. Let them understand that the Uchiha clan is an exceedingly formidable adversary. However, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, has shown signs of complacency. Observing the escalating anger of Uchiha Shinichi, the heads of the prominent clans in Konoha could no longer remain passive. Lord Third, I propose that until Lord Danzo's name is cleared of any suspicion, he should be imprisoned alongside Tenzo. Chapter 24. The finale, Reputation Soars, Imprisoning Danzo. The speaker was Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. He proposed that Danzo be incarcerated in the prison, which deepened the expression of the third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi had always maintained a low profile and was closely aligned with the Hokage. Yet, in this moment, his stance subtly leaned toward the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan, being a family of ocular jutsu, was wary of Danzo, who had previously seized the Sharingan from the Uchiha. Who was to say he wouldn't set his sights on the Byakugan as well? Although few in number, the main family of the Hyuga clan might be approached by Danzo, as he was a prominent elder in Konoha. Thus, Hyuga Hayashi harbored no qualms about pressing down on Danzo, teaching him a lesson in the confines of a cell. No, I am innocent. Who dares to imprison me? Danzo's face contorted in rage. He held no grudge against the Hyuga clan, nor did he covet their Byakugan. He had not anticipated that Hyuga Hayashi would dare provoke him. Other clan leaders echoed Hayashi's sentiment. They had long found Danzo to be an eyesore. Members from various clans had often been brainwashed by Danzo in the Roots organization, ultimately estranging them from their own families. like Yamanaka F and Yamanaka Torikes from the Yamanaka clan. Danzo was indeed a vile individual. As the clan leaders rallied in agreement, the third Hokage seethed with fury. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to deal with Danzo first. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Uchiha Fugaku and the epicenter of this incident, Uchiha Shinichi. The latter returned a mocking grin, a look that only intensified the Hokage's ire. However, he had to restrain himself. For this young boy's strength had already reached the level of a Kage. A Kage, truly a human-shaped bomb. If pressed too hard, the boy would wreak havoc in Konoha, provoking the Uchiha clan to revolt without concern for their reputation. Such an outcome would spell the end of his tenure as Hokage. Imprison Danzo and Tens in Konoha's prison. No one is permitted to visit them during this period. As Hokage, I will provide an explanation to the Uchiha and to the entire village, the third Hokage declared, his sleeves flaring as he gestured for the Umbu to take Danzo and Tens away. Danzo bared his teeth at the Hokage. Hayashi, you two will imprison me? Danzo felt little impact from his loss of freedom. However, this imprisonment was a political event, effectively extinguishing his aspirations of becoming Hokage. A tainted political figure would never be nominated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He, Danzo, aspired to be Hokage, but in that moment, he clearly perceived the third Hokage's expression and understood that this matter was beyond redemption. Damn it, Hayashi is sending me a warning. Yet the third Hokage could not truly imprison him indefinitely. After all, he was Konoha's root. Many unsavory affairs could only be managed by him. And the Uchiha clan. I will make you pay dearly. Danzo could only swallow his indignation. Meanwhile, the third Hokage cast a cold gaze at Uchiha Shinichi. Shinichi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Satisfaction? Not at all. Shinichi thought to himself. He believed that if Danzo were to be executed, his prestige within the Uchiha clan would elevate to unprecedented heights. Prestige equated to reputation points, perhaps even enabling him to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan or other formidable abilities. However, such an action would likely provoke the third Hokage to eradicate the Uchiha clan at all costs. Yet Uchiha Shinichi had no intention of betraying Konoha. He merely wished to provoke the third Hokage. He chuckled, Hokage-sama, you jest. Danzo cannot simply be imprisoned for a few days and then reinstated, can he? Wouldn't he that render the lives of my Uchiha kin meaningless? The heads of the great clans took a deep breath. Uchiha Shinichi was quite the character. Daring to pressure the third Hokage, his provocation ensured that the third Hokage would not release Danzo anytime soon. It seemed Danzo would indeed languish in prison for a while. Uchiha Shinichi, this young jonin, would be remembered by them today. Detected Hyuga Hayashi's recognition of the host's strength, rewarded 100 reputation points. Detected Nara Shikaku's recognition of the host's strength, rewarded 100 reputation points. Uchiha Shinichi looked at the clan heads in astonishment, not expecting them to contribute such significant reputation points. Nearly 2,000 reputation points filled him with elation, causing him to disregard the third Hokage's stern gaze. The third Hokage was taken aback. Uchiha Shinichi remained relentless. I have imprisoned Danzo. What more do you desire? Don't push your luck, you little brat. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Until this matter is clarified, Danzo will not be released. The third Hokage stated coldly, I also expect the Uchiha clan to remain compliant and not do anything foolish. Fugaku, wouldn't you agree? Uchiha Fugaku was quite satisfied with the outcome. He stepped forward once more. Thank you, third Hokage, for your fair judgment. We shall take our leave now. He grasped Uchiha Shinichi's hand and began to retreat. Shinichi, you should return to the clan. I shall handle matters here. Uchiha Shinichi had no choice but to acquiesce. Couldn't Fugaku display a bit more fortitude? However, this was for the best. The more he acted this way, the more likely the position of clan leader would fall into Shinichi's hands, allowing him to fulfill the system's side quest. Uchiha Shinichi then regained his composure. This incident should have reached the Uchiha clan by now. What was his current standing within the clan? Just then, a flood of information surged into his mind. Detected Uchiha Shisui's recognition of the host's ability, rewarded 100 reputation points. Detected Uchiha Itachi's recognition of the host's ability, rewarded 100 reputation points. Detected Uchiha Sasuke's recognition of the host's ability, rewarded 100 reputation points. A torrent of reputation points continued to flow into Uchiha Shinichi. Nearly 200 Uchiha clansmen had contributed over 20,000 reputation points. This was a substantial sum. Uchiha Shinichi's excitement soared. My clan truly is formidable. With this, should Itachi wish to harm you, he must first contend with me. Detected that the host has accumulated 10,000 reputation points, granting an additional random gift package. Detected that the host has accumulated 20,000 reputation points, granting an additional random gift package. Random gift package? Special reminder, for every 10,000 reputation points accumulated, the host will receive a random gift package from the system. Now that he had amassed over 20,000 reputation points, the system rewarded him with 2 gift packages. Uchiha Shinichi's brows lifted. He was quite intrigued. Chapter 25. The Super Shadow Level Powerhouse acquires the Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card without a moment's hesitation. Uchiha Shinichi opened 2 random grand gift packs. Congratulations to the host for opening the random grand gift pack and receiving 10,000 points of prestige. This means that Uchiha Shinichi now possesses a staggering 35,000 points of prestige, a sure sign of newfound wealth. Unfortunately, the system determined that only the prestige accumulated beyond the 10,000 points granted by the system would count towards further rewards. Otherwise, Uchiha Shinichi suspected he could infinitely exploit the system's generosity. Swiftly, he set his sights on the second reward. Congratulations to the host for opening the random grand gift pack and obtaining a Super Shadow Level chakra. Super Shadow Level? In Uchiha Shinichi's view, if we categorize based solely on comprehensive strength, figures such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, the 4th Kazekage, and the 4th Mizukage could all be regarded as shadow level powerhouses. The Super Shadow Level, however, encompasses a broader spectrum. The weaker ones, like the currently non-peak 3rd Hokage, and the stronger ones, such as Jiraiya, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Reikage, all fit within this category. The pinnacle of strength is undoubtedly represented by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Although Uchiha Shinichi, having activated his Manjiki Sharingan, could only be classified as shadow level in terms of chakra volume, the unique abilities granted by different Manjiki Sharingans afforded them tremendous versatility. Some could reach the extraordinary heights of Madara Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi, empowered by his chakra volume, had stepped into this echelon. With this, the number of individuals capable of defeating him in the world of Hokage had significantly dwindled. In an instant, Uchiha Shinichi felt a profound transformation within himself. The chakra within his entire being multiplied several times over, and Uchiha Fugaku, standing beside him, suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. His face contorted in shock as he gazed at Uchiha Shinichi, sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from him. Fortunately, Uchiha Shinichi managed to suppress his aura just in time, leading Uchiha Fugaku to mistakenly believe he was imagining things. Shinichi, what was that just now? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, skepticism evident in his expression. Fugaku, I shall take my leave first. Uchiha Shinichi, brimming with excitement, did not rush back to the clan. In a mere span of time, his prestige had surged by over 30,000 points. This substantial prestige was accrued from over 200 Uchiha clan members, clan leaders, and the system's generous gifts. Such an abundance of prestige would allow him to engage in over 300 bronze-level rewards. However, despite the impressive sum, over 30,000 points still fell short of the 100,000 points needed to activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan came with significant side effects, making frequent use unfeasible. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan demanded an even more daunting 300,000 points. Therefore, his best course of action remained to engage in the lottery. Today, Uchiha Shinichi's gaze brightened at the sight of the lottery wheel. At the very center, the segment with the lowest probability was inscribed with Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card. Uchiha Shinichi was immediately electrified, for it was the fabled Sword of Souls, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. System, initiate 50 spins on the lottery wheel. This time, Uchiha Shinichi was exceedingly generous, directly investing 5,000 prestige points into the bronze-level lottery. The wheel spun continuously, with the system and Appo's voice providing constant updates. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Shuriken. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 coins from Cardo. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 explosive tags from Conan. Shuriken money and explosive tags remained the primary rewards. After 20 spins, Uchiha Shinichi's eyes began to gleam. Congratulations, you have received 5 Senza beans from Master Karen. Congratulations. You have obtained gemstone meat from the culinary world. Congratulations, you have acquired a random ability. Congratulations, you have obtained the Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card. Finally, on the 50th spin, the lottery wheel had triggered the rarest reward, the Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card. This revelation sent Uchiha Shinichi into a frenzy of excitement. System: what does this Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card entail? Special reminder: the bronze level Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card has a usage duration of 1 minute, allowing the host to initiate the Mirror Flower Water Moon's initial release based on their chakra volume. Only 1 minute, although this was within Uchiha Shinichi's understanding, as the initial release of Mirror Flower Water Moon functioned almost like a cheat. Haha, it seems I won't need to upgrade the Dark Contract to withstand Uchiha Shisui. He had undoubtedly made a formidable enemy of the Hokage lineage. Given Uchiha Shisui and Itachi's tendencies, they must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Uchiha Shisui might already be plotting to use Kotoamatsukami against him, calculating purely based on strength. Even if Uchiha Shisui and Itachi joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Uchiha Shinichi. Yet the Manjiki Sharingan possessed the nature of a cheat, and Kotoamatsukami was the ultimate cheat within the Hokage world. Uchiha Shinichi's skill, the Dark Contract, could only counter Kotoamatsukami upon reaching level 3. Achieving level 3 required 50,000 prestige points, which he currently lacked. However, the emergence of the Mirror Flower Water Moon had already equipped him with the means to resist Kotoamatsukami. The Mirror Flower Water Moon possessed the ability to completely control the 5 senses. Under such influence, even Kotoamatsukami would find it challenging to affect Uchiha Shinichi. Thus, the Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card could serve as his trump card. And there was still one random ability draw remaining. Although the probability of obtaining a random ability was somewhat higher than that of the Mirror Flower Water Moon Experience card, it seemed to be a limitation of the system, as Uchiha Shinichi had drawn random abilities infrequently these past few days. System: proceed with the random ability draw. Uchiha Shinichi acted without hesitation. Who would begrudge themselves additional abilities? Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Potential Activation. Consuming 5 of chakra, this skill allows you to activate potential in yourself and others. Potential Activation? Special reminder: Potential Activation is derived from the abilities of the Grand Elder on planet Namek in the Dragon Ball world. This skill cannot be upgraded. So this is the nature of the ability? Uchiha Shinichi recalled that due to the Grand Elder's potential activation, Gohan's battle power surged by tens of thousands. The fact that it could be used on himself, should he give it a try? Thus, Uchiha Shinichi promptly expended 5 of his chakra to activate his potential. Perhaps this could enable him to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan? Potential activation failed. The host's body has already reached its highest potential. Uchiha Shinichi's expression darkened, meaning his original 3-Tomo Sharingan was already in its peak state. Not only the Sharingan, but it was likely that Uchiha Shinichi's magma fruit had also been fully developed. His body's potential had been entirely exhausted. It seemed he would still need to rely on external aids. Ding! An immediate task has been detected for the host. Create a shadow-level powerhouse. Potential unknown. Uchiha Shinichi's expression stiffened as he realized he had triggered yet another immediate task, one demanding the creation of a shadow-level powerhouse. Connecting this with the potential activation skill he had obtained, Uchiha Shinichi's mind began to form a vague direction. Chapter 26. The emergence of Uchiha Obito and 3 immediate tasks at this moment. The actions of Uchiha Shinichi reverberated throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. The name Uchiha Shinichi spread rapidly, including among the inquisitive members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shinichi dared to threaten Danzo before the Hokage? What? Lord Shinichi possesses the strength of a Kage-level ninja? Oh, how the heavens have smiled upon us. The Uchiha clan has finally produced another Kage-level powerhouse. To everyone's astonishment, Danzo of the Root has been imprisoned. All members of the Uchiha clan who learned of Uchiha Shinichi's exploits were engulfed in shock, particularly the more radical factions within the clan. They had already placed immense trust in Uchiha Shinichi, and upon discovering his Kage-level prowess, they erupted into jubilant cheers. On this day, Uchiha Shinichi reached an unprecedented pinnacle of prestige within the Uchiha clan, overshadowing the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Some supporters even called for Uchiha Fugaku to step down, advocating for Uchiha Shinichi to ascend as the new clan leader. At this moment, Uchiha Enjo beamed with pride as numerous clan members gathered around him, celebrating his son, Uchiha Shinichi. Elder, I never anticipated that Shinichi would grow to such heights. You have kept this from us so well. With such strength, I believe our Uchiha clan can aspire to that position." Uchiha Injo smiled serenely, yet internally, he was beset by doubts. Not only did they underestimate Shinichi, but even he, as his father, felt as though he were still dreaming. He had once thought his son, though a prodigy who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at a young age, had likely reached his zenith, much like Uchiha Injo himself had once done. Little did he know, Uchiha Shinichi had unwittingly matured into a Kage-level ninja. Elder, when Uchiha Fugaku defeated you to become clan leader, many of us felt sorrow for you. But now, it seems Fugaku is somewhat out of his depth. I propose we nominate Shinichi as the new leader. Some whispered strategies to Uchiha Injo. The events at the Hokage building earlier that day showcased Uchiha Fugaku's lackluster performance. Aside from supporting Uchiha Shinichi, he appeared overly conciliatory towards the Hokage's faction, further igniting the discontent of the Uchiha clan members. They deemed Uchiha Fugaku excessively feeble. Had he allied with Shinichi back then, perhaps they could have eliminated the Hokage's faction entirely. Danzo might have even met his end. Indeed, we truly missed a golden opportunity. Uchiha Injo cast a sidelong glance at these clan members, silently chuckling at their audacity. Just then, Uchiha Shinichi returned to the Uchiha clan, radiating satisfaction. The gazes of all clan members toward him were filled with reverence and admiration. Recognition of the host's abilities detected from Uchiha Taniya, rewarded with 20 prestige points. Recognition of the host's abilities detected from Uchiha Izumi, rewarded with 20 prestige points. Recognition of the host's abilities detected from Uchiha Sasuke, rewarded with 20 prestige points. Uchiha Shinichi scanned the crowd and spotted the exuberant Uchiha Sasuke. At only 5 years of age, Sasuke was an adorable little boy who rushed excitedly to Uchiha Shinichi and Appo's side. "Brother Shinichi, I want to become strong like you. Can you teach me?" Uchiha Sasuke tugged at the hem of Uchiha Shinichi's attire, his face brimming with eagerness. Little did anyone realize that this charming boy would one day become one of the strongest figures in the shinobi world. Uchiha Shinichi chuckled and bent down to ruffle Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's hair. Of course, as long as clan leader Fugaku agrees. Uchiha Sasuke bounced back home, eager to share the news with his family. Uchiha Fugaku, having no objections, welcomed the idea. Thus, over the next few days, Uchiha Sasuke frequently visited Uchiha Shinichi's residence, and the two enjoyed a delightful companionship. In just 2 days, news of Uchiha Shinichi's confrontation with Danzo had spread not only throughout the Hidden Leaf village, but also to other shinobi villages, where they learned of the emergence of a new super genius within the Uchiha clan. At such a tender age, he had already attained Kage-level strength and even imprisoned a high-ranking official from the Leaf, Danzo. Many leaders from other shinobi villages took note of Uchiha Shinichi's name, dispatching spies to gather information about him. Upon discovering that this newfound powerhouse belonged to the Uchiha clan, other shinobi villages sighed in relief. It was evident to all that tensions existed between the Uchiha and the Leaf, and Uchiha Shinichi's emergence could very well exacerbate these conflicts. Consequently, ninjas from the Rock and Cloud villages began to stir restlessly at the borders of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, in the shadowy caverns of the Rain village, White Zetsu was animatedly relaying the happenings in the Leaf to a masked man. Isn't Uchiha Shinichi your contemporary? Just days ago, he was the center of attention. I wonder if he has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, it is rare for the Uchiha clan to produce a Kage-level ninja, unless there is a significant transformation in their ocular power. White Zetsu possessed exceptional stealth abilities, having established a presence even in the Hidden Leaf village. The masked man, known as Uchiha Obito, could quickly ascertain many events transpiring in the Leaf through their network. At this moment, he scoffed dismissively. Impossible. Uchiha Shinichi lacks the temperament to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Obito, once a rival to Kakashi, Rin, and Uchiha Shinichi, believed he understood Shinichi well. After all, they represented the stark contrast between a genius and a mediocre performer within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Shinichi had bullied him since childhood, leaving a lasting impression. However, after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Obito ceased to regard anyone with respect, including his former adversary, Uchiha Shinichi. Hearing White Zetsu's speculation, he could only express disdain. I endured a catastrophic blow to awaken this cursed Manjikyu Sharingan. I witnessed Rin's death before obtaining it. How could someone as emotionally detached as Uchiha Shinichi possibly access such ocular power? If that cursed I were so easily awakened, what would that say about my feelings for Rin? It would be an insult to me, and even more so to her memory. While Obito remained skeptical about Uchiha Shinichi's potential to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, he recognized the necessity of visiting the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Shinichi had now become a Kage-level ninja, potentially impacting his plans. His subsequent objective was to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, thereby further crippling the leaf, even aspiring to bring about its destruction. After all, he had orchestrated the Nine-Tails incident several years prior. Moreover, he had identified an ideal pawn to utilize, Uchiha Itachi, the true genius of the present Uchiha clan. In truth, the demise of Uchiha Itachi and Appo's friend had been a well-executed scheme orchestrated by Obito himself. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi did not disappoint him, awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, out of caution, Obito had refrained from establishing too much contact with Uchiha Itachi, as he was uncertain of the abilities that the newly awakened Uchiha possessed. Any formidable wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan should never be underestimated. Indeed, Uchiha Obito harbors a certain regard for Uchiha Shisui. However, through indirect interactions, he discovered that this so-called Shunshin Shisui possesses a rather unsettling simplicity. Deeply entrenched in the will of fire, such an individual proves difficult to manipulate. Now, it appears that a new Uchiha, Shinichi, has emerged. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, his form gradually fading into nothingness. White Zetsu, chuckling, remarked, "I thought Obito had matured, but it seems that mere Uchiha Shinichi has stirred such intense emotions within him. It appears we are in for an entertaining spectacle." In the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Itachi emerged from a few days of seclusion, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Having just awakened his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he struggled with its control. Thus, he dedicated these days to training. Today, however, the Sharingan began to stabilize when he received the astonishing news. A shadow-level powerhouse, Uchiha Shinichi? He could scarcely believe it. After all, he thought it nearly impossible for a Uchiha who had not awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to reach such heights. Moreover, he felt no overwhelming presence of release from Shinichi. Thus, Itachi concluded that Shinichi must have transcended this realm through alternative means. Nevertheless, even a shadow-level figure could not pique his interest. In the face of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's might, they were merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, Shinichi's recent actions had irrevocably plunged the Uchiha clan into turmoil. Upon opening the door, Itachi spotted his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, bouncing out with excitement. "Where are you off to, Sasuke?" Itachi inquired. "I'm going to Big Brother Shinichi's house. He has taught me so much," Sasuke exclaimed joyfully. "Brother, why don't we have a sparring match?" A surge of anger welled within Itachi, struggling to maintain his composure. He firmly replied, "You must not go, Sasuke. Anything you wish to learn, I can teach you." Sasuke pouted. "When have you ever kept your promises, brother? I don't need your lessons. I can learn just fine from Big Brother Shinichi." Sasuke's innocent exuberance felt like a thorn in Itachi's heart. Did Uchiha Shinichi dare to provoke Sasuke? Was he attempting to impart his arrogance and ignorance onto his younger brother? Such transgressions were utterly unforgivable. Uchiha Sasuke was Itachi's most vulnerable point. He was determined to mold his brother into a valuable asset for Konoha, not a rebellious figure like Shinichi. Though Itachi cherished Sasuke deeply, having sacrificed the lives of their entire clan to spare him, his allegiance to Konoha remained paramount. Otherwise, he would not have placed the Kotoamatsukami on Naruto a decade later. Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events, Kotoamatsukami would have undoubtedly been wielded against Sasuke. Thus, the so-called guardianship of Konoha would eternally render Sasuke a mere puppet. At this juncture, the emergence of Shinichi posed an unexpected complication. Itachi felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Shinichi. Yet, the young Sasuke dashed away, oblivious to his brother's turmoil. Itachi quickly gathered more information. Konoha and the Uchiha clan had reached an irreconcilable impasse. The clan had been convening family meetings, and Shinichi had evidently assumed a leading role. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku and key figures like Uchiha Shisui, nearly all prominent members of the Uchiha clan participated in these discussions. This newfound boldness stemmed from the shadow-level reputation of Uchiha Shinichi. In the wake of Shinichi's rise, the Uchiha clan grew increasingly brazen. How foolish of Shinichi to believe that mere shadow-level strength could contend with Konoha. Itachi and Appo's gaze turned icy as he began to devise a plan against Shinichi. In his mind, A conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan was absolutely unacceptable. Should it become necessary, Itachi would personally eliminate the disruptive elements within the Uchiha, like Shinichi. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi remained blissfully unaware of Itachi and Appo's intentions. His home had become a hub of activity, with numerous Uchiha clan members visiting him. Uchiha In, his father, beamed with pride over having such a son. Shinichi seized the opportunity to deliver impassioned speeches that disparaged the Hokage's lineage, resonating with the clan members and further enhancing his reputation. This was precisely what Shinichi desired, not only to garner the favor of the Uchiha clan, but also to position himself for the role of clan leader. Suddenly, an unexpected message flashed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered an immediate task. Defeat Uchiha Shisui. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered an immediate task. Defeat Uchiha Itachi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered an immediate task. Defeat the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Immediate tasks? 3 of them. Defeating Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi was understandable, given that his actions were in direct opposition to theirs. It was plausible that Itachi was already sharpening his blades, preparing to eliminate this heretic. Yet, he was not among the innocent Uchiha on the night of the massacre. The task of defeating the masked man, Uchiha Obito, was perplexing. Had Obito returned to Konoha with nefarious intentions? Shinichi's wariness heightened. Although Obito's current strength was not formidable, the unique capabilities of the Kamui Sharingan rendered him nearly invincible. However, Obito was unaware of Shinichi's true potential. Possessing the divine skill of Dark Contract, capturing him within the Kamui space would not be an easy feat. If they were to cross paths, perhaps Shinichi could exploit the element of surprise to his advantage. Chapter 27. Uchiha Obito's Prison Break and Konoha's Reaction at this moment. Within the confines of Konoha's prison, Danzo, despite being incarcerated, evidently enjoyed the privileges akin to that of a VIP. No one dared to treat him with negligence due to his imprisonment. Before him knelt a member of Root, paying homage to Danzo. Lord Danzo. It appears that the Uchiha Shinichi has been concealing his true power, unbeknownst even to the entire Uchiha clan. During his days in prison, Danzo had been inquiring about Uchiha Shinichi's whereabouts. Until now, no one had paid heed to him, but the realization had dawned late. The mere thought of Uchiha Shinichi filled Danzo with a seething hatred. Let that brat revel in his triumph for a few days. What if he is an elite? Even the legendary Konoha White Fang perished beneath my machinations. Taking a deep breath, Danzo continued, what of Uchiha Shisui in recent days? Does he now believe Shinichi's claims that we have slaughtered our own kin? The Root member replied, he likely does not believe it. He holds Root and the 3rd Hokage in high regard. He even went to the 3rd Hokage, demanding your release. Danzo's expression grew complex. This Uchiha prodigy harbored such trust in them? Uchiha Q is indeed a commendable instructor. Uchiha Shisui had evidently learned of the events that transpired before the Hokage building a few days prior. Unlike his fellow Uchiha, his first instinct was to suspect that Uchiha Shinichi had framed the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, he had been raised to prioritize Konoha above all else, and thus he could not bring himself to believe this arrogant clansman. At that moment, the prison door creaked open, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered, pipe in mouth. Following him was Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3, both observing Danzo with an unsettling intensity. Hiruzen, how do you plan to handle this? Sarutobi scoffed. Isn't this trouble of your own making? What can be done? Either you vanish or Danzo vanishes. Otherwise, even if the Uchiha clan remains silent, other noble families will feel apprehensive. Ultimately, it was Danzo's own negligence that had led to the Uchiha clan obtaining leverage against him, subsequently making this matter public. Especially Uchiha Shinichi, who had pressured the Hokage into a decision. Orochimaru smirked inwardly. Indeed, the old man was fundamentally a political figure, his outwardly gentle demeanor masking a corrupt essence. He was certainly aware of the experiments I conducted within Konoha, though he chose to overlook it. How despicable. I once aspired to be Hokage? Huh. Orochimaru, uninterested in the sordid dealings between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, had come to claim Tenzu. After all, possessing would release bloodline limits. Such exquisite experimental material could not simply vanish without a trace. Orochimaru, Tenzu is yours to handle. You know what to do. The 3rd Hokage said, his gaze laden with meaning. Orochimaru licked his lips with a sinister grin. Rest assured, he shall not reappear before the public. Suddenly, applause echoed through the air, causing the expressions of the third Hokage, Danzo, and Orochimaru to shift dramatically. Who is it? Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure adorned with a spiral mask emerged from the void, bearing an unconscious individual, none other than Tenzu from another cell. Oh, how I long to broadcast your conversation to the masses. Is this how the Hokage treats his fellow villagers? The masked man's exaggerated demeanor sent chills through the atmosphere. The third Hokage froze momentarily, his eyes widening as memories from years past flooded back. It can't be. You. The one who killed the fourth Hokage's family. The orchestrator of the Nine Tails incident? Both Orochimaru and Danzo stood aghast, while the third Hokage formed hand seals on the spot, unleashing a powerful fire release towards the figure. The commotion attracted the attention of Konoha's Zanbu and surrounding guards, including Uchiha Shisui. After Danzo's imprisonment, Shisui had reappeared as a direct protector of the Hokage, remaining outside the prison to keep watch. However, the disturbance compelled him to enter. Upon entering, he beheld the masked Uchiha Obito, along with the Sharingan concealed beneath the mask. Uchiha Shisui's heart raced. Who is he? As others arrived, whispers filled the air. Did the Hokage take action? How did someone dare breach Konoha's prison? How did he get in? Are you all merely idling? Yet the third Hokage paid no mind to their inquiries. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the path the fire release had taken. Soon, as the smoke dispersed, the masked man reappeared, unscathed and nonchalant. Honestly, is this how Konoha welcomes its guests? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, his senses heightened. He perceived a formidable spatial ninjutsu emanating from the masked individual. Akin to the flying thunder god technique from the sealing scroll, an art beyond his comprehension. The third Hokage clenched his fists, confirming his suspicions. This individual was indeed the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. What was his purpose in returning to Konoha? Was he here to liberate the Nine Tails once more? The third Hokage's expression shifted drastically as he bellowed. Everyone, be advised. This is the culprit behind the Nine Tails release years ago. The true architect of the fourth Hokage's demise. We must capture him today. Upon hearing this, aside from Danzo and Orochimaru, all present were struck with shock and terror. Zanbu members stealthily slipped away to assess Naruto's condition. The current Jinchuriki was far too young. Should this mysterious figure discover him, another Nine Tails incident could ensue. This time, they could not afford to sacrifice the fourth Hokage. Look, that's the Sharingan. Tension surged as everyone fixated on the three-tomo Sharingan beneath the mask, their hearts pounding in unison. Uchiha Shisui could scarcely believe his eyes and ears. The bearer truly possessed the Sharingan. Was the Uchiha clan responsible for the Nine Tails incident? He keenly observed that his comrades, who had stood beside him moments ago, had silently distanced themselves, seemingly avoiding him, the Uchiha. A heavy dread settled in Shisui and Appo's heart. There would be no absolution for this stain. Chapter 28. The Scheme of Uchiha Obito. Conflicts resurface what? The mastermind behind the Nine Tails disturbance? A look of horror spread across the faces of everyone present. The Nine Tails incident had only transpired a few years prior, and many of the Zanbu still vividly recalled the devastation. In that war, not only did the fourth Hokage and his wife perish, but numerous Chunin and Jonin also suffered fatal injuries or death amidst the chaos. Now, after several years, this enigmatic figure had reappeared, instilling a sense of dread among the people of Konoha. Look, the eye beneath the mask is a Sharingan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was responsible for the Nine Tails disturbance? Most individuals from back then had never witnessed Uchiha Obito and Appo's presence, so despite rumors of the Uchiha clan controlling the Nine Tails, many remained skeptical. However, the manifestation of this mysterious individual intensified the suspicion surrounding the Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui's mind flooded with memories of his clan members. Yet this figure did not match any he recognized. He surely was not one of Konoha's own. Yet it was evident that the others did not share this viewpoint. This was the primary motive behind Uchiha Obito's appearance, to incite enmity between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, leading to mutual hostility that could even result in Konoha's demise. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He had already verified this mysterious individual's bizarre abilities years ago. A strange spatial power that nullified any attack. It was truly a terrifying ability. Nevertheless, one must still attempt to confront it. He glanced at the Konoha Zanbu beside him. The four purple flames formation had silently risen. In the face of all this, Uchiha Obito merely chuckled coldly. The four purple flames formation may restrict spatial barriers, but it could not prevent his Kamui from activating. Who are you? What is your current objective? Uchiha Obito adjusted the unconscious Tenzo on his back. I have come to rescue my subordinate. Does the Hokage have an objection? Both the third Hokage and Danzo's countenance changed drastically, and they both gasped in unison. How is that possible? Tenzo is your subordinate? Especially Danzo, who felt his faith in reality wavering. Could it be that what he had fabricated was indeed true? Was Tenzo truly an undercover agent? Danzo suddenly shouted, "If Tenzo is your man, then Uchiha Shinichi is also your man, correct?" Indeed, it is the Uchiha clan that controlled the Nine Tails, leading to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Therefore, you are also one of the Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly interjected, "Danzo. He is not from Konoha. He must be a lost member of the Uchiha clan." Yet no one paid heed to Shisui's words. To them, there was no distinction between the two. The crowd erupted once more. Uchiha Obito, however, did not respond to Danzo's inquiries. His objective had been achieved, to mislead the people of Konoha into believing that Tenzo and Uchiha Shinichi were both his subordinates, thus implicating the Uchiha clan in the previous Nine Tails disturbance. This escalated the irreconcilable rift between the Uchiha and Konoha to an extreme. At that moment, the sealing barrier had been established, and various elemental jutsu were launched towards Uchiha Obito. Yet a whirlpool materialized, and Uchiha Obito sneered, "Just a swarm of ants." After the whirlpool dissipated, all attacks vanished, along with Uchiha Obito's figure, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. With so many individuals present, Uchiha Shisui had no opportunity to employ his Manjiki Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Nevertheless, as a master of the body flicker technique, he managed to catch a glimpse of Uchiha Obito's movements. And other sensory ninjas evidently did as well. He vanished? No, he has reappeared to the southwest of the village. Quick, pursue him. Uchiha Shisui and the Umbu chased after him once more. Having entered the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito did not linger but reappeared in Konoha, specifically at the place he frequently visited, the Memorial Stone, where Rin's burial attire lay. In Konoha's prison, the third Hokage seethed with impotent rage. He held no hope for the Umbu's pursuit. After all, even the former fourth Hokage had been unable to capture this masked man. Damn it! The third Hokage's face flushed red. To think that a former adversary would so easily escape once more, it was a disgrace for him as Hokage. Yet at that moment, he had a more pressing matter at hand. The Nine Tails disturbance seemed indeed to have been incited by the Uchiha clan, implying that a powerful figure might still be concealed within their ranks. How could this be? According to Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha clan should not harbor such strength. Was Shisui lying? Meanwhile, Danzo was filled with excitement. He cared not whether this powerful figure belonged to the Uchiha clan, as the mysterious individual abducting Tenzo indirectly proved his own innocence. Conversely, Uchiha Shinichi was in grave danger. Without delay, the third Hokage announced, "Disseminate the news widely and immediately grant amnesty to Konoha Elder Danzo." He then took a deep breath. Furthermore, go to the Uchiha clan and disclose everything that has transpired here. They must provide us with an explanation. Danzo, frustrated, retorted, "Hizashi, shouldn't we apprehend the entire Uchiha clan? It is clear that the Nine Tails disturbance was orchestrated by them." The third Hokage regarded him coldly. "If your root possesses the capability to capture all members of the Uchiha clan, I have no objections. Moreover, we have yet to capture the masked man. Do you possess any further evidence?" Danzo was rendered speechless. He had initially aimed to undermine the third Hokage's authority, but he had underestimated his intelligence. However, it was highly likely that Uchiha Shinichi was connected to this masked man. The third Hokage immediately commanded, "Orochimaru, I order you to lead 3 Umbu squads to summon Uchiha Shinichi. Remember, it is a request, understood? If he knows the true identity of the masked man and informs us, then Konoha will let the past be bygones." Under different circumstances, the third Hokage would have proceeded to capture him directly. However, apprehending the shadow-level powerhouse Uchiha Shinichi would undoubtedly provoke the entire Uchiha clan into rebellion, and the third Hokage was not prepared for that. Orochimaru regarded the third Hokage with some surprise. He was to lead 3 Umbu squads to summon a mere youth? It was known that each squad consisted of at least 3 Jonin and 9 elite Chunin. Even the Kage from other ninja villages received no more than such treatment. He had heard of Uchiha Shinichi, a newly emerging shadow-level powerhouse from the Uchiha clan. However, Was the old man perhaps overestimating this Uchiha Shinichi? Newly emerging shadow-level powerhouses did not warrant such attention from their ilk. Within the Uchiha clan, the number of individuals capable of awakening the Meijiki Sharingan was exceedingly rare. Currently, Orochimaru had not encountered such prowess. Having never suffered the wrath of a Meijiki Sharingan user, he viewed this young lad with disdain. To him, the notion of a request was merely a euphemism. If he could not be persuaded to come willingly, then capturing him was the only alternative. I shall stretch my limbs a bit. It has been a while since I last did so. I am indeed looking forward to it. Chapter 29. The Clash and the Unraveling of the Divine Might of the Sharingan in the tranquil graveyard of Konoha, where the heroes of the village lie in eternal rest. Kakashi stood solemnly, offering 2 bouquets of flowers at the memorial stones of his dear friends, Obito and Rin. I have come to visit you once more, he murmured, a sense of disorientation enveloping him. Recent events involving Danzo and the Uchiha clan had unveiled the sordid realities lurking within the upper echelons of Konoha. His friend, Tenz, had been imprisoned simply for exposing the grim truths. Kakashi felt powerless, questioning whether the will of fire, so ardently upheld by the first Hokage, had become a mere facade. The village he had devoted himself to protect was, in truth, rotting from within. In the shadows, Uchiha Obito watched Kakashi with cold disdain, sensing the confusion and sorrow radiating from him. Clenching his fists, Obito thought, once again, Kakashi, you prove to be ineffectual. You cannot save Rin, nor any of your friends. And here you are, wearing that wretched expression. You are unworthy of my Sharingan. For a fleeting moment, Obito contemplated reclaiming his eye, fully aware of the tremendous power it possessed, power that he felt was squandered in Kakashi's hands. Yet, he quickly suppressed this notion, that I symbolized the bond between them, a gift he had bestowed upon Kakashi. To take it back would mean Rin would surely look down upon him from the afterlife. Obito then turned his gaze toward the distance, where a contingent of Konoha Zanbu was hot on his trail. The spotlight is not on you today, he scoffed. I must rendezvous with Shin. Silently, he slipped away, leaving Kakashi oblivious to the unfolding drama. Lost in memories of his fallen comrades, Kakashi lifted his gaze in another direction, only to be confronted by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi's expression hardened. He recognized the prowess of this younger Uchiha, who had earned the moniker of Shisui of the Body Flicker during the latter stages of the Third Shinobi World War. Indeed, Shisui's body flicker technique was formidable, allowing him to track Obito's movements before the other Umbu members could catch up. However, he scanned the area, finding no trace of Obito or his chakra signature. Clearly, Obito had evaded him once more. Turning his attention to Kakashi, Shisui inquired, Kakashi-senpai, did anyone unfamiliar pass by recently? Kakashi shook his head, utterly unaware of the danger that had just slipped by. Damn it, such powerful space ninjutsu. Shisui realized the complexity of the masked man's abilities. He deduced that this adversary was a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the rare and formidable powers of the Meijiki Sharingan. Who could he possibly be? Shisui pondered, attempting to sense Obito's chakra once more. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of energy. Through his heightened perception, he detected Obito's presence again, this time on the outskirts of Konoha, within the Uchiha territory. His expression shifted. Could this mysterious figure truly be one of his kin? If so, he would have to bring him to justice, lest the entire Uchiha clan suffer for his transgressions, for he was the instigator of the Nine Tails incident, Konoha's most formidable enemy. Just as he prepared to leave, Shisui turned back to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I always believed we were comrades, those who would sacrifice everything for Konoha. I hope you do not get too close to Uchiha Shin. It could lead to your downfall. Without waiting for Kakashi's response, he activated his body flicker technique and sped toward the Uchiha territory. Kakashi, now acutely aware that something significant was amiss in the village, reflected on his relationships with Uchiha Shin and Tenz. When he resigned from the Umbu, the third Hokage had shown no inclination to retain him. He had lost the trust of the Hokage and his allies. At that moment, a large group of Umbu members arrived, but they, too, had arrived too late. Kakashi seized one of them, Moonlight Kaze, demanding to know what had transpired. Kaze did not hesitate, revealing the details surrounding the masked man. Kakashi and Appo's expression darkened as he realized this individual was the architect of the Nine Tails incident, the very one responsible for the deaths of his teacher and mentor. The depths of his hatred resurfaced, intensified by the revelation that the masked man had been present in the village without his awareness. Clenching his fists, Kakashi vowed, "I must grow stronger." At that moment, the sensing ninja shouted, "The masked man's chakra has reappeared. This time, it is on the outskirts, Uchiha territory." The faces of all Umbu members paled. Indeed, this enigmatic figure was intricately linked to the Uchiha clan. "Let us hasten to the Uchiha compound," they declared, rushing toward their destination. Kakashi, however, felt a sense of foreboding. Could this masked man truly be a member of the Uchiha? And as Moonlight Kaze suggested, could Shin be connected to him? Impossible. Shin is not that type of person. Kakashi gritted his teeth, setting off for the Uchiha clan as well. Meanwhile, the news had spread among the Uchiha clan. What? The architect of the Nine Tails incident has appeared? Could he be one of us? And is he connected to Uchiha Shin? Most members of the Uchiha clan felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. Could there be another hidden powerhouse among them? One capable of controlling the Nine Tails and defeating the fourth Hokage? Elder, who is this individual? What is his relationship with Lord Shin? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku turned their gazes toward the elder, Uchiha Un's expression was grim as he shouted, "How could such a heinous criminal possibly be associated with Shin? Are you all out of your minds?" Though Un was a radical within the Uchiha clan, his ire was primarily directed at the Hokage lineage. Many innocents had perished during the Nine Tails incident. It was inconceivable that such a villain could be linked to Shin. Furthermore, he was certain that Uchiha Shin had been at his side throughout the turmoil of the Nine Tails. Wait a moment. Is that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? What is he doing here? At that moment, Orochimaru led a small team of Umbu into the Uchiha clan's territory, drawing hostility from many Uchiha members. Whether there is a connection or not is not for you to decide. Orochimaru sneered, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. "Fugaku, I trust you understand my intent. Allow Uchiha Shin to accompany me. I have means to prove his innocence. Otherwise, I have ample reason to suspect that your clan is responsible for the Nine Tails incident." Fugaku's expression darkened. Where had this masked man emerged from? He had possessed the Manjiki Sharingan for many years. Yet he was certain that no other powerful Uchiha had existed within the clan during that time, certainly none capable of controlling the Nine Tails. However, he could not definitively ascertain whether Uchiha Shin was connected to this masked man. The reality of the situation is that Uchiha Shin's transformation has been so profound. His power has surged to an almost unfathomable degree. At this juncture, the emergence of a mysterious masked figure seems entirely logical. Thus, even he harbors doubts about the connection between them. "Great Elder, where is Shin?" Uchiha Un's countenance turned cold. Is the clan leader preparing to hand Shin over? Many Uchiha clan members stood behind Uchiha En, their gazes filled with hostility directed at Uchiha Fugaku. This scenario only served to deepen the icy demeanor of Uchiha Itachi, who stood at the rear. Even Orochimaru, an outsider, sensed that Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had lost all semblance of authority. Uchiha Fugaku hastily clarified, "That is not my intention. I merely wish for Shin to provide a response to the Hokage. That masked man certainly does not belong to our Uchiha clan." Just as tensions escalated, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Orochimaru all shifted in alarm. A powerful surge of chakra rippled through the air. Two individuals were engaged in combat. The chakra signatures belonged to two beings. One was the masked man, and the other was undoubtedly Uchiha Shin. Without needing a large number of people, all the powerful figures rushed towards the source of the disturbance. In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Uchiha Shin stood alone. Yet, his observation haki had expanded to envelop the entirety of Konohagakure. With his current mastery of this ability, it was sufficient to cover the entire village. Recently, he had sensed an unusual chakra disturbance emanating from the Konoha prison, where Tenzo had been taken. Connecting this to his immediate mission, Uchiha Shin swiftly identified the source of this mysterious chakra. Could it be Uchiha Obito? The chakra signature was utterly different from before. No wonder no one could deduce his identity. Uchiha Obito's true identity would not be revealed until much later. In the present ninja world, aside from Zetsu and himself, no one should be aware of his true nature. So, what could be his purpose for arriving in Konoha? Suddenly, Uchiha Shin's gaze fixed on a specific direction. A swirling vortex appeared, and a figure descended from above. It was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had just traversed the Kimui dimension and arrived at Uchiha Shin's location. At that moment, upon appearing, he noticed Uchiha Shin's relentless scrutiny directed towards him. Uchiha Obito's mind sharpened. Uchiha Shin has undoubtedly changed. His perception abilities are astonishingly potent. However, what piqued his interest more was that Uchiha Shin seemed unfazed by his presence. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Furthermore, the detached gaze of Uchiha Shin evoked memories of being dominated in his youth. This feeling was exceedingly unpleasant, flooding Uchiha Obito's mind with disconcerting recollections, those of a prodigy looking down upon a straggler. In Uchiha Obito's eyes, his current appearance should have resembled that of a returning king, inciting trepidation in this former rival. Yet, it was evident that he was sorely disappointed. Over the years, Uchiha Obito's methods had increasingly mirrored those of Uchiha Madara. Yet, sensing Uchiha Shin's gaze, his emotions began to spiral. How infuriating. This fellow still possesses such arrogance. I am no longer the Uchiha Obito of the past. I'll beat you half to death first. With gloved hands, Uchiha Obito plunged down from the air, swiftly weaving hand seals. Would release. Hell's chaos. Suddenly, a towering tree, adorned with thorns, erupted beneath Uchiha Shin's feet, spiraling upward. Countless vines intertwined, yet Uchiha Shin evaded them effortlessly. Would release. Cutting technique. Somehow, Uchiha Obito had already approached the evading Uchiha Shin. From his hands sprouted razor-sharp wooden spikes, lunging towards the unsuspecting Uchiha Shin. Simultaneously, more wooden spikes burgeoned from the previous tree, all aimed at Uchiha Shin. A cold glint flashed across Uchiha Obito and Appo's eyes. Indeed, this fellow is merely a name without substance? If this is all you can muster, I have overestimated you, Uchiha Shin. This marked the first exchange of words after their meeting. However, upon making contact with Uchiha Shin's body, Uchiha Obito sensed something was amiss. Wait, his body? Uchiha Shin remained entirely still, yet his form appeared to have enlarged considerably. A dark aura enveloped his exterior. Those incredibly sharp wooden spikes pierced into Uchiha Shin's body, yet they did not budge him in the slightest. Uchiha Obito and Appo's three-tomo Sharingan widened in astonishment. What sort of ninjutsu is this? Even the formidable wood release cannot penetrate him. Uchiha Shin clenched his fist. He finally made a move. His left fist shot towards Uchiha Obito's shoulder with an astonishing velocity. At that moment, Uchiha Obito was still in the midst of his assault, rendering him unable to retreat into the Kamui dimension. A searing pain coursed through Uchiha Obito's left shoulder, followed by a torrent of blood. He clutched his shoulder and retreated rapidly, his expression beneath the mask one of sheer horror. This fellow is extraordinarily fast. The Kamui Sharingan cannot activate its phasing ability while in the midst of an attack. Typically, this process is so brief that no one could seize the opportunity. Yet, just now, it seemed Uchiha Shin had discerned the weakness of his Kamui Sharingan. At that moment, a large group of individuals arrived. Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru, and others all changed their expressions. Is it truly Uchiha Shin and that masked man? Have they begun to fight? Wasn't Uchiha Shin supposed to be subordinate to that masked figure? Are they engaging in internal strife? Moreover, many were shocked by the sight of the masked man's body. His left shoulder was drenched in blood, as if another arm had pierced through it. Conversely, Uchiha Shin remained completely unscathed. Everyone was once again astounded. Uchiha Shin is indeed this powerful? Chapter 31. Defeating Uchiha Obito. Massive reputation, reward, water release. Water, severing wave. A powerful torrent surged from all directions, heading straight for the injured Uchiha Obito. At this moment, it was not Uchiha Shinichi who made the move, but rather a covert team following Orochimaru. The appearance of the masked man signified that the other Umbu had failed to encircle their enemy. Nevertheless, their attacks continued to pass through him without effect. How infuriating! How could this Uchiha Shinichi harm the masked man while we cannot even touch his body? Continue the assault. I refuse to believe it. My mentor perished amidst the nine tails. Many of the Umbu present bore a grudge against Uchiha Obito, and despite knowing the vast gap in strength, they were determined to find a way to hold him back. However, in the next moment, the aura emanating from Uchiha Shinichi surged dramatically. The air around him rippled as he let out a cold snort. This man is my target. None of you are permitted to interfere. The Umbu felt the weight of Uchiha Shinichi's presence and hesitated to advance. This caused Orochimaru's expression to darken. His focus had been solely on the masked man, the very one responsible for the death of the fourth Hokage. The former fourth Hokage had stripped him of his position. Thus Orochimaru inherently acknowledged the masked man and Appo's formidable power. Yet, how audacious of Uchiha Shinichi to claim he could confront the masked man alone. What arrogance for a mere youth. Do you truly believe you surpassed the fourth Hokage? Or are you merely playing a charade? Orochimaru could not fathom Uchiha Shinichi's ability to inflict significant damage on the masked man. Even he, at this moment, could not unravel the mysteries of the masked man's space-time ninjutsu. Thus, he withheld his intervention, suspecting that Uchiha Shinichi and the masked man were merely acting to create the illusion of their separation. Uchiha Shinichi, however, gazed indifferently at Orochimaru. How tiresome. This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. When visiting a host's domain, one should keep their mouth shut. Do you truly believe the name of the Sannin holds any weight before me? Gasps filled the air as everyone, especially the Uchiha clan members, felt a surge of excitement. The legendary Sannin was dismissed without a second thought by their Lord Shinichi, providing them immense reassurance. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 reputation points. In the span of mere moments, Uchiha Shinichi amassed several hundred points of reputation, a delightful surprise. Since Orochimaru showed no restraint, Uchiha Shinichi certainly would not back down. At this juncture, he felt no trepidation against anyone in Konoha. You? Orochimaru's face turned a deep shade of anger. He could hardly believe he was being so slighted by a junior. Where did this audacity stem from? Yet, Uchiha Shinichi's gaze shifted away from him, locking onto Uchiha Obito, whose bloodied left shoulder was gradually healing. His left side, constructed entirely from Zetsu, could recover swiftly even from such injuries. As the wound mended, Uchiha Obito tested his left shoulder's mobility, though a heavy weight lingered within him. This was the second time he suffered such grave injuries since awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. The first being from the fourth Hokage and Appo's flying thunder god technique. Nevertheless, he feigned ease and remarked, "What incredible speed! You must be stronger than the legendary Shunshin no Jutsu. Uchiha Shinichi, would you be interested in striking a deal? I can assist the Uchiha clan against Konoha in exchange for your allegiance to join my ranks. What do you say?" Witnessing Uchiha Shinichi's might, Uchiha Obito suddenly entertained the thought of recruiting him into the Akatsuki. Their organization was in dire need of personnel, and Uchiha Shinichi fit the bill perfectly. The onlookers were on edge, especially Uchiha Fugaku and others, realizing that the masked man indeed had no ties to Uchiha Shinichi. Otherwise, he would not extend such an invitation. Orochimaru, however, grew skeptical. Could it be that these two truly were adversaries? Uchiha Shinichi, uninterested in idle banter with Uchiha Obito, coldly scoffed, "What right do you have to expect my allegiance while lurking in the shadows?" This statement ignited Uchiha Obito's fury anew. "You insufferable brat. Today, let me show you what true power is." He prepared to utilize Kamui to ensnare Uchiha Shinichi within his space, planning to starve him for 3 months and see if he would yield. If he did not, then he would have no choice but to eliminate him. For Uchiha Obito's goal today was to eradicate Uchiha Shinichi, this anomaly. Again, Uchiha Obito vanished into the realm of Kamui, reappearing directly beside Uchiha Shinichi. A formidable gravitational force immediately restrained Uchiha Shinichi's movements. Uchiha Obito smirked coldly. "What a pity. You lack the Kamui Sharingan." Yet suddenly, he caught sight of Uchiha Shinichi's expression, a look of profound mockery. Is that so? In the next instant, an abundance of magma erupted from Uchiha Shinichi's body. The molten flow spread rapidly, engulfing Uchiha Obito's arm and surging toward his body. The crimson magma painted the sky as it cascaded down, transforming the ground into a sea of red. Uchiha Obito let out a horrifying scream, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the searing magma, engulfing him entirely and reducing him to ash. From the moment Uchiha Obito activated his Kamui, Uchiha Shinichi had silently invoked the Dark Contract, nullifying the spatial distortion of Kamui, allowing him to move freely. Oblivious to the danger, Uchiha Obito was consumed by the flames of Uchiha Shinichi's magma fruit ability. Even Uchiha Shinichi had not anticipated the process to be so effortless. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Uchiha Obito and completed the timely mission, earning the host 10,000 reputation points. What a staggering reward of 10,000 reputation points. This was an unexpected windfall. But had Uchiha Obito truly perished? Uchiha Shinichi was aware that this man possessed the ability to use Izanagi. However, the others were oblivious to this possibility. The sudden eruption of magma caught everyone off guard. Aside from Uchiha Izumi and a few others, none were aware that Uchiha Shinichi had previously slain Akatsuki. Furthermore, None knew of his magma manipulation abilities. As the molten flow spread, the ground was scorched, forming a vast sea of lava almost instantaneously. The temperature soared, forcing everyone to retreat involuntarily, sweat pouring down their faces. Their hearts filled with dread. Orochimaru's complexion turned pale, utterly horrified. This young man possessed the formidable Kekkai Genkai of lava release? Chapter 32. Speculation on Uchiha Shinichi. The molten sea of lava continued to spread, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Even though Uchiha Shinichi had ceased to unleash his powers, the chakra he had summoned had fully transformed into a cataclysm of nature. This spectacle was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Yet, for the majority of the Uchiha clan, the prevailing emotion was not fear of this power, but rather exhilaration. Lord Shinichi possessed the ability of lava release? But how could this be? The lineage of the Grand Elders faction had never been known for such a technique. Could it be a self-developed skill? It is well known that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan, and intermarriage with outsiders has been rare, with no reports of other bloodline limits for centuries. Therefore, this lava release must likely be a personal innovation. Others, however, perceived a different possibility. Uchihan's face flushed, as a hypothesis formed in his mind. His son may have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Not only him, but Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and the recently arrived Uchiha Shisui were equally astounded. For it was only through such ocular prowess that a chakra transformation could occur, potentially leading to the emergence of a bloodline limit. Just like Uchiha Itachi, who wielded Amaterasu, which, in a sense, is also a bloodline limit. And later, Uchiha Sasuke, who could utilize flame release. Contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi regarded Uchiha Shinichi with entirely different eyes. Yet, they remained perplexed, as they had not observed any changes in Uchiha Shinichi's eyes. There were no signs of the Manjiki Sharingan, nor had he activated the Sharingan while employing this so-called lava release bloodline limit. Moreover, they did not sense the powers of the ocular arts they shared, that which could unleash the full extent of Ein release. But aside from the possibility of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, there seemed to be no other explanation. Uchiha Itachi's gaze turned cold. It became evident why Uchiha Shinichi dared to be so audacious. Reflecting on it now, the Umbu from a Wagakure must have been slain by him. Indeed, only a brazen Uchiha Shinichi would dare to kill that Tsuchikage's son. If this fact were to be revealed, it could spark yet another war between Konoha and a Wagakure. No wonder Uchiha Shinichi had shown no fear of him previously. To awaken the Manjiki Sharingan indeed grants one an air of contempt for others. Yet, as Uchiha Itachi surveyed the fervent clan members around him, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. He needed to act. Otherwise, either Konoha or the Uchiha clan would face dire consequences. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, was elated, feeling an affinity for his son. Although he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in the past, he had never dared to reveal it lightly. Perhaps he should place more trust in Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Shinichi. Lord Shinichi. The Uchiha clan erupted in excitement, chanting his name. This naturally enhanced Uchiha Shinichi's reputation immensely. In a brief span, he amassed thousands of prestige points. As for the enemies from earlier, they must have been reduced to ashes. Could it be that the mysterious figure behind the Nine-Tails incident has been vanquished by Lord Shinichi? This time, I am eager to see how the Hokage's faction will respond. At this moment, while all were astonished by Uchiha Shinichi's strength, they also realized the disappearance of Uchiha Obito. This meant that the Nine-Tails incident had been perfectly resolved. Meanwhile, Orochimaru could hardly believe it. He had begun to speculate about certain possibilities. It appeared that Uchiha Shinichi had indeed awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Instantly, Orochimaru's expression shifted as he regarded Uchiha Shinichi with newfound interest. No wonder this young man dismissed him so readily. Yet, could the Manjiki Sharingan truly be that formidable? He had heard tales of its mystery and power from the Uchiha clan, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Without such experience, he could not fathom its true might. Just as one day, after being bested by Itachi, he would come to understand what the Manjiki Sharingan truly entailed. At this moment, Orochimaru unconsciously licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. What an extraordinary ability, capable of giving rise to other bloodline limits. It seems I must devise a plan to seize this opportunity. Yet, that is not the most pressing matter. What is crucial is that Uchiha Shinichi seemingly resolved the primary instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. Once this news spreads, The reputation of the Uchiha clan within Konoha will undergo a monumental reversal. This is not what the Hokage's faction desires. They merely wish for the Uchiha clan to wither away slowly. However, these matters do not concern Orochimaru, who now views himself primarily as a researcher. Such issues are for the third Hokage and Danzo to fret over. Orochimaru said nothing further and swiftly departed from the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the members of the Uchiha clan continued to gaze fervently at Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Shinichi, when shall we strike Konoha? I wish to capture Danzo and make him pay for my brother's life. And what of the other two elders from Konoha? They have caused no end of trouble for our Uchiha clan during wartime. Today, the revelation of Uchiha Shinichi's power had inflated the Uchiha clan's confidence to unprecedented heights. It was not just them. Even Uchiha Fugaku felt a flicker of ambition. Perhaps by joining forces with Uchiha Shinichi, they could indeed suppress Konoha? If that were the case, his own nature would make it impossible for him to lead the entire Uchiha clan in a counteroffensive. Thus, he contemplated whether he should directly pass the position of clan leader to Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, concern soon crossed his face as he glanced at the already distant figures of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. From the moment Uchiha Itachi returned, Uchiha Fugaku had sensed his aura. It was likely that his brilliant son had also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui had long since activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet now, these two seemed to be at odds with the Uchiha clan. No, he must find an opportunity to clarify matters with them. He could not allow them to align with the Hokage's faction. As Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui exchanged glances, both felt a weight in their hearts. The Uchiha clan had already approached the brink of rebellion, and with the addition of Uchiha Shinichi's influence, a war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha might erupt within a matter of days. This was not what they desired. Itachi, what shall we do? Uchiha Shisui felt a sense of confusion. He could not sever his bonds with his kin, nor could he bear to witness Konoha in ruins. Uchiha Itachi, however, maintained a calm demeanor. There is still a chance. If we eliminate Uchiha Shinichi, we can at least mitigate the Uchiha clan's actions. If he has indeed awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, we must evaluate his ocular abilities. Uchiha Itachi spoke gravely. At present, they could only speculate that one of Uchiha Shinichi's abilities was the lava release bloodline limit, while the other remained unknown. Uchiha Shisui, however, shook his head dismissively. It matters not. Regardless of his abilities, he cannot escape the divine judgment of the righteous. Uchiha Shisui exuded immense confidence. I will make a trip to the Hokage's tower. I need to report my plan to the third Hokage. Chapter 33. The confrontation of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui exuded an unwavering confidence, entirely unconcerned about what abilities Uchiha Shinichi might possess. This demeanor, however, stirred a flicker of apprehension within Uchiha Itachi. Had they underestimated Uchiha Shinichi? Brother Shisui, are you truly going to confront him like this? The higher-ups in Konoha are not benevolent souls. I advise against revealing your secrets to them. Uchiha Shisui cast a puzzled glance at Itachi, then chuckled in a manner that was both bemused and lighthearted. Itachi, what are you saying? Do you genuinely believe in Uchiha Shinichi's fabrications? I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but rest assured, I am fully aware of my own capabilities. We must place our trust in the third Hokage, otherwise, the Uchiha clan shall have no hope. Itachi wished to voice further objections, but Shisui had already vanished from sight. His elder brother appeared to be quite naive. Setting aside the third Hokage's stance, Danzo was undoubtedly a significant threat. Yet, Itachi refrained from dwelling too long on these thoughts, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying power possessed by Uchiha Shisui, the strongest genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. Under the weight of such power, none could hope to defeat Uchiha Shisui, unless he chose to forfeit that strength himself. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Itachi turned away. He needed to meticulously reflect on the events of the day to analyze Uchiha Shinichi's abilities. Generally, when the Mangekyou Sharingan is activated, two distinct powers manifest. One of Uchiha Shinichi's abilities should pertain to the Kekkei Genkai of lava release, while the other likely relates to his ability to overcome that mysterious individual. This enigmatic figure possessed spatial abilities, yet it seemed Uchiha Shinichi had neutralized them. Thus, Itachi focused intently on discerning the nature of this power. He had now placed Uchiha Shinichi on an equal pedestal, no longer daring to underestimate him as he had previously. Meanwhile, the developments within the Uchiha clan reached the ears of the third Hokage and Danzo, who were both taken aback. What? That boy Uchiha Shinichi possesses the capability to eliminate the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident? How could this be? In an instant, both the third Hokage and Danzo exchanged incredulous glances. They had thought they had overestimated Uchiha Shinichi, yet in hindsight, it was clear they had gravely underestimated him. The pressing issue was that Uchiha Shinichi was not merely an underling of the mysterious individual. He had directly vanquished him. This adversary was a formidable foe of Konoha, now eliminated by a member of the Uchiha clan. Should the ordinary citizens of Konoha become aware of this, their perception of the Uchiha would undoubtedly shift dramatically. Such a revelation would stand in stark contrast to their previous policies, which sought to suppress the Uchiha clan at all costs. Danzo remarked with a fierce tone, "The policies of the second Hokage shall not waver. The Uchiha clan must not be allowed to raise their heads again, lest all our efforts be rendered futile." The third Hokage, with a measured tone, replied, "There is no need for haste regarding this matter." Indeed, they were not rushing. Over the years, the Uchiha clan had committed no transgressions. However, their ill repute had spread throughout Konoha, primarily due to the Hokage's lineage monopolizing all narrative control. This often resulted in inadvertent misguidance of the villagers, leading to the Uchiha clan's increasing marginalization. Their inherent nature further dissuaded them from voicing dissent, creating a vicious cycle. As the narrative persisted, the true perpetrator behind the Nine-Tails incident was said to have been slain by one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Danzo, taken aback, regarded the third Hokage with astonishment, unprepared for the latter's ruthlessness. The credit that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha clan had been directly attributed to Orochimaru. This simultaneously signaled that the third Hokage might once again support Orochimaru in becoming the next Hokage. Danzo clenched his fists, for this was not the outcome he desired. Had he ever considered his own role in this matter? As the two plotted, the other Konoha advisors, Midogate In and Tika Shikamaru, arrived. They exchanged opinions and quickly recognized a pressing issue. Uchiha Shinichi. This newly emerged powerhouse was not only exceedingly formidable, but had also fundamentally altered the dynamic between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Konoha had previously been able to gradually encroach upon the Uchiha, but with Uchiha Fugaku's capabilities insufficient to halt the clan's downfall. Uchiha Shinichi's emergence introduced a variable that invigorated the Uchiha clan. Should they erupt in rebellion, the upper echelons of Konoha would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Thus, Uchiha Shinichi must be eliminated. Yet, given their current intelligence on him, even the Hokage himself might not be able to slay Uchiha Shinichi. What a terrifying young man, capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. At that moment, an Umbu reported that Uchiha Shisui sought an audience. The four exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of reassurance regarding Uchiha Shisui. After all, his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, had once been a disciple of the second Hokage and a comrade in times of life and death. Uchiha Shisui did not disappoint their expectations. He evidently leaned towards Konoha in the ongoing conflict between the Uchiha and the village. "Allow him to enter," the third Hokage instructed slowly. With a somber demeanor, Uchiha Shisui entered, immediately kneeling on one knee. "Lord Third, esteemed elders of Konoha, I have come to atone for the Uchiha clan." He approached the matter directly, offering his apologies. Most members of the Uchiha were innocent, caught in the machinations of someone like Uchiha Shinichi. He implored the third Hokage not to allow the clan to bear the brunt of retribution. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the hearts of the four men harbored a cold, mocking mirth. How could the Uchiha clan possibly be innocent? To belong to the Uchiha was itself a sin. Yet, being seasoned politicians, they also anticipated Uchiha Shisui's next words. As expected, Uchiha Shisui continued, "Thus, if we eliminate troublemakers like Uchiha Shinichi, peace can be maintained between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Those ensnared will lack a spiritual pillar and will naturally refrain from causing disturbances. I concur with your perspective. However, the primary concern now is that Uchiha Shinichi has already managed to eliminate the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. Do you possess a method to slay him?" Uchiha Shisui raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the four high-ranking Konoha officials, and in that instant, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. This revelation caused a stir among the four, yet they did not allow it to overly concern them. These men, all in positions of power, were formidable shinobi. And aside from Danzo, the others were undoubtedly elite-level warriors. The mere three-tomo Sharingan posed no significant threat. Furthermore, They felt no murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Shisui. However, a wave of alarm soon washed over their faces as Uchiha Shisui's formidable three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl, merging into a more intricate pattern. It was the Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo's gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Shisui, and he instinctively stood. The expressions of the others grew tense, their hearts brimming with wariness. Should Uchiha Shisui exhibit any hostile intent, they would not hesitate to retaliate collectively. Uchiha Shisui seemed to sense their animosity and spoke with a hint of apology. I regret to inform you, Lord Third, esteemed advisors, that I awakened the Manjiki Sharingan several years ago. However, due to the gravity of the situation, I have refrained from disclosing this information. The four men now trembled, uncertain of Uchiha Shisui's true intentions. Why would one directly reveal the secrets of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and said, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall unreservedly share the abilities of my Kaleidoscope Sharingan with all of you, hoping that everyone can comprehend my genuine intentions. Chapter 34. The Fear of Konoha's Elite. The hunt begins. Uchiha Shisui's words detonated like a ticking time bomb, directly impacting the four high-ranking officials of Konoha. Having lived for many years, they were certainly familiar with the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. The most notorious user they had heard of was Uchiha Madara, who was said to be on par with the first Hokage. In their youth, they had been fortunate enough to witness Madara's overwhelming power, which was believed to stem from his pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Yet now, they found themselves experiencing that same unfathomable strength of the shadowy arts through a younger descendant. The mere glance into those eyes sent shivers down their spines. Now, the possessor of these eyes, Uchiha Shisui, declared his intent to share his powers with everyone without reservation. The elders, having lived through countless experiences, never anticipated encountering someone like him. Danzo and others immediately questioned whether Uchiha Shisui was speaking the truth. For if they possessed such eyes, they would never easily divulge their abilities, regardless of their trust in others. They could only remain silent, filled with vigilance. Processing the shock within, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and continued, both my left and right eyes possess genjutsu abilities. My right eye allows me to silently manipulate another's mind for a short duration. However, there are limitations. The stronger the opponent, the less effective the manipulation becomes. The third Hokage and others gasped in astonishment. Danzo, with great difficulty, asked, can this affect J-Nin level shinobi? Uchiha Shisui smiled innocently. If I exert my full power, J-Nin should not pose a problem. Even those of Kaga level strength would experience varying degrees of interference. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat constricting. The ability to manipulate others' minds through genjutsu was terrifying, especially when it could affect even Kaga level shinobi. They understood that at their level, they could easily counter most genjutsu. Yet this Manjiki Sharingan could reach such terrifying heights. What followed from Uchiha Shisui was even more shocking, instilling a sense of dread. The ability of my other eye pertains to genjutsu as well. I refer to it as the ultimate genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. It can permanently alter another's will without anyone being aware of this change, rendering it irreversible. Upon hearing this, Danzo and the others instinctively took a few steps back, regarding Shisui as though he were a dreadful monster. Uchiha Shisui quickly reassured them, rest assured, esteemed elders, I would never use such power against you. Nonetheless, they remained wary of him. It was only natural. No one would expect the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui to be so fearsome. Those ensnared by Kotoamatsukami would permanently submit to the will imposed by Uchiha Shisui, a notion that was utterly chilling. Uchiha Shisui continued, however, my left eye and Appo's Kotoamatsukami requires a considerable amount of ocular power. After one use, it would take at least 10 years before I could employ it again. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage and the others visibly relaxed, simultaneously solidifying their resolve to strike against the Uchiha clan. In many respects, those Uchiha wielding the Manjiki Sharingan posed a greater threat than the tailed beasts. What is your plan, Shisui? Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and replied, though I am uncertain of the abilities that Uchiha Shinichi will acquire upon awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, it matters little. Once I successfully employ Kotoamatsukami, he will never escape my grasp and can even be made to serve our interests. The only question that remains is what kind of will you wish me to instill in Uchiha Shinichi? The four remained engrossed in the magnitude of Kotoamatsukami's power. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, it was Uchiha Shisui who wielded Kotoamatsukami. Had it been another Uchiha, they might have been infiltrated and turned into puppets long ago. However, it appeared that Uchiha Shisui's intention was to determine how to use Kotoamatsukami to ensure Uchiha Shinichi would follow their commands. Danzo began to feel exhilarated. He envisioned directly turning Uchiha Shinichi into his puppet. Just as he was about to speak, the third Hokage intervened. With a gentle smile, he said, "Our goal is not to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi, but to rehabilitate him and offer him a new lease on life. Therefore, how about this? You bestow upon him a will that embodies our collective desire for the fire of will." Uchiha Shisui's expression brightened. He had not considered such an approach. This method could lead Uchiha Shinichi to serve Konoha just as he did. With Shinichi no longer a thorn in their side, the Uchiha clan would find it challenging to rebel. Meanwhile, Danzo and the other two Konoha advisors thought to themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to transform Uchiha Shinichi into another Uchiha Shisui. Their inner fire of will was indeed centered around subtly shaping the elite of Konoha. This provided the Konoha leaders with yet another tool at their disposal, and the transformation would not raise any suspicion. Truly the best course of action. I understand, Lord Third. In the coming days, I will seek an opportune moment to employ Kotoamatsukami on Uchiha Shinichi. Await my good news, Uchiha Shisui stated, gradually retreating until he vanished from sight. After a considerable time, the four confirmed that Uchiha Shisui had indeed departed. They sighed in relief. They had feared he might turn against them, using his ocular power to control them. Yet it was evident that Uchiha Shisui remained as innocent as ever. Otherwise, he would not have revealed his abilities to them. No, Hiruzen, Uchiha Shisui must also be dealt with. His powers are far too formidable. You must provide me with the experimental data from the second Hokage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had researched the Uchiha clan's Sharingan during the Warring States period, but those findings had been sealed away with the establishment of Konoha. At that moment, even the third Hokage could not refute Danzo's words. After all, the eyes belonged to Uchiha Shisui. Even if he was obedient now, what of the future? His abilities were indeed too terrifying. Yet the question remained. How would they resolve the issue of Uchiha Shisui's overwhelming strength? Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, deep in contemplation, suddenly furrowed his brow. A masked figure appeared in the void before him. The arrival of this person caused Uchiha Itachi's expression to harden. So, you have not perished after all. He had long suspected that the one capable of manipulating the Nine Tails upheaval could not have easily met their demise. Uchiha Shinichi is indeed formidable, but to eliminate me, he falls short. The newcomer was Uchiha Obito, and while he spoke with bravado, he was inwardly filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Izanagi, he would have long since been dead. Yet, in front of Uchiha Itachi, he maintained an air of calm. What is it? Do you wish to collaborate with me? For instance, we could join forces to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi? Chapter 35. Unleashing Potential. Activating the Sharingan at this moment. Uchiha Shinichi sat leisurely in his courtyard, contemplating how to defeat Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to fulfill his immediate task. He anticipated that these two would eagerly seek him out without his prompting. Although both had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan in the realm of ninjas, strength is not always the most crucial factor. Often, information holds greater importance. For instance, Uchiha Obito, who fought against him, quickly exploited his weaknesses due to his knowledge of the Kimui ability, rendering it ineffective. Presently, Uchiha Shinichi had devised methods to counter the other genjutsu techniques, Kotoamatsukami and Tsukuyami. Before long, Uchiha Shia, Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Shiun arrived before Uchiha Shinichi. They were his trusted companions since he had traversed into this world, contributing significantly to his reputation. Thus, he planned to enhance their strength first. Uchiha Shia and the others gazed at him with admiration. Lord Shinichi, may I inquire what you wish from us? Uchiha Shinichi smiled and gestured for them to sit. He then directly asked, do you wish to grow stronger? Perhaps as strong as I am. The three were momentarily taken aback before chuckling nervously. How could we possibly possess the abilities of Lord Shinichi? Their words, though respectful, conveyed an underlying helplessness. The strength of a ninja often hinges on innate talent. Uchiha Shia and Uchiha Yu possessed commendable abilities, as evidenced by their awakening of the Sharingan. In contrast, Uchiha Shiun, like many of their clan, had yet to awaken her Sharingan. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Shinichi replied, I possess the means to make you stronger. Would you care to try? Uchiha Shia and the others were taken aback. Could such a thing truly be accomplished? However, reflecting on the extraordinary feats Uchiha Shinichi had demonstrated during their time together, they were filled with excitement. Uchiha Shinichi remained silent, leading them closer to him, and then activated his skill to unleash their potential, a technique derived from the Elder of Namek in another world, which had previously multiplied the power of the main characters exponentially. What would transpire when employed in the Naruto universe? Without hesitation, Uchiha Shinichi expended 5 of his chakra and directed the potential activation toward Uchiha Shia. A green light flickered above Uchiha Shia's head, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power erupting from within him, as if breaking free from some constraint. Chakra swirled rapidly in his mind, transmitting energy to his optic nerves. Unconsciously, Uchiha Shia activated his Sharingan, which, to his astonishment, transformed from a single tomo to a double tomo in an instant. As Uchiha Shinichi's abilities coursed into him, the double tomo grew increasingly solid, ultimately evolving into the 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shia sensed an intensifying flow of power from his mind to his optic nerves, culminating in the awakening of his full 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shiun were utterly astounded. The Sharingan had evolved right before their eyes. In mere moments, Uchiha Shinichi had transformed a single tomo Sharingan wielder into a formidable 3-tomo Sharingan user. The other two stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. This is my ability, to awaken the potential within others. As long as you possess such potential within you, my power can guide it forth. It appears, Shia, you have the capability to awaken the 3-tomo, Uchiha Shinichi mused, though a hint of regret lingered in his heart, as the 3-tomo Sharingan was trivial in his eyes. Yet for Uchiha Shia, it felt like a dream come true. The potent power coursing through him was beyond his previous imaginings. Uchiha Shinichi then turned his gaze to Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shiun, who, witnessing Uchiha Shia's transformation, were brimming with excitement. Uchiha Shinichi expended another 10 of his chakra to further unlock their potentials. Indeed, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shia swiftly evolved from single tomo to 3-tomo Sharingan. Even Uchiha Shiun, who had not previously awakened her Sharingan, discovered her own potential and activated a 2-tomo Sharingan. The three, overwhelmed by their transformations, gazed into mirrors, marveling at their newly evolved Sharingan, astonished that they experienced no adverse effects. This ability? They gazed at Uchiha Shinichi with fervor. Simultaneously, he received a boost of 300 reputation points. Observing their joy, Uchiha Shinichi remarked with a calm demeanor, "Are you satisfied with this?" The three exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Could it be that Lord Shinichi could make them even stronger? Uchiha Shinichi continued, "With your current abilities, you can barely be considered elite among ninjas, yet you remain significantly weaker compared to certain individuals." With a wave of his hand, 3 peculiar fruits materialized before them. "What is this?" Uchiha Shinichi tapped the table and explained, "These are rare fruits I acquired. Consuming any one of them will grant you a unique ability. For instance, this pineapple-shaped fruit, known as the fruit of delays, will grant you the power to create delaying effects. The other 2 are Zoan-type fruits, the Inu Inu no Mi and the Ushi Ushi no Mi. Consuming them will likewise bestow abilities upon you. So what do you say? Care to give them a try?" Uchiha Shinichi's words detonated like a bomb in their hearts. The prospect of gaining abilities through these fruits was exhilarating. Uchiha Yu trembled. Is Lord Shinichi jesting? He could hardly suppress his curiosity. Surely such precious items must have side effects? Uchiha Shinichi nodded slightly. The only side effect is that they are exceedingly unpalatable. The system had eliminated any other adverse effects of the devil fruits. Unpleasant. Is that truly a side effect? Without hesitation, Uchiha Shia took one of the devil fruits and consumed it. This was a testament to his trust in Uchiha Shinichi. A foul taste erupted in his mouth, overwhelming him with nausea, yet he persevered, swallowing the entire fruit. The other 2 followed suit, quickly devouring their respective devil fruits. Uchiha Shinichi paused, realizing he had forgotten to mention that 1 bite was sufficient. There was no need to consume the entire fruit. Uchiha Shia and the others displayed expressions of mild grievance, but their bodies soon began to transform. Uchiha Shia and Uchiha Yu, having consumed the Ushi Ushi no Mi and Inu Inu no Mi, experienced a rapid physical expansion. Transforming from slender youths into towering figures nearly 2 meters tall, their physiques bulging with explosive strength. This newfound power was truly astonishing. Chapter 36. The creation of shadow-level powerhouses and the inheritance of the clan leader position in contrast to others. Uchiha Shiyun received the slow fruit, which did not alter her physical form significantly. Nonetheless, she acutely sensed her body becoming lighter, imbued with newfound strength. Her speed in executing the body flicker technique had increased to at least 3 times her previous rate, and her chakra reserves had undergone a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, it seemed she possessed even greater powers yet to be unlocked. Such a formidable fruit ability. The three exchanged glances. Even now, having truly acquired distinct abilities, they still felt as though they were living in a dream. However, this was not what Uchiha Shinichi desired. At this moment, he discerned a near qualitative leap in the three. Yet, the system's immediate task, creating shadow-level powerhouses, remained unfulfilled. This indicated that they were still not shadow-level strong. A spark of inspiration ignited in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. What if he could further unlock their potential? Although he could not enhance their Sharingan capabilities, the acquisition of devil fruit powers undoubtedly raised their upper limits significantly. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shinichi activated his potential development technique once more. His chakra consumption rate was rapid, yet his recovery was equally swift, allowing him to rejuvenate within a short span. Theoretically, he could utilize this potential development skill numerous times in a single day. Once again, green light flickered as the potential development skill manifested upon the three. Before they could fully comprehend the sensation, a message flashed in Uchiha Shinichi's mind regarding the immediate task. Congratulations, host, for completing Shadow Level Creation Task 1. Reward: 10,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host, for completing Shadow Level Creation Task 2. Reward: 10,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host, for completing Shadow Level Creation Task 3. Reward: 10,000 prestige points. Uchiha Shinichi's heart soared with joy. He had unexpectedly gained 30,000 prestige points so effortlessly. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only 3 devil fruits, making it somewhat challenging to mass-produce shadow-level powerhouses unless he could acquire more fruits. Moreover, mere possession of fruit abilities, combined with his potential development, did not guarantee shadow-level status. It primarily depended on the innate talents of individuals like Uchiha Chiya and others. Otherwise, success would be improbable. Perhaps consuming a natural-type fruit would significantly enhance the probability of creating shadow-level powerhouses. However, Uchiha Shinichi also observed that the fruits obtained from bronze-level rewards tended to be rather ordinary. Was it indeed time to unlock silver-level rewards? Taking a deep breath, he checked his current prestige points, over 40,000. He pondered how best to utilize these points. Let us begin with a 50 consecutive draw. Now, he was brimming with fortune, yet those precious items often exceeded 100,000 prestige points, far beyond his means. As the 50 bronze-level draws commenced, Uchiha Shinichi's expression soured. Had his good fortune run dry? He received nothing but shuriken and currency. Such pitiful luck. Fortunately, at last, he drew a random ability reward. He hastily clicked to reveal it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability. Command Shockwave. Command Shockwave. The host must expend at least 50 of their chakra to unleash a powerful force that draws the target in, culminating in a devastating shockwave that obliterates the target. This skill cannot be upgraded. Its power increases with the subsequent chakra expenditure. Uchiha Shinichi immediately recognized the formidable nature of this skill, though it was still excessively taxing on chakra. Even with his formidable reserves, executing it twice would be quite taxing. At that moment, Uchiha Chiya and the others finally regained their senses. After the potential enhancement skill was employed, they felt their chakra undergo a qualitative leap once more. This power was akin to what they had previously experienced from their clan leader or the Hokage, an echelon of shadow-level strength. Their mouths agape, the trio was overwhelmed with astonishment. Had they inexplicably become shadow-level powerhouses? The shadow level had once seemed an unattainable goal, and for a long time, they believed the Uchiha clan lacked even a single shadow-level powerhouse. Yet, in the blink of an eye, under Uchiha Shinichi's guidance, they had ascended to shadow-level strength. This was utterly incomprehensible. The stars in their eyes shone ever brighter. Following Lord Shinichi was a profound blessing. In the ensuing time, Uchiha Shinichi gradually sought out his devoted followers to bestow upon them the potential enhancement. For him, this was a simple task, Yet for the Uchiha clan, it felt like a mythical dream. Nevertheless, each individual who underwent potential development discovered a substantial increase in their strength, especially in the evolution of their Sharingan. In a mere 2 days, several pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan emerged within the Uchiha family. This alone could elevate the Uchiha clan to the status of elite jonin, firmly establishing them as the strongest clan in Konoha. Yet, Uchiha Shinchi regretted the absence of Mangekyou Sharingan. Without it, shadow-level powerhouses could not emerge. The appearance of Mangekyou Sharingan, akin to its abilities, existed in a lottery-like state. Talents like Uchiha Obito could unlock Mangekyou Sharingan during profound emotional upheaval. Have you heard? The shameless higher-ups of the Hokage have claimed that the true instigator of the Ninetales incident was Orochimaru. How could clan leader Fugaku not protest, allowing them to distort the truth? It was Uchiha Shinchi who vanquished Konoha's formidable foe, yet the fruits of victory were reaped by the Hokage's elite. Is there no justice left? We need a new leader. Clan leader Fugaku should step aside. Under the impetus of the Uchiha clan and the leadership of Uchiha Itachi, a unified voice began to form. Uchiha Shinchi should succeed Uchiha Fugaku as the new clan leader. Even Uchiha Fugaku could not resist this will, and at this moment, he did not oppose passing the leadership to Uchiha Shinchi. He was acutely aware of his inability to fulfill the responsibilities of the current Uchiha clan leader. However, his only concern was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who vehemently opposed Uchiha Shinchi's ascension. Itachi, Shisui, I have decided to pass the leadership to Shinchi. I hope you both can choose your paths wisely. Always remember, you are Uchiha. Yet Uchiha Shisui urgently interjected, Clan leader Fugaku, you must not do this. If Uchiha Shinchi leads our clan, it will plunge us into an abyss and cause great losses to Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku slammed his fist onto the table. Does our Uchiha clan still have a way out? His gaze swept over Uchiha Shisui and the taciturn Uchiha Itachi. Even if you two refuse to assist the Uchiha clan, I hope you do not side with the Hokage faction. Otherwise, even if you are my sons, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, I will not show mercy. With a cold huff, Uchiha Fugaku turned and left, leaving behind the silent Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's heart. Chapter 37, Confrontation, 2 Susanoo. 2 days later, Team Shinichi Uchiha ventured out once more on a mission. The task at hand was to scout the movements of the Rock and Cloud Shinobi, a rationale that seemed quite reasonable. However, those privy to the truth understood that this mission was anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, the third Hokage and others soon discovered that Team Shinichi had indeed left the village in accordance with their designated task. It appeared that he was genuinely intent on executing the mission. This elicited a cold smile from the third Hokage and his companions, for it was evident that the Uchiha clan was notoriously arrogant. Shinichi Uchiha, having vanquished the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, likely regarded everyone else with disdain. This provided an opportunity for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to make their move. Once again, the night enveloped the forest in silence. Only the flickering torches of Shinichi and his 3 comrades illuminated the darkness as they gathered around a campfire. Lord Shinichi, surely the third Hokage would not dare to confront us directly. After all, your strength is well recognized. Who in Konoha could possibly suppress you now? Uchiha Chiya and his companions, having undergone potential development under Shinichi, had now reached the level of shadow. Furthermore, they had consumed devil fruits, enhancing their abilities considerably. Even the leaders of the major shinobi villages would hesitate to claim they could eliminate them outright. Thus, they brimmed with confidence. Shinichi chuckled. The third Hokage would never take direct action. He wouldn't want to give us any leverage. Uchiha Chiya and his companions paused, momentarily stunned. If no high-ranking members of Konoha were to intervene, then there was only one possibility. The images of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi surfaced in their minds, and their expressions darkened. They had learned from Shinichi that these two had activated their Mangekyou Sharingan. Surely those two wouldn't betray their own clan, would they? A gentle breeze swept by, followed by a tremor in the ground. Suddenly, a massive crimson creature appeared from the darkness. The overwhelming force surged toward Shinichi and his comrades. What is that? Uchiha Chiya and his companions widened their eyes as they beheld a skeletal monstrosity, brandishing a gigantic sword aimed directly at them. Beneath the creature, a figure emerged. It was Uchiha Itachi. The earth split apart as Shinichi and his team leaped and dodged the onslaught. Even Shinichi himself did not anticipate that Uchiha Itachi would unleash the Susanoo with his Mangeki Sharingan. As Shinichi evaded, a colossal green Susanoo suddenly erupted from the ground. It was Uchiha Shisui. The immense blade of Shisui's Susanoo cleaved through the air, separating Shinichi's team, while the two titanic figures mirrored each other beneath the moonlight, effectively dividing the battlefield. Uchiha Chiya, Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Shiyun now found themselves in the crosshairs of Uchiha Itachi, who regarded them with utter contempt, raising the Susanoo's sword to strike. Having chosen this path, Uchiha Itachi would show no mercy to Shinichi's comrades. Yet, his pupils suddenly constricted. Uchiha Chiya let out a roar, his body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, transforming into a several-meter-tall minotaur, utilizing the powers of the Zoan-type bull fruit. The minotaur gripped the Susanoo's gigantic sword, halting its descent. On the other side, Uchiha Yu also unleashed a fierce cry, morphing into a 3-meter-tall wolfman, his razor-sharp claws slashing at the Susanoo's blade. This was the dog fruit, wolf form. The sound of shattering echoed, and Uchiha Itachi was astounded to discover that his second-stage Susanoo's blade had been effortlessly shattered by these seemingly insignificant foes. How is this possible? What is this ability? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the transformed Uchiha Chiya and Uchiha Yu, feeling as though his entire worldview was beginning to crumble. Once mere insects, they had inexplicably grown to such formidable heights. The half-beast creatures struck the Susanoo with a mighty kick, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. However, Uchiha Itachi quickly regained his composure. He refused to believe that he, who had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, could be defeated by those he once dismissed as insignificant. Though he had yet to locate the Tensigen and the Yata mirror, the Susanoo itself was a symbol of invulnerability. Blood streamed from his eyes as he exerted himself to channel his chakra. The Susanoo visibly expanded in size, its colossal blade surging toward Uchiha Chiya with overwhelming force. Time seemed to slow. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sensed something amiss, as the entire Susanoo began to move with excruciating slowness. It was as though his very being was subjected to a restraint, reminiscent of a slowed film reel. Within the Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi looked up to see a third figure, Uchiha Shiyun. In her hand, an enigmatic light radiated, filtering through the Susanoo's form, seemingly attempting to bind it in place. Another peculiar ability. What secrets had they acquired? Coupled with the strangeness surrounding Shinichi Uchiha, Itachi suddenly recognized that the mysteries shrouding them were profound. Initially, Uchiha Itachi intended to swiftly dispatch these three and rush to assist Uchiha Shisui, but he had not anticipated that Shinichi's comrades would prove so formidable. They had undoubtedly reached the level of shadow and possessed their own unique abilities. Even with his Susanoo activated, he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Under the influence of the slowed light, Itachi felt the flow of chakra within him diminish, as though the Susanoo itself were on the verge of dissipating. Panic surged within Uchiha Itachi. Beware! The wolfman form of Uchiha Yu suddenly sprang into action, aiming for Uchiha Shiyun. Unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Obito materialized beside Uchiha Shiyun, the distorted vortex allowing him to approach undetected. Just as he was about to seize her, he realized that the wolfman Uchiha Yu had already closed in. Sensing the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Yu, Obito was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Shiyun. What abilities had they obtained? How had they come by such power? All these questions churned within Uchiha Obito's mind. These three seemed to have emerged from thin air, possessing an incredible strength. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Uchiha Shinichi stood directly opposite Uchiha Shisui. The immense chakra emanating from Shisui was palpable, instilling terror in any shinobi nearby. Beneath the Susanoo, the very landscape had transformed. An intentional act by Uchiha Shisui. He had designated Uchiha Shinichi as the target of his Kotoamatsukami. If he dispersed his ocular power among several individuals, the effectiveness of Kotoamatsukami would undoubtedly diminish. After all, he had never truly employed Kotoamatsukami before. With a once-in-a-decade opportunity at stake, he was determined not to err. Chapter 38. Intense Combat. The most potent illusion. By Ishinshin the ground lay in disarray, yet Uchiha Shisui, ensconced within his Susanoo, wore an expression of grave concern. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi had transformed half of his body into magma, the hue of which was darker than that of Uchiha Itachi and Appo's Susanoo. The sheer quantity of chakra emanating from him was nothing short of astonishing. However, what troubled Uchiha Shisui even more was the fact that Uchiha Shinichi was executing his bloodline limit without employing the Sharingan, let alone the feared Mangekyou Sharingan. In that instant, Uchiha Shisui harbored a definitive hypothesis. Perhaps the lava-release bloodline limit was not a derivative of Uchiha Shinichi's Mangekyou Sharingan, but rather an innate ability he possessed. A cold smirk crept across Uchiha Shinichi's lips as he channeled his chakra, unleashing the full power of the magma fruit. Meteor volcano. Countless torrents of magma erupted, coalescing into a colossal magma fist that surged toward Uchiha Shisui's verdant Susanoo. To Uchiha Shisui's horror, the legendary Susanoo began to dissolve under the influence of the magma fruit's abilities. How could this be? The battle raged fiercely. Such a massive fluctuation of chakra had drawn the attention of various factions. Ninja from different villages dispatched individuals to investigate, yet before they could approach, they were left dumbfounded by the overwhelming chakra emanating from the conflict. To their further astonishment, the battlefield was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames. The magma inferno spread relentlessly towards them. Was this truly the work of a single individual's jutsu? All sensing ninjas were struck by disbelief, their worldviews shattered. Even the leaders from various villages would likely struggle to reach such a level of power. At that moment, the magma giant's fist was eroding Uchiha Shisui's green Susanoo. Uchiha Shisui was filled with trepidation as his Susanoo visibly diminished, eventually vanishing altogether. Yet the magma surrounding him did not disperse. A torrent of magma cascaded past, continually expanding outward. The entire region transformed into a magma sea, covering an expanse of 10 kilometers. Even Uchiha Itachi, who was locked in a stalemate with Uchiha Chiya and others nearby, was taken aback by the scope of this technique. How could such a range be possible? His understanding of Uchiha Shinichi's capabilities was still rooted in the events of 2 weeks prior, when he had dispatched Akatsuchi, which now seemed trivial in comparison. This is bad. Shisui is in trouble. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the 3 opponents he was engaged with, and his Mangekyou Sharingan flared with intensity. He uttered coldly, "Amaterasu." Black flames erupted in alignment with his gaze, causing Uchiha Chiya and the others to change countenance. Was this the dreaded Amaterasu? Prior to the skirmish, Uchiha Shinichi had already unveiled Uchiha Itachi's abilities. Though they were unaware how he had acquired such information, it was evident that they understood the terror of Amaterasu. The 3 retreated swiftly, dispersing in all directions. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, momentarily uninterested in them, plunged into the magma inferno. He enveloped himself in the flames of Amaterasu, creating a momentary barrier against the magma's encroachment. It even appeared that Amaterasu sought to consume the magma itself. This indicated that Amaterasu could indeed incinerate all other substances. However, Uchiha Itachi's expression soon soured. The magma sea was overwhelming, and his chakra could not sustain the combustion of such vast quantities. Thus, he was unable to enter the fray to assist Uchiha Shisui. Concurrently, Uchiha Chiya accelerated and struck Uchiha Itachi with a powerful punch. Uchiha Itachi could only activate his Susanoo for defense, yet even that left him spitting blood and sent him hurtling backwards several meters. The formidable power of the Nyo fruit was unmistakable at that moment. Uchiha Ibito, who was poised to assist, found himself ensnared by Uchiha and Uchiha Shiyan. Unless he resorted to his Kimyui to escape, he would be unable to overcome the formidable duo with his wood release alone. Uchiha Itachi coughed violently, releasing a torrent of blood, yet his gaze turned even colder. He had intended to direct his wrath toward Uchiha Shinichi, but it was now directed at them. His Mangekyou Sharingan spun rapidly as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Chiya and his companions. Uchiha Ibito had already vanished using Kimyui. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Chiya and his companions were suddenly aware of their consciousness being invaded, a wave of sheer terror washing over them. In the midst of the battle between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Shinichi, an even larger green Susanoo materialized. This was a nearly complete form of Susanoo. Even Uchiha Shisui had expended a substantial amount of ocular power. It sprouted wings, fully armed, resembling a divine warrior. It cleaved through the magma sea. However, Uchiha Shisui found himself in a predicament. He was unable to penetrate Uchiha Shinichi's defenses, rendering him incapable of employing Baishinshin. A significant weakness of Baishinshin was indeed distance. He was compelled to pay a steep price to unleash the final form of Susanoo. At that moment, he finally broke through Uchiha Shinichi's magma. Uchiha Shinichi's expression tightened. This form of Susanoo could resist the magma's encroachment. Unbeknownst to him, a faint sound echoed in his ear. It is over, Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinichi was startled, only to realize that the entire green Susanoo had transformed into nothingness. A kunai traversed the magma sea, morphing into the likeness of Uchiha Shisui. His Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, reflecting in Uchiha Shinichi's eyes. By Ishinshin, I bestow upon you your fate at this moment. Heed the will of fire. A chilling voice escaped Uchiha Shisui's lips. As light flickered, Uchiha Shisui gazed upon the dazed Uchiha Shinichi. Simultaneously, the surrounding magma sea seemed to calm. Bereft of the caster's influence, the magma was reduced to mere natural disaster. Though still formidable, it was no longer of concern to Uchiha Shisui. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Bai Shinshin had succeeded in its execution. Uchiha Shinichi's abilities were undeniably fearsome. Regrettably, his overconfidence clouded his judgment. Even now, Uchiha Shisui remained oblivious to the true capabilities of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjiki Sharingan. But now, all was said and done. Uchiha Shinichi had become his ally. Henceforth, Uchiha Shinichi would, like him, live to protect Konoha. Uchiha Shisui could not help but wear a look of satisfaction, believing he had transformed Uchiha Shinichi. In the future, Konoha would gain another willing protector. The magma sea receded, revealing Uchiha Itachi's figure once more. Uchiha Itachi had utilized Tsukuyomi to incapacitate Uchiha Chiya and the others. Thus, he refrained from delivering a finishing blow and hastened towards Uchiha Shisui's battlefield. However, Uchiha Shisui was perplexed by Uchiha Itachi's grim expression. As if he had not noticed him at all, he waved fervently at Uchiha Itachi, only to find no response. Uchiha Shisui's brow furrowed, his countenance shifting to one of alarm. Something was amiss. Why did he feel an overwhelming surge of chakra? Chapter 39, Shatter. Illusory reflections. Uchiha Shisui had just unleashed his Susanoo in rapid succession, culminating in the nearly ultimate form of the god of war Susanoo. Ultimately, he had also cast the most potent illusion, Kotoamatsukami. Even for him, it should have left him utterly drained of chakra, potentially leading to his demise from exhaustion. Yet, paradoxically, he felt no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui's gaze fell upon the closed eyes of Uchiha Shinichi. Logically, Shinichi, having been ensnared by Kotoamatsukami, should have awakened by now. However, the reality was far from his expectations. To his horror, Uchiha Shinichi, who had been standing still, began to blur and fade from existence. Illusion? Am I currently trapped in an illusion? Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened in realization. He now comprehended the gravity of the situation. Was he truly ensnared in another's illusion? How could this be? He, the progenitor of illusion techniques, was being outmatched by an illusion stronger than Kotoamatsukami? In that moment, Shisui's pride crumbled, and his gaze turned hollow. Uchiha Shinichi, where are you? The sound of footsteps approached from a distance, forcing Uchiha Shisui to struggle to redirect his focus. There, not far from him, Uchiha Shinichi advanced slowly, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet in his hand, he wielded an oddly shaped blade. The hilt was a vibrant green, with rippling patterns shimmering down towards the blade's tip. Uchiha Shisui, what a terrifying kaleidoscopic Sharingan you possess. However, it is a pity that it is wasted on someone like you. Hand over your Sharingan to me. Shatter, illusory reflections. A ripple surged forth as Uchiha Shinichi invoked the initial release of illusory reflections. The wave radiated outward, binding Uchiha Shisui much like the binding technique. Following the release of illusory reflections, Uchiha Shinichi felt his chakra depleting to over 80%. Moreover, the energy continued to drain as he maintained the technique. Fortunately, his chakra reserves were substantial. Otherwise, sustaining the initial release would have been impossible. Within the realm of illusory reflections, Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened as he fixated on Uchiha Shinichi. Even now, he had yet to witness Shinichi activate his Sharingan. At that moment, everything crystallized in Shisui's mind as he rasped. So your power does not stem from the Uchiha clan. Our assumptions were entirely misguided. Thus, I am ensnared in your illusion, am I? He stared intently at Uchiha Shinichi, struggling to grasp the source of his power. In this world, could there truly exist a force more powerful than the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Uchiha Shinichi caressed the peculiar blade. Uchiha Shisui, you are fortunate. Your Kotoamatsukami is indeed formidable, but you have unfortunately encountered this. Behold its might and remember its name, illusory reflections. Illusory reflections? Uchiha Shisui's gaze shifted to the bizarre blade, realizing that this weapon, named Illusory Reflections, had countered his Kotoamatsukami. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Shinichi had not merely countered Kotoamatsukami. He had initiated the initial release of Illusory Reflections even before Shisui cast his technique. At this moment, he had complete control over Shisui's five senses. Everything Shisui believed, his activation of Kotoamatsukami and his perceived success, was merely an illusion crafted by Illusory Reflections. Illusory Reflections could manipulate even a powerhouse like Uchiha Shisui. Truly, it was deserving of its legendary status as a Zanpakuto. Uchiha Shinichi wasted no time, reaching for Shisui's eyes. Though Kotoamatsukami had not affected Shinichi directly, he merely wielded an experiential card of Illusory Reflections. Should Shisui manage to unleash Kotoamatsukami, the consequences were unfathomable. Thus, it was paramount that this ocular power remained under his control. Meanwhile, in the external world, Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened considerably. The fiery magma inferno had been cleaved open by Shisui's complete Susanoo, yet his gaze remained fixated on Shisui and Shinichi. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi extended his hand toward Shisui's eyes. Perhaps due to the fact that Shinichi was not the true master of Illusory Reflections, he had not fully harnessed its initial release's power. The initial release only impacted Uchiha Shisui, while the surrounding observers perceived reality unchanged. The colossal Susanoo, wielding a massive sword, swung down upon Uchiha Shinichi. In that instant, Uchiha Shinichi strained to maintain the initial release of Illusory Reflections. However, due to the disturbance, he was compelled to abandon its continued manifestation. Armament. Simultaneously, he could not entirely disregard the Susanoo's assault, leading him to unleash the pinnacle of armament haki. The force of the Susanoo's attack forced Uchiha Shinichi's body to stagger back several steps. Uchiha Itachi could scarcely believe his eyes. The mighty Susanoo's strike had been resisted by mere physical strength. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Shisui regained consciousness. He desperately evaded Shinichi's reaching hand. Shinichi was left with no choice but to settle for gouging out Shisui's right eye. Unfortunately, the power of that eye was not the supreme illusion Kotoamatsukami, leaving Uchiha Shinichi with a tinge of regret. In agony, Uchiha Shisui clutched his wounded eye, stumbling backward. He realized that his plan had utterly failed. Uchiha Shinichi was far too formidable, having evaded even Kotoamatsukami's restrictions. Yet, what Shisui did not comprehend was that had he possessed the strength to unleash Kotoamatsukami at that moment, he might have succeeded. Currently, Uchiha Shinichi was hindered by the interruption of Illusory Reflections, and his Dark Pact skill had not yet reached level 3, leaving him susceptible to Kotoamatsukami's influence. However, Uchiha Shisui lacked the requisite chakra and ocular power to execute Kotoamatsukami. More critically, he had convinced himself that his Kotoamatsukami was ineffective. Uchiha Shinichi took a deep breath and consumed A, replenishing his chakra and mental energy. Regrettably, the experiential card of Illusory Reflections was now used up. In that brief interval, Uchiha Shisui had retreated to safety, while Uchiha Itachi positioned himself in front of Shinichi. Tent. His gaze sharpened, locking on to Uchiha Shinichi. The latter scoffed. Do you truly believe that your mere tent can thwart me? Once more, a veil of black smoke enveloped Uchiha Shinichi, revealing the terrifying capabilities of his magma fruit. Great Fireball. A colossal fist composed of magma slammed into the tent and the crimson Susanoo. Instantly, the entire Susanoo shattered, and the flames of tent were wholly consumed by the magma. Uchiha Itachi could no longer endure. The continuous use of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had severely drained his ocular power, pushing his chakra to the brink of exhaustion. Uchiha Shinichi's expression turned frigid as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito appeared, swiftly rescuing Uchiha Itachi, and the two vanished from sight. Indeed, Obito had not perished. Chapter 40. Instant mission completed. Obtain the Zanpakuto Ice Wool Pillar. Congratulations, host, for defeating Uchiha Shisui, earning 10,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host, for defeating Uchiha Itachi, earning 10,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host, for completing the instant mission, receiving the Zanpakuto Ice Wool Pillar as an additional reward. The system's notification echoed in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. The Ice Wool Pillar as a reward? Uchiha Shinichi could scarcely believe his ears. The Ice Wool Pillar, which should be priced at 100 100,000 prestige points in the prestige shop was now granted directly to him. This was renowned as the most formidable ice and snow-type Zampicut. System, does the ice will pillar truly belong to me? Am I able to wield its power? Special reminder, the host can currently utilize the ice will pillar directly. Furthermore, the initial release can be activated, requiring 80 of the chakra. During the maintenance of the initial release, 2 of the chakra is consumed per second, and after 1 minute, the consumption escalates to 20 per second. Uchiha Shinichi's lips twitched. This Zampicut demanded such a tremendous chakra expenditure. Even with he would struggle to endure such a drain. Special reminder, currently, the host can only use the Zampicut. An additional 100,000 prestige points are required to unlock all functionalities of the Zampicut, including its Bankai. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi finally comprehended that it was not the use of the Zampicut that necessitated such a vast amount of chakra. It was merely that he had not fully unsealed the ice will pillar yet. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui and the others had succumbed to unconsciousness. Although they had successfully delayed Uchiha Itachi, they still fell victim to his Tsukuyami. Even though Uchiha Shinichi had informed them of Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. Knowing was one thing, evading another. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi had executed the Tsukuyami in haste, as his initial intention had been to save Uchiha Shisui. Thus, the 3 merely fell unconscious without sustaining any substantial harm. Uchiha Shinichi cast his gaze upon them. Suddenly, a vortex flickered once more, and Uchiha Obito's left hand grasped Uchiha Shisui. He was attempting to capture Uchiha Shisui and the others again. This night could be described as a joint ambush by 3 Manjiki Sharingan wielders against Uchiha Shinichi's team. However, the outcome was a crushing defeat. Not only was Uchiha Shinichi formidable, but his allies were also exceedingly challenging. Thus, Uchiha Obito was eager to discern what kind of power Uchiha Shinichi and his companions had acquired. He now prepared to seize the opportunity while Uchiha Shinichi was caught off guard, intending to bring the unconscious Uchiha Shisui into the Kamui dimension. Moreover, this time, he did not aim to attack Uchiha Shinichi. Having learned from previous encounters with Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Obito was determined to avoid underestimating him again. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi sneered, "So? You haven't perished yet. If that's the case, I shall eliminate you once more." His fingers suddenly pointed forward, and he uttered the chilling command, "Impact Wave." At that moment, Uchiha Obito's figure began to distort, on the verge of entering the Kamui space. Abruptly, he sensed a distortion in the air. Uchiha Obito's expression shifted as his body, about to enter the Kamui dimension, came to a halt, and his entire form became visible. The Uchiha Shisui he had been grasping fell limply to the ground. To his surprise, the dazed Uchiha Shisui regained consciousness. Possessing the new fruit, his body was remarkably robust. At that moment, he had already freed himself from the effects of the Tsukuyami. However, his expression changed as he realized he had almost been captured by that masked man again. Damn it! Was it Lord Shinichi who saved me again? I am truly useless. Uchiha Shisui's face flushed red, but soon his gaze returned to Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Shinichi, you are showcasing formidable abilities once more. Before him, Uchiha Shinichi wielded an unfamiliar power that rendered the masked man utterly defenseless. Subsequently, Uchiha Obito's entire form was drawn towards Uchiha Shinichi. What was happening? Uchiha Obito was utterly bewildered. This ability resembled the universal pull of Pain's 6 paths. The force of attraction was not overwhelming, halting just a few meters from Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, Uchiha Obito sensed an intensified crisis. A pure white shockwave surged through Uchiha Obito's body, resonating with a thunderous roar. His consciousness blurred, tainted with a hint of luck. Thankfully, he had once again preemptively released Izanagi. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Shinichi with renewed admiration. Even as a shadow-level powerhouse, he still felt the vast chasm between himself and Lord Shinichi. The commotion from the impact wave roused the other two. It was evident that Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami had not inflicted extensive damage upon them. They were merely low on chakra. Uchiha Shinichi flipped his palm, revealing 3 resting in his hand. Each of you, take 1. Without hesitation, the 3 consumed the. Almost instantly, they felt not only their chakra restored to its peak, but also their spirits revitalized from the effects of the Tsukuyami. This was truly a miraculous elixir. Astonished, the 3 contributed a total of 300 prestige points to Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Shinichi, what should we do next? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi brazenly attacked our clan. They must be expelled from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shiyun and the others were filled with indignation, as they had never anticipated Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui would attempt to assassinate them. They had disregarded the bonds of kinship, willing to kill for the so-called will of fire. Uchiha Shinichi spoke with a calm voice, return to the village and report the situation regarding Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. I want them declared rogue ninjas in Konoha, notorious fugitives, and not even the higher-ups of Konoha shall shield them. Meanwhile, within the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito emerged, panting heavily, his heart filled with dread. This was the second time. He had been killed by Uchiha Shinichi twice. Without Izanagi, he would have perished long ago. Fortunately, he had inherited Uchiha Madara's assets, and there were still several unused Sharingan left. Damn it, what kind of power has he acquired? Why do his techniques seem endless? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists tightly. It appears I need to reclaim Kakashi's eye. Otherwise, I lack the courage to face Uchiha Shinichi. It was evident that Uchiha Shinichi possessed the ability to counter the Kamui Sharingan. However, this was merely a single eye ability. Only by gathering both eyes could he truly unleash the full potential of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, did he truly wish to reclaim the gift he had bestowed upon Kakashi? Uchiha Obito glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Itachi, who had evidently exhausted his ocular power. Even so, they had barely escaped Uchiha Shinichi's grasp. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui was nowhere to be found. Perhaps only pain could defeat Uchiha Shinichi. Chapter 41. The Manhunt Amidst the Night. The molten lava continued to flow, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Following a fierce battle, the landscape had been utterly transformed. When the ninjas from various villages investigated the next day, they were horrified to discover that the terrain had shifted from rugged mountains to rolling hills. Gradually, this place had become an active volcano. All ninjas desperately sought information. And at last, they uncovered a lead. A team from the Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Shinichi, seemed to have been on a mission here. This revelation ignited a fervor throughout the ninja world, spreading rapidly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi and his companions swiftly returned to their village, while Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi remained elusive. The events that transpired outside the village were meticulously unraveled by Uchiha Chiya and others, causing an uproar within the Uchiha clan. What? These two actually attempted to assassinate Lord Shinichi? How could they resort to such treachery against their own kin? Many Uchiha clan members found it utterly unbelievable, followed by an outpouring of rage. Some confronted Uchiha Fugaku at his doorstep, demanding an explanation. Inside Uchiha Fugaku's home, Uchiha Makoto wore an expression of deep concern. Itachi, how could he do this? Where could he possibly be? As a mother, her primary concern was the safety of Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke cried out in despair. How could this happen? How could brother Itachi attempt to kill brother Shinichi? Why must we, as members of the Uchiha clan, turn against one another? Uchiha Sasuke was unable to comprehend Itachi's actions, his cries echoing through the room. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes reflected pain and helplessness. He never imagined that his eldest son would choose the village over the Uchiha clan. Clenching his fists, he felt the weight of failure as a father. Yet, he turned his stern gaze towards the sobbing Uchiha Sasuke and declared, Sasuke, you shall have no elder brother henceforth. Uchiha Itachi has been cast out from the Uchiha clan. Should you encounter him again, he will be your enemy. Do you understand? His harsh words stunned Uchiha Sasuke into silence, who helplessly shook his head. I do not wish for this. Uchiha Fugaku's expression hardened. He then opened the door to confront the discontented clan members. I hereby announce that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui are forever banished from the Uchiha clan. Shortly, I shall petition the 3rd Hokage to declare Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui as S-rank rogue ninjas. With these words, the assembled Uchiha members found some solace. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and continued, I feel that I am unworthy of the position of clan leader. 3 days hence, a clan meeting will convene at the South Shrine, where I shall hold a vote to select a new leader. The clan members momentarily paused, then erupted with excitement. It appeared that clan leader Fugaku was quite attuned to the situation. As for the vote, it was merely a formality. Who, besides Uchiha Shinichi, could possibly become the new leader of the Uchiha clan? At that moment, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura wore expressions of utmost severity. What was happening? Even the Kotoamatsukami could not restrain Uchiha Shinichi? How had he become so formidable? The news had reached their ears. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were missing. While Uchiha Shinichi had safely returned to the Uchiha clan and simultaneously demanded that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi be designated as S-rank rogue ninjas. The third Hokage, overwhelmed, dared not refute him. Though he had never engaged directly with a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, he had witnessed Uchiha Madara's might firsthand. Even if Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had not reached Madara's level, they could not be far behind. Yet, they had still failed to ambush Uchiha Shinichi, clearly indicating his unfathomable strength. Thus, the third Hokage was compelled to acquiesce to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shinichi's demands, issuing a manhunt for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Now, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were officially regarded as rogue ninjas in Konoha, despised by all its citizens. How had events spiraled to such a degree? Uchiha Shinichi had only made his entrance a fortnight prior, yet the situation had undergone a complete reversal. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that little brat, could he become the next Uchiha Madara? Danzo and the third Hokage exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen often proclaimed himself to be the strongest Hokage. Yet, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and the first Hokage, akin to the gulf between a firefly and the moon. Moreover, Uchiha Madara, who stood alongside the first Hokage, could manipulate the Nine Tails at will. If Uchiha Shinichi truly grew to possess Madara's level of power, they would find themselves in dire straits. No, Hiruzen, those forbidden experiments must commence, particularly regarding the Sharingan and first Hokage's cells. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had become privy to some of Danzo's recent experiments. He was astonished by Danzo's audacity, yet his own ambition stirred within him. The secrets of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara's formidable strength were tantalizing, and above all, they were being cornered by Uchiha Shinichi. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared at the entrance, causing both men to furrow their brows. Yet, when the Umbu recounted the events, their pupils dilated in shock. They had news of Uchiha Shisui. The third Hokage and Danzo exchanged glances, then disguised themselves and headed in a specific direction. In a damp cave in the back mountains of Konoha, once an abandoned root laboratory, silence had reigned for quite some time. The third Hokage and Danzo cautiously entered. They quickly spotted a familiar figure, Uchiha Shisui. At that moment, Shisui leaned weakly against the stone wall, his body gravely weakened. Though several days had passed, his injuries had yet to heal. That night, he had escaped solely by sheer will, and today he had managed to relay information to the third Hokage and Danzo. Third Hokage, Danzo, you have arrived. Both men's pupils constricted, having anticipated his condition but still shocked by the severity of his injuries. He was a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui then detailed their encounter, including the fact that Uchiha Shinichi had seized one of his eyes. Thus, I suspect that Uchiha Shinichi has not awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. He must have acquired his formidable abilities through other means. This power can even resist my Kotoamatsukami. However, I sense that my Kotoamatsukami has not been activated. Perhaps we still have a chance. Chapter 42. The Fall of Uchiha Shisui only after breaking free from the illusion of the mirror flower. Water Moon did Uchiha Shisui gradually come to the realization that he had not activated Kotoamatsukami. Rather, it was the influence of Uchiha Shinichi's abilities that led him to mistakenly believe he had awakened the divine technique. In truth, the ocular technique in his left eye remained intact. From this, Shisui surmised that Uchiha Shinichi likely feared his powers. However, at that moment, his opponent had seized the initiative, resulting in Shisui's utter defeat. Thus, his current objective was to recuperate and seek an opportunity to test the effects of Kotoamatsukami in the future. He could not bring himself to believe that the mightiest genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, could truly be ineffective against Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, the third Hokage and Danzo held a contrasting viewpoint. They were unfamiliar with the Manjiki Sharingan, yet the outcome was evident. Uchiha Shisui was incapable of countering Uchiha Shinichi. Kotoamatsukami was utterly futile. At this moment, the third Hokage exchanged a glance with Danzo, and the former discerned a glint of menace in Danzo's eyes. Their decades-long rapport allowed the third Hokage to grasp Danzo's intentions instantaneously. Uchiha Shisui was also a perilous element. Presently, Shisui appeared to trust them, but they had already embarked on forbidden experiments involving the Sharingan. There exists no impenetrable barrier. It was only a matter of time before Uchiha Shisui uncovered the truth. By then, would he still protect them? Most critically, the Manjiki Sharingan was extraordinarily formidable, especially with Uchiha Shisui wielding such powerful genjutsu. This was a prime opportunity. Danzo ambled towards Uchiha Shisui nonchalantly. The latter was completely unguarded. "Rest well, Shisui. I shall send someone." However, his words were abruptly cut short as Danzo's right hand transformed into a dragon's claw. In a flash, Uchiha Shisui widened his remaining eye, momentarily stunned into inaction. Danzo swiftly plucked out Shisui's only remaining eye. Blood dripped steadily, accompanied by the depletion of chakra. Uchiha Shisui clutched his eye in agony, disbelief etched across his features. Yet, it was not solely his physical suffering that tormented him. His mental world was crumbling as well. Though only Danzo had struck. The third Hokage remained silent, their stances speaking volumes. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui was completely reduced to a discarded pawn. Danzo proceeded to place the Sharingan into a petri dish. He coldly remarked, "Shisui, your abilities are far too terrifying. Such power is not something a naive person like you can control. Remember in your next life, to live as an ordinary person." Tears of blood streamed down Uchiha Shisui's face as his inner resolve shattered completely at that moment. So, this was what they called the will of fire. His injuries could no longer be contained, chakra waned, and the flame of life flickered towards its end. "What use do you have for my eyes? Uchiha Shinichi likely does not fear Kotoamatsukami. Furthermore, you cannot master the Manjiki Sharingan." Danzo sneered once more. "Who says it cannot be mastered? It merely requires a price to be paid." The second Hokage had systematically studied the Uchiha Sharingan. "We certainly have the means to control it. Now that you are gone, Uchiha Itachi will likely spiral out of control. In that case, it would be better to use Kotoamatsukami on him, compelling him to serve our purposes." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui trembled. He could not allow Uchiha Itachi to suffer the same fate as himself. This fate entailed eternal subjugation to the third Hokage and his ilk. Only at this moment did Uchiha Shisui comprehend the folly of his naivety. He desperately squeezed the last remnants of chakra from his body. The green Susanoo began to coalesce gradually. Upon activating the Manjiki Sharingan, the technique of Susanoo would be stored in memory. Even without the Manjiki Sharingan, theoretically, one could utilize Susanoo, similar to Uchiha Madara. Unless, of course, one had never experienced the full might of the eyes, as was the case with Uchiha Obito, who now could not activate Susanoo. Danzo seemed to recognize the Susanoo, instinctively leaping back like a startled rabbit. He had been privileged to witness Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. A nightmarish memory. The third Hokage, standing behind, displayed a glimmer of excitement as he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. A massive bolt of lightning surged past Danzo, obliterating the nascent Susanoo. The lightning pierced through Uchiha Shisui's form, marking this as a farewell to life. Danzo sighed in relief. Yet his heart chilled with a smirk. Truly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was as merciless as ever. Suddenly, he felt his right hand empty. Uchiha Shisui's eye had found its way into the third Hokage's possession. "Hiruzen, you?" The third Hokage's expression remained indifferent. After all, no one would know of his actions. Even if they did, it mattered not. Everything he did was for the sake of Konoha. Naturally, Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan would belong to him. His old comrade Danzo might very well attempt to control him, the Hokage, once he obtained the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. Caution was paramount. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui succumbed to boundless despair. In his final moments, he recalled his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. "Grandfather, is this the Konoha you vowed to protect?" After a lengthy pause, the third Hokage turned to depart. "I leave the handling of his corpse to you. I wish for no further incidents." Danzo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had not anticipated that the Manjiki Sharingan would be seized by the third Hokage. He had gained nothing. However, unable to best Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could only curse under his breath. Danzo gazed coldly at Uchiha Shisui's corpse, smirking. "It's been a while since I acted personally. You should feel honored." As the leader of the root, he certainly knew how to dispose of a corpse. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had become S-rank rogue ninjas of Konoha, a storm sweeping through the village. The prominent clans of Konoha felt that the events unfolding were far from simple. The third Hokage had actually placed those close to him, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, on the wanted list, a clear indication of desperation. As news circulated, it soon became apparent to all the site of the initial conflict. To this day, at the borders of the Land of Fire, the battlefield where Uchiha Shinichi and others had clashed remained a sea of magma and flames. It resembled a natural catastrophe, leaving devastation in its wake. Everyone gasped in awe, envisioning the ferocity of the battle that had transpired that fateful night. The strength of the Uchiha clan was indeed formidable. Not only the prominent clans of Konoha, but other ninja villages had also received the news. The strength displayed in that battle prompted an emergency meeting among the 5 Kage. Particularly, the third Hokage, Inoki, had been unable to locate his son for over half a month. Meanwhile, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki had been found, yet he had not encountered Akatsuchi, completely contrary to Inoki's assumptions. Now, connecting the dots with the magma and flames, it became evident that a certain Uchiha clan member possessed the Kekkai Genkai of lava release. The third Hokage, Inoki, suddenly understood it all. His son had likely turned to ash over half a month ago. Akatsuchi was truly dead. His body trembled as he grasped the shocking reality. A white-haired man had delivered death to a black-haired one. The Uchiha clan. This enmity shall be etched in my memory. He instantaneously fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shin. Chapter 43. The coronation of clan leader Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Shisui, has passed away. His death occurring in utter silence. Apart from the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shinichi remain oblivious to this event. The powerful Manjiki Sharingan, capable of utilizing the Kotoamatsukami, has also been taken back by the third Hokage. In a dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru has been tirelessly engaged in his work. In recent days, he has been gathering information on the Uchiha Sharingan, particularly the rumors surrounding the Manjiki Sharingan. He has certainly heard of the battles involving Uchiha Shinichi and his companions. The catastrophic power capable of altering terrain has sparked a profound interest in him regarding the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, it has made him feel that all the ninjutsu he has mastered over the decades pales in comparison to the divine strength of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Orochimaru now yearns for such power. Indeed, it is the Manjiki Sharingan. No wonder that young Uchiha Shinichi is so arrogant. Orochimaru has not forgotten how dismissive Uchiha Shinichi was towards him. At this moment, the third Hokage opens the door to the laboratory and frowns upon seeing the corpses on the experiment table. Orochimaru, I will provide you with experimental materials, but do not act on your own accord and allow others to gain leverage over you. The master and apprentice have now come to terms with the reality of human experimentation. Orochimaru's gaze is profound, from a very young age. The third Hokage instilled in him the so-called will of fire. However, he did not anticipate that in order to combat the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage would completely tear away his Fade, under the pretense of acting for Konoha and the will of fire. Orochimaru understands all too well the darkness that lies within the man's heart. With a cold smile, Orochimaru retorts, the materials you provided are of poor quality. I shall seek alternatives myself. The third Hokage appears reluctant to approach the filthy laboratory, choosing instead to stand at the door and observe Orochimaru. He has not disclosed the deaths of Uchiha Shisui and the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to Orochimaru. The third Hokage knows better than anyone who Orochimaru truly is. If Orochimaru were to learn about Kotoamatsukami, it would likely be his end. Yet, research on the Sharingan necessitates the expertise of someone like Orochimaru. He finds himself in a predicament. I will find you suitable experimental materials as much as you need. The third Hokage continues. However, you must provide me with answers in a short time. I wish to understand the cost of mastering the Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes gleam with intelligence. He is not foolish. The old man is not interested in the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. Additionally, mastering a regular Sharingan can be exemplified by Kakashi. Though Kakashi may seem inadequate, he can still manage to wield the Sharingan after paying a certain price. Thus, the purpose of this experiment must surely be the Manjiki Sharingan. Could it be that the old man has acquired another's Manjiki Sharingan? Thoughts whirl rapidly in Orochimaru's mind. Considering that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have become rogue ninjas, he suddenly ponders the possibility that the two may have awakened their own Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, doubts arise within him. If they have indeed awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, why did they succumb to Uchiha Shinichi? It is perplexing how the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan has experienced such explosive growth during this period. Over the past few decades, he has scarcely heard of anyone in the Uchiha clan awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet now, there are at least 3 individuals suspected of having awakened it. Truly, the Uchiha clan is favored by the heavens. The third Hokage seems to perceive Orochimaru's thoughts. However, he absolutely cannot reveal to Orochimaru that he possesses a Mangekyou Sharingan. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to understand the Uchiha clan's Sharingan through this experiment. If you can perform well, I will recommend you to the Daime as the next Hokage. I am growing old. The future of Konoha will belong to you. In this moment, the third Hokage attempts to spur Orochimaru into completing the experiment by invoking the title of Hokage. Yet, a cold smile forms within Orochimaru's heart. The position of Hokage? Who cares about such a trivial matter? Since the old man refuses to speak, he will commence his own plans. At this point, he has already accumulated sufficient knowledge. If he could obtain the Mangekyou Sharingan, he should be able to wield it for an extended period. The key to mastering it lies in balancing the first Hokage's cells with the Sharingan. The question now is, whose eyes should he target? Orochimaru licks his lips, initially ruling out Uchiha Shinichi. Though that boy is arrogant, he is nonetheless a formidable warrior capable of slaying the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, he has defeated Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Attempting to seize his eyes would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, the next candidates would be either Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have gone by. Today, the entire Konoha is abuzz. The Uchiha clan is to hold a public vote to elect a new clan leader. It is evident to all that this so-called vote is merely a formality. At this moment, at the Naha shrine of the Uchiha clan, a total of 305 Uchiha ninjas have gathered together. They subsequently submit their anonymous ballots for their desired clan leader. Soon, the host, Uchiha Haya, announces the results. Unanimous approval. I declare that Uchiha Shinichi will become the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Who is in favor? Who is against? No one dares to voice dissent. Uchiha Haya's proclamation sends the entire clan into a frenzy of cheers. Approval. Approval. Uchiha Shinichi instantly earns over 1,000 points in reputation, amidst the congratulations from his clansmen. Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Fugaku step onto the stage together. Uchiha Fugaku's emotions are somewhat complex as he hands over the family crest, symbolizing the clan leader's position. To Uchiha Shinichi, all the Uchiha clansmen applaud in unison, marking the end of one era and the rise of another. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi finally receives the results he has been waiting for. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first side quest. Become the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. The system has unlocked the Shurikai ability of the Zanpakuto, Hyorinmaru, for the host and grants the power of Kido from the world of the Soul Reapers. Previously, Uchiha Shinichi had obtained the Zanpakuto, Hyorinmaru, but had not fully unlocked its Shurikai ability. Now, the system has granted him this for free, and he can now utilize the Kido powers from the Soul Reaper world. This is akin to Uchiha Shinichi acquiring a multitude of additional abilities out of thin air. Contemplating the formidable Kido powers, Uchiha Shinichi feels a surge of excitement. However, in his perception, the potent Kido abilities require an immense amount of chakra to execute. Even with his current chakra reserves, certain Kido spells remain beyond his reach. 2. Unlock silver level lottery access. With a reputation point cap of 200, the host receives 10 free chances for the silver level lottery. Silver level lottery? Has the long-awaited moment finally arrived? Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The power on the mountain summit with a bronze level lottery. The finest prize he received was an experiential card for the Mirage. It was through this very item that Uchiha Shinichi was able to withstand the might of the formidable Genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami. What, then, awaited him with the silver level lottery? Moreover, prior to completing the side quest, the reputation value gifted to him by others had a cap of 100, which now surged to an impressive 200. Upon detecting Uchiha Sasuke's acknowledgement of the host's reputation, a reward of 120 reputation points was granted. Likewise, Uchiha Izumi recognized the host's worth with a reward of 160 points, and Uchiha Yu followed suit with another 160 points. Finally, Uchiha Kiyun bestowed a generous 200 points. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Shinichi amassed thousands of reputation points. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shinichi activated the silver level lottery. System, grant me a tenfold draw. This was a complimentary opportunity from the system, and Uchiha Shinichi intended to test the waters. The silver lottery wheel, which had previously appeared gray in his mind, transformed into a brilliant white. Subsequently, various options emerged on the wheel. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes widened as he beheld the 7 options available. The most prominent and easily attainable reward was a bonus of 300 reputation points. Following that were rewards such as a lucky amulet, a chakra gift pack, 1,000 reputation points, 5,000 reputation points, and a random ability selection. Naturally, these options varied daily, and it was possible that tomorrow might unveil the chance to acquire a devil fruit or a Zanpakuto. At the center, the smallest option offered a free selection of an item valued at an astounding 300,000 reputation points. Aside from that central option, which could afford Uchiha Shinichi an equivalent item worth 300,000 reputation points, the other rewards appeared less than dazzling, leaving him slightly disheartened. It seemed that the silver level lottery bore little distinction from the bronze level. System, what sets the silver level lottery apart from the bronze? Ding. The random abilities acquired from the silver level lottery are significantly more potent, and you can enhance your luck by employing a lucky amulet. A lucky amulet? The system elucidated that each use of the lucky amulet increases the likelihood of obtaining rare items or abilities during the lottery. For instance, if the host utilized a lucky amulet upon activating the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could acquire a premier Kaleidoscope Sharingan ability. The lucky amulet also possessed other capabilities, such as evading attacks, augmenting defenses, or unexpectedly boosting chakra recovery. In essence, as long as the host possessed a lucky amulet, his fortune would be amplified. Realizing the significance of the celestial amulet, Uchiha Shinichi prepared to utilize his 10 free chances on the silver level lottery. He commanded within his mind, and the silver lottery wheel commenced its relentless spin. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 300 reputation points. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 300 reputation points. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 300 reputation points. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 lucky amulets. Congratulations, host. You have received a chakra gift pack. The quality can be enhanced by utilizing a lucky amulet. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a random ability selection. Small lucky amulets can enhance the quality of the random ability. Upon completing the 10 draws, the central, rarest reward eluded him. However, Uchiha Shinichi did secure the chakra gift pack and the random ability selection. Just as he was about to open them, the function of the lucky amulet struck him. System. Use a lucky amulet to unlock the chakra gift pack and the random ability. Swiftly, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. The chakra gift pack has transformed from a shadow-level chakra gift pack into a super shadow-level chakra gift pack. Thus, after employing the lucky amulet, what was initially a shadow-level chakra amount had now escalated to a super shadow level. Uchiha Shinichi's excitement was palpable, although he had already reached the pinnacle of super shadow-level strength. With various abilities at his disposal, the execution of those abilities was contingent upon his chakra reserves. Currently, his chakra amount was still lacking compared to the tailed beasts. Moreover, who would ever complain about possessing an abundance of chakra? In that brief moment, Uchiha Shinichi sensed a surge of chakra within his body. Though he did not experience a qualitative transformation, the leap to super shadow level was considerable, and he still found himself distanced from the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random ability. Random ability acquired. Wind barrier elevated from level 1 to level 3. A wind barrier? Uchiha Shinichi's mind was immediately flooded with detailed information about this ability. In essence, it allowed the construction of a defensive shield composed of wind release surrounding his body. Thanks to the influence of the lucky amulet, Uchiha Shinichi was spared a significant expenditure of reputation points, achieving a direct upgrade from level 1 to level 3. The level 3 wind barrier could effectively mitigate attacks from Susanoo and tailed beast bombs. Uchiha Shinichi beamed with exhilaration. So, I can directly enhance the level of my abilities? Could he then utilize the lucky amulet to elevate the levels of the Dark Pact and other abilities? System, expend a lucky amulet to enhance the Dark Pact's level. Dark Pact level enhancement failed. Please continue to use the lucky amulet. Uchiha Shinichi's expression darkened. Indeed, the lucky amulet was not omnipotent and possessed a certain probability. Therefore, he invoked the lucky amulet once more. After 3 consecutive attempts, a different voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. The Dark Pact has been elevated from level 2 to level 3. Uchiha Shinichi's countenance brightened. Progressing from level 2 to level 3 normally required a staggering 50,000 reputation points. Yet now, he had effortlessly attained level 3. More importantly, at level 3, he could genuinely resist the constraints of Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Shinichi finally exhaled in relief. Even if Uchiha Shisui were to employ Kotoamatsukami, he would merely be a puppet. Reward: 50,000 reputation points. 50,000 reputation points? Uchiha Shinichi's eyes sparkled. Combined with his accumulated reputation, he now possessed over 120,000 points, signifying that he was ready to exchange for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. System: exchange for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shinichi did not forget to utilize a lucky amulet. The capabilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan were akin to a blind box. What if he drew a relatively lackluster ability? It would be more prudent to select a random ability instead. After spending 100,000 reputation points, he felt an immense transformation within his optic nerves. A surge of mental power encased in chakra surged towards his brain, subsequently directing itself towards his optic nerves. Having not activated the Sharingan for an extended period, he instinctively awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan twirled and morphed into a complex pattern, unlike any other. This was the emblem of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. As blood tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of Uchiha Shinichi's eyes, the overwhelming surge caused his in-released chakra to skyrocket. In that moment, he comprehended the abilities of his left and right eyes, time and space manipulation capabilities. It appears that this fortunate talisman has indeed proven effective. The power of his left eye pertains to space, enabling the creation of a temporal and spatial barrier that renders those ensnared within, along with their spiritual entities, utterly immobile and at the mercy of others, while he alone can traverse the confines of this dimensional prison. When next encountering Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, it will be intriguing to witness how they might evade such a fate. Moreover, the capabilities of his right eye are even more astounding. Its power is related to time, allowing him to accelerate or decelerate the passage of time for any object within his line of sight. For instance, by slowing the flow of time, he can immobilize his adversaries, or by hastening it, he can expedite the casting of shurikens or ninjutsu. When combined with the spatial prowess of his left eye, the potential is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, the abilities of the right eye do not cease there. What if he were to accelerate himself? If he could propel himself to the speed of light, might he not gain the power to traverse time and space, or even reverse life and death? Uchiha Shinichi was utterly exhilarated. The prowess of his Sharingan was indeed formidable. However, such immense power comes with an equally formidable price. Based on his current sensations, he realized that after employing these abilities a mere few times, blindness would ensue. He inhaled deeply. It seems imperative that he hastens his journey towards achieving the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 45. The encounter between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shinichi has finally realized his ambition of becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan. This news swept through the entire ninja world like a tempest. Various villages erupted into chaos, particularly Iwa and Kyumo, who were keenly observing Konoha's movements. The Uchiha clan has a new leader? I suspect that the third Hokage is certainly feeling restless. The third Tsuchikage slammed his hand onto the table, his eyes glinting with coldness. Contact Kyumo. While the third Hokage is troubled, we must seize a piece of flesh from the land of fire. He understood the tensions between Konoha's upper echelons and the Uchiha clan and prepared to stoke the flames of their discord. Of course, there was another motive: to avenge his son. The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure was also restless, sensing that Konoha was vulnerable at this moment. Even if he were to demand a hefty price, given the third Hokage's character, they would likely relent. He instructed his spies within Konoha to act, aiming to acquire the Uchiha Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Even if discovered, the third Hokage would not dare to confront Kyumo openly. Meanwhile, in the distant Amigakure, the Akatsuki organization learned of Uchiha Shinichi's ascension through the information provided by White Zetsu. A meeting was convened within the underground caverns due to the recent developments in the Uchiha clan. All eyes were upon a newcomer, Uchiha Itachi, who had recently joined the Akatsuki and had become an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Itachi maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. While he had anticipated Shinichi's rise to power, receiving the confirmation still left him somewhat astonished. It was clear that with Shinichi as the leader, Konoha would face fragmentation. Uchiha Shinichi, you have plunged the Uchiha clan into despair. You are the bane of your own kin. Itachi thought. Perhaps he could not defeat Shinichi at present, but within the Akatsuki. Now, having recovered from his injuries, Itachi sensed a significant decline in his ocular power, and his vision began to blur. This was a side effect of the Manjiki Sharingan. He had overexerted himself that fateful night. Moreover, even at his peak, he doubted he could overcome Shinichi. Itachi's gaze lifted, focusing on a colorful apparition before him, which was a projection of consciousness utilizing the Jinjutsu technique, Hiryu, Kane. This apparition belonged to the leader of the Akatsuki. Itachi stared into the eyes of the projection, a sense of wonder washing over him. In the ninja world, the Rinnegan truly existed. It is impossible to express how astounded Itachi was upon encountering the Akatsuki leader, Pain, for the first time. The Rinnegan, even the Uchiha's ancient texts acknowledged its existence, was a dojutsu surpassing the Manjiki Sharingan, often referred to as the Eye of God. Pain seemed to sense Itachi's gaze as he spoke emotionlessly. The affairs of the Uchiha clan are of little consequence. Once I have resolved the issues in Amage Cure, I shall grant your request. After attaining the full power of the six paths, Nagato, the man behind the scenes, regarded no one with respect, even after hearing of Uchiha Shinichi's exploits. For the Rinnegan crushed all other eye techniques. When Itachi joined the Akatsuki, he had made a request of Pain to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi. Itachi's expression turned grave as the various projections of the Akatsuki members began to dissipate, leaving only him and Uchiha Obito. I must return to Konoha. Shisui has conveyed a message to me. After many days, Itachi had finally received news from Uchiha Shisui. He was eager to return to Konoha to uncover what had transpired with Shisui. Little did he know, the message he received was a deception orchestrated by Danzo. Masquerading as Shisui, the real Uchiha Shisui had long since perished. Obito nodded. Very well, but be cautious not to let Shinichi discover your whereabouts. I look forward to seeing you bring Shisui into the Akatsuki. A sense of desolation washed over Itachi. He never imagined he would have to ally with such individuals. Yet, for Konoha's sake, he had no choice but to proceed. Sometimes, one must numb oneself to endure life. This was Itachi's current state. Obito continued, when you return, I will reveal to you the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan, such as how to maintain your ocular power. These words caused Itachi's pupils to contract. Could this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara truly resolve the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan? Was he genuinely the Uchiha Madara? Watching Itachi's departing figure, Obito felt a sigh of relief. If he could recruit both Itachi and Shisui, he could contend with Pain within the Akatsuki. Currently, he possessed little power, and Pain was no longer the boy he once was. Obito feared that Pain might become uncontrollable. And then there was Uchiha Shinichi. This man truly was a source of great concern for Obito, who clenched his fists, once again pondering Kakashi's Sharingan. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the third Hokage remained busy within the Hokage building, as was his usual routine, and none around him were surprised. Soon, darkness enveloped the land, and the third Hokage finally concluded his tasks. He dismissed all the Umbu, for what he was about to do must remain a secret from everyone, including Danzo. He swiftly vanished from the Hokage building, reappearing at the back mountains of Konoha. At this moment, the third Hokage appeared entirely transformed, resembling a youth from the side. Now, I shall play the role of Uchiha Shisui. He had arranged to meet Itachi at a specific location in the back mountains of Konoha, the very place where Uchiha Shisui had met his demise. The lingering chakra of Shisui would further disarm Itachi's suspicions. The third Hokage leapt into the cave in the back mountains, his entire being enveloped in a sense of decay. He exerted all his effort to simulate the last moment he had seen Uchiha Shisui. He then sat motionless in the cave, awaiting Itachi's arrival. Time passed slowly until, at midnight, a figure appeared at the cave's entrance. Itachi's gaze instantly fell upon the silhouette of Uchiha Shisui. Upon seeing him, Itachi finally understood why Shisui had only now contacted him. He had sustained such severe injuries from his battle with Uchiha Shinichi. Shisui raised his left eye, revealing his unique Manjiki Sharingan. In that moment, Itachi finally dropped his guard and stepped forward. Shisui, how are you now? However, suddenly, Itachi sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from this Uchiha Shisui. You are not Uchiha Shisui, but it was too late. The figure of Shisui grinned ominously, and the Manjiki Sharingan began to spin rapidly. The third Hokage poured every ounce of his strength into activating the Manjiki Sharingan's power. Kotoamatsukami. Chapter 46. The fated Uchiha Itachi and the defeated Orochimaru, the third Hokage, had mentally rehearsed this scenario countless times. To alleviate Uchiha Itachi's suspicions, he remained silent. It was only when Uchiha Itachi approached that he decisively unleashed the Kotoamatsukami. I bestow upon you the fiery will akin to Uchiha Shisui, an unwavering trust in the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun violently, and the third Hokage felt an overwhelming drain of chakra, even with his formidable strength. Employing the Mangekyou Sharingan was still a considerable strain. His body racked with pain, his vision blurred, yet he persevered, determined to gain control over Uchiha Itachi. Is this the terrifying power of the Mangekyou Sharingan? After casting Kotoamatsukami, the third Hokage swiftly removed the Mangekyou from his eyes. He had no time to assess the condition of Uchiha Itachi before hastily departing. However, he knew he would need to engage with Uchiha Itachi again. And seizing the moment of Itachi's confusion, he issued another command. At 3 o'clock, the Hokage will personally meet with you. In his weakened state, he needed to replace his eyes once more. For him, the eye transplant procedure was not a daunting task. After all, he was a master of ninjutsu. As the gentle breeze blew, Uchiha Itachi gradually regained consciousness. The memories of the third Hokage's Kotoamatsukami were absent from his mind, replaced instead by an intensified impression of the will of fire, particularly regarding the third Hokage. However, Uchiha Itachi harbored no doubts about any of this. Such was the dreadful potency of the Kotoamatsukami. Now, Uchiha Itachi had transformed into another Uchiha Shisui. Would the Hokage truly come at 3 o'clock? The presence of Shisui's chakra lingered here. Where had Shisui gone? A sense of unease crept into his heart. At 3 o'clock, the third Hokage returned to this very place. Although he had replaced his eyes with ordinary ones, his mental state was far from optimal. After casting Kotoamatsukami, he felt as though he had aged several years. Even Uchiha clan members paid a grave price for wielding the Mangekyou Sharingan. How much more for others? Uchiha Itachi evidently noticed the third Hokage's diminished condition, but felt no suspicion towards it. The influence of Kotoamatsukami was ever present. Hokage-sama, you appear unwell? At this moment, the third Hokage realized the effectiveness of Kotoamatsukami. The former Uchiha Itachi had never shown him such respect. It's nothing. I bear unfortunate news, he replied. During your absence, Shisui once again challenged Uchiha Shinichi, but was ultimately defeated. In a bid to protect his Mangekyou Sharingan, he leapt to his death, and his body remains unfound. A pang of pain shot through Uchiha Itachi. Though he had anticipated this, he still struggled to accept the reality. His eyes glimmered crimson as he gritted his teeth. Uchiha Shinichi. The third Hokage was pleased with his performance. Regardless of Uchiha Shinichi's strength, being constantly watched by a kinsman possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan would undoubtedly be unsettling. Itachi, be strong in your grief. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists. Did Shisui leave any final words? The third Hokage continued to play his role. You already know, Shisui's greatest concern was for Konoha. He hoped you would bear the banner and ensure that the Uchiha clan does not bring ruin to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi nodded vigorously. I will inherit Shisui's will. I shall not hesitate to obliterate the entire Uchiha clan if necessary. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, but then sighed. However, Uchiha Shinichi is indeed formidable. Both of you possess the Mangekyou Sharingan, yet you were still defeated. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. Have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? As Uchiha Itachi recounted his tale, the third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. The Rinnegan? The existence of the Rinnegan in the ninja world? I plan to utilize the Akatsuki to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi. However, Uchiha Itachi added, the members of the Akatsuki are incredibly powerful. They must harbor unspeakable secrets. Therefore, we cannot place all our hopes on them. If I can locate the legendary artifacts, the Ten-Fist Sword and the Yata Mirror, perhaps I could contend with Uchiha Shinichi. The Ten-Fist Sword and the Yata Mirror? The third Hokage maintained a composed exterior, yet internally he was deeply shaken. What other secrets did the Uchiha clan conceal? Before this, as Hokage, he had been unaware of these two artifacts. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clenched his fist, yearning for such power. What on earth was happening in the ninja world? The strength of the Kage was no longer sufficient. The forbidden experiments involving the Sharingan and the first Hokage's cells must be expedited. Additionally, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shinichi possesses a peculiar ability. It appears he does not rely solely on the power of the Sharingan to wield those bizarre abilities. Uchiha Itachi recalled his battle with Uchiha Shinichi, his expression grave. Moreover, his subordinates. Had it not been for Uchiha Shin and Appo's, Ichi and Appo's, three subordinates obstructing Uchiha Itachi, the outcome of the clash between two Mangekyou Sharingan might have been uncertain. The third Hokage was taken aback. Not derived from the Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi continued. Not only does Uchiha Shinichi possess remarkable strength, but his three subordinates also display at least Kage-level prowess. Each possesses their own unique abilities. The third Hokage immediately grew serious. He had initially believed that only Uchiha Shinichi emerged from the Uchiha clan. Now it seemed there were others. Moreover, the prowess of these individuals was such that even Uchiha Itachi found them formidable. Itachi, could it be that the Uchiha clan harbors even more hidden strength? The emergence of several powerful individuals had already begun to weigh heavily on the third Hokage's mind. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. That should not be the case. Unless Uchiha Shinichi has the ability to mass-produce powerful individuals. At this, both men simultaneously exhaled in relief. They agreed upon the methods of future communication and established a covert signal for their meetings. Subsequently, they parted ways, one continuing to serve as the Hokage of Konoha, while the other remained an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi concealed himself expertly, encountering no one along his journey. However, at a certain moment, he was intercepted. Are you Orochimaru-senpai? In the darkness, Orochimaru slowly turned his head, his serpentine eyes fixated on Uchiha Itachi. He had discovered the third Hokage's whereabouts and was astonished to learn that the third Hokage had clandestinely met with Uchiha Itachi. He was eager to uncover the nature of their connection. Yet more importantly, he coveted the Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru gazed greedily at Uchiha Itachi. Serpent's shadow. Snakes unimpededly coiled around Uchiha Itachi's body, binding him tightly. Orochimaru exclaimed in excitement. Didn't he expect it to go this smoothly? Yet, his expression quickly stiffened as he suddenly felt himself rendered immobile. The colossal red Sharingan loomed larger in his mental realm, and he sensed his psyche on the brink of collapse. It had been an illusion. Uchiha Itachi's cold voice echoed in his ears. Considering you are the Hokage's disciple, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, you will not be so fortunate. Then, Uchiha Itachi transformed into countless crows, gradually dissipating into the night. Only the breathless Orochimaru remained, his eyes still filled with terror. Is this what the Kaleidoscope Sharingan truly is? Chapter 47, Might Guy and Uchiha Shinichi. Secrets of the past. The Uchiha clan, undergoing a generational shift, was preparing a grand feast to celebrate their new leader. This, however, posed a dilemma for the various families of Konoha, as they each received an invitation sent by Uchiha Shinichi. Accepting or declining this invitation was a matter of significant importance. In the past, the Uchiha clan would not have been a consideration for these noble families. Yet now, the Uchiha had transformed entirely, with Uchiha Shinichi emerging as a formidable force. Even the elite of Konoha, represented by the third Hokage, had faced setbacks and were reluctant to offend the Uchiha clan. Soon, these noble families reached a consensus to dispatch their elite jonin to celebrate Uchiha Shinichi's ascension to clan leader. All families, except for the Sarutobi and the Shimura clans, sent representatives, including the Hyuga clan. Upon receiving this news, the third Hokage's expression soured, feeling slighted by the family's disregard for his dignity. The only consolation was that Uchiha Itachi's plans were proceeding flawlessly, as he could now completely replace Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Itachi revealed the existence of the Akatsuki organization, which might prove advantageous in the future. Why hasn't Orochimaru conducted any experiments these past few days? The third Hokage suddenly inquired of his Izanagi. Orochimaru-sama has been in poor spirits lately, came the reply. Poor spirits? The third Hokage frowned, suspecting Orochimaru was up to something nefarious. Little did he know that his disciple was nursing wounds dealt by Uchiha Itachi, hidden away in a dark corner. Today, the Uchiha clan was bustling with activity, welcoming numerous esteemed guests. Hyuga Hisashi gazed at the Uchiha gates, feeling an odd sensation. He never imagined he would step into the Uchiha clan as a representative of the Hyuga family to attend a banquet honoring Uchiha Shinichi. Accompanying him were members from other clans, including the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Yamanaka families. Greeting them was Uchiha Shinichi's father, Uchiha En, the clan's elder. who appeared radiant as he ushered guests into the clan's premises. Among the representatives were also Uchiha Shinichi's contemporaries. "Ah, Shinichi, it's been ages." As Uchiha Shinichi welcomed guests, he suddenly felt a weight on his neck, accompanied by a system notification. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for triggering an immediate mission. Recruit Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki into your camp." A figure clad in green affectionately wrapped his arms around Uchiha Shinichi's neck, appearing overly familiar. Shinichi's expression darkened as he forcefully shook off the green-clad individual, who crashed against the wall and left a large dent. "Guy, I do not appreciate physical contact with men," Might Guy cried out as he fell to the ground. "Shinichi, that was a bit harsh. We are comrades who have faced life and death together." Kakashi Hitaki rolled his eyes at Guy's antics, recognizing his friend's occasional obnoxiousness. Uchiha Shinichi, tapping into his former self's memories, understood the connection. Guy's father had once rescued his past self, and since then, they had formed a bond. After the Third Great Ninja War, Shinichi had saved the relatively weak Guy multiple times. Previously, with his former self's haughty attitude, he would hardly have spared Guy a glance. Besides Kakashi and Guy, other peers like Yuhi Kurenai, Ebisu, and Inuzuka Tsum also gathered to celebrate Uchiha Shinichi's new status. Their expressions, however, were marked by a certain unfamiliarity and subtle wariness. They had initially been reluctant to attend, but were strongly urged by the third Hokage to do so. Tasked with reporting back on the banquet, Uchiha Shinichi, not particularly bothered by their presence, engaged in conversation with Kakashi and Guy, reminiscing about the past. The atmosphere was joyous until Might Guy suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Shinichi. "Shinichi, are the Uchiha truly set against Konoha?" Kakashi, too, scrutinized Shinichi closely. "Do you both believe the Uchiha clan is evil?" Shinichi's question prompted both to shake their heads. In their hearts, Uchiha Obito had once been a hero. The notion that the Uchiha clan was malevolent was merely a distorted narrative. "We Uchiha merely wish to conduct ourselves peacefully and have no intention of severing ties with Konoha. For decades, since the second Hokage's reign, we have been oppressed. In every ninja war, the Uchiha have borne the most bloodshed while receiving the least recognition. And yet we are vilified by the villagers. Is possessing the Sharingan truly a fault of ours?" Shinichi's solemn expression plunged Kakashi and Guy into contemplation. "I understand your feelings are complex, fearing I may target Konoha. Rest assured, as the Uchiha clan leader, I will not harm Konoha. My focus is solely on the Konoha elite, represented by the third Hokage." Guy appeared flustered. "Is there truly an issue with the Hokage? Guy, what if I told you that your father's death was not an accident? What would you think?" Guy's demeanor shifted, disbelief flooding his features. Uchiha Shinichi continued, "At that time, I had just awakened my 3-Tomo Sharingan and was ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Do you think it was coincidence? Someone deliberately leaked my whereabouts, drawing the attention of the mist's elite. Thankfully, your father, Dai, saved my life. Otherwise, I would have perished." Kakashi and Guy's expressions darkened at the revelation of intelligence leaks. "It was the root," Shinichi stated coldly. "They disclosed information about the Uchiha clan. Besides myself, 3 other Uchiha with 3-Tomo Sharingan fell victim to the Mist Elite." Guy trembled. Why would the root act in such a manner? Suddenly, he recalled the long-standing conflict between the Uchiha and Danzo, grasping the truth. Targeting the Uchiha's prodigies to weaken their strength had long been a tactic employed by Konoha's higher-ups. It was only because of Might Dai's intervention that Uchiha Shinichi survived. Why? We are all Konoha's citizens. Why must the Uchiha be targeted? Chapter 48. Kakashi and Guy's Awakening. Triggering multiple instant tasks, Might Guy was filled with disbelief. Astonished to learn that the root organization was secretly harming their own kin, Kakashi took a deep breath, asserting that it was out of fear of the Sharingan, a fear that the Uchiha clan might grow powerful and become an unstable factor, thereby threatening their dominion. The higher-ups of Konoha were terrified that someone might usurp their authority. Kakashi had already discerned the truth of the situation regarding Danzo, and his disappointment in the Konoha elite was profound. "Do you understand the circumstances surrounding Danzo?" Kakashi inquired. Guy appeared somewhat lost. He had been on missions for the past month and had only heard whispers of the incident involving Danzo, which painted him as a traitor. Yet, Kakashi's words revealed a grim reality. Konoha's leadership had fabricated the narrative to obscure Danzo's crimes, branding their fellow ninjas as traitors. Although Guy might have been somewhat naive, he was not a fool. After all, he had achieved the rank of Jonin in Konoha. At that moment, His heart grappled with turmoil. Was it possible that the higher-ups of Konoha were not truly aligned with the village's interests? Uchiha Shinichi turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi, do you truly comprehend the story of your father, the White Fang? He asked. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, abandoned a mission to save his comrades and ultimately took his own life. This led to the tragedy of your childhood. Kakashi's expression hardened. Had his father not committed suicide out of shame? Was there more to this than met the eye? Uchiha Shinichi and Appo's cold smile hinted at a deeper truth. The Uchiha clan has always kept its distance from the heart of Konoha, seldom mingling with the common folk. Yet, why is it that everyone perceives us as the villains? It is merely the higher-ups who wield the power of speech. All the information you have received has come from their lips. 10 years ago, the same was true regarding the White Fang. How could the fact that he prioritized his comrades over a mission be common knowledge? It is because of the clandestine propaganda of Konoha's elite. Kakashi sprang to his feet, fists clenched, as a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Why would they act in such a manner? The White Fang was not of the Uchiha clan. Logically, there should be no grudges between him and Konoha's leadership. Yet, Kakashi's instincts began to piece together a troubling hypothesis. The first reason was that his father was too powerful, too esteemed. Remember, the third Hokage was still in his prime over a decade ago. He would not want to retire prematurely. The second reason was war. During the Second Ninja War, Konoha may have emerged victorious, but the loss of lives was catastrophic. Someone had to take the blame. Moreover, as an outsider, how could Tsukumo Hatake ever be allowed to ascend to the Hokage position? There had been whispers long ago that the White Fang might become Hokage. But since the time of the first Hokage, the position had been passed down through bloodlines, never to outsiders. Gradually, Kakashi understood. It was the third Hokage and his ilk who spread rumors to tarnish his father's reputation, a man of unwavering strength. How could his father endure such a blow? It drove him to suicide. At that moment, both Kakashi and Guy were profoundly shaken. Analyzing these revelations was not inherently complicated. Yet they had never once doubted the third Hokage and his associates. From childhood, the will of fire had been their guiding principle. Little did they know. This very will of fire had been twisted into a tool for the likes of the third Hokage to solidify their power. Both felt their worldviews shattering, their spirits scattered in confusion. What should we do, Shinichi? Guy asked, bewildered. Uchiha Shinichi placed a hand on their shoulders, his voice imbued with an alluring power. Follow me. I shall empower you both. I will seek justice for the White Fang and the fourth. His words were incendiary, inadvertently ensnaring Kakashi and Guy in his fervor. Moments later, Kakashi and Guy lifted their heads, clarity returning to their eyes. In that instant, they chose to place their trust in Uchiha Shinichi. Not only did he possess the strength, but they also shared a bond forged in the crucible of life and death. Ding. Instant task. Went over Kakashi and Might Guy. Complete. Reward. 2,000 reputation points. Additional reward. 100 chakra recovery potions. Uchiha Shinichi exhaled in relief, having gained 2,000 reputation points with merely the power of persuasion. Moreover, chakra recovery potions? Upon inspecting the reputation shop, he discovered that each potion was priced at 100 points and could restore 80 of chakra within 30 seconds. 100 potions would equate to a staggering 10,000 reputation points. Receiving them for free was an extraordinary bargain. As Uchiha Shinichi mingled through the banquet, everyone was astonished to observe that he was markedly different from the other members of the Uchiha clan. He exuded far less arrogance and was considerably more approachable, contradicting the cold demeanor often attributed to his kin. Many had heard of Uchiha Shinichi's reputation, expecting the young clan leader to be difficult to engage. Yet, upon interacting with him, they found him amiable, winning the favor of various clan representatives. However, Uchiha Shinichi was not merely reveling in the festivities. After completing his first side quest, he found that the rate at which he triggered instant tasks had significantly increased. The recent task of winning over Kakashi and Guy was just one among many. Ding. Congratulations. Instant task triggered. Take on 12 young talents. 012. Ding. Congratulations. Instant task triggered. Establish a connection with the Inuzuka clan. Ding. Congratulations. Instant task triggered. Teach the armament hockey. 5000. Ding. Congratulations. Instant task triggered. Free the caged bird. 0200. In a brief span, the system had bestowed upon Uchiha Shinichi over a dozen instant tasks. This was a veritable treasure trove of reputation points. Lifting his cup, he approached Hinata Hisashi of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi was taken aback. As a branch family member, he felt utterly mismatched with Uchiha Shinichi's current stature. Furthermore, the latter's formidable prowess left Hisashi at a loss as to why the Uchiha clan leader would seek him out. After exchanging pleasantries, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly wore a mysterious smile. "Hisashi, do you wish to escape the caged bird?" His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Uchiha Shinichi and Hisashi. The latter trembled, nearly spilling his drink. Gazing at Uchiha Shinichi's back, he hesitated only briefly before resolutely following. They ventured to a secluded area, and Hisashi stared intently at Uchiha Shinichi, his expression charged with excitement. "Clan leader Shinichi, do you know what you just proposed? Do you have a way to lift the caged bird?" Uchiha Shinichi smiled lightly. "If I claim it, then I shall certainly deliver. If you doubt my words, Hisashi, you may test it right now." Suddenly, Hisashi recalled that Uchiha Shinichi possessed the ability to nullify the cursed tongue technique. Thus, perhaps the prospect of freeing the caged bird was not mere boastfulness. Hisashi's excitement was palpable, barely able to believe his ears, even if it were not for himself. His son, Niji Hyuga, had already been marked by the caged bird. Why should such a talented individual be confined in such a wretched cage? Chapter 49. The liberation of the caged bird. The ever-curious Hyuga Niji observed the contorted visage of Hyuga Hayashi, who had endured the torment of being a caged bird for many years. Now, he realized that even his son could not escape this grim fate, and the future generations might also be ensnared. However, hope emerged with Uchiha Shinichi's proposition. "Uchiha clan leader, what do you require?" Hyuga Hayashi, a man of experience, understood well that there are no free meals in this world. Uchiha Shinichi would certainly not offer assistance without a price. With a calm smile, Uchiha Shinichi replied, "What I seek is your loyalty, as I vie for the position of Hokage." Hyuga Hayashi trembled in disbelief. "You aspire to become Hokage? An Uchiha?" Yet, he soon found himself at a loss for words. If Uchiha Shinichi could liberate even the caged bird, then why could he not aspire to the Hokage position? At this moment, he felt akin to a drowning man. Even if Uchiha Shinichi were but a straw, he would cling to it desperately. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Hayashi declared, "I need to verify whether the caged bird can indeed be liberated. If so, the branch family will assist you in removing obstacles to your path to Hokage." Uchiha Shinichi nodded in satisfaction. His left palm transformed into a blade, striking Hyuga Hayashi's forehead protector with precision. Hyuga Hayashi was struck with horror. Had Uchiha Shinichi harbored ill intentions, he would have been utterly defenseless. The protector fell to the ground, revealing the mark of the caged bird. A blush of humiliation washed over Hyuga Hayashi's face. He seldom revealed this mark to others. Uchiha Shinichi promptly activated the power of the Dark Pact. A flicker of green light signified the gradual fading of the caged bird's mark until it vanished completely. The Dark Pact had reached level 3, capable of dispelling even the most formidable of seals. For Uchiha Shinichi, this was a basic skill, yet for Hyuga Hayashi, it was an unprecedented rebirth. In disbelief, he touched his forehead, filled with excitement and incredulity. Could it be true? Am I free? He raced towards a nearby pond, gazing at the vanished mark on his forehead, overwhelmed with emotion. Immediate task: break the caged bird. 120. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 points of prestige, along with an additional reward of 10 chakra restoration potions. Since acquiring the lucky charm, Uchiha Shinichi realized that he was likely to trigger additional rewards. This system was remarkably accommodating. He then made his way back to the hall. Retrieve your forehead protector and wear it again. Ensure that no one discovers the caged bird has been broken. Otherwise, the main branch of the Hyuga clan will go mad. The banquet extended from noon until evening, concluding only as dusk approached. Representatives from various noble families departed in succession, transmitting information back to their clans. They had not come merely to feast and celebrate Uchiha Shinichi's ascension as clan leader. Each bore their own mission, gathering intelligence on the Uchiha clan's condition. At that moment, the consensus was clear. Following the defection of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan had become a formidable force. Even the former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, held Uchiha Shinichi in high regard. His youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, shared a harmonious relationship with Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, an irreconcilable conflict existed between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha, foreshadowing an impending clash. Most concerning was the alarming rise in the Uchiha clan's strength. Specialized sensory ninjas reported that at least 15 Uchiha clan members had reached elite jounin status. This revelation left representatives from other clans gasping in shock. Elite jounins were the pillars of any clan, and some clan leaders were of this caliber, if not inferior. In total, Konoha boasted no more than 100 elite jounins, with those directly under the Hokage numbering no more than 30. The rest served as private guards for various clans. Thus, the current might of the Uchiha clan was undeniable. This information had also reached the third Hokage. Damn it! Were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi deceiving me all along? Where did the Uchiha clan find so many powerful individuals? Panic gripped the third Hokage, who had believed that the Uchiha clan consisted only of Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Kiyun. Now, he sensed impending danger. The Uchiha clan's hidden strength ran deeper than he ever imagined. He had not considered that these powerful figures were actually the result of Uchiha Shinichi's own machinations, as such revelations would fundamentally challenge the third Hokage and Appo's worldview. I must enlist external forces to weaken the Uchiha clan, otherwise, the cost for Konoha will be astronomical. His gaze turned towards the Rock and Cloud ninja, contemplating the notion of external warfare. Perhaps allowing the Rock or Cloud ninjas to deplete the Uchiha clan's strength was a prudent strategy. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi had not reported the Uchiha clan's circumstances to Hyuga Hisashi. Instead, he was entirely consumed by exhilaration. Upon returning home, he found his son, Hyuga Niji, diligently practicing the gentle fist technique. A pang of sorrow struck Hyuga Hayashi, especially at the sight of young Niji with his forehead bound, symbolizing the fated path of the branch family. A shadow flickered in Hyuga Hayashi's eyes as he beckoned to his son, Niji, come with me to a special place. Hyuga Niji, puzzled yet intrigued, followed his father, who had rarely worn such a smile since Niji could remember. Without further inquiry, he accompanied Hyuga Hayashi out. Hyuga Hayashi returned to the Uchiha clan, fulfilling Uchiha Shinichi's instructions to bring Hyuga Niji and liberate him from the caged bird's curse. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi placed his complete trust in Uchiha Shinichi. What did it matter if he were being used? After a round trip, they arrived at the Uchiha clan as night fell. Hyuga Niji's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he had entered the Uchiha clan, being one of Konoha's noble families. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan. Though not openly hostile, relations were tense. Yet, he had never expected his father to bring him here. What was happening? Inside the Uchiha clan, the midday banquet had concluded, but an evening gathering had commenced. Hyuga Hayashi and his son found themselves amidst the Uchiha clan once more. To their surprise, in addition to themselves, there were two non-Uchiha individuals present, Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi, Shinichi mentioned the evening banquet would feature something special. Do you know what it is? Kakashi shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. At this moment, whispers filled the Uchiha clan. Rumors of a special ingredient for the evening banquet circulated. Ingredients? For ninjas, as long as they could fill their stomachs, that sufficed. Culinary skills and ingredients in the ninja world were generally subpar. Even the renowned Ichiraku ramen, familiar to Uchiha Shinichi, was merely average in taste. Hyuga Niji, who seldom ventured outside, was now filled with curiosity about the Uchiha clan. He scanned his surroundings until he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 50. Apprenticeship of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji. Although they were not classmates, the two prodigies, Sasuke and Niji, were often compared. Sasuke, clearly noticing Niji, let out a disdainful hum. However, he cast a sidelong glance at Niji of the Hyuga clan, perplexed as to how a member of the Hyuga clan found himself among the Uchiha. The other members of the Uchiha clan were not particularly surprised, as Uchiha Shin had long since assured them that the current Hyuga Hisashi could be fully trusted. Those with discerning minds speculated that it was unlikely for the branch members of the Hyuga clan to trust the Uchiha. The only explanation was that the cage bird had been dismantled. Lord Shin, how terrifying. As preparations for the evening banquet continued, let us first address Niji's predicament. Uchiha Shin approached with a smile, directing his gaze toward Hyuga Hisashi and his son. Hisashi promptly pressed Niji's head down, instructing, Niji, greet Lord Shin. Niji, somewhat bewildered by his father's reverence towards the young Uchiha clan leader, complied, Lord Shin, I look forward to your guidance. Uchiha Shin nodded and gestured for them to follow him. Hisashi quickly took Niji's hand, trailing behind Uchiha Shin. Niji fixed his gaze on Shin's back, sensing the aura of strength and an untroubled freedom emanating from him. How fortunate it was to be born into the Uchiha clan, free from the confines of a caged bird. And remove your headband. Lost in thought, Niji hesitantly removed his headband under his father's watchful eye. Uchiha Shin touched his forehead, asking, "Do you dislike this thing?" Niji paused, then vehemently nodded. He loathed it, even to the point of hatred. Despite his young age, he understood the significance of the caged bird. "Then now, I shall destroy it for you." Uchiha Shin's words struck Niji's tender heart like a thunderclap. Destroy the caged bird? How could that be? Yet, a surge of green light enveloped him, and Niji felt as if he had broken through some limitation. The caged bird vanished? Hisashi's excitement grew. Just as he had experienced, Niji's caged bird had indeed disappeared. He seized Niji's hand again and deeply bowed to Uchiha Shin. "Lord Shin, we shall do our utmost to serve you in any capacity." It was only then that Niji realized his caged bird had truly vanished. He no longer had to protect the so-called main family. All of this was possible thanks to this young Lord Shin. Like his father, Niji dashed towards the water's edge, repeatedly rubbing his forehead. It was gone, truly gone. He couldn't help but cry quietly. During the 2 years marked by the caged bird, he had never felt such liberation. Soon, Niji lifted his gaze and hurried towards Uchiha Shin, kneeling at his feet with utmost seriousness. "Lord Shin, please accept me as your apprentice. I wish to follow in your footsteps for all my days. I implore you." Hisashi was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his son's boldness. However, he quickly glanced at Uchiha Shin, anxious about the latter's response. Uchiha Shin wore a look of intrigue, surprised that Niji wished to become his apprentice. The notion of the Hyuga clan taking the Uchiha clan as their mentor was indeed amusing. Just then, a small figure rushed over from another direction. "How dare you? Lord Shin is mine. Why should he take you as his apprentice?" Uchiha Sasuke approached, puffing up in indignation. Uchiha Shin and Hisashi were not particularly surprised. Given their strength, they had long been aware of Sasuke's presence. Sasuke, his face flushed, dashed over and tugged at Uchiha Shin's sleeve. "If anyone is to be accepted as an apprentice, it should be me. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shin couldn't help but chuckle at Sasuke's expression. "Very well, you both shall be my apprentices." Hisashi and Niji's faces instantly lit up with joy. The bond of mentorship was distinct from that of a mere ninjutsu instructor in the shinobi world. It promised the perfect inheritance of the teacher's legacy. Uchiha Shin, being so powerful, allowed Hisashi to envision a bright future for his son. "Master." Niji and Sasuke simultaneously knelt before Uchiha Shin, calling out loudly. This act symbolized the intertwining destinies of master and apprentice. After Sasuke stood, he positioned himself protectively in front of Niji, declaring, "Even if we both bow to Lord Shin, I am the elder brother, and you are the younger." Niji was not one to be easily intimidated. He retorted, "Whoever's fist is stronger is the elder. Can you defeat me now?" Sasuke's face turned crimson, as Niji was indeed a year older, and he might truly be unable to win. Disregarding the playful bickering of the two children, Uchiha Shin's mind was already filled with the notification of completing an immediate task. "Congratulations, host. You have taken Uchiha Sasuke as your apprentice, earning 10,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host. You have taken Hyuga Niji as your apprentice, earning 10,000 prestige points." Uchiha Shin's face brightened with joy. "All right, 20,000 prestige points acquired. What an effortless feat." He then separated the two squabbling children. "Now that you both call me master, I shall bestow upon you your first gift." Upon hearing the word gift, both Sasuke and Niji perked up, eagerly watching Uchiha Shin. Yet, his hands remained empty, leaving them wondering where the promised gift lay. Uchiha Shin smiled calmly. "I possess a technique that can unlock one's potential in the present moment." Sasuke, Niji, come closer. Unlocking potential? Sasuke, Niji, and Hisashi were all filled with perplexity. However, soon a green light enveloped both Sasuke and Niji simultaneously. Despite their young ages, their bones were remarkably extraordinary. In an instant, they both sensed their chakra surging forth like a torrent. Hisashi involuntarily activated his Byakugan, which left him utterly astonished. The chakra of these two 5- or 6-year-old children was comparable to that of a Chunin. How could this be? Sasuke and Niji felt the changes within their bodies, momentarily unable to believe it. Particularly Sasuke, whose face radiated pure joy. He had awakened his Sharingan at this young age, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Shin in awe, marveling at this divine technique. As the system detected Sasuke's acknowledgement of the host's abilities, it rewarded 100 prestige points. The same occurred with Neji and Hisashi, both rewarded with 100 prestige points for their recognition. Hisashi stared in shock at Uchiha Shin, who explained, "The potential of these two children can currently only be unlocked to the level of Chunin. Perhaps as they grow, they will be able to tap into even greater potentials." Chapter 51. The temptation of gem meet the astonishment of the crowd awakened dormant potentials. Could this be the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? As Hyuga Hisashi recalled the formidable warriors he had witnessed within the Uchiha clan, a possibility struck him. Could all those powerful figures be derived from Uchiha Shinichi? With such abilities, to what heights could the Uchiha clan ascend? In that moment, Hisashi felt an immense gratitude for encountering Uchiha Shinichi. He suppressed his astonishment and gazed at Shinichi with eager anticipation, yearning to experience this potential development himself. Uchiha Shinichi sensed Hisashi's emotions and said, "Hisashi-senpai, I can assist you in unlocking your potential. However, you must prepare yourself. If your potential has already reached its zenith, this technique will prove ineffective." Shinichi was generous with his abilities, believing Hisashi had already reached his peak. Yet, soon his expression changed as Hisashi's body surged with a unique chakra under the stimulation of Shinichi's power. This chakra converged in his mind before flowing towards his optic nerves. His pristine white eyes began to shimmer with a hint of blue. Shinichi's heart raced. Could the breaking of the branch family's constraints provoke an evolution in the Byakugan? As twins, both Hisashi and his brother Neji possessed an extraordinarily rare Byakugan bloodline. With Hisashi liberated from the familial shackles, he might truly catalyze an evolution. At that moment, Hisashi felt the transformation within his Byakugan. Concurrently, his chakra surged once more, ascending to an unprecedented level, reaching the rank of a Kage. However, this transformation quickly plateaued. The potential development had concluded. Ultimately, the Byakugan underwent no qualitative change, merely elevating Hisashi's chakra to a Kage level. Yet, this was more than sufficient to astonish Hisashi. As his strength had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis within a single day, he gazed at Uchiha Shinichi in bewilderment, pondering the nature of this prodigy. Upon recognizing Hisashi's acknowledgement of his abilities, a notification echoed, "Reward, 120 reputation points." A tinge of regret crossed Shinichi's face. He had hoped Hisashi would shatter his limitations. Indeed, the evolution of the Byakugan was more elusive than that of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It couldn't possibly be so easily achieved. Suddenly, an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes twinkled. "Ah, the banquet is about to commence." Hisashi, along with his son and Uchiha Sasuke, detected the alluring fragrance, feeling as if their very souls were being beckoned. They hurriedly followed Uchiha Shinichi. Instantly, all present were captivated by the scent. Some even drooled greedily. A massive iron pot was brought forth, from which the exquisite aroma emanated. Uchiha Shinichi then appeared before the assembly, smiling as he addressed them, "Esteemed family and friends, today is a momentous occasion. To celebrate, I have prepared a special gift for you all." With a grand flourish, he lifted the lid of the pot, revealing a translucent delicacy that exuded an enticing fragrance and vibrant colors. The moment the lid was removed, astonishment filled the crowd. What creature was this? They had never seen anything like it. Uchiha Shinichi beamed once more. "This is gem meat, possessing wondrous powers. You are all invited to partake." This delicacy was a reward drawn from the system's lottery, sourced from the culinary realm, specifically the gem meat of the level 48 Lagalu mammoth. All were irresistibly drawn to the culinary marvel, momentarily forgetting to inquire about its origins. The gem meat radiated a mesmerizing glow, its intoxicating aroma tempting each individual. Soon, everyone received a morsel of the meat, eagerly devouring it. As the exquisite flavor melted in their mouths, the ninjas soon realized something was amiss. An overwhelming surge of power erupted within them, and their chakra began to whirl rapidly, astonishingly increasing by 30% in mere moments. Notably, several Uchiha clan members with the 3 Tomo Sharingan ascended to the near Kage level after consuming the gem meat. Coupled with their Sharingan, even an average Kage would find it difficult to defeat them. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming with joy, having previously practiced the fireball technique. He felt a newfound confidence in perfectly executing the jutsu. Niji too was taken aback, as his chakra surged exponentially. What kind of miraculous ingredient was this? Kakashi, what divine substance is this? Such overwhelming power, Guy exclaimed, exuberantly bouncing in place, feeling as if he could now unlock the 7th gate of the 8 gates technique. Saving years of effort with this meat, he excitedly shook Kakashi, who, despite his friend's enthusiasm, was equally astonished by the revitalization of his chakra. For years, Kakashi had remained in a diminished state due to his Sharingan being perpetually activated. Now he felt a significant improvement. More importantly, he sensed that his left eye had been stimulated, lifting some restriction. His mind buzzed. Was this the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? The eye that Obito gifted him? Was it indeed the Uchiha clan's supreme Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Kakashi breathed heavily, resolved to inquire further with Uchiha Shinichi later, for he surely possessed greater knowledge on the matter. Yet, the most exhilarated of all was Hisashi. After Uchiha Shinichi's potential development and the consumption of the gem meat, he acutely sensed his Byakugan was undergoing a transformative state. Once this transformation was complete, his strength would reach unfathomable heights. His heart raced. Could his Byakugan truly evolve? No. Upon returning, he must research the clan records. There might be relevant documentation. Not only Hisashi, but all Uchiha clan members present felt a remarkable shift within themselves. Their chakra surged wildly, as the gem meat had expedited years of chakra refinement. They gazed at Uchiha Shinichi with heartfelt gratitude, realizing he had shared this invaluable treasure with them. Reflecting upon their own capabilities, they acknowledged they could never reach such heights. From this moment onward, they vowed to stand by Uchiha Shinichi, ready to face any challenge. Yet, as they gazed at the now empty pot, a look of yearning spread across their faces. This was only natural. The gem meat was truly extraordinary. However, Uchiha Shinichi shook his head. I no longer possess any gem meat, and the effects of such a delicacy will only manifest upon the first consumption. Subsequent intakes yield diminishing returns. Disappointment washed over the crowd, though most quickly reconciled with the reality that such a miraculous substance could not be used repeatedly. Nevertheless, Shinichi continued, I still have a means to help you grow stronger. Chapter 52. The surge in Uchiha's overall strength. The breath of everyone in the room became rapid once more. Lord Shin Uchiha mentioned that they could grow even stronger? Stepping forward, Uchiha Shin fixed his gaze upon the assembly. Aside from Kakashi and a few others, nearly the entire strength of the Uchiha clan was present, amounting to nearly 300 ninjas. Not only those present, but if others yearned for the power of a ninja, I possess the means to elevate them as well. Moreover, I have multiple methods at my disposal to enhance your strength. The gem flesh is merely one among many options. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Although the speaker was their most revered Lord Shin, such revelations were enough to overturn their worldview. Since when could there be so many shortcuts in a ninja's training? Would it not hinder the growth of others? At that moment, a tall figure appeared on the stage. The muscular Uchiha Chiya stepped forth and slowly began to speak. You may be quite curious about myself, as well as Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shiyun. Why is it that our strength has increased so swiftly? Eyes widened in curiosity, someone could not help but inquire. Is it due to the use of the gem flesh? Uchiha Chiya shook his head. Indeed, the gem flesh can augment one's power, but its maximum effect is only realized upon first use. Remember this, Lord Shin possesses the capability to elevate our strength. It is not inconceivable that we could directly reach the level of a Kage. The clan members were once again struck with shock. Even Kakashi and Guy trembled with disbelief. Could one truly artificially create a Kage? Hinata Hisashi, however, was deeply moved, nearly prostrating himself before Uchiha Shin. In just a single day, the latter had completely transformed his perspective on life. Was he not a Kage-level powerhouse now? Within the Hyuga clan, he was undoubtedly the strongest, even surpassing his brother, Hinata Hayashi. Do you wish to enhance your strength? Uchiha Chiya coaxed, igniting a fervor among all Uchiha clan members. To gain Lord Shin's assistance, one must contribute to the Uchiha clan. Show Lord Shin your sincerity. At this stage, sincerity equates to unconditionally obeying Lord Shin's commands, preparing for his ascent to the position of Hokage. Though all were aware of Uchiha Shin's ambitions for the Hokage title, this was the first time it had been articulated so clearly, igniting a fire within every clan member. Was it possible that the Uchiha clan would finally produce a Hokage? Even Kakashi and Guy felt a surge of passion, while Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing the opportune moment, Uchiha Shin commenced his actions. For him, awakening the latent potential of the Uchiha clan was no arduous task. Furthermore, he garnered a wealth of prestige from these Uchiha members, having fully integrated himself into the clan. Assisting them in their growth was only natural, simultaneously in pursuit of his ultimate goal of achieving world peace. He knew he could not do so without the support of the Uchiha family. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered an immediate task to develop the potential of others. From this moment forth, for every individual's potential you awaken, you will receive 10 prestige points. Upon accumulating 10 awakenings, you will receive an additional 100 prestige points and 10 lucky charms. Is such a thing possible? That night, Uchiha Shin proceeded to awaken the potential of 300 individuals. He amassed an impressive 6,000 prestige points, along with numerous lucky charms. This was the limit for a single day, with so many awakenings. Even his chakra was nearly depleted, consuming several senzu beans in the process. Yet, the results were remarkable. Over 100 individuals awakened their Sharingan, with approximately 30 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan emerging. This indicated that, without considering other methods, the Uchiha clan now boasted at least 30 elite Genin. However, Uchiha Shin lamented the absence of any Mangekyou Sharingan. To date, over 300 clan members had undergone potential development through his guidance. Some among them were indeed geniuses capable of awakening the Sharingan, yet none managed to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan directly. This demonstrated that the Mangekyou Sharingan was not simply a matter of potential. This method left the Uchiha clan utterly astounded. Even the legendary Sage of the Six Paths could not have accomplished such a feat. Detecting Uchiha Sasuke's recognition of the host's prestige, reward, 120 prestige points. Detection among the nearly 300 individuals present, Uchiha Shin amassed an astonishing 36,000 prestige points in a remarkably short period. This constituted a significant fortune. Combined with his previous accumulation, his prestige points soared to a staggering 80,000. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the 300,000 points required for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. An idea struck Uchiha Shin, and he promptly spent 10,000 prestige points on a silver-level lottery. The silver-level lottery offered a faint chance of obtaining a free item worth 300,000 prestige points. Perhaps he might even procure the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in this manner. 10,000 prestige points equated to 10 silver-level draws. Yet, soon Uchiha Shin realized he had been overly optimistic. The silver-level lottery today seemed unyielding. The initial draws yielded only prestige points and lucky charms. Ultimately, in the last draw, bolstered by the lucky charms, he managed to obtain a relatively rare item. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Natural System Thunder Fruit. It was the Natural System Thunder Fruit? Unfortunately, Uchiha Shin had already consumed the Magma Fruit, rendering him unable to utilize any other devil fruits. Moreover, concerning lightning release, he already possessed the Thunder Prison and the powers of the Grim Reaper, making the Thunder Fruit unnecessary. As the silver-level lottery failed to yield his desired outcome, Uchiha Shin again spent 5,000 prestige points for 50 bronze-level draws. These bronze-level draws, aside from random ability acquisitions, held little significance for Uchiha Shin at this time. However, for others, certain items were undoubtedly divine treasures, such as chakra recovery potions and devil fruits. The 50 bronze-level draws granted Uchiha Shin a considerable number of ordinary devil fruits. Let me see if I can create more Kage-level powerhouses. Uchiha Shin selected several individuals with 3-tomo or 2-tomo Sharingan and had them consume the ordinary devil fruits, such as the slippery fruit, the transparent fruit, and the horse fruit obtained from the lottery. He then proceeded to awaken their potential once more. Regrettably, Uchiha Shin noted that these individuals perhaps lacked the innate talent for training with devil fruits. Unlike Uchiha Chiya and the others, who had directly ascended to the Kage level, most remained at the elite Genin or quasi-Kage level. Nonetheless, such power, when unleashed upon the outside world, could easily obliterate a mid-tier nation. The festivities continued, marking a night of revelry. Meanwhile, Kakashi, filled with curiosity, sought out Uchiha Shin. Before he could speak, Uchiha Shin met his gaze. Ah, Kakashi, have you finally noticed the uniqueness of the Sharingan? Chapter 53. Kakashi gains the Thunder Fruit. From now on, call me Lord Kakashi. Uchiha Shinichi had just awakened Kakashi's potential. Yet the latter exhibited no significant changes. At this point, Kakashi had, to some extent, exhausted his own potential, largely due to the implanted Sharingan that did not belong to him. Shinichi, has something changed with my Sharingan? Kakashi asked, covering his left eye. He then concentrated all his chakra and fervently activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. After the enhancement from the Gem of Flesh, the upper limit of chakra available to Kakashi had significantly increased. As he pushed his chakra, the 3-tomo Sharingan spun faster and faster, forming a complex black pattern. However, just as it began to take shape, Kakashi felt himself nearing exhaustion. The ocular power required for the Manjiki Sharingan was far beyond what an ordinary outsider could manage. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi placed a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi sensed a torrent of chakra pouring in from the outside, flooding into his being. Instantly, Kakashi felt revitalized, and the Manjiki Sharingan solidified completely. Uchiha Shinichi spoke slowly. Focus your left eye on the flower bed 5 meters away. Though Kakashi was unaware of Shinichi's intentions, he followed the instruction out of trust. Gradually, a distorted vortex began to form at the center of the flower bed, within the range of Kakashi and Appo's left eye. His eyes widened as the flower bed warped, as though a portal to another space had opened, causing it to vanish into the void. What is this? Uchiha Shinichi ceased the flow of chakra, and Kakashi's eyes quickly reverted to the 3-tomo Sharingan. Although he felt mentally drained, Kakashi was enraptured by the ocular technique he had just experienced. Do you sense this power? Kakashi nodded excitedly. It seems to be a distortion of space that directly disassembles and crushes the target. Such formidable strength. This is the Manjiki Sharingan of your Uchiha clan? Merely tasting a fraction of the Manjiki Sharingan's power left Kakashi in awe. Do you know how your Manjiki Sharingan was awakened? Uchiha Shinichi inquired. Kakashi's expression shifted. Was it not due to the Gem of Flesh? Shinichi chuckled softly. My recent awakening prompted hundreds to unlock their Sharingan, even the 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet did you observe any Manjiki Sharingan emerging? Kakashi began to grasp the profound truth. The Manjiki Sharingan could only be activated through the profound emotional suffering experienced by the Uchiha clan. So, Kakashi, why did you awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Kakashi's face turned pale. Obito had died with merely a 2-tomo Sharingan. Without the original host, how could Kakashi evolve into a Manjiki Sharingan? Furthermore, I must inform you, your Manjiki Sharingan has already awakened. It was merely inaccessible to you before. Kakashi trembled at this revelation, his voice quaking. Does this mean Obito is not dead? If not, how could his eyes have evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan? Yet if he is alive, why has he not returned to Konoha to find me? Uchiha Shinichi chuckled again. Kakashi, I cannot say. Perhaps he simply does not wish to see you? Kakashi sensed a deeper meaning behind Shinichi's words, but at that moment, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Obito. He could very well still be alive. Clenching his fists, Kakashi turned to Shinichi. Shinichi, I wish to become stronger. Do you possess a means to assist me? Uchiha Shinichi squinted, and suddenly a bizarre fruit appeared in his left hand. This fruit, known as the Thunder Fruit, was said to grant the consumer lightning attributes upon consumption. Kakashi's eyes widened. Is this what they call a devil fruit? He had heard tales of such fruits from Uchiha Itachi and others, rumored to bestow certain powers upon those who consumed them. Lightning attributes? That suited him perfectly. Thank you, Shinichi. Without hesitation, Kakashi raised his head and swallowed the Thunder Fruit whole, only to almost regurgitate it immediately. How dreadful it tastes. Uchiha Shinichi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, decided he would no longer pre-warn others when gifting devil fruits, allowing them to experience the full flavor of such a fruit. Kakashi barely had time to complain when he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. His chakra presence skyrocketed. The Thunder Fruit seemed tailor-made for Kakashi, propelling him instantly to the level of a Kage. Ding! Creating a Kage-level powerhouse. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 prestige points and additionally obtained the summoning contract, Justice Colossus Galio. Note, the summoning contract imprint allows the summoning of Justice Colossus Galio. With the Colossus's height determined by the chakra the host infuses, the system has such capabilities? Kakashi pondered how immense Justice Colossus would be when summoned at full power. Surely, it must surpass the ordinary Susanoo by a significant margin. Yet, even in this newfound strength, Kakashi remained immersed in the thrill of his Kage-level prowess. Uchiha Shinichi felt compelled to pour cold water on his excitement. Even if you have attained Kage-level strength, activating the Manjiki Sharingan would still be quite taxing. I advise you to thoroughly develop the abilities of the Thunder Fruit. When mastered, this natural Thunder Fruit could be even more formidable than your Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi inhaled sharply. As a specialist in lightning techniques, the acquisition of the Thunder Fruit's abilities felt like a significant enhancement. Shinichi, aside from the lightning attributes, I feel my perception abilities have greatly improved. What could be the reason for this? Perception abilities? Could it be that you have awakened observation haki? Uchiha Shinichi exclaimed. Kakashi, you truly are the chosen one. He then proceeded to impart knowledge about observation haki to Kakashi, opening up a new realm of understanding for him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful impartation of observation haki 1. Reward. 1,000 prestige points. Uchiha Shinichi raised an eyebrow. Previously, imparting armament haki to Uchiha Itachi and others had merely activated an immediate task regarding armament haki. However, imparting observation haki directly rewarded him with 1,000 prestige points. He soon realized that observation haki was not a skill everyone could master, making the task considerably more challenging. Thank you, Shinichi. Kakashi offered no further words. Feeling indebted to Uchiha Shinichi, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for him if necessary. Shinichi, how do you plan to contend for the position of Hokage? Both Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi understood that the third Hokage would not relinquish his position easily. Therefore, to vie for the Hokage role, they first needed to remove the third Hokage from power. I do not recommend using force to oust the third Hokage. There are still many in Konoha blinded by the will of fire. Uchiha Shinichi smiled calmly, fully aware of Kakashi's intent. Using brute force to overthrow the third Hokage would pose no challenge for him. Yet Uchiha Shinichi had no intention of taking such an approach. Next, he would prepare for Uchiha Shinichi's return to the power center of Konoha. The first step was to relocate Uchiha Shinichi back into the village. Over the years, the Uchiha clan had repeatedly migrated, and their current position was completely distant from Konoha. This is all due to the suppression from the lineage of Naruto. Kakashi, I require your assistance. You maintain good relations with the various clans within the Hidden Leaf Village, and I hope they can allocate sufficient space. Rest assured, they will not be shortchanged in terms of compensation. Chapter 54. Return to the center of power, the ambition of the Uchiha as time flows. Several days have swiftly passed. All eyes in Konoha village are fixated upon the Uchiha clan, fearing that they might ignite an internal conflict within the village. Given the Uchiha's formidable strength, any attempt to subdue them would undoubtedly come at a great cost. However, in their hearts, they believe that despite the Uchiha clan's might, their numbers are meager. The entire clan consists of merely 300 ninjas, far fewer than the shinobi of Konoha. Even if a civil war were to break out, it would be challenging to shake the very foundations of Konoha. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha clan has undergone a tremendous transformation in just half a month. Under the potential unleashed by Uchiha Shinichi, the clan's combat strength has surged to over 1,000. Moreover, more than 200 members have awakened their Sharingan, with 30 pairs of the three-tomo Sharingan among them. This power is sufficient to overturn any nation. At this moment, within the Uchiha training ground, Uchiha Shia, Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Shiun are instructing their clan members. The knowledge they impart is none other than the armament haki. The three of them have reached the level of shadow, and with the aid of devil fruits, their comprehension of armament haki has advanced rapidly, far surpassing that of others. In the Uchiha training ground, besides the clan members, Kakashi and Might Guy are also present. Whenever they are not on missions, they find themselves immersed in the Uchiha clan. Even now, they interact harmoniously with the Uchiha members. Is this the body technique developed by Shinichi? It is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Guy's tone is exaggerated, yet it is genuine. As a taijutsu practitioner, he is well aware of the formidable nature of armament haki. If combined with his 8 gates, his strength would undergo a transformative leap. If I could cultivate to the level of Uchiha Shia and the others, I might even be able to open the 6th and 7th gates without injury. Guy's spirit soared at this thought. Kakashi feels similarly. He realizes that practicing armament haki not only enhances physical prowess, but also allows for a greater capacity for chakra. This would alleviate the burden on his Sharingan, thereby augmenting his overall strength. Coupled with the abilities of the Raijin fruit and Kenbunshika haki, Kakashi feels his future is boundless. Had I possessed such strength earlier, perhaps Rin and Obito would not have perished. Listening to Uchiha Shiya's explanations, both Kakashi and Guy exhibit expressions of enlightenment. They are further in awe of Uchiha Shinichi, who has managed to develop such a powerful body technique. Alright, Kakashi-senpai, Guy-senpai, we must attend a meeting. Today marks the Uchiha clan's assembly, and unlike previous occasions, the current clan leader is Uchiha Shinichi. By the time Uchiha Shiya arrives at the conference room, it is already filled to capacity. Upon Uchiha Shinichi stepping onto the stage, silence envelopes the room. All eyes turn toward him, brimming with reverence and admiration. Today, I shall speak of but one matter. Our Uchiha clan is far too distant from Konoha. I declare that starting tomorrow, we shall relocate to the inner city of Konoha, and this place will serve as our ancestral home. With these words, all members of the Uchiha clan begin to breathe more rapidly. Long ago, during the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan did not reside in such a remote area. As the policies of the second Hokage tightened, the Uchiha clan was compelled to leave the inner city. Gradually, all matters within the city were deliberately shielded from the Uchiha clan. Now, the newly appointed clan leader wishes to re-enter the inner city. Excitement spreads among the members. Indeed, for so many years, why should the Uchiha clan reside in such a remote locale? The inner city is not devoid of space. I believe the area next to the Sarutobi clan would be quite suitable. Have you not grasped the crux of the matter? Relocating to the inner city signifies the clan leader's intention for the Uchiha clan to engage with the center of power. Does this not equate to declaring war against the third Hokage? Let them declare war. Lord Shinichi should ascend as the fifth Hokage. The Uchiha clan is brimming with confidence. The position of Hokage is no longer merely a distant dream. The members below chatter excitedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Uchiha Shinichi coughs lightly. Do not misunderstand. Our move to the inner city is ostensibly for business. We should strive to avoid conflicts with the other inhabitants of Konoha. His words bring smiles to the faces of all Uchiha clan members, who would genuinely believe that the Uchiha clan would conduct business earnestly. I have already selected a residence in the inner city. We can commence our relocation in the coming days, and other clan members may take charge of various shops. Uchiha Shinichi pauses before continuing. I hope everyone can temper their emotions and always remember that our adversaries are the higher-ups of Konoha, not ordinary citizens. With a serious demeanor, Uchiha Shinichi surveys the room. If we, the Uchiha clan, wish to vie for the center of power in Konoha, we must unite all forces we can muster. Otherwise, even if we ascend to this stage, we will soon be cast down. All members of the Uchiha clan begin to ponder this issue. They had previously considered rebellion, but their motive was survival. However, under Uchiha Shinichi's leadership, the survival crisis has significantly eased, leaving them momentarily adrift without a target. In this moment of clarity prompted by Uchiha Shinichi, they finally identify the primary conflict. That is, the higher-ups of Konoha, led by the third Hokage. They must be ousted, allowing the Uchiha clan to become the true towering tree of Konoha. Of course, if anyone seeks to stir trouble, our Uchiha guard is not to be trifled with. Although Uchiha Shinichi's words are light, all present feel the strength behind them. The news of the Uchiha clan's relocation to the inner city once again captures everyone's attention. What are they planning? Is this a declaration of war? However, what no one anticipated is that the Uchiha clan has genuinely begun to conduct business earnestly. Previously, the ordinary citizens of Konoha had little interaction with the Uchiha clan. Under the third Hokage's propaganda, the Uchiha clan had nearly become synonymous with monsters. Yet, upon the Uchiha clan's entrance into the inner city, the common folk soon realized that the so-called monsters were merely the result of misconceptions. They, like everyone else, conduct business honestly and abide by Konoha's regulations. This revelation leaves the third Hokage and others astounded. He had hoped the Uchiha clan would continue to create chaos, tarnishing their reputation further. Yet, unexpectedly, the rule-abiding Uchiha clan garnered the affection of the Konoha citizens. Even more infuriating for the third Hokage is that as the Uchiha clan's shops opened, shadows of other prominent Konoha clans frequently appeared. They seemingly offered tacit support to the Uchiha clan, alleviating the public's fears. The noble families of Konoha dare not openly endorse the Uchiha clan, but the clandestine dealings are inscrutable. Are these traitors attempting to hedge their bets on both sides? At this moment, the third Hokage feels an unprecedented sense of crisis. He had anticipated that the Uchiha clan would rebel outright, thus allowing him to maintain the moral high ground. However, Uchiha Shinichi is now engaging in a battle of wits. Is he attempting to reverse the Uchiha clan's reputation within Konoha, followed by seizing the Hokage position in one fell swoop? Chapter 55. The movements of the Rock Ninja and the actions of Uchiha Shinichi. It began circulating through Konoha village that an imminent assault by the Rock Ninja was on the horizon, heralding the return of war. Panic ensued among the populace. The Third Great Ninja War had scarcely concluded a few years prior, and now another conflict was looming. Soon, whispers of the underlying truth began to surface. It was revealed that the head of the Uchiha clan had slain the leader of the Rock Ninja Zanbu, who happened to be the son of the third Tsuchikage. Consequently, the Rock Ninja prepared to wage war against Konoha. Were we, the villagers of Konoha, to be dragged once more into the tumult of battle? How many lives would be lost this time? The Uchiha clan bore the brunt of the blame, having stirred up such troubles while the entire village suffered the consequences. In an instant, the goodwill that the Uchiha had cultivated within the inner city evaporated. The third Hokage covertly spread rumors, a scheme that appeared to be bearing fruit. Bongong Daiku, the head of a newspaper in Konoha, was busily penning articles that slandered the Uchiha clan. A sly grin crept across his face. He had engaged in such activities numerous times over the years, acting under the directives from above to maliciously tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the door being kicked open, startling Bongong Daiku. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, recognizing the familiar yet foreign attire of the Uchiha guards. "What do you want?" "I am a law-abiding citizen." The Uchiha clan members exchanged cold smiles, well aware of the sordid deeds committed by the Hokage's direct departments. In the past, these matters had been suppressed by Uchiha Fugaku. However, with the new leadership of Uchiha Shinichi, those who sought to besmirch the clan's name would not escape unscathed. Soon, apart from Bongong Daiku, several other individuals connected to the rumors were apprehended by the Uchiha Guard. This news swiftly reached the ears of the third Hokage, who was taken aback by the rapid actions of Uchiha Shinichi. This young man was indeed extraordinary, capable of severing the source of these malicious rumors. It seemed he was preparing to restore the Uchiha clan's honor. The third Hokage could barely suppress a laugh. To him, the Uchiha clan represented nothing but evil. The notion of them attempting to cleanse their image was nothing short of absurd. However, one fateful night, he was abruptly awakened by the Umbu. "Hokage-sama, it's dire. The Rock Ninja have invaded the Land of Fire, and Konoha has suffered significant losses. Reinforcements are urgently needed." The third Hokage sat up sharply, a chilling look in his eyes. Did the Rock Ninja truly dare to instigate war? He had not anticipated that the fabricated news he spread would manifest into reality. The Rock Ninja had indeed invaded the Land of Fire. Clearly, the cause was not solely Uchiha Shinichi, but rather the Rock Ninja had seized upon Konoha's current vulnerability, preparing to take a substantial bite out of the village. Moreover, the Umbu reported that the Cloud Ninja were also stirring, with skirmishes along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning escalating. They too sought to partake in the spoils. The third Hokage immediately sensed calamity. The synchronized movements of the Rock and Cloud Ninja indicated an agreement had been reached between the two. Orders were dispatched to negotiate with the envoys of both the Rock and Cloud Ninja, offering discussions on whatever terms they desired. The third Hokage understood that neither of these ninja villages wished to ignite a full-scale war. They merely aimed to pressure Konoha into relinquishing certain advantages. As tensions mounted at the borders, fear spread throughout Konoha village. Even the Uchiha's arrests of those who spread rumors could not quell the rising panic. While the third Hokage engaged in negotiations with the Cloud and Rock Ninja, he simultaneously intensified pressure on the Uchiha clan. Yet, one morning, he received shocking news. Uchiha Shinichi announced that nearly all Uchiha ninja were mobilizing to the borders of the Land of Fire to confront the enemy. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage could scarcely believe his ears. Then, elation washed over him. Was Uchiha Shinichi truly attempting to confront two nations with the strength of his clan alone? After thorough inquiry, he confirmed the accuracy of the reports. The Uchiha clan had dispatched nearly all members, barring the elderly and infirm, to the front lines. This was an opportunity. If Uchiha Shinichi was so audacious, then let the Uchiha clan face the consequences alone. No matter how formidable the Uchiha might be, they could not match the strength of an entire village. Once their strength was depleted, Konoha could negotiate with the Rock and Cloud Ninja. Danzo too felt a surge of excitement. This way, the Uchiha clan would quietly be resolved. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with understanding. Thus, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha had been redirected. The paramount goal now was to ensure that the Uchiha clan fought valiantly on the front lines, potentially until the last man stood, while disseminating this information widely to deny the Uchiha any escape route. Soon, under the third Hokage's influence, the actions of the Uchiha clan became known throughout Konoha. The Uchiha clan had mobilized entirely to resist the enemy? Had I misjudged them? They were all heroes. I am truly moved. What heroes? They merely seek redemption for their past wrongs. They caused this turmoil. They should bear the brunt of it. Can you not speak? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then silence your mouth. The Uchiha clan is a hero in my eyes, despite a minority still harboring innate biases against the Uchiha clan. A growing number of Konoha citizens began to genuinely reassess their views. The mobilization of the entire clan of ninja could very well lead to their annihilation. In Konoha's history, no other family had made such a sacrifice for the village. Even other prominent clans within Konoha were astonished, introspecting whether they could achieve such a feat. Through the power of public sentiment, the third Hokage successfully sealed off any escape routes for the Uchiha clan. Should they attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly face the scorn of the masses, rendering it impossible for them to remain in Konoha, let alone aspire to the position of Hokage. Yet, simultaneously, this bestowed immense prestige upon the Uchiha clan, prompting the citizens of Konoha to genuinely reconsider their stance. This was precisely what Uchiha Shinichi had desired. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi gazed into the distance, leading his clan toward the borders. He had set his sights on the second side mission, ascending to the position of Hokage. The simplest path to this goal was, of course, to overthrow the third Hokage. However, such an approach would render the Uchiha clan incapable of garnering the village's support. Would Konoha even exist under such conditions? It might be better for the Uchiha to establish themselves as a nation akin to the Uzumaki clan. Yet, if the Uchiha clan could resolve the troubles posed by the Rock and Cloud ninja independently, then his ascent to Hokage would become significantly easier. Let the Rock and Cloud ninjas serve as stepping stones for the Uchiha clan. Chapter 56. The mighty Uchiha clan and Narashikaku's astonishment. The actions of the Uchiha clan not only left Konoha in shock, but also evoked incredulity among the Iwa and Kyumo shinobi. In the Land of Earth, at Iwa Shinobi Village, the higher-ups were engaged in discussions regarding the Uchiha clan. It was truly absurd. Did the Uchiha clan believe they were still the formidable clan of the Warring States period? How could they dare to dream of confronting an entire village with the strength of their clan? While the higher-ups of Iwa dismissed the Uchiha clan with contempt, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, wore a grave expression. Do you all remember the third Raikage? At the mere mention of his name, fear flickered across the faces of all the Iwa elite. This extraordinarily powerful Raikage single-handedly held back an army of 10,000 Iwa shinobi, battling for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. Moreover, according to intel from the Umbu, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi, was rumored to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It was suspected that he possessed an extraordinarily potent Kekkei Genkai of lava release. Could he be another figure akin to the third Raikage? All the high-ranking Iwa shinobi were taken aback. Impossible, Tsuchikage-sama. How old is Uchiha Shinichi? How could he possibly have grown to such a level? The third Tsuchikage's gaze turned somber, followed by a dismissive snort. There is no need for you to fear. If he truly reaches that level, I shall certainly intervene. Back when they besieged the third Raikage, Inoki refrained from intervening because his dust release could not keep up with the Raikage's speed. To unleash it might even risk injuring allies. However, Uchiha Shinichi was different. It was said that the Manjiki Sharingan could manifest the legendary Susanoo, and he was genuinely eager to witness it once more. Inoki reminisced about the fear he felt upon encountering Uchiha Madara in his youth. Yet, he quickly dispelled that emotion. He was now the third Tsuchikage, no longer the timid boy who hid behind the second Tsuchikage. Transmit my orders. Advance deep into the borders of the Land of Fire. The Iwa shinobi force was already on the verge of the border, while Kyumo continued to probe. However, should they discover that Konoha was merely a paper tiger, Kyumo would undoubtedly mobilize their forces as well. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, Narashikaku received news that the Uchiha clan's main force was en route. He had been informed 3 days prior about the Uchiha's impending arrival. At this moment, Nara Shikaku personally received Uchiha Shinichi, his eyes reflecting admiration and emotion. In contrast, the Nara clan could never match such prowess for Konoha. Clan leader Shinichi, while I greatly admire you, I must offer a word of caution. IWA claims to have mobilized an army of 10,000, nearly half of their entire force. Though they may exaggerate, such power is not something a single clan can withstand. Our primary objective remains to defend the border city. Do not act recklessly. Uchiha Shinichi and his companions appeared travel-worn, yet their spirits were robust. All Uchiha clan members radiated vitality, stemming from their enhanced abilities. At that moment, Nara Shikaku's aide rushed over, whispering hurriedly to him, causing Shikaku's expression to shift dramatically, even revealing anger. This is outrageous. How could the Hokage act in such a manner? Some members of the Uchiha clan had evidently overheard. Among them, Uchiha Teruya sneered coldly. True to the third Hokage's nature, he orders you to retreat to the inner city, leaving the outer city to us Uchiha. Is he preparing for us to face this alone? Nara Shikaku's face turned crimson. He had just received orders from the Hokage to relinquish the outer city to the Uchiha clan, while all Konoha forces were to withdraw to the inner city. This meant the Uchiha clan would face the full might of an entire shinobi village. Shikaku did not anticipate such ruthlessness from the third Hokage and his associates. This was a blatant betrayal, pushing the Uchiha clan into a perilous situation. It was rumored that the Uchiha clan had mobilized their entire strength. If they were indeed left to guard the outer city, how many would remain after the war? Taking a deep breath, he addressed the Uchiha clan members. Even if the third Hokage forbids our action, my Nara clan's private forces are beyond his command. The Nara clan, along with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, will accompany you in defending the outer city. At that moment, even Nara Shikaku looked down upon the despicable tactics employed by the third Hokage and his allies. Haha, Nara-senpai. You have good intentions. However, we Uchiha do not require assistance. Uchiha Teruya responded confidently, causing Nara Shikaku to frown. Had the Uchiha clan truly become as arrogant as before? He glanced at the young Uchiha Shinichi, hoping that this young leader would prove reliable. However, Uchiha Shinichi merely smiled faintly. There is no need for your concern, Nara-senpai. We have our own measures. Nara Shikaku felt exasperated. Did the Uchiha clan really intend to challenge one of the 5 great nations? Surely they were mad. At this moment, over 800 members of the Uchiha clan were stationed in the outer city. Everyone was prepared for war. After concluding his discussions with Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Shinichi returned to the Uchiha encampment, with Shikaku following suit. As the highest commander present, he felt compelled to offer words of encouragement to the Uchiha clan. 800? The Uchiha clan possessed such a formidable number of shinobi? Nara Shikaku was genuinely astounded upon learning that the Uchiha had deployed 800 members. Though the Nara clan was weaker than the Uchiha, their numbers were not insignificant. Yet, overall, they could only claim about 200 as shinobi. The Uchiha clan, however, had mobilized a staggering 800. He found it incredible. The entire Uchiha clan could only account for a little over 3,000 members. How could 1/3 of them be shinobi? There must be many engaged in logistical support. Nevertheless, when Nara Shikaku encountered the Uchiha clan, a chill ran down his spine. Before him, the Uchiha clan was divided into 3 formations. The commanding officers were Uchiha Teruya, Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Shiyun. Each formation comprised approximately 300 individuals. The majority of these were at least ch-nin level, particularly the foremost ranks. Nara Shikaku sensed a palpable threat emanating from them. These were elite j-nin. Uchiha Shinichi would naturally not allow his clan members to perish needlessly. Through Shinichi's potential development, the Uchiha clan now boasted around 1,500 shinobi. For this occasion, he had directly summoned approximately 800, including 200 for logistical support. The remaining 600 were all at least ch-nin level. Among these 600, 20 had consumed devil fruits, and 30 possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. This meant at least 50 held the strength of Konoha j-nin. This was utterly terrifying. How many j-nin were there in all of Konoha? Nara Shikaku could scarcely believe his eyes. When did the Uchiha clan become this formidable? This power was sufficient to overwhelm an entire nation. He now harbored no doubt that if the Uchiha clan truly instigated a coup within Konoha, would Konoha even remain afterward? Nara Shikaku's thoughts swirled tumultuously, his heart racing. We have severely underestimated the Uchiha clan. It seems my Nara clan must realign our allegiances. Chapter 57. The Uchiha Who Rewrote History. Iwa Shinobi's disastrous defeat in a clash of 800 against 10,000. No Iwa Shinobi would have anticipated that the Uchiha clan would initiate an assault. Furthermore, the Iwa Shinobi had not received orders to attack. It appeared that negotiations between Iwa and Konoha were still underway. Given the nature of ninjas, even in times of war, a direct assault was seldom the norm. The so-called ninja world wars were characterized by ambushes and stealth strikes. However, the Uchiha clan was an exception. On the very first day of war, the Uchiha launched an overwhelming offensive. Before the Iwa Shinobi could grasp the situation, an elite squad composed of those with devil fruit abilities and the three-tomo Sharingan had already decimated over 100 Iwa Shinobi. Remarkably, the Uchiha suffered minimal casualties. As news of this spread, all Iwa Shinobi were shaken. The negotiations between Konoha and Iwa collapsed entirely, plunging both sides into an irreversible and heated conflict. However, the Iwa forces soon discovered, to their horror, that despite the Uchiha's smaller numbers, their combat prowess was formidable. Led by dozens of elite jonin, Uchiha squads maneuvered effortlessly on the battlefield. In contrast, while Iwa claimed to possess 10,000 troops, their true elite shinobi were woefully few. The disparity in quality was glaring. The Iwa forces quickly realized that their 10,000-strong battalion was retreating at every turn. Each Uchiha clan member wielded chakra restoration potions, a life-saving gift from Uchiha Shinichi. This extraordinary resource endowed the Uchiha with remarkable agility. Within just a week, Iwa's casualties soared into the thousands. Fear began to spread like wildfire among the Iwa ranks. In the stillness of the night, the logistical support team of Iwa remained diligently occupied, receiving a continuous stream of injured shinobi from the front lines. This influx instilled a sense of dread in Iwa, which had enjoyed several years of peace. Simultaneously, the entire logistics team heightened their defenses against a potential Uchiha ambush. Just days prior, they had never imagined the Uchiha to be so powerful. Do not worry, Lord Tsuchikage will soon send reinforcements. I hear even Elder Oanoki and Elder Han will be coming. Some Iwa shinobi spread encouraging messages among their comrades, instantly uplifting the spirits of all Iwa shinobi, dispelling their earlier fears. The four-tailed Jinchuriki Oanoki and the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han were both legendary figures. With the appearance of Jinchuriki, the Uchiha would surely be humbled. In their eyes, tailed beasts represented the greatest calamity. Once unleashed, no village could withstand their might. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a crisis was silently unfolding in the shadows. A group of nearly invisible figures, eyes blood-red, comprised of Uchiha clan members, lurked nearby. Elder Tanai, is this your transparent fruit ability? Uchiha Chiya marveled. The power of the superhuman fruit is indeed remarkable. It allows for such profound concealment. This elite squad of 20, mostly awakened with Sharingan, included several devil fruit users. Leading them was Uchiha Chiya, who had been under Uchiha Shinichi's tutelage the longest. They had traversed treacherous terrain from the distant borders of the Land of Fire, delving deep into the heart of Iwa's rear lines without detection. This was all thanks to Uchiha Tanai, who had utilized his transparent fruit ability. Following the potential development under Uchiha Shinichi's guidance, his strength had reached the level of a quasi-Kage. Moreover, his fruit ability was exceptionally well developed, allowing him to render himself and others invisible. Unlike the Bloodline's unique abilities, the Devil Fruit power emitted almost no chakra fluctuations, coupled with their deliberate concealment, enabling the elite squad of 20 to infiltrate Iwa's rear lines undetected. Soon, an unseen massacre commenced. It was only after the slaughter had begun that the Iwa shinobi detected an unfamiliar chakra presence. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted as all munitions and supply depots were set ablaze. Chiya, splendid work. Among the Uchiha squad, Uchiha Chiya, who possessed explosive fruit abilities, reveled in the praise from his brother Uchiha Chiya. Seizing the moment of chaos, the other clan members with three-tomo Sharingan leapt into action, mercilessly slaying the Iwa shinobi. This night would prove to be one of restless horror. By the time the dust settled, the entire logistical team lay in ruins. It was only then that the frontline Iwa shinobi began to react. Damn it, the Uchiha clan executed an ambush? Simultaneously, the main Uchiha forces stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire commenced their night attack. The IWA shinobi, already weary, found themselves retreating yet again. The IWA troops, once stationed at the Land of Fire's borders, were forced to fall back to the Land of Grass. With their logistical support destroyed, they dared not initiate a large-scale assault in the immediate future. That night, news spread like wildfire. Upon reaching Konoha, disbelief swept through the village. The Uchiha clan single-handedly repelled a force of 10,000 IWA shinobi? My heavens, how long has it been since Konoha received such good news? Although Konoha had triumphed in the past 3 great ninja wars, they had reaped little tangible benefits. Except for the first great ninja war, the second and third had been Pyrrhic victories. Countless young children had been thrust into battle, never to return. Yet now, the Uchiha clan stood as the backbone of Konoha, repelling the enemy beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. The attitudes of Konoha's citizens towards the Uchiha underwent a remarkable transformation. No matter how the third Hokage attempted to control the narrative, such merit could not be erased. I too wish to join the front lines and aid the Uchiha clan. You cannot. The Hokage has already issued orders that even if you go, you will only serve in logistics. What does that mean? Are we to merely watch the Uchiha fight alone? Are you still dazed? The third Hokage wants the Uchiha to perish. Shoo. Such matters should not be spoken of. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's policies garnered resentment among many in Konoha. The third Hokage and other high-ranking officials bore grim expressions. How had the Uchiha clan become so formidable? It was utterly perplexing. The Uchiha could not have grown this powerful overnight. The third Hokage recalled Uchiha Shinichi, coupling this with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui's suspicions about him. He sensed that the Uchiha clan's transformation was closely tied to this young boy. Don't worry, Dai-san. The IWA shinobi will surely not relent. Danzo squinted. Perhaps the root can establish contact with IWA and create trouble for the Uchiha clan. In the process, we might also uncover the secrets of the Uchiha clan. With so many Uchiha, it was impossible for them to have grown stronger without warning. Thus, Danzo planned to quietly capture Uchiha clan members on the battlefield. Of course, he had also been scouting suitable individuals within the village. While the Uchiha elite were at the front lines, some remained in Konoha. However, such captures needed to be executed with discretion. Danzo was indeed a dog unable to change its ways. He was fully aware of the consequences of his actions. However, he can no longer concern himself with so many matters. It appears that Orochimaru has made significant breakthroughs. He truly needs to conduct experiments with the Sharingan. Chapter 58. The deployment of the Jinchuriki, Naruto and Sasuke in the Tsuchikage's office of the Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was in a fit of rage. He slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that Iwagakure had never endured such humiliation throughout countless wars. The high-ranking shinobi beneath him dared not speak, but inwardly scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Had they not endured their share of disgrace? During the village's founding, they were terrified by Uchiha Madara alone. In the First Shinobi World War, they were repeatedly thwarted by the Second Hokage. And during the recent Third Shinobi World War, they were held back by the Third Raikage single-handedly. Now, facing the Uchiha clan's onslaught, it hardly seemed a matter of disgrace. Yet, they did not dare provoke Inoki further. Inoki's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Summon old Zetsu and Han immediately. We, the IWA shinobi, have remained dormant for too long. Do they truly believe us to be a sick old tiger?" At this moment, the third Tsuchikage found himself devoid of other strategies. He had received clear intelligence indicating that at the level of Jounin, the Uchiha clan could indeed match their village's strength. He could not summon all the Jounin in the village, for they still needed to guard against the approaching Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Moreover, the number of 3 Tomo Sharingan wielders within the Uchiha clan was rapidly increasing, alongside individuals possessing extraordinary abilities that even Iwagakure's intelligence department had yet to analyze. Thus, he could only resort to deploying his trump card, the Jinchuriki. "Lord Tsuchikage, Shimura Danzo of Konohagakure intends to collaborate with us. We could obtain information regarding the Uchiha from him." The third Tsuchikage smirked coldly, realizing that Konoha did not dare confront the Uchiha directly, hoping instead that Iwagakure would bear the brunt of the storm. However, Iwagakure had already ignited the flames of conflict with the Uchiha clan. If he were to retreat now, how would the entire village perceive him as Tsuchikage? Engage with Danzo first, let them assist us, and once we have utilized their help, We shall inform the Uchiha of Danzo's dealings. He mused, relishing the thought of the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups tearing each other apart, leading to Konoha's inevitable disunity. At that moment, regret washed over Inoki. He lamented his impulsive decision to mobilize forces. If only he had waited for the Uchiha and Konoha to turn on each other. Yet now, the arrow was drawn, and it could not be unshot. Just then, one of his aides voiced concerns. It is said that the new Uchiha has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, which seems to possess a natural counter against tailed beasts. If we deploy the Jinchuriki, could it lead to catastrophic outcomes? The third Tsuchikage was suddenly taken aback, having nearly forgotten this critical detail. The Kyuubi incident in Konoha was rumored to have been caused by the Sharingan's control over the beast. Furthermore, having lived through the Warring States period, he had heard tales of Uchiha Madara's ability to subjugate the Kyuubi. Clenching his fists tightly, Inoki declared, in that case, I shall have no choice but to take action. In the mountains behind Konoha, two small figures raced across a cliff's edge. Powerful chakra surged beneath their feet, allowing them to sprint as if on level ground. These two were Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. Their speed brought them simultaneously to the cliff's summit. However, Neji proved to be a fraction faster. Sasuke, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, No way. That doesn't count. I'm the elder brother here. Ever since both had become disciples of the new Uchiha, they frequently competed over who was superior. Neji, internally dismissive, decided not to take Sasuke's childish antics to heart. Suddenly, they both glanced in the same direction, simultaneously throwing shurikens. Who is it? A terrified voice exclaimed, followed by a dirty-haired child emerging from the woods. It's me, don't kill me. Sasuke focused his gaze and immediately recognized the child as Uzumaki Naruto, the underachiever of their class. Although Neji was a year ahead, he still knew of Naruto's background. Sasuke coldly inquired, What are you following us for? The two had already reached the level of Jounin, albeit lacking substantial combat experience, yet they had sensed Naruto and Appo's presence long before. Trembling in fear, Naruto stammered, I just wanted to see how you train. I want to become a strong ninja too. At their young age, both Neji and Sasuke had not yet developed significant arrogance or prejudice. Since becoming Uchiha's disciples, they had been subtly influenced by their mentor's demeanor, and thus refrained from ridiculing Naruto for being the host of the Nine Tails. Seeing Naruto's pitiful expression stirred compassion within them. Sasuke, ever the boastful one, replied, If you want to get stronger, just acknowledge me as your leader, and I'll teach you ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes sparkled with joy, not solely for the prospect of learning ninjutsu, but also for the chance to make a friend. Suddenly, Neji activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. His expression shifted dramatically. That chakra signature belongs to Hinata. What is she doing here? Without hesitation, Neji dashed off into the distance, leaving Sasuke astonished but determined to follow. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, two Kumo ninja were dragging the small Hinata toward the borders of the Land of Lightning. They had not anticipated that abducting the Hyuga clan's heiress would be so effortless. It's all because I discovered today was the Hyuga clan's family meeting. All the elders and most clan members are absent, providing us with the perfect opportunity. The Byakugan is a rare treasure. It's a pity I had intended to acquire the Sharingan as well, but the Uchiha clan's reputation has soared, leaving me with no chance. The Raikage faction had long harbored ambitions to seize both of Konoha's coveted ocular bloodlines, particularly the Byakugan, which, if combined with their lightning techniques, would be immensely powerful. Fire release, great fireball technique. A furious roar erupted as a massive fireball soared past the two kidnappers. Both were Jounin-level shinobi and reacted promptly. Sasuke, are you trying to kill Hinata? Neji scolded, realizing that Sasuke had cast the fire technique, inciting his ire. The two Kumo shinobi suddenly discovered that two small figures, aged around 5 or 6, stood before them. One possessed the Byakugan, while the other glared fiercely with a single Tomo Sharingan. Their chakra presence was surprisingly formidable, not far behind that of the seasoned ninjas. Fear gripped the two Kumo shinobi. Such prodigious talent? A murderous intent surged within them. At that moment, Hinata, still in their grasp, awoke and cried with tears in her eyes, "And Neji, I'm so scared." Chapter 59. The vanished caged bird. Neji clenched his fists tightly. After liberating the caged bird, his animosity towards Hinata dissipated, replaced by the concern of an elder brother for his younger sister. How dare anyone threaten his sibling? Meanwhile, The two Cloud Ninjas exchanged sinister grins before hurling Hinata's body towards Niji. Panic surged through him as he braced to catch her. However, at that very moment, a sly smirk appeared at the corner of the assailant's mouth. Such a fool, you've fallen for it. A cold kunai lunged toward Niji's heart, and he narrowly evaded the fatal strike. Yet, his chest was pierced, and Hinata transformed into the form of a Cloud Ninja, delivering a forceful kick that sent Niji flying. A transformation jutsu? The real Hinata remained under the control of another Cloud Ninja. Distracted by concern, Niji, despite possessing the Byakugan, had made such a rudimentary blunder. No wonder Master Shin didn't T1 him on the battlefield. He was still too inexperienced. Niji's blood pooled around him as the opposing ninja savored the crimson liquid with a gruesome delight, evoking an unprecedented fear in Sasuke Uchiha, who was poised to act. He longed to move, but his body betrayed him. The Cloud Ninja honed in on him, striking with lightning speed. The tender sprout from the greenhouse was indeed too fresh. Suddenly, a young boy with yellow hair rolled in from the side and tackled Sasuke to the ground. The blade struck Naruto and Appo's small arm, causing him to wince in pain. Yet, Naruto shielded Sasuke with fierce determination. Don't you dare harm my friend. This scene ignited a spark within Sasuke, unleashing a surge of power. With thunderous roars, Sasuke's arm, enveloped in lightning, pierced through the unsuspecting Cloud Ninja. This technique was not one imparted by Kakashi, but rather taught to him by Uchiha Shin. For Sasuke at this stage, this lightning technique was indeed his most formidable weapon. The Cloud Ninja, incredulous, found himself at a loss. One moment, he held the advantage, and the next, he was utterly vanquished. The other Cloud Ninja stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. How could this mere child wield such potent lightning techniques? Gritting his teeth, he abandoned Sasuke and fled into the distance. After all, he had already captured the Hyuga clan's heiress. Everything else could be disregarded for now. However, Niji would not allow this to transpire. Despite his injuries, he pursued with fervor. Release my sister. Suddenly, the Cloud Ninja's expression shifted, a tall figure blocking his path. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Niji's heart soared with joy. Father, you've come. Hyuga Hayashi widened his Byakugan and unleashed an invisible wave of energy that penetrated the Cloud Ninja and Appo's shoulder, simultaneously cradling Hinata in his arms. With another strike to the ninja's forehead, he dispatched him to the afterlife. It's all right, Hinata. Hayashi reassured her, but his gaze towards Niji bore a sternness. Now do you understand why Master Shin and I forbade you from the battlefield? You possess strength on par with the Cloud Ninja, yet you fell for such a ruse. Niji's face flushed with shame. Yet, Hayashi's demeanor softened as he examined his son's wounds and sighed in relief. No vital injuries, a matter inconsequential for a ninja. Let us return home for your treatment. He then turned to Sasuke. Well done. Sasuke, you managed to take down a Cloud Jonin. Sasuke, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily lost his bearings until he heard Naruto's groans beneath him. He embraced Naruto tightly. Are you all right, Naruto? Let us hurry home so I can get you treated. Naruto's legs had been trembling in fear, but the thought of Sasuke teaching him ninjutsu fueled his resolve. He wholeheartedly accepted their friendship and refused to let Sasuke come to harm, which motivated his reckless rescue. Now, feeling Sasuke's concern, Naruto broke into a silly grin. It's nothing, Sasuke. These injuries are trivial. A good nap will fix me right up. This only deepened Sasuke's compassion for Naruto. You're too reckless. Come back to the Uchiha clan with me. We have plenty of spare rooms. Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes. He had never visited a friend's home before. However, before they could reach the Uchiha clan, a group of Umbu appeared and whisked Naruto away. Who are they? Why are they taking Naruto? Hayashi shook his head. The third Hokage would never allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to reside in the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, you should return home. Naruto will be fine. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had learned of Hayashi's actions against the Cloud Ninja and furrowed his brow. If mishandled, the Cloud could very well join the fray, leaving Konoha besieged from all sides. Fearing the Uchiha clan would be depleted, Konoha might fall prematurely. He needed to subtly suggest to the Hyuga clan to find their own solutions. Back at the Hyuga clan, Hayashi threw the bodies of the two Cloud Ninjas onto the living room floor. At that moment, clan leader Hyuga Hisashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. His daughter had been on the brink of peril. However, the elder members of the main branch did not share his sentiment. Hayashi, you killed a Cloud Ninja? Are you not aware of the turmoil the village faces? You've caused a catastrophe. Konoha is battling the rock ninja. Are you not provoking the cloud into war? An elder's expression turned icy as he directed his words at Hayashi. You understand the stakes now, don't you? To prevent a conflict between Konoha and the cloud, you must take responsibility. You should turn yourself in. Niji gazed incredulously at the main branch elders. How could they demand a sacrifice for the sake of Konoha after they had saved the clan as heiress? Why should his father be the one to suffer? The elder members of the Hyuga clan sneered. Why? Because you are mere branch members. Hayashi had anticipated this reaction. He placed a firm hand on Niji's shoulder. Niji, return home. I will handle this. He wished to shield his son from the unfolding events. Reluctantly, Niji complied as Hayashi sent him away. He then turned his gaze towards the main branch elders, a cold glint in his eyes. These elders still clung to the hope of appeasing the third Hokage, oblivious to the changing tides. Yet, he sought the opinion of his elder brother. His gaze fell upon Hisashi, who took a deep breath. All of this began because of Hinata. If a sacrifice is necessary, then let it be my life. How can that be? Hisashi, what nonsense are you spouting? You are of the main branch. The branch family should serve us. The elder of the main branch shouted, directing an accusatory glare at Hayashi. Hayashi's expression grew impassive. Suddenly, his left hand shot out like lightning, grasping the elder's throat. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, instilling fear in all present. Why must you old fools force my hand? Everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Stop. Do you know what you're doing? Hisashi's face mirrored their shock. Hayashi, don't do anything rash. Even the branch family members paled at the scene unfolding before them. Furthermore, the elder of the Hyuga clan had deployed the technique known as caged bird, intending to eliminate Hyuga Hisashi directly. However, they were soon horrified to discover that Hisashi remained utterly motionless. All present gazed at him with a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. The latter let out a soft chuckle before removing his forehead protector, prompting expressions of incredulity to spread across the faces of everyone present. The caged bird had vanished. Chapter 60. The movements of Otsutsuki Shurin. The Four Tails and Five Tails. The Hyuga clan's living room fell into an eerie silence. Even Hyuga Hisashi, who held the title of elder, ceased his struggles, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan, with a history spanning over a millennium, had always been marked by the presence of caged birds. Yet now, it seemed that this status quo was shattering. What on earth was happening, Hayashi? At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi trembled uncontrollably. While he harbored no desire for his younger brother to be marked as a caged bird, it did not mean he wished to witness anyone breaking free from such a fate. The transformation of Hyuga Hayashi was astounding. Under the perception of the Byakugan, his power was formidable, far surpassing that of his elder brother. Moreover, the purity of his Byakugan, as sensed by Hayashi, even exceeded that of the clan leader himself. All eyes turned to Hyuga Hayashi, awaiting his explanation. Finally, he released the elder from the main family, casting him to the floor, where the elder knelt like a frightened puppy, his face painted with terror. The caged bird, of course, was beyond my capacity to resolve. However, someone has liberated me from its constraints. He then surveyed the assembled branch family members, smiling as he posed a question. Do you wish to be freed from the caged bird? Instantly, the branch family members erupted with excitement. When Lord Shin returns, I will petition him to free each of you from the caged bird. Lord Shin? Everyone paused, struck by a dreadful realization. Could it be the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin? A wave of astonishment swept through them, and the elder from the main family turned ashen. If someone could indeed lift the caged bird, what privileges would remain for the Hyuga main family? They would rather believe that it was Hyuga Hayashi who had accomplished this feat alone. Uchiha Shin was effectively undermining the Hyuga clan. The branch family members were electrified. None wished to be subjugated by others. The Uchiha clan leader could liberate them from the caged bird? Hyuga Hayashi nodded, and then turned to his brother, Hyuga Hayashi. Clan leader, I will lay my cards on the table today. I hope the Hyuga clan will support the Uchiha clan in ascending to the Hokage position. Before Hyuga Hayashi could respond, an elder from the main family erupted in anger. You traitor, supporting the Uchiha clan? If the third Hokage learns of this, how will our Hyuga clan stand in Konoha? Do you wish to plunge us into the abyss? Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened, and he struck the elder across the face. Have you lived so long that you cannot discern the current situation? The third Hokage will inevitably be ousted by the Uchiha clan. A terrifying aura emanated from him, instilling dread in all present. This was the power of a Kage. The Hyuga clan possessed a Kage-level figure? Do you see? My current strength is granted by Lord Shin. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am issuing commands. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall follow the Uchiha clan's lead. Anyone who dares to speak against this will face my wrath. Hyuga Hayashi's assertiveness left everyone in shock. But what was even more concerning was the figure of Uchiha Shin looming behind him. That night would be one of sleeplessness for many within the Hyuga clan. High above, at the dwelling of the Otsutsuki clan, beneath the vast purple Rinnegan, a small silhouette perched. Otsutsuki Shurin slowly opened his eyes. Having just received news from the ninja world about the Otsutsuki puppet, someone had actually escaped the shackles of the caged bird? A glimmer of interest crossed Otsutsuki Shurin's face. If the purity is sufficient, perhaps I can activate the Rinnegan ahead of time. Uchiha Shin, able to lift the caged bird? Otsutsuki Shurin expressed disbelief. It seems the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths indeed possesses exceptional qualities. Let him liberate the caged birds of the Hyuga branch family. He turned to the immense purple Rinnegan. If the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch were to merge with it, how powerful would our clan's treasures become? Soon after, the third Hokage received a message. Hyuga Hayashi had dispatched someone to convey that the Hyuga clan was prepared for war. Should the Cloud Ninja invade, they would be at the forefront. With a resounding crash, the third Hokage smashed his desk to pieces. How infuriating. Even the Hyuga clan refuses to listen? Summon Hyuga Hayashi. I demand an explanation. However, his subordinate from the Umbu interjected. The Hyuga clan leader claims to be unwell. The current representative of the Hyuga clan is Hyuga Hayashi. The third Hokage was taken aback. How could the Hyuga clan allow a branch member to take the helm? Something monumental must have transpired within the Hyuga clan. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on them. For the Cloud Ninja had indeed launched a surprise attack on the borders. Hyuga Hayashi's elimination of a Cloud Ninja Jonin provided the perfect pretext for war. The fourth Raikage and the third Tsuchikage appeared to have coordinated their pressure on Konoha. Despite their deep-seated enmity, national conflicts could momentarily overshadow personal grievances. At this moment, the Uchiha clan, stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire, had evidently received word of the Cloud Ninja's incursion. Very well, you and Shiyun, lead your respective forces to the borders of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shiyun hesitated. We've heard that the Rock Ninja is deploying Jinchuriki. If we leave, our numbers may be insufficient. Uchiha Shin chuckled. But I am still here. The faces of both brightened. Is Lord Shin preparing to take action? The war had raged on for over 10 days. Yet Uchiha Shin had never intervened. This was his way of training the Uchiha clan. In the future, he could not rely solely on himself to quell the 5 great nations. Moreover, he aimed to forge the Uchiha clan's reputation through this war, particularly within the village of Konoha, as it would serve as the most opportune means for him to ascend to the position of Hokage. Now, with the Rock Ninja on the verge of deploying Jinchuriki, the ensuing battles would not be suited for ordinary individuals. Thus, to the astonishment of Nara Shikaku and others, Uchiha Shin redirected the majority of his forces towards the Cloud Ninja. Someone could not help but voice. Does the Uchiha clan intend to confront 2 great nations with just their clan? Nara Shikaku took a deep breath, finally making a resolute decision. Inform Konoha to send a team to assist the Uchiha clan. But clan leader, what about the third Hokage? Nara Shikaku gazed meaningfully at his clansmen. It is time for us to take our stand. We must place our bets wisely. The Nara clan members exchanged knowing glances. Their leader was placing everything on the Uchiha clan. At that moment, amidst the retreating Rock Ninja forces, 2 figures approached. Lord Old Purple, Lord Han, you have arrived. The leading Rock Ninja commander gazed at the 2 formidable middle-aged men with both fear and reverence. They were indeed the 2 Jinchuriki of Rock Ninja Village. Their combat prowess was immensely powerful, particularly due to their good rapport with the tailed beasts within them, allowing them to unleash nearly flawless Jinchuriki abilities. A mere Uchiha clan dares to summon us both. What a disgrace for Rock Ninja Village. Chapter 61. Uchiha Shinichi takes action. The 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, donned a crimson armor that enveloped his entire face, giving him a fierce and intimidating appearance. Meanwhile, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Old Ji, bellowed. That old fool Inoki still believes I kidnapped his son. His son has long been eliminated. As he stomped his foot upon the ground, he declared, I heard there are members of the Uchiha clan who can wield the Kekkei Genkai of dissolution. I shall see who is truly stronger. In an instant, The aura of the tailed beast surged forth, a colossal chakra sweeping across the battlefield, instilling terror within the hearts of the Uchiha clan. Old Ji then enveloped himself in the vibrant chakra of the tailed beast, diving into the fray. The Uchiha clan sensed the impending danger and began to retreat. The Four Tails Jinchuriki unleashed a flurry of strikes with his tails, targeting the fleeing Uchiha. Quickly, two dark and formidable arms intervened, obstructing his assault. Uchiha Toshiya stood valiantly before the Four Tails Jinchuriki, channeling the powers of the Nyo-Nyo fruit and armament haki. For a moment, he managed to withstand the onslaught of the Four Tails. Damn pesky brat, it's time to get serious. Red chakra emanated from the Four Tails Jinchuriki, transforming into searing magma. Uchiha Toshiya's expression shifted. While this level of power paled in comparison to Lord Shinichi, it was indeed akin to a natural disaster on the battlefield. However, he bore no fear, for the abilities granted by the devil fruit bestowed upon him formidable resilience. The magma posed no threat of serious injury to him. Yet, the other Uchiha could only retreat. What caused Toshiya's countenance to change drastically was the sudden emergence of a vast chakra presence from another direction. It was none other than the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. At that moment, he transformed into the form of the tailed beast, unleashing a small tailed beast bomb from his mouth, aimed directly at the Uchiha clan. In that direction were nearly 100 Uchiha, including his beloved younger brother, all wearing faces of sheer panic. Perish! I shall annihilate you, wretched Uchiha, and the accursed Konoha. Toshiya's heart raced as he recklessly hurled himself toward the tailed beast bomb. While such an attack might not be fatal to him, it would undoubtedly spell doom for the other Uchiha. Yet, he was not a speedster, clearly unable to outpace the tailed beast bomb. Moreover, the Four Tails Jinchuriki's release of magma obstructed his path. Damn it! How will I explain this to Lord Shinichi? The tailed beast bomb detonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Toshiya felt his sanity teetering on the brink. Those accursed rock shinobi dare to kill my brother and my kin? In that moment, Toshiya longed to shield his brother and clan from the impending tailed beast bomb. A surge of intense emotion erupted within him, transforming into a potent force. His three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, the tomo appearing to connect as one. However, Toshiya soon sensed something amiss. At the spot where the Five Tails Jinchuriki had released the tailed beast bomb, a blue barrier silently ascended. Beneath this azure shield stood a figure Toshiya knew all too well. It was his clan leader, Uchiha Shinichi. Behind Shinichi, the Uchiha who had survived the ordeal gazed at him with profound admiration. It is Lord Shinichi who has saved us. What an extraordinary ability. He can deflect a tailed beast bomb. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was equally astonished. Who is this individual who so effortlessly halted the tailed beast bomb? Forgive me, Lord Shinichi, for forcing you to intervene. Toshiya leaped forward, kneeling before Uchiha Shinichi. The lives of his clan had been entrusted to him, and he had nearly failed, risking the lives of many. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi regarded Toshiya with keen interest. Congratulations, Toshiya. It appears you are on the verge of awakening your Meijiki Sharingan. At that moment, Toshiya felt the change within his Sharingan. He was close, but not quite there. Shinichi nodded in satisfaction. This was one of the reasons he had sent the Uchiha clan out for training. The Meijiki Sharingan seemed to awaken only after experiencing profound emotions, a fact that even his potential could not alter. Toshiya had just undergone such an experience. Had it not been for Uchiha Shinichi's intervention against the tailed beast bomb, Toshiya would have faced the guilt of failing to save his brother and clan, potentially triggering the awakening of his Meijiki Sharingan in that moment of despair. Suddenly, two more small-tailed beast bombs whistled through the air, causing the Uchiha to tense once again. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi remained unfazed, calmly uttering, "Wind barrier." A massive blue light shield materialized, once more repelling the tailed beast bombs. Having grown accustomed to Shinichi's prowess, Toshiya recognized that his leader was unveiling a new ability. All right, Toshiya, you and the others retreat for now. I haven't had a proper challenge in days. Let me entertain myself. Shinichi's words resonated clearly in the ears of both Old Ji and Han. What a joke. How dare you disregard us? Do you think that peculiar blue barrier will save you? Old Ji transformed, morphing into a half-complete tailed beast form. Lava flowed from his body, swiftly creating a sea of molten rock that erupted toward Uchiha Shinichi. Shinichi merely scoffed, "Is that all you've got?" Yet, he had no intention of utilizing his magma fruit abilities. In an instant, a blade materialized in his hand. "Here you." The relentless sea of lava surged toward Uchiha Shinichi. Although Uchiha Toshiya and the others had faith in their leader, they were nonetheless awestruck by the terrifying power of the tailed beasts. Will Lord Shinichi use his magma fruit abilities? Shinichi had previously hinted that the so-called Kekkei Genkai of dissolution was merely an extension of his natural magma fruit capabilities. However, this ability was surely far more potent than the Four Tails dissolution. Yet soon, everyone noticed the blade in Shinichi's hand. As it appeared, the temperature from the lava sea visibly dropped. What is that blade? I sensed the power of ice. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's expression shifted dramatically, sensing an overwhelming force stifling the magma's production. The Four Tails within him also felt an acute sense of danger. Old G, be cautious. This brat's frost power is immensely formidable. However, Old G dismissed the warning. With our combined strength, we need not fear mere frost. Before he could finish, his expression changed in an instant. The blade in Uchiha Shinichi's hand radiated an icy aura, as frost descended from the heavens, engulfing the sea of lava conjured by the Four Tails. The clash of ice and fire released a tremendous shockwave, but as time progressed, the frost extinguished the raging sea of magma. At the juncture of frost and magma, a towering ice wall, soaring to several dozen feet, has emerged. Behind this icy barrier lies the molten lava that once flowed incessantly, now transformed into a glacial river. Simultaneously, the frost continues to extend, encasing the four-tailed Jinchuriki in a crystalline sculpture of ice. Chapter 62. Sitting steadily beneath the frosty sky, the Four Tails and Five Tails have perished. Countless frost enveloped the magma, transforming the half-tailed beasts, Four Tails and Five Tails, into solid ice. All present were struck with horror at the sight. The sound of cracking echoed as Uchiha Shinichi sensed an overwhelming chakra beneath the frost. Simultaneously, the red chakra of the tailed beasts began to spread relentlessly. The Four Tails and Five Tails struggled violently within their icy confines. The cracking intensified, and soon two fully tailed beasts emerged before the world. The sheer magnitude of their chakra instilled a sense of impending catastrophe in all onlookers. You little brat, you've successfully provoked us. Old Purple and Han were indeed formidable. Even in their fully tailed beast forms, they retained fragments of their consciousness. The tails belonging to the tailed beast struck the ground with a thunderous thud, causing the frost to melt completely. The true power of the Four Tails lava release bloodline limit was finally revealed. The Four Tails slammed its hands onto the ground, causing large boulders to gather as if forming a volcano, which then hurtled towards Uchiha Shinichi. The lava cascading from the volcano appeared more terrifying than an apocalyptic disaster to the observers. Uchiha Shinichi, with an impassive expression, spun his ice wheel rapidly. Reciting incantations in a calm tone, sits steadily beneath the frosty sky, ice wheel. At that moment, he unleashed the power of his current state S. Zanpakuto. The initial release of the strongest ice-based ice wheel manifested. Astonishingly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, growing larger with each moment, while the heat from the lava release bloodline limit gradually turned frigid. The massive volcano released by the Four Tails encountered the extreme cold and halted midair. With a sudden flourish, Uchiha Shinichi wielded the ice wheel, sending forth a multitude of colossal ice dragons that roared as they collided with the volcano, obliterating it completely. The ice dragons then burrowed into the earth, transforming the landscape into a realm of ice and snow. Several enormous ice dragons penetrated the body of the Four Tails, freezing it in place once more. Meanwhile, the Five Tails also sprang into action. The boiling release of the Five Tails erupted, converting the surrounding ice into steam. Boiling release, unmatched strength. The immense steam endowed the Five Tails with unparalleled speed and power. In an instant, the boiling release alleviated the Four Tails' peril, liberating it from the ice. Subsequently, the Five Tails hurtled towards Uchiha Shinichi with an astonishing velocity. Uchiha Shinichi, taken aback, had not anticipated that the boiling release bloodline limit could directly counter the initial release of the ice wheel. In this moment of chaos, the fully tailed beast Five Tails resembled a nuclear bomb, an unstoppable force in the eyes of the spectators. However, in an instant, the entirety of the Five Tails' body suddenly collapsed, crashing down towards the ground. The expression of the Five Tails shifted from ferocity to terror as it gazed into the eyes of Uchiha Shinichi. At that moment, the Uchiha clan sensed something amiss. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes were not the three-tomo Sharingan, but rather a complex pattern belonging to their clan's divine eye. Is that Lord Shinichi's Manjiki Sharingan? It was the first time witnessing his formidable ability, and the Uchiha clan erupted in fervent excitement. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi activated the time manipulation ability of his left eye. He slowed the five tails to a near standstill, subjecting it to immense inertia and gravity, causing it to plummet to the ground as if immobilized. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. The previously liberated four tails opened its mouth, unleashing a full-bodied tailed beast ball directly at Uchiha Shinichi. Die, you little brat. Yet, to its astonishment, the tailed beast ball, initially propelled forward, plummeted to the ground just like the five tails. The time manipulation ability of Uchiha Shinichi's left eye once again manifested. The tailed beast ball detonated, engulfing the bodies of the four tails and five tails. The air was filled with agonizing screams. Uchiha Shinichi had erected a wind barrier before him, rendering him unscathed by the explosive force of the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Shinichi smirked coldly. Truly, no lesson learned. Did you think the full-bodied tailed beast ball could affect me? Yet, he sensed discomfort in his eyes and significant chakra depletion. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shinichi felt that his left eye had yet to reach its full potential. He had initially intended to test the spatial ability of his right eye, but felt it unnecessary now. After the explosion of the tailed beast ball, only the battered remnants of the four tails and five tails remained. Uchiha Shinichi ceased his playful antics, closing his Manjiki Sharingan, and unleashed the ice wheel once more. The six garments ice binding formation. Enormous ice dragons surged into the ground, once again transforming the terrain into frost. The frost extended, encasing the four tails and five tails in ice. And this time, they ceased their struggles. Ding. Timely task. Elimination of the four tails Jinchuri completed. Reward. 10,000 reputation points. Ding. Timely task. Elimination of the five tails Jinchuri completed. Reward. 10,000 reputation points. Additional reward. Supremacy level chakra gift package. Uchiha Shinichi felt somewhat helpless, having inadvertently dealt a heavy blow that resulted in the demise of both the four tails and five tails. So weak, they couldn't even withstand the initial release of the ice wheel. Given the vitality of the four tails and five tails, they should not have been completely vanquished by the initial release. However, their hosts were not as fortunate. The death of the Jinchuri signified the demise of the tailed beasts. They could only await their resurrection years later. The faces of fear were frozen within the ice and snow. From a distance, the land appeared as a vast expanse of ice and snow, leaving behind an endless silence echoing in the atmosphere. Soon, the cacophony of chaos and fear intertwined. The clamor came from the Uchiha clan. Lord Shinichi, truly terrifying. Who would have thought he could eliminate two Jinchuri in the blink of an eye? This means Lord Shinichi has slain the four tails and five tails. They are war weapons. To what extent has Lord Shinichi's power ascended? My goodness, how can the Rock Ninja Village contend with us now? Uchiha Tsuji inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Uchiha Shinichi filled with utmost admiration. He sensed a transformation within his own eyes, yet even at this level, he still felt an immense chasm between himself and Uchiha Shinichi. Perhaps now, Lord Shinichi has reached the heights of Uchiha Madara. His emotions surged, and he unconsciously joined his clansmen in their cheers. Lord Old Purple and Lord Han have perished. The Jinchuri are no match for the leader of the Uchiha clan. Run. That is a demon. Our Rock Ninja Village is doomed. Countless Rock Ninjas, gripped by terror, discarded their shurikens and weapons, fleeing towards the Land of Earth without a backward glance. The Land of Earth had never witnessed a Jinchuri perish on the battlefield since the establishment of the five great nations. And Uchiha Shinichi had inscribed the beginning of a new myth. Chapter 63. The Retreat of the Cloud and Rock Shinobi. A tremor in the ninja world in the Land of Rain. Within the Rain Shinobi village, a continuous drizzle fell from the heavens as Pain and Conan stood silently, gazing down at the earth. After a lengthy pause, Conan finally spoke. Pain, I have received word from Madara. The four tails and five tails have perished. They were slain by Uchiha Shinichi, who has thwarted our plans. This individual poses a significant threat. Pain's expression remained impassive. I understand. In that case, our plan to capture the tailed beasts must be postponed. Once we have dealt with Hanzo and resolved the issues within the Rain Shinobi village, I shall personally eliminate the troublesome Uchiha Shinichi. Pain's tone was devoid of emotion, as if the act of killing Uchiha Shinichi were an inconsequential task. Likewise, Conan held a similar sentiment, viewing pain as a deity, and found nothing amiss with his intention to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi. Lord Tsuchikage, there is grave news. Lord Oenoki and Lord Han have both perished. Oenoki, who had already departed from the rock shinobi village to prepare for support at the front lines, felt a chill wash over him, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Dead? The two major Jinchuriki of our rock shinobi village have been slain? The news from the front lines had reached his ears, and he could hardly believe that both powerful Jinchuriki had been taken down in an instant. In the history of the 5 great shinobi nations, there had never been a case where Jinchuriki were killed on the battlefield in such a manner. Even Oenoki, a seasoned veteran, felt dizzy from the shock. Without Jinchuriki, could the 5 great nations still be considered as such? Oenoki forced himself to regain composure and began to contemplate the implications of this calamity. However, he was acutely aware that the rock shinobi had suffered a devastating defeat in this war. Send a messenger to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. Our attitude must be exceedingly humble. We shall consider any conditions they propose. The immediate priority was to seek peace with the Hidden Leaf village, specifically with the Uchiha clan. At this moment, on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Shiun, leading the Uchiha clan, stood in confrontation with the Hidden Cloud village. The strength of the Cloud Shinobi was slightly greater than that of the Rock Shinobi. Yet they had evidently heard of the Uchiha clan's formidable reputation from another front. Although both sides were engaged in battle, it remained at a relatively superficial level. Even so, the Cloud Shinobi sensed the looming threat posed by the Uchiha clan. The fourth Raikage and his advisors concluded that capturing this small Uchiha squad of several hundred would require at least half of the current military strength of the Cloud Shinobi. Unless the fourth Raikage and the 2 major Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village personally intervened, such a scenario would only arise if the Cloud Shinobi felt an overwhelming threat. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, perused a document that had just been delivered to him. Upon reading, his pupils widened, and his towering figure began to tremble. Uchiha Shinichi, is this powerful? The Raikage Sade, witnessing the report, also began to stammer. Raikage, we must retreat. Even if we manage to eliminate this Uchiha squad at the border of the Land of Lightning, we cannot avoid the retaliation of their clan leader, Uchiha Shinichi. The 2 major Jinchuriki of the Rock Shinobi have already fallen to his hand. The aide fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. Even the previous Raikage had only managed to hold his ground against the 8 tails. He could not directly kill a tailed beast. It was evident how formidable the new leader of the Uchiha clan truly was. As the son of the former Raikage, the fourth Raikage was acutely aware of Uchiha Shinichi's immense power. It seemed that the Uchiha clan had once again produced an individual of unparalleled strength. Damn it! Why are these wielders of the Sharingan so extraordinarily powerful? Uchiha Madara's fame still resonated even to this day. The fourth Raikage hastily commanded, all Cloud Shinobi are to withdraw from the borders of the Land of Fire. From today onwards, seal the entrances between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Additionally, send word to Oenoki and the 3rd Hokage of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Shinichi is so powerful that we are not the only ones losing sleep over this. The successive withdrawals of the Rock and Cloud Shinobi caused a stir throughout the entire ninja world. Soon, news spread like wildfire. The newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi, had brutally slain the 2 major Jinchuriki of the Rock Shinobi village, compelling them to sign numerous unequal treaties. Notably, many missions within the borders of the Land of Earth were now redirected to the Land of Fire. This meant that the survival resources of the Rock Shinobi village were further diminished. Smaller nations, such as the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfall, hastily sought refuge within the embrace of the Leaf Village. The Rock Shinobi village had suffered significant losses, had it not been for Oenoki's steadfastness. It might have lost its status among the 5 great nations. The Cloud Shinobi village also bore substantial costs, subsequently sealing the borders between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Upon receiving the news, the citizens of the Leaf Village rejoiced. The Leaf Village had never experienced such a resounding victory following 3 previous Shinobi World Wars, and they had seized a wealth of resources from the conflict. In stark contrast to the wars led by the 3rd Hokage, the difference was glaringly apparent. Did you know? This battle was entirely carried out by the Uchiha clan alone. In other words, any casualties were borne by the Uchiha clan on our behalf. Reflecting on past wars, how many times did we not lose family members or see them injured? My child, only 12, perished in the 3rd Shinobi World War. The Uchiha clan is truly magnificent. At this moment, all of the Leaf villagers remembered the Uchiha clan, and especially their leader, Uchiha Shinichi. They spoke of him in reverent tones, and the Uchiha clan's prestige within the Leaf village reached unprecedented heights. Some even began to hope that Uchiha Shinichi could become the fifth Hokage, given the failures of the third Hokage's administration over the years. Simultaneously, this war revealed the precarious situation of various clans in the Leaf village. In an instant, the Uchiha clan became a hub of activity, with many prominent families visiting Uchiha infrequently. This development filled the third Hokage and Danzo with not only a sense of danger, but also a profound feeling of helplessness. Who could have anticipated that the Uchiha clan could overpower two other major shinobi villages? Do you possess such strength? Why did you not rebel earlier? The third Hokage and his companions felt as though they had been made fools. They had always believed that while the Uchiha clan was formidable, they were still far from the upper echelons of the Leaf village. Now, they felt like jesters in a grand performance. What of Orochimaru? What has he been doing these days instead of focusing on his experiments? The third Hokage sensed an overwhelming danger, grasping at the last shred of hope. He pinned his hopes on uncovering the secrets of the first Hokage and the Sharingan. However, in recent days, his disciple Orochimaru appeared to be distracted. Danzo smirked coldly. I suspect Orochimaru has already achieved results in his experiments, but is reluctant to share them with us. He harbors significant distrust towards us. At this moment, the third Hokage felt a tightening in his chest. His three disciples, one thrived as a prime target in the shinobi world, another roamed aimlessly, and the only one he could rely on, Orochimaru, seemed to have drifted away from him. What sins had he committed to deserve this? Chapter 64. The resurgence of Orochimaru. At this moment, the third Hokage was deeply preoccupied with thoughts of Orochimaru, who had been in a state of introspection. During the attempt to seize Itachi Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, Orochimaru had suffered a crushing defeat. Fortunately, he had since integrated a significant amount of first Hokage's cellular tissue, greatly enhancing his regenerative capabilities. The injuries inflicted by Itachi had healed swiftly. However, this experience had instilled in Orochimaru a profound awareness of the immense power of the Mangeki Sharingan, driving him into an obsessive quest for knowledge regarding the Uchiha clan. He fervently delved into archives, exploring the history of the Uchiha lineage, even tracing back to the Warring States period. The third Hokage had deliberately withheld the secrets of the Uchiha clan from Orochimaru, particularly information concerning the Mangeki Sharingan, to prevent any treacherous intentions from arising. This secrecy had fostered a deep-seated resentment in Orochimaru towards the third Hokage, resulting in his reluctance to share experimental findings with him. Meanwhile, the departure of the Uchiha clan, led by Shin Uchiha, from Konohagakure had inadvertently provided Orochimaru with ample opportunities to explore the Uchiha ancestral home. Now, with the Uchiha clan largely relocated, only a few elders remained in the outskirts. Although Orochimaru's strength was not particularly formidable, his stealth capabilities were unmatched within the ninja world. Thus, in recent days, he had often transformed into a small white snake, stealthily traversing the Uchiha ancestral estate. Just yesterday, he had uncovered a clandestine secret of the Uchiha clan. Within the main residence, he discovered altars bearing the names of various ancestors, and behind these altars lay a cache of Sharingan belonging to deceased Uchiha members. These eyes were preserved in pristine condition, the majority being of 2 tomo or more. Yet, what Orochimaru truly sought was the elusive Mangeki Sharingan, which he had failed to locate during his previous exploration. Today, fueled by hope, Orochimaru returned to the Uchiha shrine. A slender white snake slithered through the crevice of the door, soon transforming into the guise of an unfamiliar man. Orochimaru's disguise was impeccable. Even if someone were to see him, they would not recognize him. He proceeded cautiously, resuming his work from the previous day. Approaching the altars, he noticed a box behind one of them, containing the Sharingan of the departed. Utilizing a silver needle, he inserted it into the solution housing the eyes. This specialized method allowed him to assess the cellular activity, enabling him to discern which 3-tomo Sharingan could potentially be activated into Mangeki Sharingan. Observing these eyes, he felt a pang of disappointment, not because they were not Mangeki Sharingan, but due to the low quality of the preserving solution. Some of the eyes had lost their vitality entirely after prolonged storage. However, Orochimaru was undeterred. Perhaps he could discover a new method to reactivate them. In a brief span, He had collected 10 pairs of Sharingan, 3 of which were 3-tomo Sharingan. Suddenly, as he slipped, he caught sight of a dusty altar inscribed with the name of an ancestor, Uchiha Madara, in stark contrast to the pristine and orderly altars of others. Madara's was woefully neglected. Orochimaru smirked coldly, reflecting on the irony of Madara's once great power being disregarded even in death by his own kin. After discarding the altar, Orochimaru continued his endeavors. Eventually, a gleam of joy illuminated his expression as he examined the silver needle, trembling with excitement. This was the hallmark of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In that moment, Orochimaru comprehended why the Uchiha had once dared to rebel. Their ancestors had left behind Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he had only discovered one, the Uchiha upper echelon surely knew which ancestors possessed this coveted power. In dire circumstances, it was conceivable that others could wield them. Overwhelmed with elation, Orochimaru raised the vial containing the Mangekyo Sharingan and swallowed its contents. Just as he prepared to continue his search, he sensed movement outside the door. A voice called out, "I have been watching you for some time. I prefer not to engage in combat before our ancestors, so kindly step forward." The voice was eerily familiar, and Orochimaru's pupils widened in realization. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader. However, his initial trepidation was soon replaced by a sense of calm. It was merely Fugaku. The third Hokage had never divulged any information regarding Fugaku to Orochimaru. In his mind, Fugaku was nothing more than a weakling from a previous generation. With a cold smile, he executed a body flicker technique and appeared outside the door. Uchiha Fugaku, possessing 3-tomo Sharingan, was a worthy specimen for experimentation. Meanwhile, Fugaku stood outside, furrowing his brow as he awaited a response. Other clan members, including his son Sasuke, had ventured into the inner village, yet Fugaku preferred the solitude of the outskirts. Recently, he had detected an intruder within the Uchiha shrine and had finally traced their presence. However, he was reluctant to engage in the shrine, fearing disruption to the ancestral spirits. Suddenly, a shadow darted forward, striking toward his head with lightning speed. Fugaku did not flinch, but the shadow vanished into thin air. Then, from within the shrine, another figure emerged, this time revealing Orochimaru's true form. With a triumphant expression, Orochimaru lunged forward, aiming to pierce Fugaku's eyes. "Your eyes shall be mine." Yet, in the face of this imminent threat, Fugaku's gaze remained unyielding. Abruptly, Orochimaru felt a disorienting sensation, freezing in place. Genjutsu? Again, another illusion? Blood trickled from Orochimaru's lips as he expended all his strength to resist the effects of the jutsu. However, he stared in horror at Fugaku, whose eyes now bore intricate patterns, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru felt as though he might vomit blood. He had encountered another wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: escape. Summoning his technique, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, a swarm of snakes erupted from Orochimaru's body, swiftly slithering toward Fugaku. The latter furrowed his brow, then coldly remarked, "So it is Orochimaru of the legendary 3 ninjas, sneaking into my Uchiha clan for what purpose? Oh, I see. You seek to claim the eyes of our ancestors. Today, you shall perish here." In that instant, Fugaku transformed from clan leader to a vengeful guardian. Fully aware that their confrontation would not be solely a matter of clan honor, but a personal vendetta. With a surge of crimson chakra enveloping him, a skeletal visage manifested. Expanding rapidly, the horde of snakes was instantly repelled, and the skeletal figure reached out with its arms, preparing for battle. With arms that seized countless serpents, blood spattered across the ground. Orochimaru, filled with terror, had already fled towards the exit. Uchiha Fugaku, observing Orochimaru's desperate attempt to escape, let out a disdainful snort once more. The half-formed Susanoo swung its sword with ferocity, cleaving Orochimaru's body in twain. Yet, true to his ruthless nature, Orochimaru dragged his mangled form, relentlessly striving to evade capture. Chapter 65. The reappearance of Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi with the masked man. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar, and Kakashi, who had been training within their ranks, was abruptly awakened. Through rigorous training, he had significantly developed the powers of the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, his observation haki had also grown immensely. Under his heightened perception, his brows furrowed in concern. Was that Uchiha Fugaku? And another figure who seemed to be Orochimaru from the legendary 3 Sannin? Kakashi swiftly dashed outside, heading towards Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku was in hot pursuit, with Orochimaru fleeing in a state of desperation. Before the might of Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, Orochimaru's once proud techniques were utterly insignificant. Curse it, I underestimated him. I never anticipated Uchiha Fugaku would be this formidable. Why did he appear so weak in the past? Is he mad? Orochimaru grumbled internally, unwilling to relinquish his current body unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku, who was in pursuit, halted and turned towards another direction. Orochimaru, disregarding everything else, seized the opportunity to escape. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was filled with excitement as he sensed a very familiar presence. It was Itachi? What has he returned for? Fugaku immediately abandoned his chase of Orochimaru and rushed towards the source of the familiar aura. In another location, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito stood silently, awaiting Fugaku's arrival. Madara. Can this method truly alleviate the side effects of my Manjiki Sharingan? The masked man smiled enigmatically. I am Uchiha Madara. Have you not heard the tales of my exploits? Uchiha Obito proclaimed himself as Uchiha Madara, yet Itachi, with his astute mind, could not accept this declaration. Nevertheless, Obito had indeed divulged numerous secrets of the Uchiha clan, including the method to mitigate the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. The most perfect solution was to transplant the Manjiki Sharingan of a close relative, allowing one to maintain their vision indefinitely. This was also Itachi's purpose for today, to lure his father, Uchiha Fugaku, here and then extract his Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, you remain remarkably composed. That is your beloved father, yet you are willing to take his eyes? Itachi's expression was devoid of emotion, his frown deepening. If I do not do this, I will go blind. Moreover, all of this is for the purpose of defeating Uchiha Shinichi. At this moment, Itachi's words were chillingly indifferent, but internally he was tormented. He wished to conceal his true feelings from Obito. Although he had fallen victim to the third Hokage and Appo's Kotoamatsukami. Aside from his enhanced dedication to the distorted will of fire, all other emotions remained sincere. Yet, he was compelled to make a choice. With a heavy heart, Itachi steeled himself. For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to endure all this suffering. Father, I am sorry. You should not have supported Uchiha Shin and Appo's Ichi, which has plunged Konoha into dire straits. Not only you, but the entire Uchiha clan is foolish and irredeemable. I shall personally liberate you. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had arrived on the scene, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Itachi. His eyes reflected sorrow, regret, and ultimately transformed into an endless coldness. Itachi, have you truly allied with such a person? His gaze shifted to Uchiha Obito, astonishment flooding his heart. He had witnessed the masked man perish at the hands of Uchiha Shinichi's lava abilities, yet here he stood, unscathed. Could it be that this individual had employed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi? Could he truly be one of the Uchiha? Uchiha Obito chuckled. It seems your father despises me. I shall not intrude on your family reunion. I have my own matters to attend to. At that moment, Obito had resolved to reclaim his Sharingan, having heard that Kakashi was also within the Uchiha clan. Everything needed to reach a conclusion. Obito concealed his presence with his sleeve and reappeared, blocking Kakashi's path. Kakashi was en route to Uchiha Fugaku when he suddenly halted, his expression turning grim as he swiftly retreated. Upon closer inspection, a look of horror and hatred crossed his face. Uchiha Obito scrutinized Kakashi, a sudden tension gripping his heart. How could Kakashi's aura have grown so powerful? What had this man endured? This was bad. In such a state, it would be difficult for him to acquire the Sharingan. Could this be the work of Uchiha Shinichi? Did he truly possess the ability to create powerful beings? News from the front lines had already reached him, and the might of the Uchiha clan had astonished everyone. Some suspected that everything was tied to Uchiha Shinichi. This individual seemed to wield the power to forge the strong, yet many were reluctant to accept such a conclusion. Nevertheless, Obito quickly regained his composure. With the assistance of Wood Release and Zetsu, he might not be at a disadvantage against Kakashi. Kakashi, there are individuals reminiscing ahead. I advise you not to proceed. Kakashi's expression darkened as he sensed the presence of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Yet, his eyes were filled with hatred. So it's you? You are still alive? This man was the architect of the Nine Tails incident and the direct cause of his mentor and mentor's death. However, for reasons unknown, Kakashi, having awakened his observation haki, felt a strange familiarity with this person. But at that moment, he could not dwell on this. He charged forward to confront Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi faced each other. Itachi, what is your purpose in summoning me here? Fugaku discerned his son's intentions. Yet, this was his son. He had to meet him. Itachi slowly spoke. I hope father can assist me in dealing with Uchiha Shinichi. With him around, both the Uchiha clan and the village will descend into an abyss of despair. Uchiha Fugaku forced a smile, given the current circumstances. Do you still believe that the focal point of the conflict lies with Shinichi? Do you not realize that if Shinichi becomes Hokage, both the Uchiha clan and Konoha will achieve a win-win situation? Yet Itachi refused to heed his father's counsel, growing agitated. Do you not understand? Uchiha Shinichi killed brother Shisui. I must eliminate him. Uchiha Shisui is dead? Who told you that Uchiha Shisui was killed by Shinichi? Itachi took a deep breath. The third Hokage himself informed me of this matter. Do you still wish to argue? Uchiha Fugaku was nearly driven to laughter by his son's naivety. He could not comprehend why the son he had raised would place such trust in an outsider. You trust the third Hokage that much? Is he your father? Chapter 66. The father-son duel. Obito reclaims the Sharingan in this moment. Uchiha Fugaku was filled with immense fury, as his son preferred to trust an outsider over his own family with whom he had shared countless moments. Prior to Uchiha Shinichi's departure, he had specifically inquired if Fugaku had any knowledge of Uchiha Shisui's whereabouts. This indicated that both Uchiha Shinichi and Fugaku were equally unaware of Uchiha Shisui's demise. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku resolved to take action. He would seize Uchiha Itachi and bring him back to Konoha, then hand him over to Uchiha Shinichi for judgment. Perhaps, in doing so, his son might still have a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke once more. Father, if you assist me in capturing Uchiha Shinichi, I possess a means to alleviate the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. The mention of the Manjiki Sharingan side effects caused Fugaku's pupils to constrict. The reason his Manjiki Sharingan had endured for so many years was due to his sparing use of its power. Yet, upon occasionally employing its abilities, he had become acutely aware of the dreadful repercussions. If you help me deal with Uchiha Shinichi, I can transplant my eyes to you. This would eliminate the risk of blindness associated with your Manjiki Sharingan, granting you an eternal Manjiki Sharingan akin to that of Uchiha Madara. Itachi's words were artfully articulated, but Fugaku's body trembled as a chill coursed through him. He finally grasped the true intent behind Itachi's visit today. It was to extract his father's Manjiki Sharingan. His own son was intent on harming him. In that instant, Fugaku felt utterly despondent, then let out a sorrowful laugh, declaring, "What a dutiful son you are, seeking to claim my eyes with your life." His chakra surged, and the purple-red Susanoo rose from his form, expanding to a height of several meters in an instant. Recognizing that a confrontation was unavoidable, Itachi swiftly activated his own Manjiki Sharingan. The crimson Susanoo surged upward, with the two titans resonating against the night sky before clashing violently. The earth trembled as this cataclysmic battle continued. In this life, Uchiha Fugaku did not resign himself to defeat. He had witnessed a glimmer of hope bestowed upon him by Uchiha Shinichi after he became clan leader. Thus, he unleashed the full might of his Susanoo, which placed immense pressure on Itachi. Itachi's ocular prowess was already inferior to Fugaku's, and now, under Fugaku's formidable display, he began to falter. The purple-red Susanoo grew even taller, sprouting legs that enhanced its might. In comparison to Itachi's Susanoo, Fugaku's was far more powerful. Chakra-formed blades struck down upon the crimson Susanoo. Suddenly, a bizarre sword materialized in the hands of the crimson Susanoo. Fugaku fixated on it. It was the Tatsuka blade, an unexpected artifact to have fallen into Itachi's possession. But did he dare wield it against me? The Tatsuka blade could seal a person into a realm of drunken dreams. Yet using it would prevent Itachi from obtaining his Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, yet another artifact appeared in the left hand of the crimson Susanoo, effortlessly blocking all of Fugaku's offensive maneuvers. It was the Yata mirror. These two legendary artifacts had finally been unearthed through Itachi's relentless pursuit. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly smiled bitterly. If Itachi truly intended to seal him with the Tatsuka blade, it would bring him a sense of solace. However, this wretched son was fixated solely on claiming his father's Manjiki Sharingan. This was akin to tearing out his father's very heart. In an instant, Fugaku was left devoid of spirit. The Susanoo began to dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, Itachi executed the crow clone technique, swiftly moving in and extracting Fugaku's eyes. With a piercing scream, Fugaku collapsed to the ground. Yet, The agony he endured was dwarfed by the anguish within his heart. Itachi, did you anticipate that I would be unable to strike at you? After all, you are my son, regardless of the circumstances. I could never truly bring myself to harm you. Itachi fell silent, acknowledging that there was indeed an element of risk in his actions. Yet, he had no alternative but to proceed. He could only utter, I am sorry, father. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. These words pierced Fugaku's heart, implying that his son had indeed contemplated ending his father's life. It was merely that, in his current state, neither clan leader nor capable of defending himself, he was deemed unworthy of such an action. With this realization, Uchiha Fugaku succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi, who was battling Uchiha Obito, wore an increasingly grave expression. At this moment, possessing the powers of the Raijin fruit, his overall strength surpassed that of Uchiha Obito. Yet, Obito's wood release was executed with remarkable proficiency, and his extensive experience endowed him with formidable regenerative abilities. My abilities are insufficiently developed. Otherwise, I could have activated my Raijin fruit powers before he could unleash his own. Uchiha Obito's emotions were in turmoil. Kakashi's newfound strength was formidable, yet it did not stem from his own Sharingan. This imbalance stirred deep discontent within him. Kakashi, have you truly forgotten our bond? In that instant, Uchiha Obito shed his psychological burdens. Since Kakashi no longer required his assistance, he would reclaim what was rightfully his. This was not merely a result of Obito's emotional state. It was significantly influenced by Uchiha Shinichi. Having been slain by the latter twice without the ability to retaliate, he resolved to reclaim his eyes with unwavering determination. Kakashi, since you no longer have any need for them, return them to me. Uchiha Obito phased out, preparing to materialize behind Kakashi. This time, Kakashi finally grasped that familiar sensation. It stemmed from the enigmatic abilities of the masked man. At the moment Obito activated his peculiar abilities, Kakashi felt the same source of power emanating from his left eye. His body trembled, as if an epiphany had struck him. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito materialized, snatching Kakashi's left eye. You fool! How could you be dazed at such a crucial moment? Obito had anticipated a struggle, yet he secured his prize effortlessly. At that moment, he sensed that the events with Uchiha Itachi had also reached their conclusion. The two were poised to rendezvous and depart from Konoha. After performing the transplant, they would devise a plan to confront Uchiha Shinichi. Just as he prepared to leave, a pained Kakashi suddenly cried out, Obito! Obito's body stiffened for a moment, but then he vanished. Kakashi, clutching his eye, could hardly believe it. He had just discerned the identity of the mysterious figure. This revelation was beyond his capacity to accept. Chapter 67. Sasuke's Transformation. Fugaku Uchiha speculation. The Uchiha clan has returned to Konoha as the victors over the Rock and Cloud Ninjas. The Uchiha clan received a warm welcome from the villagers of Konoha, including many prominent families. They have now recognized the shifting tides, with the third Hokage and others appearing like leaves tossed in the wind. Uchiha Shinichi, in particular, has achieved unprecedented renown within Konoha. Each villager who came to greet him contributed between 20 to 40 points of prestige, culminating in over 60,000 points from nearly 2,000 individuals. As a result, Uchiha Shinichi's prestige has soared to approximately 200,000, bringing him closer to unlocking the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. His gaze fell upon Niji Hyuga amidst the crowd, alongside a certain blonde-haired youth. Shinichi's attention lingered on the latter, especially the being within him, but he quickly averted his eyes. Among the crowd, Naruto Uzumaki was exhilarated, reveling in the lively atmosphere, unaware that the nine tails within him had just been terrified. Niji, is that your teacher? He exclaimed. Doesn't he seem like a bad guy? Niji frowned, then swiftly struck Naruto on the head. You mustn't speak ill of my teacher. Who taught you that? Naruto, nursing his head, retorted. It was the third Hokage who said that, claiming the Uchiha clan leader is a villain and warned me to stay away. Niji's expression hardened. He was no fool like Naruto. Being from the Hyuga clan, he understood Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The third Hokage's warning certainly stemmed from a fear that Shinichi might control the Nine Tails with his Sharingan, swaying the Jinchuriki to the Uchiha's side. However, Niji chuckled softly to himself. His teacher had slain both the Four Tails and Five Tails. How formidable could the Nine Tails truly be? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But his Byakugan sensed an unusual calmness in Naruto and Appo's chakra today, starkly contrasting with its usual ferocity. It seemed as if the entity within Naruto had fallen silent. Was it perhaps intimidated by Shinichi? Teacher must be busy right now. Let us go visit Sasuke instead. I heard that his father, Fugaku Uchiha, has sustained serious injuries and is currently hospitalized in Konoha. As juniors, we ought to pay him a visit. After responding to the villagers, Uchiha Shinichi learned of several concerning matters. First, the former clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, had his Sharingan taken by the S-rank rogue ninja, Itachi Uchiha, and was still recovering. Second, Kakashi's Sharingan had been stolen by the masked man, leaving him in a state of despondency. Lastly, a few members of the Uchiha clan who remained behind had gone missing, prompting Shinichi to cast suspicious glances at Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura. Shinichi's expression turned cold. Time had passed. He could now confront Orochimaru and his cohorts without fear. Tsuchiya mobilized the Uchiha Guard to thoroughly investigate Orochimaru, particularly his secret laboratory. This time, I shall ensure his downfall. With renewed vigor, Tsuchiya's eyes gleamed with determination. Having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, his perspective had transformed entirely. Before Orochimaru, he anticipated nothing less than a hasty retreat. At Konoha Hospital, Sasuke's heart twisted painfully as he looked at his father in the hospital bed. Itachi Uchiha, I will kill you and take your eyes. Despite Itachi's status as an S-rank rogue ninja, Sasuke's feelings for his brother remained intense. Even as a disciple of Uchiha Shinichi, he hoped to bridge the enmity between Shinichi and Itachi. However, he had not anticipated that his once-beloved brother had become unhinged, even extracting their father's eyes. Hatred glimmered in Sasuke's eyes as his single-tomo Sharingan transformed into a two-tomo Sharingan. Sensing Sasuke's emotions, Fugaku slowly opened his eyes. He had undergone eye transplant surgery, and his new eyes were ordinary. Sasuke, he murmured. Sasuke grasped his father's hand tightly. Father, rest assured, I will make Itachi pay. At that moment, Fugaku gently stroked his younger son's head. Itachi must have his reasons. Even now, you defend him, Sasuke retorted, pulling away from Fugaku's hand and storming out. I will ask my teacher to teach me S-rank ninjutsu, and the next time I see Itachi, I will tear him apart. Fugaku let out a bitter smile, realizing that because of him, the two brothers had become bitter enemies. However, he had not been defending Itachi. During his days in the hospital, he had come to recognize Itachi's troubling behavior. Unlike Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke was not naive. He was genuinely willing to sacrifice for Konoha. But he would never give everything for the third Hokage's hollow notion of the will of fire. Wait, something was amiss with Itachi. If Shisui were truly dead, then whose hands had his eyes fallen into? Fugaku was well aware of the battle between Shisui and Uchiha Shinichi, and afterward, Shinichi had revealed Shisui's ability to permanently alter others' wills through genjutsu, known as Kotoamatsukami. From this perspective, Shisui's powers were terrifyingly formidable. However, with Shisui's disappearance, the Manjiki Sharingan capable of wielding Kotoamatsukami had also vanished. Fugaku's mind raced with speculation. Could the Manjiki Sharingan have fallen into the hands of the third Hokage and others? Lying in the hospital bed, he clenched his fists. He would rather believe this scenario than accept that his son had become a cold-blooded executioner. Third Hokage. Perhaps I should discreetly investigate him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi had entered the Hitaki clan's territory. Before he could step into the inner courtyard, he heard Guy's booming voice. Kakashi, even without your Sharingan, don't lose hope. Your strength has increased tremendously. Perhaps losing the Sharingan is a blessing in disguise. With a thud, Guy's body was propelled like a cannonball through the door, screaming as he struggled in the doorway. Passing by, Uchiha Shinichi grabbed him and pulled him out. Guy, let me have a word with Kakashi. As Shinichi entered the inner residence, he immediately spotted Kakashi squatting in a corner. Ding. Timely task triggered. Help Kakashi understand the past of Uchiha Obito. Although Kakashi had received a new eye, his gaze remained hollow and his spirit listless. He bitterly asked, Shinichi, did you already know the identity of the masked man? Chapter 68. Uchiha Shinichi's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the time traveler in the Hidden Leaf Village within the Hitaki clan. Kakashi fixated intently on Uchiha Shinichi, yearning to unearth the truth from him. Uchiha Shinichi remained noncommittal. What if you know? I am no longer the person you once held in esteem. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of fervent agitation, for Shinichi's words unmistakably confirmed a harrowing reality. His former comrade, Uchiha Obito, still lived. Yet, despair soon enveloped Kakashi. Obito was the masked man? How had he come to this? A resolute glint ignited in Kakashi's gaze. I must find him and demand answers. Why did he not seek me out during those times? Why did he slay his own teacher? Uchiha Shinichi chuckled softly. So, you wish to return to the past? There is no need for you to seek him personally. I can assist you. In other words, I can help you traverse back in time. Return to the past? Kakashi and the arriving guy momentarily failed to grasp Shinichi's implication, casting bewildered glances in his direction. At that instant, Uchiha Shinichi closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, revealed the three-tomo Sharingan. The tomo spun rapidly, forming intricate patterns. This was Uchiha Shinichi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. He caressed his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. Just like other wielders of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, mine possesses its own unique abilities. If I exert my full power, I should be able to project our consciousness back into the past. Though Uchiha Shinichi had possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan for some time, he had utilized it sparingly, save for when vanquishing the Four Tails and Five Tails. This did not imply, however, that he had not explored his capabilities. Through mental feedback, he discerned that his left eye harbored temporal abilities, while his right eye governed spatial manipulation, and their conjunction could even facilitate time travel. Yet, he had yet to achieve true temporal traversal. Projecting both his and others' consciousness into the past remained within his grasp. At this juncture, Kakashi and Guy finally comprehended Uchiha Shinichi's intentions, their eyes widening in disbelief. Are you jesting, Shinichi? You mean to say you can transport us to a moment in the past? Without uttering a word, Uchiha Shinichi commenced channeling his ocular power. As both eyes activated simultaneously, he felt an immense drain on his chakra, while tears of blood streamed from his eyes, illuminating the space within half a meter around him. Stand beside me. Kakashi and Guy felt a sense of bewilderment, grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. However, they obeyed Shinichi's command, bathing in the radiant light. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shinichi retrieved a celestial bean and consumed it, experiencing an instantaneous restoration of chakra. Yet, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan remained irretrievable, a fact he had anticipated. For his eyes were not yet the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Shinichi intensified his ocular power, and the three of them, enveloped in light, transformed from corporeal beings into pure consciousness, vanishing from sight. When Kakashi and Guy regained their awareness, they found themselves traversing through a throng of people. However, the individuals around them were oblivious to their presence, as if they were mere phantoms gliding through the crowd. Is this your ability, Shinichi? Kakashi and Guy recognized they were indeed in the Hidden Leaf, but not in the year 54. Uchiha Shinichi covered his eyes. The first use is a bit clumsy. The temporal setting was incorrect. The current time should be the year 47, during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Kakashi, do you remember where Obito perished? Kakashi and Guy momentarily hesitated, yet Uchiha Shinichi seized Kakashi and Guy once more, leaping through time to a new location. Kakashi and Guy were momentarily stunned. Before them, another Kakashi was undergoing an eye transplant. The medical ninja, Rin Noera, was performing the transplant of Obito's eyes. As a mere consciousness, Kakashi felt tears streaming down his face. Yet he swiftly grasped the situation. Guided by memory, he ventured to the place where Uchiha Obito had met his end. The Obito of your lay beneath a massive boulder, barely clinging to life, as the cave around him began to collapse. Logically, one would expect to find nothing but bones. As a manifestation of consciousness, Kakashi moved swiftly to the site where Obito lay. Yet, as he gazed upon the scene, the cave was on the verge of caving in. However, the Uchiha Obito trapped beneath the boulder was enveloped in a mysterious white entity, which subsequently caused him to vanish beneath the rubble. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. Indeed, Obito did not perish. What was that white entity, Shinichi? Uchiha Shinichi shook his head and once more summoned his ocular power. This time, their consciousness was transported to the moment of Rin and Appo's death. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi and Appo's heart ached profoundly. It was a memory he wished never to revisit. Kakashi yearned to prevent his past self from committing the act, yet found himself powerless. He wished to grasp Rin's hand, only to realize that he was merely an observer in the memories of the past, unable to effect change. After his past self pierced Rin's heart with Raikiri, the original timeline, Kakashi lost consciousness. But soon, a bloodied figure, somewhat familiar, entered his view. Kakashi recognized him instantly. It was Uchiha Obito. He had indeed survived, but his body had undergone a complete transformation. The left side of his form was shrouded in that same white entity, emanating a chilling and foreign aura. Kakashi even heard Obito's hoarse cries. Rin has perished. I cannot accept this. I shall create a world where Rin lives. She will not die. Kakashi's heart convulsed as he fully comprehended Uchiha Obito's despair at that moment. Was this despair the catalyst that plunged him into darkness? Yet, this did not justify the slaughter of your teachers. They had treated you with such kindness. As if understanding Kakashi's thoughts, Uchiha Shinichi advanced the timeline to the night of the Nine-Tails Rampage. On the fateful night when Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was giving birth, the masked man utilized his kaleidoscope Sharingan to manipulate the Nine-Tails, precipitating the ensuing chaos. In an effort to seal the Nine-Tails once more, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life. And soon after, Kushina perished, leaving behind a solitary, forlorn child. The true architect of this calamity was none other than his former comrade, Uchiha Obito. How could you, Obito, be so ruthless? Kakashi clenched his fists, still struggling to comprehend the reality before him. At that moment, Guy finally grasped the revelation: Obito had not died. And that figure was none other than the masked man from the Nine-Tails Rampage. How could this be? Yet Uchiha Shinichi remained unfazed, for he had long been aware of Obito's true identity. Kakashi, do you understand now? He is no longer the Obito you once knew. He is now our enemy. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi received a notification from the system. Ding. Immediate task completed. Allow Kakashi to comprehend Uchiha Obito's past. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20,000 prestige points and an additional reward. Activation of the Bankai for Hyorinmaru. Chapter 69. Orochimaru's Clone. The choices of the third Hokage and Danzo. The Bankai of the Ice Wheel. The power of a Bankai is at least several dozen times greater than that of a Shurkai. Even the Four Tails and Five Tails perished beneath the Shurkai of the Ice Wheel. How terrifying must the Bankai of the Ice Wheel be? This has certainly added another formidable card to my hand. Suddenly, Uchiha Shinichi felt an excruciating pain in his consciousness. Subsequently, the three of them found their awareness drifting away from this time and space, returning once more to their original point in time. Their consciousness reformed into physical bodies, appearing out of thin air in the Hitaki clan. Just as Uchiha Shinichi returned, he clutched his eyes in agony. After all, such time-traveling abilities are extremely taxing on ocular power, and his vision was becoming somewhat blurred. If he were to utilize this ability a few more times, he had no doubt that he would go blind. What a dreadful power. It seems I must, at all costs, obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi and Guy remained in a state of bewilderment, especially Kakashi, who, after learning everything about Uchiha Obito, felt even more tormented. Yet he understood Shinichi's intentions. He too would ultimately have to confront these truths. Soon, Kakashi took a deep breath. Obito's current state is partly my responsibility. I will personally bring him back to Konoha and face the consequences. Uchiha Shinichi gradually regained his composure and addressed Kakashi. It won't be so easy to capture Obito. That guy has already reclaimed his eyes. Not only Kakashi but even Uchiha Shinichi would find it troublesome to contend with Uchiha Obito, who now possesses dual Kimui. Of course, it would only be a hassle. Uchiha Shinichi's methods are exceedingly diverse, whether it be the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan, the combination of the Three Tails D Jutsu and the Lava Fruit abilities, or the Bankai of the Ice Wheel and the strength of the demon arts. Each of these systems alone could obliterate the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. Moreover, he also possesses the Thunder Prison, the spiritual contract with the just giant Galio, and various dark contracts as innate skills. The only forces he currently fears are the Rinnegan and the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, he had no intention of eliminating Nagato or Uchiha Obito at this moment. After all, he is a man with extraordinary abilities. Why would he fear these natives of the ninja world? Days later, in a secluded corner of Konoha village, the Uchiha security force uncovered several rather unusual laboratories. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that live experiments were being conducted within these labs. The preserved tissues and corpses were shocking, among which were even Konoha ninjas. Through identity verification, they confirmed that these were some of the ninjas who had mysteriously vanished from Konoha months prior. In other words, someone had ambushed them, abducted them, and subjected them to cruel live experiments. This news spread rapidly, shocking the entire village of Konoha. Who could be so malicious? My elder brother also went missing in the village. Could he too have been taken for experimentation? Among them, certain prominent clans in Konoha turned ashen. realizing that most of the victims of these inhumane experiments belonged to their noble families. Which adversary has the Oil Woman clan offended? Are they intent on exterminating our clan? Discussions erupted everywhere, with everyone hoping the Uchiha security force would swiftly identify the perpetrator. The Uchiha security force found a barely breathing test subject in one of the laboratories. Uchiha Shinichi immediately ordered, "Revive him. I want to identify the mastermind behind this." Meanwhile, the true mastermind, Orochimaru, was in a dim, damp laboratory with the third Hokage and Danzo, all staring intently at a figure on the operating table. The person appeared emaciated, childlike, with eyes tightly shut. "Third Hokage, Danzo, this is the gift I have prepared for you." The third Hokage and Danzo frowned deeply. Orochimaru, however, chuckled ominously. "Do not underestimate him. He is a clone composed of first Hokage cells. I have a subordinate named Shin, whose body is extraordinarily unique and can resist the decay of first Hokage cells. Thus, I cultivated many clones from him. This essentially dilutes the activity of the first Hokage cells, enabling certain individuals to withstand them and unleash their potential." "Is there truly such a remarkable individual?" Danzo inquired eagerly. "Orochimaru, where is Shin's true body?" Orochimaru chuckled. "Danzo, do not overthink it. Shin has long since left Konoha. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Such invaluable experimental material, how could Orochimaru possibly share it with others?" He revealed his own skin, which was entirely different from the rest of his body. The tissues appeared white, as if capable of writhing. "With these, I feel extraordinarily invigorated. My chakra recovery and capacity have significantly increased. Would you like to try? I can perform the procedure for you right now. However, too many of these tissues cannot be implanted, lest the body suffers a backlash. Thanks to the implantation of the first Hokage's cells, Orochimaru had already healed from the injuries inflicted by Uchiha Fugaku's Meijiki Sharingan some days prior. The pupils of the third Hokage and Danzo dilated, and they glanced at the clone on the operating table. Danzo gritted his teeth and stated firmly, "I want the entire arm of that clone." Orochimaru's expression turned slightly peculiar. He had only implanted a portion of the tissue, yet Danzo requested an entire arm? "Danzo, I have already warned you. An entire arm is highly susceptible to backlash from the first Hokage cells." Danzo resolutely nodded. He had prepared to embed multiple Sharingan within the arm, thus not only acquiring the power of the first Hokage cells, but also achieving a balance between the two. Orochimaru said nothing further and turned his gaze to his mentor. The third Hokage's feelings were profoundly complex at this moment. He held immense respect for the first Hokage, yet never imagined he would resort to utilizing the cells of the deceased. "Forgive me, First Hokage, I have trespassed. All of my actions are for Konoha. Once the Uchiha clan is eliminated, I will personally descend to atone for my sins." Sarutobi Hiruzen could only console himself in this manner. He gazed at the disconcerting clone and addressed Orochimaru. "Please give me his left arm." Orochimaru chuckled, having surmised the plans of the third Hokage and Danzo. It was merely a matter of mutual suppression between the Sharingan and the first Hokage cells. Evidently, both possessed a significant number of Sharingan. Orochimaru said no more and proceeded to perform the surgery for Danzo and the third Hokage. Renowned as an expert in this field, he swiftly completed the procedure. "You must implant the Sharingan as soon as possible. Otherwise, this tissue mixed with Shin and the first Hokage cells will soon retaliate." The third Hokage and Danzo exchanged no further words and left hastily. They did not wish for Orochimaru to discover how many Sharingan they possessed, especially the third Hokage, who planned to implant Uchiha Shisui's Meijiki Sharingan into his arm. Given the nature of the Meijiki Sharingan, he would not require multiple Sharingan to balance the first Hokage cells. Furthermore, he would set up sealing techniques to prevent others from perceiving any abnormalities in his body. After their departure, Orochimaru pondered for a moment. The Uchiha security force's raid on his laboratories had left him feeling somewhat paranoid. Would they uncover his secrets? Having heard that Uchiha Shinichi had returned to the village, he decided it was prudent to leave Konoha swiftly. He genuinely feared those possessing the Meijiki Sharingan. Fortunately, most of his belongings in Konoha have already been relocated. He can flee at any moment. Orochimaru glanced at the disfigured clone. "Once this experiment is completed and the data is collected, I shall depart from Konoha." Chapter 70. Unveiling Orochimaru. Konoha in turmoil within the Uchiha guard. Shin Uchiha observed through the window a pallid man lying on the hospital bed. "He seems to have been brainwashed," he remarked. Even as an experimental subject, He refuses to divulge the identity of those behind him. With a sardonic chuckle, he mused. Orochimaru certainly possesses a knack for manipulation, having been betrayed, yet still counting his coins. Despite being subjected to inhumane experiments by Orochimaru, the man remained infatuated with him, unwilling to disclose his true identity. However, maintaining such secrets before the Uchiha clan would prove to be a formidable challenge. Uchiha, it is time to take action. We must extract his confession today. Nodding in agreement, Uchiha stepped into the room. Possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, although not particularly adept in Genjutsu, his abilities were sufficient to handle someone in such a state of mental decline. Before long, Uchiha emerged with a stack of confessions. The shadowy figure behind these experiments was indeed Orochimaru. A smile crept across Shin Uchiha's face. Our first order of business is to search Orochimaru's residence. 2 days later, a shocking revelation swept through Konoha. The Uchiha Guard had secured irrefutable evidence that the individual conducting these inhumane experiments was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. The news sent shockwaves throughout the village. Surely not. Orochimaru has fought for Konoha's survival. How could he commit such atrocities? Indeed, he is one of the Sannin, a disciple of the Hokage. Wasn't he the one who quelled the Nine-Tails crisis? Nonsense. The head of our clan mentioned that the true instigator of the Nine-Tails incident is still alive. How can that be? You haven't witnessed Orochimaru's gaze. It is far from benevolent. Speculation and debate erupted, capturing the attention of the third Hokage. Orochimaru is careless in his endeavors. Has he been ensnared by the Uchiha? Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had already contemplated fleeing, neglecting the aftermath of his experiments. The third Hokage hastily proclaimed, "Such claims are mere fabrications. The Uchiha must present concrete evidence." However, to his dismay, the Uchiha clan swiftly produced undeniable proof, including confessions from the victims and biological evidence collected from Orochimaru's abode. An abundance of evidence revealed that Orochimaru had been clandestinely conducting experiments on human subjects, including Konoha's own shinobi, a heinous crime indeed. The villagers of Konoha erupted in outrage once more. Families of the victims flocked to the Hokage's office, demanding accountability from the third Hokage. After all, Orochimaru was his disciple. How could he remain oblivious to such heinous acts? The third Hokage's countenance darkened, as this was the first time during his tenure that he had been confronted in such a manner. The orchestrators of this chaos were none other than the Uchiha clan. Without their relentless pursuit, who would have gone to such lengths to uncover the hidden laboratories? Many of the missing individuals were prestigious shinobi from noble clans. Had they not sought answers before? Some influential families had long suspected Orochimaru's involvement, but dared not voice their concerns, for he was one of the legendary Sannin, a favored student of the Hokage. However, the Uchiha were resolute in their intent to dismantle Orochimaru's reputation. As the crowd outside the Hokage's office swelled, demanding a reckoning, the third Hokage was compelled to address them. He relied on decades of public support, losing that would render his position as Hokage futile. Yet, Orochimaru was his trusted ally in Konoha, and he was reluctant to abandon him in a time of crisis. Please remain calm. This evidence is insufficient. Yet, before he could finish, a path opened in the crowd, and Shin Uchiha emerged, flanked by the Uchiha clan. He presented the amassed evidence before the third Hokage, a towering collection of accusations against Orochimaru. With such overwhelming evidence, do you still contend that Orochimaru is innocent? Shin Uchiha's expression was a blend of mockery and challenge as he prepared to dismantle the Hokage's authority, one ally at a time. Orochimaru was merely the beginning. Next, it would be Danzo Shimura. The third Hokage clenched his fists, unwilling to accept that Shin Uchiha could produce such concrete evidence. Surely, much of it had been fabricated by him and his cohorts. Yet, amidst the swirling doubts, the ordinary citizens of Konoha were quick to rally behind the Uchiha, having witnessed their resolve in battle. Shin Uchiha is the hero who triumphed over the Rock Village, bringing immense benefit to Konoha. His words must be true. Rumors began to circulate about the Fire Country's daimyo planning to bestow an honorary medal upon the Uchiha clan, with whispers of a royal marriage proposal for Shin Uchiha. Oh, I hear the princess of the Fire Country is breathtakingly beautiful. Shin Uchiha's smile faltered. His pursuit was for world peace, not for a princess. Hokage, where is Orochimaru? The Uchiha guard demands to interrogate him. Shin's demeanor grew cold as he fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage, who felt a chill run down his spine. Despite having integrated the first Hokage's cells and regaining his youthful vigor, he felt the weight of Shin's formidable presence. How powerful is this Shin Uchiha? He pondered, tightening his stance in apprehension of his secrets being uncovered. Yet, he managed to utter, "I am unaware of Orochimaru's whereabouts. But I believe this pursuit is rather hasty." The third Hokage realized Shin's intentions were to systematically dismantle Konoha's leadership. Orochimaru was merely the first target. Danzo, and perhaps even the Hokage himself, were next in line. What a terrifying youth. Seeing the third Hokage's resistance, Shin let out a disdainful snort. He struck the ground with one hand. Heart of the south, eye of the north, finger of the west, toe of the east, converge with the wind, dispelling the rain. Binding technique number 58, strike the sparrow. Though Shin Uchiha could not sense Orochimaru's presence with his advanced perceptive abilities, he was acutely aware of Orochimaru's location through the unique spiritual perception granted by the binding technique. Shall we pay a visit to your dear disciple and see what he is up to? Chapter 71. The S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. Isolated and betrayed in the dimly lit underground chamber, Orochimaru diligently engaged in the final stages of his work. The recent days had culminated in the comprehensive collection of data pertaining to the Shin clone. With this information, perhaps I could adapt to the sage arts of the Dragon Cave? Orochimaru's gaze shifted. He had discovered the Dragon Cave many years ago and forged a summoning contract with the myriad serpents within. However, he harbored another ambition, to master the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Upon meticulous examination of these techniques, Orochimaru realized that his body struggled to endure them. Even now, were he to forcibly practice the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, he would suffer severe repercussions akin to those that Jiraiya faced while learning to harness Toad Sage techniques. Thus, for Orochimaru, sage arts held little significance. Yet, through extensive research, he discerned that the sage arts of the first Hokage were far superior. The ability to manipulate tailed beasts with ease, rivaling even Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, was the pinnacle of power that Orochimaru sought. With the addition of having acquired a single Manjiki Sharingan, he mused, who could possibly challenge me in this vast world? Orochimaru caressed his left eye. Unlike Kakashi, he had fully mastered the art of wielding the Sharingan. Whenever he wished, his left eye could manifest as a three-tomo Sharingan or even a Manjiki Sharingan. This prowess was a boon granted by the cells of the first Hokage. Uchiha clan, huh? One day, I shall stand over all of you. A resounding crash jolted Orochimaru from his reverie. The cacophony continued as his laboratory lay in disarray. Outside, Uchiha Shinichi led a contingent of over 100 individuals to a desolate expanse. The third Hokage surveyed the area, a sense of dread washing over him. Could it be that Orochimaru is still here in this forsaken place? Uchiha Shinichi had uncovered this secret base. However, to the onlookers, the terrain appeared entirely unremarkable, devoid of any significant features. Uchiha Shinichi maintained his composure, his right hand slowly ascending. Bakud no Yan, Byakurai. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his fingertips, the amassed energy instilling trepidation among all present. He then pointed forward gently, and a tremendous explosion ensued. The blast, reminiscent of a miniature-tailed beast bomb, left his followers aghast. For most, it was their first glimpse of Uchiha Shinichi's formidable prowess. Recalling that he was the one who had slain both the Four Tails and Five Tails, a profound sense of fear enveloped everyone once more. Kakashi, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine. While he possessed the power of the Raijin fruit, unleashing such an attack casually was no easy feat. It became evident that Uchiha Shinichi's mastery of lightning release far surpassed his own. Yet, it was inconceivable that Uchiha Shinichi had consumed a natural-type Raijin fruit. How had he acquired such capabilities? Truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to them, the 100-strong contingent provided Uchiha Shinichi with 6,000 points of prestige. Not far ahead, the ground collapsed, revealing Orochimaru's hidden lair. The seals guarding Orochimaru's secret base had been breached. Those with sensory abilities easily detected the familiar chakra signature emanating from within. It was indeed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Shinichi spoke slowly. Orochimaru, do I need to invite you out? The sinister figure of Orochimaru emerged from the laboratory, taken aback that his presence had been discovered. With a cold gaze fixed on Uchiha Shinichi, he felt a profound wariness toward him. Nevertheless, he was fully armed, prepared for confrontation, and equipped with the Manjiki Sharingan. Even if he could not defeat his adversary, escape should pose no issue. His voice rasped, What business does the head of the Uchiha clan have with me? Before he could finish, the third Hokage leapt forth, his heart heavy with sorrow. Orochimaru, I never imagined you to be such a vile person. After decades of guiding you, you have callously taken the lives of our villagers. I am utterly disappointed in you. Thank the heavens, I chose the fourth Hokage over you. The third Hokage's words were laden with despair and loathing. He understood that Orochimaru's deeds could no longer be concealed. In that moment, he decisively turned against his former pupil. This revelation caused all present to regard him with newfound scrutiny. Uchiha Shinichi and the other prominent clans viewed the third Hokage's hypocrisy with disdain, while the ordinary citizens of Konoha felt a pang of sympathy for him. Who could believe that their once beloved student had devolved into such a monster? What followed from the third Hokage moved the hearts of the common folk even further. Orochimaru, effective immediately, you are hereby designated an S-rank rogue ninja. Our bond as teacher and student is severed, but if you value our past connection, I urge you to surrender and confess all. The selfless stance of the third Hokage shifted the burden entirely onto Orochimaru. The villagers of Konoha could not help but feel a newfound respect for the third Hokage, leading to a re-evaluation of their perceptions of him. This old man truly has no shame. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Though he had long contemplated betraying Konoha, being publicly backstabbed by a mentor he once revered incited a whirlwind of emotions within him. Enough. It was I who did this, and that is sufficient. They are mere ants. It is their honor to serve as my subjects in experiments. Orochimaru's mask of civility shattered, inciting fury among the citizens of Konoha. You butcher. You ruthless fiend. I shall avenge my brother by ending your life. Orochimaru, are you jesting? How could you possibly be this kind of person? Many supporters of Orochimaru within Konoha felt their faith crumble. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, his mouth widening as he unleashed a swarm of serpents. The sheer number sent shockwaves of terror through the onlookers. Many fled in panic, no longer willing to bear witness to the unfolding chaos. The third Hokage's expression hardened. It was time for him to exhibit his righteousness. Orochimaru's betrayal necessitated that he present an image of selfless virtue as a mentor. Otherwise, as Hokage, he could not justify his actions to the village. However, Uchiha Shinichi stood resolutely in front of the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, allow me to handle this traitor. With that, he stomped his foot decisively, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that incinerated the myriad serpents in an instant. At the same time, a massive fissure expanded from his feet, cleaving the ground in two. Orochimaru's secret base was reduced to rubble. The expressions of all present froze in disbelief. Chapter 72. Impure World Reincarnation. The former Hokage's this is the innate ability of Uchiha Shinichi, known as War Tread. The impact was felt deeply by Orochimaru, who faced him head-on, as if his body were on the verge of disintegration. Blood flowed profusely, and a buzzing sensation filled his head. He fell into the chasm created by Uchiha Shinichi. Another casual strike from Shinichi proved to be a tremendous blow to Orochimaru. An eerie sound emanated from the fissure, and a terrifying aura engulfed the ground. With a sinister expression, Orochimaru's body began to swell, and in a brief moment, he transformed into the form of the eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi. The massive serpent, towering over 10 meters, emerged from the crack, exhaling venom and spraying it everywhere. Die. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's monstrous transformation, many, including the Uchiha clan, instinctively retreated. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi maintained a calm demeanor, murmuring incantations. O sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soar high. Destruction of Path 33, Azure Flame Fall. Countless searing flames coalesced in Uchiha Shinichi's hand before scattering in all directions. The explosive assault struck the colossal Yamada no Orochi directly, severing its 8 heads in an instant, reducing its body to countless fragments. Orochimaru, if you have any other tricks, now is the time to unveil them. Otherwise, I fear you may never have another chance. From the minuscule remnants, Orochimaru's form re-emerged, his expression grotesque. This 8-headed serpent was a technique he had developed specifically to counter the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. To his astonishment, before he could even witness the Susanoo, Uchiha Shinichi had dismantled his technique. It appeared to be another effortless strike. Just how formidable was Uchiha Shinichi? No longer hesitating, Orochimaru frantically formed hand seals. Summoning technique. 3 coffins abruptly rose from beneath Orochimaru's feet, aligning before him. Uchiha Shinichi, who had previously shown little emotion, finally revealed a flicker of interest. Upon the appearance of the three coffins, particularly the ones inscribed with the numbers 1, 2, and 4, the third Hokage's expression changed drastically. Could it be that technique? Orochimaru laughed wickedly. Come forth, former Hokages. With a resounding crash, the coffins opened, revealing three shadowy figures. The citizens of Konohagakure gaped in horror. Who were they? As the mist dissipated, the three figures came into view, and shock gripped everyone. Those were the former Hokages. The deceased fourth Hokage, along with the first and second Hokages. How could this be? What sorcery is this? The third Hokage trembled, realizing that Orochimaru had indeed mastered this forbidden technique. Orochimaru looked smugly at Uchiha Shinichi. Surprised, are you? Now, witness the might of the former Hokages. This was one of the trump cards he had prepared after suffering defeats at the hands of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. However, Orochimaru's expression soon darkened. He saw no hint of surprise on Uchiha Shinichi's face, as if this technique were utterly trivial. Damn it, this brat underestimates me too much. Orochimaru placed talismans at the napes of the three Hokages, and as if responding, their eyes began to flicker. Awaken, first and second Hokages, and you too, short-lived Minato. Three powerful presences erupted from the coffins, signifying the awakening of the former Hokages. Where's this? The three Hokages appeared bewildered, and it was the second Hokage who first grasped the situation. To think we have been summoned back through impure world reincarnation. And that monkey over there. Has it really been so many years since we passed? The second Hokage attempted to move, but found himself firmly bound by the talismans. Brother, cannot you move either? Senju Hashirama and Appo's expression was numb as he coldly replied, this impure world reincarnation restricts my strength and consciousness. I cannot even exert a fraction of my power. Neither can I. I never expected Orochimaru-senpai to have learned the impure world reincarnation technique. Namake's Minato's expression was equally devoid of emotion. Orochimaru, filled with arrogance, declared, do not struggle. Esteemed Hokages, my talismans are not so easily broken. And do not reminisce. Simply hold off Uchiha Shinichi for me. The three Hokages moved involuntarily. Ninjutsu, dark walking technique. A vast expanse of darkness enveloped the area, obscuring vision. At the same time, two figures appeared before Uchiha Shinichi, revealing themselves as the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. Flying Thunder God Slash. With a clang, the Flying Thunder God Slash merely grazed Uchiha Shinichi's skin, creating a tiny wound. Shrouded in haki, Uchiha Shinichi remained undaunted. The wound rapidly healed. Binding Path 30, Mouthful 3 flashes. A massive beam shaped like a mouth immobilized the second and fourth Hokages in place. Destruction of Path 31. Crimson Flame Cannon. Enormous flames engulfed the second and fourth Hokages, annihilating their impure bodies. Wood Release. Birth of the Trees. Countless trees erupted from the ground, advancing toward Uchiha Shinichi and the others. This was the first Hokage's counterattack, drastically altering the terrain within a half-kilometer radius. Thankfully, the citizens of Konoha had already distanced themselves from the area, or they would have been caught in the devastation. Lava dripped from Uchiha Shinichi, incinerating all the trees. Meteor Volcano. Uchiha Shinichi's fist, engulfed in lava, struck the sky with great force. Lava rained down like meteors, and the first Hokage was caught off guard. His body struck by the molten rock. In mere seconds, all three Hokages were obliterated by Uchiha Shinichi. The citizens of Konoha gasped in awe. The clan leader Shinichi was astonishingly powerful. Could he truly vanquish even the former Hokages with such ease? The third Hokage clenched his fists. The Hokages, restricted by Orochimaru, could not possibly defeat Uchiha Shinichi. However, in this state, they possessed boundless chakra. Indeed, the bodies of the three Hokages, like pieces of paper, began to reassemble. The formidable regenerative capabilities of impure world reincarnation restored them completely. The three Hokages, their consciousness limited, resembled wooden puppets. They were of the Uchiha clan, yet possessed the ability of lava release. Along with various other powers, this descendant is truly formidable. Unfortunately, in their current state of impure world reincarnation, no matter how powerful they were, they could not destroy us. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi's expression hardened. Orochimaru, have you underestimated me too much? The Hokages, unable to unleash their true power, are mere ornaments to me. Orochimaru's countenance darkened, He had not anticipated the inadequacy of the Hokages. No, it was because Uchiha Shinichi was simply too strong. How many abilities does this individual possess? Lightning release, fire release, and the binding jutsu he used earlier. Each of these techniques is undoubtedly of S rank, yet he executed them all in an instant. Even the Manjiki Sharingan, no matter how powerful, could not possibly possess such a multitude of techniques. Yet, he could not completely release the talismans of impure world reincarnation, or else the former Hokages would escape his control. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi shook his head. This is rather dull, Orochimaru. Allow me to assist you in releasing the restrictions on the former Hokages. Uchiha Shinichi's body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood beside the Hokages, who were in the process of restoring their forms. Dark Pact. Chapter 73. The awakening of the former Hokages and the power of the Grim Reaper. Orochimaru's body suddenly retreated, only to realize that Uchiha Shinichi's target was not him at all. The dark contract directly infiltrated the bodies of the three Hokages, and Orochimaru, hastily retreating, changed countenance. He felt the sealing talisman controlling the bodies of the reanimated corpses weakening. Uchiha Shinichi could actually nullify his control over the former Hokages. What was his intention? What benefit could there be in releasing the former Hokages from his grasp? Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru could not afford to ponder. He turned and fled. Uchiha Shinichi continued to cast the dark contract, indifferent to Orochimaru's escape. He had long since locked onto Orochimaru's chakra signature and soul fluctuations, as long as he wished. He could find him no matter how far he ran. Nearby, Uchiha Chiya let out a cold snort, his eyes unconsciously transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru, you cannot escape. He pursued Orochimaru's fleeing figure. Uchiha Chiya's Manjiki Sharingan bore a unique ability. His left eye could fixate on the distance between himself and a target. Within the scope of this eye technique, no matter where the target fled, the distance remained constant. Previously, Uchiha Chiya had already established the distance between himself and Orochimaru, approximately 20 meters. At that moment, as Orochimaru fled in a frenzy, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Uchiha Chiya had appeared right where the 20-meter mark lay. Initially, Orochimaru sneered. Aware that Uchiha Chiya was a shadow-level powerhouse, yet he believed himself to be equally formidable. Did these insignificant beings dare to provoke him? However, his expression quickly turned to one of horror. Another wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Chiya and Appo's eyes were no longer the standard three-tomo Sharingan, but had transformed into intricate patterns. Orochimaru felt as if he were about to go mad. Why were there so many Manjiki Sharingan users in this phase? He had already exhausted his trump cards associated with the reanimation technique and felt a deep-seated fear towards the Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, he fled desperately, confident that few in the ninja world could capture him if he wished to escape. However, soon Orochimaru's face turned ashen, no matter how he fled. Uchiha Chiya's figure always trailed behind him. Orochimaru finally realized something was amiss. Was this the capability of the Manjiki Sharingan? He turned around, his expression twisted. You little brat. Do not be so arrogant. Meanwhile, the seals on the three Hokages imposed by Orochimaru were being purged by Uchiha Shinichi. The dark contract could nullify the effects of other techniques, let alone the reanimation. The consciousness of the three Hokages fully revived, their expressions instantly animated, no longer bearing the previous wooden and stiff demeanor. However, Uchiha Shinichi felt a tinge of disappointment. Even restored to consciousness, the reanimated forms chosen by Orochimaru were not optimal, resulting in the Hokage's strength being far from their peak. Particularly, the first Hokage, under Uchiha Shinichi's perception, was merely at an ordinary super shadow level. This state did not pique his interest. I can move. Ha ha ha, how delightful. The first Hokage laughed foolishly, drawing a sarcastic remark from the second Hokage. Brother, mind your image in front of the younger generation. The second Hokage, while appearing stern, was no longer devoid of life as before. Greetings, esteemed elders. I am Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. I humbly seek your guidance. The first and second Hokages finally took notice of Minato, then observed the mark on his ceremonial robe. The first Hokage involuntarily exclaimed, "The fourth Hokage has perished?" Minato chuckled awkwardly. "I died during the sealing of the Nine Tails. My apologies, esteemed elders." Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a small creature bring about death? Why was the third Hokage still alive if the fourth had fallen? The The first and second Hokages simultaneously turned their gazes toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, their eyes laden with depth. At this, Hiruzen's face turned crimson, filled more with anxiety than anything else, fearing the discovery of the first cells within him by his revered elders. Yet, he soon approached and questioned Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Shinichi, what is your purpose in reviving the consciousness of the former Hokages? At this moment, the three reanimated Hokages once again fixed their gazes on Uchiha Shinichi. This was the young man who had liberated them from Orochimaru's control. A member of the Uchiha clan? What an intriguing aura. Meanwhile, Minato recalled having met Uchiha Shinichi before. He had not anticipated his growth to such an extent. The second Hokage had also sensed Uchiha Shinichi's formidable nature, his expression now grave. Monkey, what is going on? Has the Uchiha clan rebelled? The third Hokage began to grasp the situation. Now that the three former Hokages possessed their consciousness, could they not unite to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi? Esteemed second and first Hokages, the Uchiha clan harbors ambitions to seize the Hokage position. The one before you is the current clan leader, Uchiha Shinichi. The second and fourth Hokage's expressions turned serious. Within their perception, Uchiha Shinichi's strength was incredibly formidable. Furthermore, there were many strong Uchiha present as spectators. What had transpired within the Uchiha clan? Does the young Uchiha aspire to become Hokage? In that case, I wholeheartedly support it. The first Hokage exclaimed, his eyes twinkling at Uchiha Shinichi. Brother, have you forgotten the nature of Madara? The second Hokage interjected, the Uchiha clan is composed of emotional individuals, wholly unfit to lead a village. They would drag Konoha into the abyss. The second Hokage, based on his understanding of the Uchiha clan, held an innate aversion and hostility towards them. Indeed, it is the second Hokage. The plight of the Uchiha clan today is all you're doing. However, you are now deceased. Konoha is no longer under your dominion. The words of the deceased shall guide you back to the Pure Land. Uchiha Shinichi chuckled softly. His intention was to witness the power of the first Hokage, yet he could not do so at present. He possessed the power of the Grim Reaper, making it effortless to strip away the reanimation technique. However, soon, Uchiha Shinichi ceased his actions. Ding. Triggering immediate task. Defeat the reanimated body of the first Hokage. Ding. Triggering immediate task. Defeat the reanimated body of the second Hokage. Ding. Triggering immediate task. Defeat the reanimated body of the fourth Hokage. Ding. Triggering immediate task. Defeat the reanimated body of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 74. The instantaneous defeat of the reanimated Uchiha Shinichi's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The activation of the Manjiki Sharingan by Uchiha Shinichi, alongside the three Hokages, is comprehensible, yet the location of the reanimated Uchiha Madara remains elusive. Uchiha Shinichi's gaze shifts towards Orochimaru. At this moment, he senses that Uchiha Izumi and Orochimaru are engaged in a fierce battle. If it were merely Orochimaru, Uchiha Izumi's current strength would undoubtedly allow him to overpower him. However, with the addition of reanimated Madara, the dynamics would change entirely. Hey, you there? What exactly is your objective? The second Hokage's expression grows serious as he perceives the formidable aura emanating from Uchiha Shinichi. This young descendant does not exhibit the arrogance and tyranny typical of Uchiha Madara. Yet Senju Tobarama has long held the belief that the Uchiha clan is comprised of ambitious and reckless individuals. Uchiha Shinichi grins. My goal, of course, is world peace. His answer leaves everyone perplexed. They had anticipated that Uchiha Shinichi would aspire to become the fifth Hokage. World peace? How could such a notion exist in the world of ninjas? The first Hokage's expression falters, followed by a surge of excitement. What an impressive young man. Sharing the same aspirations as myself and Madara. Alas, witnessing the current state of Konoha, I must concede that I have failed. The second Hokage's face tightens. So? Another Uchiha Madara has emerged. You, young one, must be contemplating the use of force to compel all great nations to submit, thereby unifying the ninja world. Am I correct? Indeed, the Uchiha clan is notorious for their audacity and insatiable ambitions. The first Hokage, too, dispels his smile. Although he and Madara have shared a tumultuous relationship, he recognizes the peril posed by individuals like Madara. Had he not been constrained in the past, Madara's strength might have truly unified the ninja world. Has a successor with similar inclinations now arisen? The third Hokage and others are taken aback. Uchiha Shinichi harbors such grand ambitions? Meanwhile, the members of the Uchiha clan display profound excitement. Truly, Uchiha Shinichi's vision has already transcended Konoha, gazing upon the entirety of the ninja world. Even Uchiha Shinichi himself appears astonished. Am I truly considering coercing all great nations into submission? To be frank, if he ultimately fails to achieve the system's proclaimed world peace, he might indeed tread the path envisioned by Uchiha Madara. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he generally refrains from forcing others. He non-committally nods. Let us assume that is the case. Do you have any guidance for me, second Hokage? Senju Tobarama suddenly releases his chakra, a wave of pressure radiating outward. If that is the case, even as a deceased individual, I must intervene. You cannot be allowed to become a second Uchiha Madara. He understands that at this juncture, there is no figure like the first Hokage to restrain Uchiha Shinichi. Hope lies solely in the fact that their reanimation this time can resolve the issue. The first Hokage also adopts a serious demeanor. Young child, I hope you can dismiss this notion early. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to expel you from Konoha today. Based on their inherent understanding of the Uchiha clan, the Senju brothers unanimously believe that the formidable Uchiha Shinichi resembles Uchiha Madara from decades past. His ambition could wound the entire ninja world. Observing the actions of the first and second Hokage, Uchiha Shinichi shakes his head. He strides forward, calmly stating, "Are you perhaps overestimating yourselves? In your current state, you dare to claim you can capture me?" The second Hokage can muster only about 70% of his strength, while the first Hokage can barely summon 30. Such power fails to pique Uchiha Shinichi's interest. However, it does provide him an opportunity to gauge the capabilities of his Manjiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, his eyes transform into the three-tomo Sharingan, subsequently shifting into the Manjiki Sharingan. This spectacle causes the second Hokage's expression to shift dramatically. Despite his ignorance of the abilities of Uchiha Shinichi's Manjiki Sharingan, he and his companions must prepare for any eventuality. Elder brother, you and the fourth Hokage coordinate with me. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, remains unaware of the situation and can only side with the Hokage faction for now. As they prepare to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique once more, they suddenly find themselves immobilized. Unbeknownst to them, a pale blue barrier has encased the second and fourth Hokage. Uchiha Shinichi activates the spatial ability of his right Manjiki Sharingan, creating a spatial barrier. Within this barrier, enemies are rendered completely motionless. Within this spatial realm, Uchiha Shinichi can teleport at will, in his line of sight. Only the first Hokage evades the encirclement of the temporal barrier, while the other two Hokages remain firmly ensnared. Uchiha Shinichi enters the temporal barrier and directly extracts their spiritual forms. Bereft of their spiritual support, the reanimated bodies dissipate, their spirits returning to the Pure Land. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 prestige points. In a mere instant, the second Hokage, who had boasted of dealing with Uchiha Shinichi, vanishes once more. The third Hokage, initially wishing to assist, finds himself confronted by a throng of Uchiha clan members. Third Hokage, Shinichi has ordered you not to interfere with his sparring with the previous Hokages. Only the first Hokage remains, his expression grave. Such a formidable ability of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet it possesses its flaws. Uchiha Shinichi is fully aware of the shortcomings of the temporal barrier. Firstly, its range is exceedingly limited, only capable of covering a few square meters. Secondly, the activation of the temporal barrier requires a certain amount of time, during which a powerful opponent could anticipate and counter it. If he were to use it against the second and fourth Hokage again, success would not be guaranteed. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shinichi is unconcerned. The abilities of his right eye must be complemented by those of his left, ensuring absolute success. The first Hokage clasps his hands together. In my current state, it is challenging to defeat you. However, young one from the Uchiha clan, my predecessors must ensure you understand that you must never underestimate anyone. A mark of sage arts begins to shimmer at his brow. Uchiha Shinichi is taken aback. He had not anticipated that Senju Hashirama could still perform sage arts in this body. Under the influence of sage arts, Hashirama's body radiates a powerful chakra fluctuation. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden figure rises from the ground, advancing towards Uchiha Shinichi. This is the mightiest ninjutsu Hashirama can wield in his current state utilizing sage arts. Young one, reveal your Susanoo. I am eager to witness how much you currently differ from Madara. Uchiha Shinichi, however, merely smirks. You truly underestimate me. Such a wooden figure does not even compel me to summon my Susanoo. However, I can certainly try another technique. Uchiha Shinichi claps his hands vigorously. Summoning technique. Justice Golem Galio, appear. Chapter 75. The Colossus of Justice. Exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope. Sharingan the sky appeared to rend apart. And to the astonishment of all, a colossal head emerged from the heavens. Its crimson eyes, immense fangs, and inexplicable appendages instilled a profound terror in everyone present. Behind this head, a gigantic winged creature tore through the sky. Towering over 100 meters, it burst forth from the rift, its massive feet crashing onto the ground, sending ripples radiating outward. What in the world is this? The Uchiha clan and the third Hokage stared blankly, their minds grappling with a monstrosity beyond their comprehension. Even the tailed beasts, which they regarded as calamities, seemed like mere children in the presence of such a behemoth. Galio let out a thunderous roar, his gaze fixed upon the wooden figure that resembled a child, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Simultaneously, his body shimmered with brilliance. He moved with incredible speed, delivering a crushing blow to the bewildered wooden figure. The wooden figure shattered into countless pieces, vanishing along with the first Hokage perched upon her shoulder. The first Hokage's face twisted in defiance. Damn it, this little brat is indeed formidable. If only I could unleash my true thousand hands now. Following his assault, Galio did not linger but instead dove back into the spatial rift, disappearing from sight. Uchiha Shinichi felt momentarily dizzy, the result of overexerting his chakra. Is Galio truly expending so much chakra? I feel utterly drained. He quickly swallowed a sage bean, feeling rejuvenated. Yet, even so, he sensed that the Galio summoned was not in his strongest form. With a single, casual strike, he had obliterated the towering wooden figure. Even in the impure resurrection state, the first Hokage remained unable to recover from Galio's attack. One could only imagine the terror of that blow. Uchiha Shinichi swiftly appeared beside the first Hokage. The deceased should remain in the Pure Land, free from the affairs of the living. He once again invoked the powers of the Shinigami, severing the spirit of Senju Hashirama, which naturally led to the dissolution of the impure world reincarnation technique. This was merely Uchiha Shinichi showing mercy. Had he wished, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato's spirits would have found no escape from his grasp. This was not out of compassion, but rather Uchiha Shinichi's intention to reap further benefits from them. These individuals must provide him with substantial prestige in the future. Ding. Timely task completed. Defeat the impure world reincarnation body of Senju Hashirama. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20,000 prestige points, with an additional bonus of 20,000 prestige points. Special notification. Congratulations, host, for accumulating a total of 300,000 prestige points. Uchiha Shinichi's expression froze. Had he truly earned 300,000 prestige points? Taking a deep breath, he opened the prestige shop without hesitation. System, exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. Will you spend 300,000 prestige points to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Despite the painful choice, Uchiha Shinichi opted for the exchange. Silently, Uchiha Shinichi activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, he felt unburdened by its weight. This meant that in the future, he could wield its powers without fear of excessive ocular strain leading to blindness. Theoretically, as long as his chakra was sufficient, he could maintain the kaleidoscope Sharingan indefinitely. Uchiha Shinichi felt a surge of elation and turned his gaze toward a certain direction. That was where Uchiha Toshi and Orochimaru were locked in combat. It is time to settle this, Orochimaru. He cast a cold glance at the third Hokage before turning away, leaving the latter feeling uneasy. The descending, towering beast had cast a shadow over everyone, including the third Hokage. At this moment, he felt a flicker of doubt. Why must I oppose such a being? Yet, the third Hokage gritted his teeth. Konoha is ours. It must not fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, in the battle between Orochimaru and Uchiha Toshi, the latter held an undeniable advantage. Orochimaru, though he had stolen the kaleidoscope Sharingan left by the ancestors, found his abilities perfectly countered. Yield now, and you may suffer less. Ironically, Orochimaru's stolen kaleidoscope Sharingan granted him augmented speed. This meant that, theoretically, he could accelerate his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to extraordinary levels. However, in practice, Orochimaru could barely utilize the stolen kaleidoscope Sharingan, and its greatest benefit was merely increasing his speed by several times. This was why he had hesitated to flee earlier. Orochimaru was convinced that with this ability, he would be invincible. What no one expected was that Uchiha Toshi's abilities completely countered him, no matter how fast Orochimaru ran. During the duration of Uchiha Toshi's ocular technique, their distance remained a constant 20 meters apart. Of course, Uchiha Toshi had to take action. He could not maintain his ocular power indefinitely. His left eye marked his opponent, establishing a limit to their distance. His right eye was poised to deliver a lethal strike. The kaleidoscope Sharingan reflects the soul. Once, Uchiha Toshi had fervently wished to instantly arrive at his kin's side and eliminate the enemy. And now, he had achieved that. In an instant, the 20 meters between them vanished, and Uchiha Toshi's form disappeared, reappearing beside Orochimaru. This speed surpassed Orochimaru's neural reflexes, representing, in a sense, a spatial leap. A lethal strike. A faint glow emanated from Uchiha Toshi as his blade severed Orochimaru's head before the latter could react. The kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not something that can be easily taken by outsiders. He pried the kaleidoscope Sharingan from the severed head, casting a dispassionate gaze upon Orochimaru's lifeless body. However, Uchiha Toshi soon found himself kneeling on one knee, clutching his eyes in agony. He felt the kaleidoscope Sharingan corroding his body, and his chakra was being consumed at an alarming rate. More importantly, this ability could not be overused, otherwise, he would undoubtedly go blind. Suddenly, the headless corpse on the ground began to writhe violently, and from the neck, a complete body of Orochimaru re-emerged, as if reborn. At the same time, Uchiha Toshi discovered that the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his hand had transformed into a dead fish eye, his expression darkening. It was a fake? At some point, Orochimaru had replaced the kaleidoscope Sharingan he had stolen. Orochimaru's body trembled, and he erupted into laughter. Little brat, it is quite difficult to truly eliminate me. Chapter 76. The emergence of impure world reincarnation and the demise of Orochimaru. Uchiha Izumi felt a shiver run down his spine. How could this man still be alive after losing his head? What manner of creature was Orochimaru? However, at this moment, Orochimaru was not faring well himself. Despite appearing to have revived through the soft body technique, his current vessel was on the brink of collapse, sustained only by the cells of the first Hokage. It was evident that Uchiha Izumi, although severely drained of chakra, could not afford to unleash his abilities again without risking his own demise. Moreover, his senses indicated that the reincarnated first Hokages were faltering. Uchiha Shinichi could arrive at any moment. In a decisive moment, Orochimaru revealed his final trump card. He bit down hard on his finger, spilling blood onto the ground. Summoning technique. A golden coffin materialized, unmistakably another manifestation of the impure world reincarnation. Come forth. The legendary Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izumi's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor tense as his Manjiki Sharingan instinctively activated. His gaze fixated on the golden coffin. A tall man clad in red armor emerged, resembling the ancestor depicted in historical portraits. Uchiha Izumi was astounded. Could it truly be Uchiha Madara? This sensation was unmistakable. Yet, the man in red armor was starkly different from the previously dazed first Hokages. He possessed his own consciousness. I don't seem to have been revived. What is this? Not the rebirth of the samsara? It is the impure world reincarnation. The man murmured, then turned his attention to Orochimaru and Uchiha Izumi. Orochimaru, visibly anxious, exerted all his effort into the seals. To unlock the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan, he had procured Uchiha Madara's cellular material from the second Hokage's research, fashioning it into a vessel for impure world reincarnation. Furthermore, he had modified this body to retain Madara and Appo's battle consciousness and half the strength of his prime. Of course, this was merely Orochimaru's estimation. The true extent of Madara's power remained a mystery to him, as he was unaware of how formidable Madara had been at his peak. Orochimaru's primary intention was to exert control over Madara with his seals. Uchiha Madara, I have awakened you. I require you to eliminate the one before you and seize his Manjiki Sharingan for me. Orochimaru urged, his urgency mounting. He needed to command Madara to slay Uchiha Izumi swiftly. Otherwise, once Uchiha Shinichi arrived, all would be lost. The opponent possessed the ability to dispel the impure world reincarnation. Act swiftly, Uchiha Madara. Madara furrowed his brow, disdainful of the impure world reincarnation and the one who developed the technique. You wretched cur. What qualifications do you have to command me? Orochimaru was horrified to discover that his seals appeared ineffective. The summoned Uchiha Madara did not follow his expectations. How was this possible? Madara crossed his arms, a look of disdain upon his face. Currently, I can unleash half the power I had at 30. You think your seals can control me with just that? What Madara refrained from stating was that he was more familiar with this impure world reincarnation than Orochimaru could ever be. After all, it was the technique created by the boy who had slain his brother, Senju Tobirama. However, he then focused on Uchiha Izumi, particularly his Mangekyou Sharingan. Madara's expression shifted to one of admiration. Impressive eyes, young one. Consider whether you might serve me. Delighted by the prospect, Madara contemplated enticing Uchiha Izumi into facilitating his resurrection. It had been many years since Obito had failed to resurrect him, which was rather disappointing. Uchiha Izumi regained his composure and replied coldly, Madara-senpai, since you are but a corpse now, do not meddle in the affairs of the living. Aside from Lord Shinichi, there is no one for whom I shall serve. You, a traitor of the Uchiha clan, are even less deserving. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had just returned to life and was oblivious to the current state of the ninja world. However, Uchiha Izumi and Appo's tone ignited his fury. You insolent brat, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, do you not know to respect your ancestors? Humph, let me teach you a lesson first. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A massive conflagration erupted from his mouth, its range vast. Even more astonishing to Uchiha Izumi was that his armed haki could not withstand what was originally just a B-rank ninjutsu. Truly, the legendary Uchiha Madara lived up to his reputation. Susanoo. Uchiha Izumi activated the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan once more, this time invoking the legendary Susanoo. His Susanoo appeared in a beautiful pink hue, enveloping his entire form in an instant, extending two arms. The arms elongated, wielding colossal light swords. This was the second stage of Susanoo. Upon witnessing the 10-meter-tall Susanoo, Madara displayed a look of disdain. To invoke Susanoo before me is quite audacious. Blue chakra emanated from his body, gradually coalescing into a blue skeletal figure. The blue skeleton rose, its weapon swinging directly toward the pink Susanoo. The sound of cracking echoed as Uchiha Izumi felt his Susanoo shattering. The power of the two was not on the same level. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of yellow lightning illuminated the scene, striking the blue Susanoo. Way of Destruction, number 63, Thunderclap. The towering blue giant disintegrated into fragments. Smoke billowing as even Madara's expression began to solidify. He turned to the source of the attack, revealing a remarkably young Uchiha clansman, radiating a terrifying aura. This aura made Uchiha Madara's pupils constrict, and a long-forgotten desire for battle surged within him. However, his expression soon darkened. Madara-senpai, to bully the weak immediately upon your revival is truly embarrassing. A voice laced with mockery echoed in the hearts of those present, and the fatigued Uchiha Izumi let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, poised to flee, transformed into a white snake and darted into the distance. However, in the next moment, the white snake was seized by Uchiha Shinichi. Orochimaru-senpai, I've heard that your escape abilities are quite formidable. I wonder how you will evade this time. With a firm grip, Uchiha Shinichi crushed Orochimaru's serpentine form into oblivion. In a sense, Orochimaru had met his end at that moment. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi was aware that this man possessed other means of resurrection. What truly concerned him was the recently reincarnated figure, the legendary Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, standing before him. Chapter 77. The Complete Susanoo. The shock of Edo Tensei Obito. Although Orochimaru has perished, the Edo Tensei does not cease to exist with the demise of its host. Thus, at this moment, Edo Tensei Obito remains. Moreover, in Uchiha Shin's recollection, Uchiha Obito is well aware of the hand seals required for Edo Tensei. Even if the Edo Tensei is undone, Uchiha Obito will not vanish. Presently, Uchiha Obito's countenance is extremely grim, for he did not anticipate that Uchiha Shin would not only obliterate his second phase of Susanoo, but also directly eliminate the summoner. Although he does not care much for Orochimaru, this act shows a complete lack of respect. Are you provoking me, descendant of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Obito's voice is frigid, and then his body rapidly lunges toward Uchiha Shin. He intends to teach this junior a lesson. Let me see your caliber. Uchiha Obito moves with astonishing speed. closing in on Uchiha Shin, preparing to use taijutsu to discipline him. Bang! Bang! Uchiha Obito's arm strikes Uchiha Shin as if hitting a steel plate. To Obito's astonishment, Uchiha Shin raises his dark arm and pierces through Uchiha Obito's body. With a powerful kick, he sends Obito flying, causing the Edo Tensei body to explode into countless pieces, leaving only the intact head. The expression on Uchiha Obito's severed head freezes. He never expected to be dispatched with a single encounter. Though this is merely an Edo Tensei body, it possesses half the strength he had before awakening the Rinnegan. What is this brat? A Uchiha specializing in taijutsu? Quite rare. However, next, he intends to make this junior experience the terror of his ancestors. Uchiha Obito's body swiftly regenerates, and then he suddenly forms hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. For fire dragons descend from above, blocking all of Uchiha Shin's positions. Uchiha Obito unleashes his most powerful fire technique in this state, a true specialty of his. The range of this fire technique is immense. No one in the ninja world could rival it with mere fire release alone. However, his expression quickly shifts. He initially believed Uchiha Shin would counter with water release. Yet, to his surprise, Uchiha Shin also performs fire release. At this moment, Uchiha Shin murmurs incantations. Way of Destruction, 73, Twin Lotus Blue Fire. The flames are equally immense, but they manifest in a blue hue. The two distinct flames collide, causing the temperature of the entire space to surge. Flames soar, and the ground becomes scorched earth. Uchiha Obito's Edo Tensei body is reduced to ashes once more. Yet, Uchiha Shin remains unharmed behind a wind barrier. Simultaneously, the chakra aura emanating from him begins to exhibit terrifying potency. Obito, the appetizer is over. If you cannot muster any strength now, I shall send you back to the Pure Land directly. At this moment, Uchiha Obito reconstructs his body, gazing at Uchiha Shin with a grave expression, his heart filled with astonishment. He never imagined a powerful warrior from the Uchiha clan could emerge like this. Until now, Uchiha Obito finally begins to regard Uchiha Shin seriously. While the appearance of the Manjiki Sharingan is not particularly rare to him, the sheer strength emanating from Uchiha Shin's chakra is astounding. Even Uchiha Obito cannot help but take notice. A long-forgotten desire to battle surges within him. Excellent. I acknowledge this chakra. My junior, I shall now get serious. Uchiha Shin, however, scoffs. Obito, I find your chakra quantity rather uninteresting. You ought to step up your game. Obito's smile abruptly falters, replaced by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Am I being underestimated? This insufferable brat, do you wish to die? Uchiha Obito's blue chakra surges forth as Susanoo manifests once more. The lower body and legs of Susanoo appear, adorned with the armor of the Tengu. This time, Uchiha Obito reveals the complete form of Susanoo. Uchiha Shin's face reveals astonishment. Within his perception, Uchiha Obito's Susanoo towers over 100 meters high. What he does not know is that even in this state, Uchiha Obito is not at his full strength. Due to the limitations of Edo Tensei, he can only exert half the power he possessed in his prime. Yet, this is still terrifying. At this moment, Uchiha Shin finally feels a flicker of interest. His eyes transform into the Manjiki Sharingan. This level of Susanoo? It seems I can do it as well. From Uchiha Shin's form radiates golden chakra, which gradually manifests into a skeletal Susanoo. The skeletal figure quickly sprouts legs, and its arms extend, wielding two massive golden swords. To his back, two pairs of wings unfold, and the facial features of Susanoo exude an aura of majesty. This Susanoo, towering over 100 meters, stands upon the earth. Each step it takes seems to shake the very ground. Uchiha Obito is not surprised that Uchiha Shin can manifest Susanoo. However, as the latter's Susanoo takes shape, Obito's expression shifts from indifference to sheer astonishment. This Susanoo size is far beyond what an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan can produce. Impossible. You can also manifest the complete form of Susanoo. Once the Manjiki Sharingan is activated, the technique of Susanoo becomes indelibly etched in the user's mind. By paying a certain price, the user can unleash this world-destroying ninjutsu. However, aside from Uchiha Obito, almost no one in the history of the Uchiha clan has been able to manifest the complete Susanoo. Now, this brat before him can achieve it. The two towering Susanoos collide, and a distant hill is cleaved by their swords. The ground trembles, a tapestry of gold and blue intertwines, rendering this place a desolate wasteland. Uchiha Chiya has already retreated far away. He cannot participate in this level of battle. It is the first time he witnesses Uchiha Shin manifesting his Susanoo. Though he has greatly overestimated Uchiha Shin, he never imagined the latter's Susanoo could reach such heights. This is a level he may never attain in his lifetime. Lord Shin's Manjiki Sharingan is truly terrifying. Just then, members of the Uchiha clan and some from Konoha arrive on the scene. Uchiha Chiya hastily blocks their path. Danger ahead. Do not approach. The crowd, still bewildered, suddenly feels the earth tremble and shake. A massive cloud of dust rises. What is happening? Is that Susanoo? How can it be so enormous? From a distance, someone glimpses the Susanoo, resembling a mountain, and instantly feels a chill run down their spine. Lord Chiya, what transpired over there? What of Orochimaru? The crowd gulps nervously, afraid to draw near. Orochimaru is dead, yet he unleashed Uchiha Obito's Edo Tensei body? Uchiha Obito? The crowd gasps in unison. This figure is synonymous with taboo. Does this mean that Uchiha Shin is currently engaged in battle with Uchiha Obito? Chapter 78. The Impure World Reincarnation of Uchiha Obito on the battlefield. Uchiha Obito found himself increasingly astonished. He had initially assumed that Uchiha Shin could not sustain his complete Susanoo for long. However, the robustness of Shin's Susanoo was utterly beyond his expectations. At that moment, Obito surmised that Shin's eyes were likely the same as his own, eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, in this world, only he and that fool Kakashi knew the secrets to attaining such power. How had this young man awakened it? Like a cataclysm, the two Susanoos once again separated. Uchiha Shin stood atop his Susanoo, addressing Obito. Is this truly your limit, Elder Obito? He had thoroughly enjoyed the challenge. Obito's expression darkened. What do you mean? You little brat? He realized that this young man was intent on humiliating him. In terms of physical prowess, Shin dominated him. In ninjutsu, he outperformed him. Now, even in Susanoo, his proudest achievement, this brat sought to surpass him? Once more, Uchiha Shin replied coolly. If this is the extent of your abilities, I am sorely disappointed. With a sweeping motion of his golden Susanoo arm, resembling the sun itself, Uchiha Shin's Susanoo unexpectedly grew larger again. Two pairs of wings sprouted behind him, ultimately transforming into a 12-winged divine warrior reminiscent of an angel. Simultaneously, the entire Susanoo's height doubled, making Obito's Susanoo appear like that of a mere child. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. He yearned to inquire about what had transpired in the ninja world over the years. How could such an aberration emerge from the Uchiha clan? The height of this Susanoo could easily rival his own at the peak of his power. The radiant Susanoo, shining like the sun, swung a colossal sword towards Obito, shattering his Susanoo with mere strikes. With a roar, Obito felt a deep sense of frustration. Even in battle against Hashirama Senju, he had never been defeated so swiftly. The giant sword pierced his heart, once again damaging his impure body. Elder Obito, I hope to see you stronger next time. Otherwise, you hardly pique my interest. The last vestiges of Obito's consciousness registered a voice that ignited his fury. Damn you, brat. I will not let you off so easily. Uchiha Shin sent Obito back to the Pure Land. Ding. Congratulations on completing the immediate task, defeating Impure World Obito. Reward, 20,000 reputation points. With an additional achievement of becoming a perfect sage body. A perfect sage body. Uchiha Shin raised an eyebrow, sensing a foreign energy in the air around him. This was the natural energy of the ninja world. Sage techniques were a blend of natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy. As Uchiha Shin now possessed a perfect sage body, it meant he could freely manipulate natural energy, coupled with his physical and mental energies. He could cultivate his own unique sage techniques. However, natural energy was remarkably scarce in this ninja world. At that moment, through Shin's perception, he noticed the paltry amount of natural energy in the surrounding air. Even if utilized for battle, it would not sustain him for long. No wonder Jiraiya and Naruto needed to communicate with Mount Mayaboku to perform sage techniques. Even the first Hokage, able to enter sage mode in an instant, often carried a sealing scroll on his back. Shin suspected it was a scroll for storing natural energy. Perhaps only in the three great sacred lands of the ninja world would the natural energy be most abundant. It seemed he should find time to visit those sacred lands. While Uchiha Shin contemplated, the Konoha team cautiously approached. The events that had transpired left everyone feeling diminutive. At that moment, Uchiha Shin remained unscathed, while Obito had vanished. The outcome of the battle was clear. This meant Uchiha Shin had defeated his own ancestor. The legendary Uchiha Obito, a figure capable of contending with the first Hokage, had been bested by Lord Shin? To what extent had Lord Shin grown powerful? All Uchiha clan members clenched their fists, excitement swelling within them. This was their clan leader. The other Konoha ninjas were equally stirred, filled with awe and respect. A singular thought surged through their minds. If Uchiha Shin were to become Hokage, what would Konoha be like? Would the other 4 great nations even need to exist? Detected. Over 10,000 reputation points have been credited. Uchiha Shin promptly engaged in silver-level and bronze-level lotteries with the remaining 30,000 reputation points. He drew a multitude of shuriken, explosive tags, lucky charms, devil fruits, and chakra recovery potions. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward worth 300,000 reputation points. During one of his silver-level draws, Uchiha Shin acquired one of the rarest rewards, a special reward of 300,000 reputation points. He immediately chose to open it. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to bestow others with the powers of death. Those granted the powers of death will place their unwavering trust in the host. Each successful bestowal will increase the host's physical and mental limits by 5 times. The current limit is 3 times, with an upgrade requiring 500,000 reputation points. Uchiha Shin trembled. Granting others the power of death would amplify his own limits by 5 times. With 3 opportunities, Uchiha Shin could potentially elevate his limits by as much as 125 times. What kind of being would he become then? Even a sage of 6 paths would not intimidate him. However, for Uchiha Shin, the challenges posed by a sage of 6 paths were not merely about power. It was the myriad of unyielding rule-based abilities that posed the true threat. Abilities such as infinite Tsukuyomi, the truth-seeking orbs, and higher-level bloodline attacks. Furthermore, the system informed him that the failure rate for bestowing this power of death was exceedingly high. Attaining that 125-fold enhancement would not be an easy feat. This day was destined to be tumultuous. On this day, the Orochimaru incident was completely exposed. At the request of the Uchiha clan, a comprehensive report was released regarding Orochimaru's human experiments, shocking Konoha and even the entire ninja world. The fact that Orochimaru had been killed by Uchiha Shin became known to all. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha had overnight become a despised outcast. In the land of rice, a middle-aged man eavesdropping suddenly received the devastating news. His face contorted in disbelief and anguish. Orochimaru was dead. Farther away in the land of rain, White Zetsu stumbled into a cave. Through his recent clone in Konoha, he learned of the events that had transpired. This is bad. Orochimaru from Konoha has been killed by Uchiha Shin. Inside the cave were all members of the Akatsuki organization, including the leader, Konan, the intern, Tobi, and rogue ninjas from various villages, including Itachi Uchiha. I thought it was something significant. Just Orochimaru from Konoha? The Akatsuki's coffers were not the least bit concerned. Others who had no prior interaction with Orochimaru felt nothing. However, when Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha exchanged glances, a weightiness filled their eyes. Defeating Orochimaru and killing him were 2 vastly different concepts. However, Uchiha Shin has accomplished it. Furthermore, Orochimaru utilized the reanimation jutsu to summon the former Hokage, including the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, only to be swiftly defeated by Uchiha Shin. This young man is undeniably formidable. Chapter 79. The reaction of the Akatsuki and Danzo's schemes at this moment. Except for pain, every member of the Akatsuki was utterly astonished. The first Hokage was synonymous with a taboo, a true man capable of pacifying the warring states period. Particularly for Kakazu, who claimed to have assassinated the first Hokage. His actions could only be likened to throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away. He had once been so terrified by the first Hokage that he lost control of his bowels. Yet now, such a formidable figure had been defeated by a mere junior? White Zetsu continued to speak fervently, revealing that even Uchiha Madara had been brought back through the reanimation jutsu. The result was that he was still defeated by Uchiha Shin. His tone was filled with astonishment. He never imagined that his former master would lose. Was this truly reality? Black Zetsu was horrified. Only he and Uchiha Obito were aware of Uchiha Madara's true identity. Had Uchiha Shin grown so powerful? Black Zetsu's expression darkened further. Uchiha Shin had surpassed his wildest expectations. For thousands of years, Uchiha Madara had undoubtedly been the pinnacle of the ninja world. What was this Uchiha Shin? Was he the reincarnation of Indra? Black Zetsu found it hard to believe, while Uchiha Obito was increasingly anxious. Pain, I believe our primary objective now is to eliminate Uchiha Shin. Although it is merely Uchiha Madara brought back through reanimation, it still signifies the terrifying prowess of Uchiha Shin. However, Pain remained indifferent. To him, possessing the Rinnegan made him akin to a deity. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara paled in comparison to his eyes. He replied coolly, in the end, they are but mortals. Once I have subdued Amigakure, I shall certainly pay Konoha a visit. Mortal? Uchiha Obito seemed to hear a joke. Had Pain become so arrogant after mastering the six paths? He had plotted against Hanzo of the Salamander for so long. Yet he still looked down on the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, as well as the Uchiha Shin who had defeated them. Little did he know that those so-called Rinnegan belonged to Madara and would eventually be reclaimed. Uchiha Obito was in a state of urgency, but currently, he could not command Nagato. He turned away in irritation. After inquiring about the specifics from White Zetsu, he finally sighed in relief. The reanimated Uchiha Madara did not possess the Rinnegan's abilities, nor even the full power of the Manjiki Sharingan, indicating that Uchiha Shin had not yet reached a suffocating level of strength. Regrettably, White Zetsu was unable to approach the battlefield where Uchiha Shin and the reanimated Madara were engaged. He could only deduce Uchiha Shin's victory from the outcomes. Otherwise, the scale of their battle would undoubtedly have astonished everyone. Since Nagato is not taking action, then it falls to us. At present, Uchiha Obito had truly become formidable, feeling the immense power of his eyes. With these eyes, he would not fear even if Nagato were to strike at him. Meanwhile, the silent Uchiha Itachi suddenly asked, "Did you not claim to be Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Obito felt a pang of discomfort. With the reanimated Madara present, how could he possibly pass himself off as Madara? Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi did not press further, but instead gazed toward Konoha. His own strength had undergone a significant transformation. He had fused with Uchiha Fugaku and Appo's Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi had now transcended, becoming the second person in the current ninja world to possess the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. He was filled with confidence. Uchiha Shin, I must avenge Brother Shisui. Even with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi had not escaped the influence of Kotoamatsukami, showcasing the immense power of the deceased Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had already perished, and their ranks lacked powerful researchers. Otherwise, they could have studied the wood-release powers from Kagaya, greatly enhancing the Manjiki Sharingan strength. Uchiha Obito reflected on this. His abduction of Kagaya was not solely to ensnare Uchiha Shin, but also to uncover the secret behind wood release. According to Uchiha Madara and Appo's records, he had combined the powers of the Sharingan and wood release to awaken the Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito glanced at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Without the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, even if he obtained the power of wood release, he would have little hope of awakening the Rinnegan. However, Uchiha Itachi now possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Could he unlock the Rinnegan like Madara? In a secluded corner of Konoha, at the base of Root, Danzo's right arm had now been fully grafted with the first cells, adorned with 10 Sharingan. In his perception, the Sharingan and the first cells achieved a perfect balance. Not only had it healed his long-standing ailments, but it also enabled him to utilize the Sharingan. Undoubtedly, after years of accumulation, 10 Sharingan were trivial to him. Had it not been for the excessive vitality of the first cells, he would have adorned every inch of his arm with Sharingan. Lord Danzo. It is said that Orochimaru has been killed by Uchiha Shin. The events of yesterday had spread throughout Konoha. As an S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru had been directly slain by the leader of the Uchiha clan during his escape. Although Orochimaru had little enmity with Uchiha Shin, he had captured members of the Uchiha clan for experimentation, leading to his merciless demise at the hands of Uchiha Shin. Danzo's heart trembled. He currently possessed several experimental subjects from the Uchiha clan. We have been discreet enough, have we not? A member of Root quickly replied, we have not revealed our identities. No one knows it was us. Furthermore, everyone believes it was Orochimaru's doing, unrelated to us. Despite this, fear began to creep into Danzo's heart. Worried that Uchiha Shin might seize upon his weaknesses, it was said that Orochimaru had used all his means, even summoning the former Hokage and Uchiha Madara through reanimation. Yet he was easily dispatched by Uchiha Shin. It was evident that if he were caught by the Uchiha clan, his fate would be no better. Fortunately, that little brat Uchiha Shin was still too arrogant, unwilling to engage in dirty deeds. Had he possessed such immense power, he would surely trample everything unfavorable underfoot. With this thought, Danzo raised his arm, beginning to feel confident. Even if I cannot defeat that brat, if he remains unaware of the secret of Izanagi, there will always be an opportunity to eliminate him. However, such matters could not be accomplished alone. Perhaps it was indeed possible to unite with outsiders. Days prior, the mysterious masked man had reappeared, inviting him and the third Hokage to form a temporary alliance, crafting a meticulous plan to eliminate their common enemy, Uchiha Shin. Chapter 80. The New Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A storm approaches for Danzo and the third Hokage. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. At this moment, eliminating Uchiha Shinichi and consolidating their power is their constant interest. Has that Uchiha FK not confessed yet? How can these Uchiha withstand so much? Danzo's expression turned cold. During Uchiha Shinichi's expedition, he had secretly captured isolated members of the Uchiha clan within the village, as well as severely injured Uchiha clansmen amidst the chaos on the battlefield against the Rock Ninja. Among them was a significant figure, Uchiha FK, who possessed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just a month ago, he was merely a nin with a single Tomo, yet he had rapidly advanced to a 3 Tomo Sharingan in such a short time. What secrets does he hold? Not only Uchiha FK, but several lesser-known Uchiha clan members had suddenly gained prominence, breaking through to elite nin and even quasi-Kage levels. If it were just 1 or 2, it could be attributed to the Uchiha's previous concealment of their abilities. However, the continuous emergence of powerful individuals was evident enough for even the dullest mind to recognize the anomaly. Thus, Danzo had been hoping to extract secrets from Uchiha FK during these days. For this reason, he had refrained from seizing Uchiha FK's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yet, this individual proved too resilient. Conventional interrogation methods had little effect on him. Not only him, but even the more ordinary Uchiha captives he had taken were largely unyielding, providing little useful information. Particularly when it came to Uchiha Shinichi, some even broke free from genjutsu to commit suicide. This speaks volumes of Uchiha Shinichi's esteemed reputation within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Danzo's patience had nearly worn thin. He was prepared to extract Uchiha FK's 3 Tomo Sharingan as his trophy. Does he not have a brother named Uchiha Hikari? Perhaps he could exploit that angle. If all else fails, he could simply gouge out FK's 3 Tomo Sharingan and eliminate him. The Root subordinates nodded in agreement and slowly withdrew. As darkness enveloped the sky, Root's stronghold fell into an eerie silence. However, if one listened closely, the sounds of utter despair and agonizing screams could be heard. Within an iron chamber, Uchiha FK was drenched in blood, his expression a twisted visage of pain and fury. Grasping a Root ninja, he snapped their neck with brutal force. Why? Why must you take my brother's life? He had yet to reach adulthood, to savor the joys of life, to witness Lord Shinichi ascend as the 5th Hokage. Now, he has been viciously slain by you wretches. I shall annihilate you all. I will kill Shimura Danzo. A surge of potent chakra erupted from him, while blood tears streamed from his eyes. The 3 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, forming a complex pattern. Indeed, it was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In that instant of his brother and Appo's death, Uchiha FK, consumed by despair and anguish, activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This activation sent his chakra soaring, and the torment inflicted upon him by Danzo seemed to fade into oblivion. He broke free from his chains. His crimson eyes glowed ominously under the dim light. Quickly, report to Lord Danzo. The subject is malfunctioning. The nearby Root ninjas were struck with horror. Some rushed out to summon help, while others foolishly encircled him. Suddenly, Uchiha FK erupted into laughter once more, blood tears flowing profusely from his left eye. Simultaneously, within 100-square-foot radius, a shadow with blood-red eyes appeared behind each Root ninja, mirroring Uchiha FK's form. They swiftly unsheathed their swords, cleanly severing the heads of their adversaries. Kill them all. In the dark chamber, only the voice of Uchiha FK echoed, devoid of any other sound. Soon, he hoisted his brother's lifeless body onto his back, disregarding his own injuries, wielding the sword as he made his way out. Brother, I will eliminate everyone here first. Then we shall return to the Uchiha. The blood moon hung high, marking this night as one of extraordinary significance. Within the Uchiha clan, The elder Uchiha surveyed the rock ninja envoy from a position of authority. Following their devastating defeat, the international standing of the Land of Earth had plummeted. Even the rock ninja envoy in Konoha could not lift his head in pride. At this moment, the envoy swallowed hard, gripped by fear. The Uchiha clan had leveraged their strength to directly confront a nation, compelling the rock ninja to sign numerous treaties of concession. Such occurrences were rare since the establishment of the 5 great ninja countries. The envoy, under orders from his village, was compelled to mend relations with the Uchiha clan. Thus, in recent days, he had sought various ways to visit the Uchiha. However, the Uchiha clan regarded these defeated individuals with disdain. Despite their victory, the Uchiha had suffered losses as well. Were it not for the need to maintain appearances, the rock ninja envoy would not have made it to this moment alive. Now, the envoy presented the Uchiha clan with lavish gifts, sealing scrolls, a multitude of shuriken and explosive tags, and even advanced earth release techniques. This was the 3rd Tsuchikage's apology to the Uchiha clan, hoping they would forgive the actions of the rock ninja. Funoki. The deaths of his son and the Jinchuriki enraged him immensely. Yet, as a competent Tsuchikage, he would not let personal emotions dictate the future of the village. Thus, he chose to submit to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha sipped his tea, then replied coolly, "Do you think the Uchiha clan requires such trinkets? Do you believe our blood is shed in vain?" Uchiha snorted heavily. Though only a handful of Uchiha had perished, their names were inscribed on the Uchiha memorial stone. Their blood shall be repaid in full by the rock ninja. You may return and inform the 3rd Tsuchikage that whenever the rock ninja encounter the Uchiha clan in the future, they must retreat far and wide. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The rock ninja envoy sensed the Uchiha clan's resolute stance. Were they truly prepared to confront the rock ninja to the bitter end? This Uchiha clan was certainly not of sound mind. Yet, he was reluctant to forsake this opportunity. He gritted his teeth and stated, "We were also incited by others to wage war against Konoha. Otherwise, why would the rock ninja attack Konoha without cause?" Uchiha's gaze narrowed. It was your Shimura Danzo who sought to deplete the Uchiha clan and Appo's strength, thus enticing us into war. Chapter 81. The man named Uchiha Kazuki. The nightmare of the root at this moment. The IWA Shinobi envoy spoke a blend of truth and falsehood, placing all blame squarely upon Danzo. Yet for Uchiha and the other members of the Uchiha clan, this was an undeniable reality. After all, Danzo had previously targeted the Uchiha clan. How could Danzo, during wartime, dare to conspire with the IWA Shinobi? That despicable man must be eliminated this time. The IWA envoy stoked the flames further. Danzo had secretly captured several injured Uchiha clan members, some of whom were not even slain by our hands. This revelation ignited even greater fury among the Uchiha. In an instant, the Uchiha clan's reception hall was abuzz with activity. The IWA envoy sighed in relief. Having finally fulfilled the task assigned to him by the 3rd Tsuchikage, he had successfully incited enmity between the Uchiha and Danzo, encouraging them to engage in a deadly clash. Perhaps Konoha would crumble under the strain and disband entirely. After all, the Uchiha clan was exceedingly powerful. Establishing their own nation, much like the Uzumaki clan, was not out of the question. Suddenly, the reception hall fell silent. Uchiha Shin walked in with measured steps, accompanied by Uchiha Shizune and others. "Lord Shin, this menace Danzo cannot be allowed to live. Let me go. I will personally slay him." The Uchiha, filled with righteous indignation, volunteered to eliminate Danzo. However, Uchiha Shin quickly gestured for silence. He sensed a different aura in a particular direction, one reminiscent of the ominous energy emitted by the Sharingan, albeit seemingly obscured. Binding Technique Number 77, Heaven's Net. Uchiha Shin invoked the power of the Shinigami's Kido, and a vision unfolded before him. A blood-soaked Susanoo rose, mercilessly slaughtering the enemies around it. Yet the figure beneath the Susanoo appeared to falter, as if drained of life. That figure was none other than Uchiha Kazuki. Previously, Uchiha Shin had believed him to have perished on the battlefield against IWA Shinobi. Little did he know he had been captured by Danzo. Standing beside Kazuki were Danzo, Tsunade Kamachi, and Mito Gaiden. Uchiha Shin's expression shifted drastically. "Danzo, this time I will surely kill you." The others exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly unaware of the scene Uchiha Shin had just witnessed, Uchiha Shin leaped into the air, his immense chakra fluctuations sending shockwaves throughout Konoha. Time rewound to the moment Uchiha Kazuki burst forth from the dark chamber. At that moment, Danzo was in another laboratory, fervently urging his experiments. Suddenly, a subordinate reported, "Uchiha Kazuki has escaped." Danzo's face turned icy. "You incompetent fools, you let a cripple escape?" Previously, Uchiha Kazuki had been gravely injured, with several vital points obstructed, making it difficult for him to effectively harness chakra. Thus, Danzo had deemed him a useless burden. However, Danzo soon forgot his scorn for his subordinates upon hearing a chorus of anguished screams. When he stepped outside, he was struck with terror. How is this possible? He has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Danzo was horrified. Uchiha Kazuki had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan in a moment of desperation, an outcome that took everyone by surprise. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazuki, upon spotting Danzo, was consumed by bloodlust. Prepare to die? Kazuki's left eye widened, and blood began to flow anew. Danzo felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively raised his cane to shield his neck. The cane shattered upon impact. A shadowy blade suddenly struck him. Danzo desperately evaded a fatal blow, but the dark blade pierced his right chest, blood splattering across the ground. Clutching his chest, Danzo coughed up a copious amount of blood. When he turned around, he discovered a pair of bloodthirsty eyes had appeared behind him. After delivering the blow, the shadow vanished without a trace. Unfortunately for those around, they were not so fortunate, as their heads were severed cleanly. Is this the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Kazuki's bloodthirsty gaze revealed a hint of surprise. He hadn't anticipated his ability would not have slain Danzo immediately. Besides Uchiha Shin, the Manjiki Sharingan serves as a reflection of one's soul. Uchiha Kazuki's desire was to eliminate all who had harmed his brother. Thus, his left eye manifested the ability to create shadows within a certain range, launching lethal strikes from behind each enemy. Yet this ability has its limitations. Against stronger foes, the effectiveness of the shadow's fatal blow diminishes. For instance, Danzo, having sensed the impending danger, narrowly escaped the fatal fate. However, a cruel smile crept across Uchiha Kazuki's lips. "You, the despicable dog. How could I possibly let you escape?" His right eye spun violently, honing in on Danzo's form. At that moment, Danzo sensed Kazuki's gaze, but he was a beat too slow, succumbing to panic. In an instant, he felt his body grow paralyzed. What a terrifying ability. Yet this was merely the beginning, as a horrifying voice echoed in his mind. "Die!" In a flash, countless figures emerged in Danzo's memory. He focused intently, revealing a heart-stopping sight. Each figure was someone he had previously slain, their faces contorted with rage, each brandishing a katana and rushing toward him. In the realm of his psyche, Danzo was overcome with terror, swiftly being torn to pieces by vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, in the physical world, the bloodthirsty shadow reappeared behind Danzo and severed his head in one swift motion. This was the power of Uchiha Kazuki's right eye, a fusion of illusion and reality that inflicted both mental and physical anguish, culminating in death amidst endless despair. Uchiha Kazuki laughed maniacally. "You are dead, you vile dog. Finally, you are dead." Just then, Tsunade Kamachi and Mito Gate arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the headless corpse on the ground, both were struck with horror. "Danzo, dead?" Tsunade Kamachi's face twisted with hatred. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is wicked. Uchiha Kazuki, clutching his bleeding eye, sneered, "What nonsense about the Konoha elders. They are naught but a pack of curs. Since you are here, you may as well die too." However, at that moment, Kazuki felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Already in a severely injured state, he had exerted his ocular techniques multiple times. His condition was dire, rendering him unable to utilize the power of his left eye for the time being. Tsunade Kamachi and Mito Gate exchanged glances and quickly closed in. Various elemental jutsu were launched toward Uchiha Kazuki. Though both were quite aged and had yet to benefit from Orochimaru's advancements, their abilities could only manifest at a near Kage level. Nevertheless, even this posed a significant threat to the severely wounded Uchiha Kazuki. Kazuki, battered and bruised, struggled to maintain his composure. More importantly, he bore the weight of his brother's lifeless body on his back, unwilling to relinquish it. Mito Gate sensing this vulnerability, unleashed a wind jutsu aimed at Kazuki's rear. Kazuki's eyes widened in fury as he instinctively shielded his brother's corpse with his own body. Fortunately, Uchiha Kazuki had trained in hockey. Although not reaching the level of Uchiha Obito, it is sufficient to withstand numerous fatal injuries. Suddenly, a colossal tree emerged from the ground. engulfing Danzo's headless corpse, and Uchiha FK would release Root Burial. Chapter 82. Tobi's Izanagi. Root's annihilation. At an unknown moment, Tobi re-emerged. Yet, astonishingly, he bore no signs of injury. Tsubaki Kamatsu and Mito Gate stared at him in disbelief, questioning the source of his power. Tobi remained silent, unwilling to divulge the secret of Izanagi, even to his longtime comrades. This knowledge, stumbled upon from the relics of the second Hokage, remained unknown to others, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Tobi raised his wrist and noticed that one of his 3 Tomo Sharingan had closed. The effects of Izanagi had dissipated, indicating that a minute had elapsed. Prior to Uchiha Kazushin's activation of his abilities, Tobi had already employed Izanagi. The headless corpse they had witnessed was merely an illusion. Now, he gazed at Uchiha Kazushin, ensnared by the colossal tree, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. I shall shatter your body, but your Mangeki Sharingan will be mine. Tobi felt a surge of excitement. Was he finally about to acquire the coveted Mangeki Sharingan? Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. From within the trees, a savage whisper echoed, "My brother's body is incomplete. Why am I so weak? You scoundrel, why are you still alive?" A pale blue chakra surged forth, breaking through the towering trees, morphing into a formidable skeletal figure. The 3 of them exchanged glances, recognizing the manifestation of Susanoo, a power possessed by the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. Simultaneously, they recoiled, fully aware of Susanoo's might. Tobi, too, was taken aback. How could Uchiha Kazushin still possess such strength? Despite his injuries, the resilience of a Mangeki Sharingan wielder was formidable. Clenching his teeth, Tobi turned to Tsubaki Kamatsu, instructing her to set up a sealing barrier. We cannot allow this Uchiha's aura to leak out, otherwise, the Uchiha clan will uncover everything that has transpired here. Tsubaki Kamatsu and Mito Gate's expressions grew tense. They understood the gravity of their situation. If the Uchiha clan learned of these events, dire consequences would follow. Nodding in agreement, they quickly employed their most powerful sealing techniques, aiming to obscure all chakra sensing. As for this brat, leave him to me, Tobi declared, a newfound confidence surging within him. Theoretically, he possessed more lives than a cat. I shall see how long you can endure. The skeletal Susanoo roared, its claws lunging towards Tobi. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazushin, consumed by desperation, recklessly drained his chakra and the power of his Mangeki Sharingan, summoning Susanoo far beyond his current capabilities. The earth trembled as Susanoo's claws ensnared Tobi's form, then crushed it mercilessly. Die, die. At this moment, Uchiha Kazushin's consciousness blurred, driven solely by instinct as he unleashed his abilities, unaware that the Tobi he gripped was merely an illusion. Another minute passed, and the Sharingan on Tobi's right arm closed once more. Yet, Uchiha Kazushin could finally bear no more. The pale blue Susanoo vanished, leaving him helpless on the ground. Tobi's excitement swelled. He prepared to extract Kazushin's Mangeki Sharingan, a long-desired prize. But suddenly, his expression shifted to one of horror. An overwhelming chakra surged from the outside, imbued with intense fury and terror, causing Tobi's legs to tremble involuntarily, and he knelt. The menacing chakra presence descended, shattering the barrier erected by Tsubaki Kamatsu and Mito Gaten. Their faces paled as they stumbled backward, suddenly sensing an overwhelming threat. What do you intend to do? We are elders of Konoha, disciples of the former Hokage. They were stricken with fear, feeling their bodies rendered immobile, helplessly gazing at the formidable figure before them. Uchiha Shin, cold-eyed, fixed his gaze upon them. His 3 Tomo Sharingan froze their forms, fingers igniting with dazzling lightning. Way of Destruction Number 4, Byakurai. The lightning pierced the bodies of the 2 Konoha elders, causing them to explode into fragments. 2 members of Konoha's F4, once part of the decision-making elite, were now slain. This would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Konoha. Faced with the death of longtime companions, Tobi did not hesitate to flee. However, he suddenly felt a powerful pull on his body. Shockwave command. As he sensed the draw, Tobi observed Uchiha Shin gathering a colossal amount of energy in his hands. This energy was terrifying enough to obliterate anything. At that moment, Uchiha Shin, with his right hand concentrated on destructive force, held the unconscious Uchiha Kazushin in his left hand, feeding him a healing pill. Kazushin's injuries began to mend, yet he remained unconscious. He had expended an immense amount of Manjiki Sharingan's ocular techniques, a toll that the healing pill could not replenish. Uchiha Shin set Kazushin aside, directing the shockwave towards Tobi. The tremendous force obliterated Tobi's form, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Uchiha Shin did not cease his onslaught. Heavenly Prison of Lightning. Countless bolts of lightning descended, turning the remaining root ninjas to ash, leading to the complete annihilation of the root organization. The commotion had long since attracted the attention of Konoha, drawing the gaze of many prominent figures. The noble clans of Konoha began seeking information, gasping in disbelief. The root and the Uchiha clan have clashed? Meanwhile, the third Hokage awoke in alarm during the night, drenched in cold sweat, hastily rushing towards the root. At this moment, Uchiha Shin and Appo's gaze fixed on a particular direction. You scoundrel, you have dared to steal the Izanagi of my Uchiha clan. But how long can you endure? Being not of the Uchiha? In the original timeline, aside from Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, no other Uchiha had ever utilized Izanagi. Even Uchiha Itachi was only aware of Izanami, the technique that counters Izanagi. On the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, no Uchiha had employed this forbidden technique. After Uchiha Shin's ascension, Uchiha Fugaku had explicitly informed him that the forbidden technique Izanagi had long been stolen. Now, there was no record of this forbidden technique within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Tobi's figure re-emerged. Fear flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by exhilaration. Uchiha Shin, no matter how powerful you are, I shall not perish this day. One of the Sharingan on his arm had gone blind once more, but while Izanagi lasted, he was an immortal entity. Chapter 83. A Fated Destiny. Uchiha Shinichi's might at this moment. Danzo possessed 7 complete Sharingan, each granting him 1 minute of invincibility. This meant that for 7 minutes, he was utterly unbeatable. Ha ha ha. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, you must have deduced the ninjutsu I am employing. Indeed, it is the ultimate technique of your Uchiha lineage, Izanagi. How ironic it is that I wield your clan's forbidden jutsu against you. Danzo's acquisition of Izanagi stemmed from the legacy of the second Hokage. Following the Valley of the End battle, the body of Uchiha Madara had been collected by the second Hokage for research. However, just days later, Senju Tobirama was horrified to find that the body had vanished. He speculated that Uchiha Madara might still be alive. His thoughts immediately turned to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. To confirm his suspicions, he secretly ventured to the Uchiha clan and stole the forbidden jutsu for study. Unfortunately, he never discovered Madara's whereabouts before his own demise. As the users of Izanagi gradually perished and others developed Izanami, the forbidden technique faded into obscurity. Yet now, Shimura Danzo had revived it. A large contingent from the Uchiha clan and others from Konoha had arrived, their faces a mixture of horror and disbelief. The root had been utterly obliterated. What had transpired? And what was Izanagi? Some members of the Uchiha clan displayed expressions of dismay, as they clearly understood the implications of their clan and Appo's forbidden jutsu. Damn it, this is troubling. How could Danzo have obtained Izanagi? The jutsu had long been lost to our clan. During the duration of Izanagi, Danzo was invincible. Even Uchiha Shinichi would struggle to defeat him within this time frame, unless someone paid a price to utilize Izanami. Yet Uchiha Chiya merely sneered. Even if Danzo is invincible for these few minutes, what happens afterward? He is still destined to die? Chiya activated his Manjiki Sharingan, using its power to fix the distance between himself and Danzo. However, he soon felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed that the power of his Manjiki Sharingan was being negated by Danzo's Izanagi. During the duration of Izanagi, he could not mark his distance from Danzo. No, it was not that he couldn't mark it. It simply had no effect during this time. No matter, he thought, in a few minutes, you will still fall victim to my ability. In Chiya's mind, there was no way Shinichi lacked a means to counter Izanagi. He feared that there would be no need to wait for those few minutes. Danzo, observing the ever-growing number of onlookers, felt a rising urge to retreat. He needed to escape Uchiha Shinichi and Appo's pursuit within the 7 minutes. Otherwise, he too would meet his end after the duration of Izanagi. To be more cautious, he activated Izanagi again before the first one ended, fearing that Shinichi might strike him down in the interim. This decision meant that his invincibility would not last the full 7 minutes. He resolved to defect to the Akatsuki organization. Little did Danzo know, if he truly joined the Akatsuki, he would likely meet a grim fate. The leader of the Akatsuki harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. Uchiha Shinichi, you little brat. I shall never forgive you. Danzo turned to flee, feeling invulnerable during the duration of Izanagi. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to Danzo's escape. Was he planning to wait until Izanagi's duration ended to capture Danzo? At this moment, the third Hokage arrived. Horrified to see the destruction of Root and the lifeless bodies of Tsunade and Mido, his spirit suffered a tremendous blow. Uchiha Shinichi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have slain Konoha's elders. Do you intend to kill me, your Hokage, as well? The third Hokage's agitation startled the gathered villagers. It was then that they realized 2 Konoha elders had been murdered by Uchiha Shinichi, and Danzo might soon share their fate. This Uchiha clan leader truly seemed poised to upend everything. Uchiha Shinichi coldly regarded the third Hokage, articulating, Danzo and his minions have imprisoned my Uchiha clan, trampling upon the dignity of my people. What do you propose we do? As he spoke, the air around them grew colder, and all present could sense Shinichi's wrath. The third Hokage, overwhelmed by his aura, gritted his teeth. Even if they are guilty, you have no right to administer justice. Before he could finish, Uchiha Shinichi suddenly smiled. Hokage, do you truly believe my temperament is so mild? In that moment, Uchiha Shinichi resembled a chaotic neutral boss in a game. He did not wish to commit acts of cruelty, but that did not preclude him from doing so. As they beheld his smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered, suddenly recalling an undeniable truth. This powerful ninja was revered in the shinobi world. To Uchiha Shinichi, eliminating them was as effortless as slaughtering chickens, though they remained blissfully unaware. The third Hokage dared not speak further, and others fell into stunned silence. It was their first glimpse of Uchiha Shinichi's fury. He declared decisively, 3 days from now, I shall publicly execute Danzo. I will expose all his crimes, ensuring that everyone is left in no doubt. From Shinichi's words, all present sensed his unwavering resolve. This was not merely a matter of killing. It was a matter of heart and soul. Yet now, Danzo had vanished without a trace. Could they even apprehend him? Lord Shinichi, my abilities seem ineffective against Danzo at this moment, Uchiha Chiyo admitted, still feeling that his Manjiki Sharingan's power was shielded by Izanagi. Uchiha Shinichi surveyed his surroundings and noticed that aside from the Uchiha clan, everyone else had retreated. They hurried to relay the news to their respective families, perhaps heralding a significant change for Konoha. The orchestrator of this transformation was none other than the fearsome Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Shinichi. Izanagi could, for a limited time, reverse all unfavorable factors for the caster. Yet Danzo could not unleash Izanagi's full potential. Uchiha Shinichi sneered, this level of Izanagi is trivial. I possess numerous means to counter it. Chapter 84. The manufactured subspace. Danzo's demise Izanagi, at best, could only be wielded through the Sharingan. The ninjutsu executed via the Sharingan inevitably consumed its ocular power. Uchiha Toshiya suddenly realized that Uchiha Shin and Appo's eyes had transformed once again into the Manjiki Sharingan. Subsequently, his right eye flickered incessantly, enveloping Uchiha Toshiya within its grasp. In an instant, they vanished from their original location, and upon reappearing, Uchiha Toshiya marveled at the sensation of traversing a tunnel through time and space. Where are we? As the two of them steadied their minds, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. A seemingly endless road stretched before them, flanked by a myriad of flora, and in the distant background loomed towering mountains that pierced the clouds. Uchiha Shin calmly remarked, this is a spatial prison I have created using time and space. Here, the flow of time and space is entirely under my control. Those trapped within will eternally run along this path unless their ocular prowess surpasses mine. You might consider this spatial prison as my subspace. This was Uchiha Shin's development of the spatial capabilities of his right eye following the activation of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, his subspace appeared devoid of life, seemingly less potent than Obito's Kamui. However, within this subspace, he enjoyed an almost invincible status, as he could manipulate the time and space at will. Yet, as the host, he could not remain in the subspace for extended periods. Each activation of the subspace meant a significant expenditure of chakra. Even with Uchiha Shin's current reserves, he could only linger there for mere minutes. Uchiha Toshiya was taken aback. Could the Manjiki Sharingan truly accomplish such feats? Suddenly, a grave realization struck him. Soon, he heard the sound of labored breathing. Shimura Danzo, panic etched on his face, sprinted toward them from the end of the road. He had initially intended to escape Konoha, but, amidst his flight, found himself on an unfamiliar path. This road seemed infinite, devoid of any vitality. Danzo initially suspected he had fallen under an illusion, but soon recognized something was amiss. In his Izanagi state, he could automatically nullify detrimental factors. How could he fall victim to another Indappo's genjutsu? Yet, the unfolding events filled him with despair. As time wore on, the duration of Izanagi continued to diminish. At this moment, only one of the Sharingan on his arm remained open. Ahead, he finally discerned two figures. A look of hatred crossed Danzo's face. Uchiha Shin, is this your doing? At the instant Danzo attempted to flee, he had unwittingly succumbed to Uchiha Shin's ocular technique. While Izanagi could transfer all unfavorable states, it was evident that entering Uchiha Shin's subspace was not classified as such. It was akin to crossing a regular street. He had merely transitioned to another realm. Consequently, after spending mere minutes within the subspace, Danzo's Izanagi was nearly depleted. His hand stretched desperately toward Uchiha Shin and Toshiya. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Danzo collapsed to the ground. The cells of the first Hokage within him surged with vitality, becoming frenzied. A scream escaped Danzo's lips as his right arm swelled uncontrollably. With the suppression of the Sharingan lifted, Danzo was immediately subjected to the backlash from the cells of Hashirama. What is happening? Uchiha Toshiya gazed at the anguished Danzo, baffled. These are the cells of the first Hokage, designed to mitigate the side effects of the Sharingan. Uchiha Shin declared, stepping forward to sever Danzo's right side. With the majority of the Hashirama cells eradicated, Danzo, though gravely injured, ceased to suffer further harm. Uchiha Shin then skillfully amalgamated the remaining first Hokage cells and directly implanted them into Uchiha Toshiya and the unconscious Uchiha Kazahana. In an instant, Uchiha Toshiya grasped Uchiha Shin's intentions. He was preparing to alleviate the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan for them. Lord Shin, what about yourself? Uchiha Shin smiled faintly. Employing medical ninjutsu on par with the Sannin to adeptly transplant some of the Hashirama cells into their bodies. Uchiha Toshiya soon realized he had overly worried. Despite Lord Shin's frequent use of his abilities, he did not exhibit any signs of discomfort in his eyes, indicating he had long since overcome the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan through alternative means. In other words, he had no need for Hashirama cells. Such a level of would-release vitality would enable the prolonged use of his Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Toshiya felt the persistent pain caused by the Manjiki Sharingan gradually dissipate. Moreover, he sensed he could utilize its powers for an extended period without suffering backlash. The Hashirama cells were indeed formidable. Just then, the unconscious Uchiha Kazahana began to awaken. Previously, he had been healed by Uchiha Shin, but the ocular power he expended through the frequent use of his Manjiki Sharingan could not be replenished. At that moment, bolstered by the Hashirama cells, Uchiha Kazahana returned to his peak condition. Lord Shin, was it you who saved me? Uchiha Kazahana expressed immense gratitude toward Uchiha Shin. Yet, he soon fell into sorrow. If given the choice, he would have preferred never to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, for it signified the loss of loved ones. His face contorted with hatred as he glared at Shimura Danzo, his murderous intent intensifying. However, Uchiha Kazahana quickly restrained himself. He believed Uchiha Shin would undoubtedly not spare Danzo. Over the ensuing days, let Danzo languish within the spatial prison, enduring torment. Once I gather all the evidence against him, I will publicly execute him in Konoha, ensuring he shall never rise again in life or death. Uchiha Shin activated his abilities once more, exiting the subspace alongside Uchiha Toshiya and Uchiha Kazahana. The three of them reappeared at the root's base. At this moment, only members of the Uchiha clan remained present. Uchiha Shin issued a directive, from now on, gather all incriminating evidence against Root. As for the other members of Root, imprison them within the Uchiha Guard. Those involved in the Uchiha clan's human experimentation shall be executed on the spot. All members of the Uchiha clan felt invigorated. Once, they had not dared to offend Danzo and Root. Yet now, thanks to Uchiha Shin's presence, even the annihilation of Root before the Hokage had become a reality. At that moment, Uchiha Kazahana sorrowfully gazed at the lifeless body of his younger brother, still unable to find closure. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin's gaze shifted toward them. In his line of sight, a spirit stood beside Uchiha Kazahana, none other than his brother, Uchiha Hikari. In the world of shinobi, all spirits must return to the Pure Land. Generally, an ordinary person's spirit could only be seen under special circumstances, such as through the spiritualization technique or the Shiki F gene. Possessing the abilities of the Shinigami, Uchiha Shin could naturally perceive the spirits of the deceased. At that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 85. A tenfold enhancement of physical and mental abilities under the gaze of the Sage of Six Paths. Suddenly, a hand rested on Uchiha Fukon's shoulder. Turning around, he beheld the visage of Uchiha Shinichi. If there were a chance to resurrect your brother, would you embrace it? A wave of emptiness washed over Uchiha Fukon's mind. Could such a feat as returning from the dead truly be within reach? The other Uchiha clan members stood in stunned silence, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they gazed at Uchiha Shinichi. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Shinichi directed his attention towards the ethereal form of Uchiha Hokage. At that moment, the latter seemed dazed, his body radiating light as it was on the verge of ascending to the Pure Land. Suddenly, a flash of light surged towards Uchiha Hokage, abruptly snapping his consciousness back to reality. He was Uchiha Hokage, a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Within his mind, he felt an inexplicable summoning, an echo of a blade. Uchiha Hokage, accept the power of the Shinigami. Outside, Uchiha Shinichi unsheathed his sword, the Ice Wheel, channeling the essence of the Shinigami into Uchiha Hokage's spirit. In an instant, Uchiha Hokage's ethereal form expanded, contracted, and then expanded once more. It was at this moment, when his spirit reached a certain magnitude, that all present witnessed Uchiha Hokage's corporeal body. Uchiha Fukon, in particular, felt a surge of exhilaration. However, Uchiha Hokage was racked with anguish, seemingly unable to bear the weight of the Shinigami's power. Uchiha Shinichi's expression grew grave. Hokage, think of your brother, your family. Carefully attune yourself to that power within, and draw forth your own Zanpakuto. Amidst his torment, Uchiha Hokage felt the image of that blade becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. Then, through the strength of his will, the sword materialized in his spiritual grasp. It is you, Hkaze. My Zanpakuto is named Hkaze, a colossal crimson blade, taller than a man, manifested before Uchiha Hokage. Simultaneously, his entire spirit stabilized, fully materializing in the realm of reality. Uchiha Hokage knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. I thank you, Lord Shinichi, for granting me a new life. At this moment, his mind brimmed with knowledge of the Shinigami, including the mastery of the Zanpakuto and the use of Kido. All of this was bestowed upon him by Uchiha Shinichi. To think that Lord Shinichi was, in fact, a Shinigami. The other clan members, now coming to their senses, erupted in astonishment. Could it truly be possible to revive the dead? What a miraculous feat. Lord Shinichi was indeed fearsome. Uchiha Fukon rushed forward to embrace his brother, scarcely believing his own eyes. Then, all attention returned to Uchiha Shinichi, as it appeared there was nothing beyond his capabilities. In a brief span, the Uchiha clan had contributed an astounding 30,000 points of prestige to Uchiha Shinichi. He couldn't help but reflect on the reliability of his kin. More significantly, Uchiha Shinichi received an extraordinary prompt in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a Shinigami. Your physical and mental limits have expanded tenfold. In an imperceptible manner, Uchiha Shinichi sensed an expansion of his cerebral domain. The chakra pathways throughout his body began to draw in energy from the outside world like a vacuum. He had crossed yet another threshold. Now, even in the face of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, he felt no fear. Uchiha Shinichi's spirit soared. Hokage, though you are now a Shinigami, you remain fundamentally a spiritual entity. Should your spirit perish, you shall face permanent death in the ninja world. His words left everyone perplexed. Did this imply that as long as the spirit endured, resurrection in the ninja world was attainable? Uchiha Shinichi chuckled softly. In truth, within the ninja world, there existed no such thing as absolute death. The rebirth technique of the Rinnegan could flawlessly resurrect anyone. Even the techniques of reincarnation developed by ordinary individuals could achieve revival through a one-for-one exchange. The ultimate truth was that all deceased ninjas had their souls residing in the Pure Land, and the Pure Land belonged to the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, at this juncture, the sage's consciousness must have taken note of him, unbeknownst to Uchiha Shinichi, in a distant and unfamiliar realm. The consciousness of the Sage of Six Paths observed Konoha village. This descendant was not a reincarnation of Indra, yet how could he possess such strength? The sage's consciousness was equally astonished by Uchiha Shinichi's power, far exceeding his expectations. More critically, This individual possessed a unique ability to usurp his dominion over the spiritual entities within the ninja world. What was the meaning of this? Was it a regression to ancestral traits? The Uchiha clan was indeed a lineage of the Otsutsuki clan, since all chakra in the ninja world originated from the Otsutsuki clan. The sage naturally assumed that Uchiha Shinichi had awakened the bloodline of his ancestors. From his mother, he had learned that the Otsutsuki clan possessed a myriad of abilities. The emergence of a variable like Uchiha Shinichi was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, this occurrence was not what he wished to witness. One Uchiha Madara was already a source of great concern. Adding Uchiha Shinichi to the mix made him wonder what the ninja world would become. Regrettably, the Sage of Six Paths was merely a fragment of consciousness, lacking substantial power. He could only silently observe Uchiha Shinichi. The following day, Konoha and the entire ninja world erupted in a frenzy. The Uchiha clan had obliterated the roots of Konoha village, seizing control of all territories. The leader, Shimura Danzo, was to be publicly executed in 3 days. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja nations, there had never been a case of high-ranking officials within a village being openly executed. The entire ninja world transformed into a spectacle, with many preparing to flock to Konoha to witness the event. In an instant, the population within Konoha surged. Quickly, apprehend the thief. Someone is peering into the women's bath. With the sound of screams, a white-haired middle-aged man was ejected from the bathhouse. Rubbing his forehead, he exclaimed, "Honestly, is this how you all welcome Lord Jiraiya?" Suddenly, he sensed a crowd had gathered around him. It was indeed the esteemed Lord Jiraiya. Why must he engage in such underhanded antics? Uchiha Chiya smirked coldly. "Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin, you must accompany us." Just moments ago, the Uchiha security team received a tip-off regarding certain unsavory behaviors. Coincidentally, Uchiha Chiya happened to be nearby and came to investigate, only to encounter the recently returned Jiraiya. Upon seeing Uchiha Chiya, Jiraiya's expression hardened. "What a formidable youth! Are you the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi?" Recognizing such strength, Jiraiya easily connected him to the name he had frequently heard recently, the one who had slain his comrade, Orochimaru. Uchiha Chiya shook his head. "I am merely one of Lord Shinichi's subordinates. Please, do not misunderstand, Lord Jiraiya." He gestured to his companions. "My apologies, Lord Jiraiya, but we must take you to the Uchiha security team to clarify your recent actions." Chapter 86. Jiraiya returns to the village. The powerful Uchiha Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that such a formidable young individual was merely one of Uchiha Shin's subordinates. One could only imagine how powerful the true Uchiha Shin must be. However, Jiraiya's demeanor soon relaxed. He playfully made a face at Uchiha Chiya, exclaiming, "You little fool, I've spied on countless individuals and have never been caught." With that, he dashed away in a flash. Uchiha Chiya and Appo's expression darkened. Jiraiya truly lived up to the legends of his eccentricity. Nevertheless, since he had encountered Jiraiya, even the smallest matters could not disrupt the established rules. This was a regulation set forth by Uchiha Shin, one that all members of the Uchiha clan adhered to. Once again opening his eyes, Uchiha Chiya swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Now equipped with wood-release cells, he had significantly mitigated the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, allowing him to utilize his abilities without hesitation. At that moment, Jiraiya sprinted forward, his mind racing with thoughts. Upon returning to Konoha, his first order of business was undoubtedly to investigate the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru's demise. However, it was evident that the evidence presented by the Uchiha clan was exceedingly comprehensive. Even if some aspects were exaggerated, it clearly indicated that Orochimaru had indeed conducted human experiments within the village and had captured its ninjas. This revelation pained Jiraiya deeply. He could scarcely believe that a partner of several decades had devolved into such a being. Thus, even though Uchiha Shin had severed his ties, Jiraiya harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Were he in Shin's position, he might have personally dealt with Orochimaru, for his love for Konoha was genuine. His second concern was to take in the child of Minato Namikaze, intending to personally guide him. Initially, he had hoped for Minato's child to enjoy a blissful childhood in Konoha, especially with the protection of the third Hokage. However, upon returning to the village, he learned the child's true plight. Everyone knew he was the Nine-Tails Fox, and his childhood had been nothing short of tragic. The one responsible for this, without a doubt, was his teacher, the third Hokage. Who else would disclose the identity of the Jinchuriki to the entire village? The people of Konoha only recognized the child as the nine-tails fox that had brought ruin upon their families, oblivious to the fact that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At this moment, Jiraiya could easily surmise that it was all a deliberate act orchestrated by the third Hokage. If only the child could receive a glimmer of hope from the third Hokage, he would surely feel a sense of gratitude, thereby fostering a dependency on the Hokage. His teacher sought to retain the nine-tails Jinchuriki firmly in his grasp. Reflecting on Danzo Shimura's actions, Jiraiya realized that Konoha was no longer the village he once remembered. Perhaps the individuals he had once revered had all become corrupted. Jiraiya was reluctant to indulge in malevolent conjectures, yet the truth may indeed align with this notion. "Teacher, have you changed as well?" Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Lord Jiraiya, please do not make this difficult for me. Accompany me back to the Uchiha security team to record a statement." Startled, Jiraiya turned to find a young Uchiha clan member trailing not far behind him. The boy's eyes gleamed with the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. However, possessing merely a Mangekyou Sharingan was insufficient to intimidate Jiraiya. "If you have skills, then pursue me if you can." Jiraiya revved up his speed and dashed away once more. Yet, no matter which direction he took, the Uchiha boy always seemed to be able to track him effortlessly. In that moment, Jiraiya gleaned a crucial piece of information. The boy possessed a capability that compressed the distance between himself and his adversary, making it apparent that escape would be challenging. This was the power inherent to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Of course, Jiraiya had the means to evade, such as with the reverse summoning technique. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. His true intention was to meet the individual behind the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, I concede. I and Appos, LL accompany you to the Uchiha security team." Uchiha Chiya let out a sigh of relief, though his strength had significantly increased. He recalled Uchiha Shin once stating that among the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya was indeed the strongest. Moreover, it was said that Jiraiya had profound connections with the Mount Maiboku, one of the three great sage regions, which made Uchiha Chiya regard him with great respect. After recording his statement at the Uchiha security team, Uchiha Chiya inquired, "May I meet the leader of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Chiya's demeanor hardened. "Are you seeking revenge against Orochimaru?" Jiraiya chuckled softly. "Of course not. Orochimaru got what he deserved. The Uchiha clan's actions in disposing of Orochimaru are entirely justified. What reason would I have to oppose the ninjas of Konoha?" Jiraiya's words caused Uchiha Chiya to regard him with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage's disciple would remain so principled. Nodding, he replied, "I can inform them on your behalf." Just then, several masked Umbu ninjas appeared. Naturally, they had long been detected by both Uchiha Chiya and Jiraiya. They respectfully addressed Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage urgently requests your presence. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately." However, Uchiha Chiya emanated a formidable aura. "Lord Jiraiya must first accompany me to the Uchiha security team. Do you have any objections?" The Umbu members felt a chill run down their spines, momentarily silenced. Jiraiya squinted, taken aback by the extent of the Uchiha clan's influence. They seemed to regard even the Hokage's direct Umbu with disdain. "In that case, I shall first visit the Uchiha security team, and afterward, I will see my teacher." The Umbu dared not utter another word, merely watching the two depart before returning to report to the third Hokage. Within the Uchiha security team, after Jiraiya recorded his statement, he surveyed the room and noticed a plethora of tightly packed evidence. "The 10 major crimes of Root?" Uchiha Chiya explained. "These are the pieces of evidence collected by the Uchiha security team over the past few days. Lord Jiraiya is welcome to review them. They are all genuine." Jiraiya trembled, scarcely able to believe the extent of the atrocities committed by the Root ninjas. While he was aware that Root dealt with some exceedingly dark matters, he had not anticipated that so many involved Konoha ninjas themselves. For instance, spreading rumors that led to the suicide of the White Fang of Konoha, collaborating with other ninja villages during wartime to eliminate members of the Uchiha clan, utilizing Konoha ninjas for human experimentation. Each piece of evidence left Jiraiya in disbelief. Danzo Shimura, in pursuit of his own interests, seemed willing to commit any act. Yet, whenever Konoha faced a significant crisis, the Root ninjas mysteriously vanished. For example, during the Great Ninja War, or during the Nine-Tails incident, this Shimura truly deserved the most severe of punishments. "I heard that Lord Jiraiya has returned. It has indeed been a long time." A voice called out, prompting Uchiha Chiya and the others to display a respectful demeanor. Jiraiya hurriedly turned to acknowledge the newcomer. Chapter 87, Jiraiya and Appo's choice. A voice roused Jiraiya from his reverie. He abruptly lifted his head and beheld a somewhat familiar figure. Are you Uchiha Shinichi? Memories began to resurface. He had once witnessed his disciple, Minato Namikaze, selecting a student. At that time, 2 children from the Uchiha clan were engaged in a duel, one of whom was indeed Uchiha Shinichi. However, Minato ultimately chose the unremarkable Uchiha Obito instead of the exceptionally talented Shinichi. Jiraiya could not help but let out a bitter smile, realizing that both he and Minato had misjudged the situation. Who would have thought that Shinichi would ascend to the position of clan leader at such a tender age? Moreover, his prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Even in this initial encounter, Jiraiya felt a pressure reminiscent of his encounters with the great sage of the Toads. No, it was even more formidable. It was no wonder he could eliminate Orochimaru. Uchiha Shinichi was indeed a terrifying presence. Shinichi smiled calmly. Were it not for his own transmigration, the original Uchiha Shinichi would surely have paled in comparison to Uchiha Obito. In a certain light, the 4th Hokage had a discerning eye, yet he had not anticipated that this disciple would ultimately lead to his family's downfall. Lord Jiraiya, have you returned to thwart my ascension to the Hokage position? Uchiha Shinichi asked directly. Regardless of the needs of the Uchiha clan or the completion of his system task, he was determined to become the 5th Hokage. If Jiraiya truly sought to obstruct him, Shinichi would not hold back. However, at this moment, Jiraiya gazed intently at Uchiha Shinichi and posed a singular question. Uchiha Shinichi, will you remain a Leaf Village ninja in the future? Shinichi replied with a serene smile. Of course, not only am I a Leaf ninja, but the entire Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha. We, the Uchiha clan, will contribute to the future of the Leaf without a doubt. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Shinichi, then suddenly broke into a smile. You little rascal. I have high hopes for you. He then laughed heartily, waving goodbye to those from the Uchiha clan. Shinichi understood Jiraiya's underlying concern. He feared that the Uchiha clan, once in power, might inflict catastrophic harm upon Konoha. Yet, having witnessed Shinichi's determination, Jiraiya had come to his own conclusions. Perhaps the current Uchiha clan was indeed more suited to wield authority over Konoha. Uchiha Chiya remarked, Lord Jiraiya is truly a pure-hearted individual, genuinely striving for the betterment of Konoha, unlike the 3rd Hokage and his ilk. Shinichi nodded and then turned his attention to the evidence collected by the Uchiha Guard. The execution of Danzo was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but the incriminating evidence could be released now. It was imperative to make it known that the Uchiha clan had always adhered to reason, rather than indulging in indiscriminate slaughter. Adhering to reason? Uchiha Chiya and others exchanged perplexed glances, finding Shinichi's words rather humorous. In the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage smashed the table in frustration. He felt increasingly burdened by the responsibilities of his position. The elite Umbu, directly under the Hokage, had been unable to suppress the once mighty Uchiha police force. Yet, he could not vent his anger on his subordinates. Many were ninjas from prominent families within Konoha, and they might be secretly colluding with the Uchiha clan. How had things spiraled to this point? After decades as Hokage, he never imagined he would find himself in such a passive position. Hokage-sama, Lord Jiraiya has returned. The 3rd Hokage's expression brightened, and he hurried to greet him. Upon seeing the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had expected his mentor to appear increasingly aged, but he seemed in remarkably good condition. Unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen Sarutobi had restored his strength to its peak by transplanting the 1st Hokage's cells, and he possessed a Sharingan as well. Jiraiya, you have finally returned. With so many significant events transpiring in the village, were you unaware? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Teacher, how much do you know about Orochimaru and Danzo? He scrutinized the 3rd Hokage, attempting to glean information from his demeanor. Yet, Hiruzen, ever the cunning strategist, quickly donned a mask of sorrow. They have betrayed me in such grave matters. I am deeply disappointed. Although Jiraiya could not discern any discrepancies in Hiruzen's expression, he had obtained the answers he sought. As the Hokage's teacher, how could he possibly be ignorant of Orochimaru and Danzo's actions? After all, he had once wielded true power as Hokage. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage finally articulated his intention. Jiraiya, I intend to nominate you as the 5th Hokage. What are your thoughts? With the incidents involving Orochimaru and Danzo, His inner circle had been decimated. Now, aside from the Sarutobi and Nara clans, the other prominent families of Konoha were overtly supporting the Uchiha clan. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire had sent letters inquiring about his health, subtly implying that Hiruzen Sarutobi was too old and needed to step aside for the next generation. This was a clear indication that he was being urged to relinquish his position as Hokage. Thus, Jiraiya's return offered Hiruzen a glimmer of hope. His disciple had achieved remarkable feats for Konoha, playing an indelible role in both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. If anyone could potentially restrain the current Uchiha Shinichi, it would be Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya fell into silence. After a pause, he finally spoke. "Teacher, I believe Uchiha Shinichi becoming Hokage would also be a fine choice. You should let it go." Hiruzen stared at Jiraiya in disbelief. Was even his own disciple beginning to turn against him? "What nonsense are you speaking? He is a member of the Uchiha clan. You do not understand the Uchiha clan." Jiraiya interrupted. "Teacher, my purpose in returning this time is to take Minato's child and raise him myself. I will be leaving the village in a few days. I hope you take care." Was this a farewell to his mentor? The third Hokage's expression grew cold. He realized that the current Jiraiya would not heed his wishes. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he could not allow Jiraiya to take Naruto out of the village. Jiraiya frowned. He is not merely the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He is the child of Minato and Kushina. He is my grand disciple, my junior. Yet, the third Hokage remained steadfast. In his plans, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was a crucial element. He could not permit Jiraiya to take Naruto out of the village. Jiraiya felt utterly disillusioned. He never expected that the person he had respected throughout his life would ultimately lose himself to the lure of power. He declared, "If you, as Hokage, refuse to grant permission, then I shall seek the approval of the next Hokage." Hiruzen's expression turned ashen. The Manjiki Sharingan belonging to Shisui twitched with anticipation. Yet in the end, the third Hokage chose to temporarily relent. He did not wish to employ Kotoamatsukami against Jiraiya unless absolutely necessary. The primary reason was that he sensed the cooldown period for Kotoamatsukami was still slightly insufficient. With the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the cooldown had been significantly reduced to merely 1 month. Having nearly reached that time since its last use against Uchiha Itachi, the moment was approaching. Chapter 88. Abdication and the schemes of the third Hokage as the heinous deeds of the Uchiha clan were unveiled. A wave of shock swept through the ranks of Konoha shinobi. Is this what the Konoha elders have become? While we fought valiantly on the front lines, they conspired with other villages. I wholeheartedly support Lord Shin Uchiha's call for public execution. The outcry was palpable, and many began to harbor ill feelings towards the third Hokage. His disciple, Orochimaru, and his ally, Danzo Shimura, were undeniably vile individuals. Could the third Hokage truly have been oblivious to their actions, given their close association? This question lingered in the hearts of many. Soon, the third Hokage felt the immense pressure mounting from within Konoha. The calls for his resignation grew louder. Crowds gathered before the Hokage building, demanding his departure. This was not a mere ploy orchestrated by Shin Uchiha. Rather, it was the collective will of Konoha's esteemed clans and the overwhelming majority of shinobi. They yearned for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to relinquish his position, believing that a powerful figure like Shin Uchiha would better serve their interests and provide a sense of security. Moreover, they possessed concrete evidence of Shin Uchiha and Appo's unique abilities to produce formidable warriors. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not have been able to stand unrivaled, opposing an entire village. Thus, they longed for Shin Uchiha to bestow upon them such strength. Through inquiries into the Uchiha clan, they realized that aiding Shin Uchiha in becoming the 5th Hokage was a plausible endeavor. The shinobi of Konoha burned with fervor. Who would not wish to enhance their own power? And Shin Uchiha possessed just that capability. 3 days later, Shin Uchiha released Danzo from his spatial confinement. At that moment, Danzo was barely clinging to life, having endured months within the spatial prison, where Shin Uchiha had manipulated the flow of time. Without the sustenance provided by Shin Uchiha, he would not have survived. Yet, even Shin Uchiha could not help but admire Danzo's tenacity. He had anticipated that Danzo would succumb to despair and choose death. But the man's will to live had proved stronger than all else, enabling him to endure despite his grievous injuries. However, he now lay on the brink of death. The crowd gazed upon the once mighty elder of Konoha, now reduced to such a state, and murmurs of disbelief filled the air. But as the Uchiha clan recounted Danzo's transgressions, the audience was once again consumed by rage. Hang him. He is a disgrace to Konoha. My father was murdered by him. Danzo deserves to die. What of the third Hokage? Could he truly have been unaware? Did he not tacitly approve of these actions? All eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had chosen to witness the public execution, leaving many puzzled by his intentions. The third Hokage sat motionless, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, as if Danzo's fate bore no relevance to him. With a single command from Shin Uchiha, the matter concerning Danzo was resolved. Yet, the resentment of Konoha's populace did not dissipate. Driven by many hands, they redirected their ire toward the third Hokage. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire issued stern rebukes against him. The third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan found themselves under immense strain. Firstly, as the son of the third Hokage, the current head of the Anbu had been impeached, with evidence linking him to Danzo's conspiracies presented by the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, he was compelled to resign, paving the way for Kakashi Hitaki of the Hitaki clan to assume leadership. Furthermore, numerous prominent clans within Konoha accused the Sarutobi clan's J-nin of negligence during several wars, failing to fulfill their duties. Some even chose to sacrifice their comrades to save themselves. This revelation struck many deeply. The legendary Konoha White Fang had fought for his companions, yet here they were, betrayed and driven to suicide. In just a few days, countless accusations against the Sarutobi clan surfaced. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was merely the beginning. If he did not relinquish the Hokage position, the Uchiha clan would employ far more drastic measures, possibly leading to the annihilation of his clan. Eventually, the third Hokage could bear the pressure no longer. After several days, he announced his resignation, preparing to hand over the Hokage mantle to Shin Uchiha. The news spread through Konoha, invigorating the Uchiha clan and eliciting joy throughout the village. A strong and assertive Hokage was precisely what they had longed for. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the third Hokage slipped away from the Sarutobi clan under the cover of night. He meandered through twists and turns until he arrived at a secret laboratory. Once the domain of Orochimaru, it had evaded the scrutiny of the Uchiha clan. Now, the third Hokage had repurposed it as his own. Before him lay several corpses. It was evident that the second Hokage's development of techniques had not been in vain. Orochimaru's mastery of the impure world reincarnation was no small feat despite his claims of proficiency in 1,000 jutsu. He had only managed to grasp the technique with great difficulty. The impure world reincarnation held no effect on Shin Uchiha, but what of the Reaper Death Seal? In recent days, the third Hokage had secretly studied these forbidden techniques to bolster his own power, even learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure, he had managed to master these forbidden arts in a remarkably short period. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in determination as he swiftly formed the necessary seals. Impure world reincarnation. The sacrifice on the altar withered instantly, turning to ash, an indication of failure in his technique. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, he pressed on. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. The sacrifice transformed into the silhouette of another individual. To his astonishment, it was the deceased Danzo Shimura. The impure world reincarnation had been successfully performed. Is that you, Hiruzen? You have indeed learned the impure world reincarnation? Perhaps due to the novelty of the moment, Danzo's revival was incomplete, his expression vacant, resembling that of a mere corpse. The third Hokage gazed at his former comrade, his heart twisting with emotion. This was all due to Shin Uchiha. Danzo, I seek the Izanagi technique. Danzo had appropriated the Izanagi from the second Hokage's relics, keeping it for himself until his demise. When the Uchiha clan's forbidden art was finally revealed, Danzo suddenly spoke, "Since I am already dead, this forbidden technique is yours." However, before that, did you not notice someone following you, despite lacking sensory abilities? Startled, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to hear a disturbance behind him. Whirling around, he was met with an unexpected figure. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 89, A Fierce Battle. The third Hokage versus Uchiha Fugaku. The figure that appeared at the laboratory door was none other than the long-missed Uchiha Fugaku. This revelation astonished the third Hokage. For days, Uchiha Fugaku had been trailing him, intent on uncovering whether Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan had been taken by the third Hokage, subsequently using the Kotoamatsukami to manipulate Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's heart had found its answer. To his amusement, He thought, how unexpected that the esteemed Hokage would engage in such clandestine dealings. You utilized the Edo Tensei, summoning the remains of a Jonin from the Oil Woman clan, did you not? The sacrifices for Edo Tensei vary. Yet the third Hokage had opted for one with formidable physical prowess. Now, the third Hokage's countenance darkened. Despite having regained his peak strength, he had failed to detect Uchiha Fugaku's presence, suggesting that while Fugaku may have lost his Manjiki Sharingan, he remained a formidable adversary. However, to the third Hokage, an Uchiha without the Manjiki Sharingan was hardly worthy of his concern. Uchiha Fugaku, you tread a path to perdition. Do not blame me for what follows. The experiments conducted on the villagers must remain a secret. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the summoning beast Enma, darting towards Uchiha Fugaku at incredible speed. Simultaneously, Danzo, resurrected through Edo Tensei, encircled Fugaku from behind to prevent his escape. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku remained composed, deftly evading Enma's lethal strike. To Sarutobi's astonishment, every attack he launched was skillfully dodged by Uchiha Fugaku. How could this be? You possess no Sharingan, yet your perceptive abilities are so acute? Uchiha Fugaku smirked coldly as his body suddenly enveloped in darkness, propelling him into a burst of speed, delivering a powerful punch to Danzo, whose Edo Tensei body collapsed instantly. At that moment, Enma crashed into Fugaku's fist. Fugaku staggered but suffered no harm. This left both the third Hokage and Enma in awe. Uchiha Fugaku was capable of trading blows with Enma using sheer martial prowess? Is this the martial art developed by Uchiha Shinichi? You two have mastered it? Uchiha Fugaku chuckled coldly. Within the entire Uchiha clan, aside from Uchiha Shinichi, none could rival his mastery of haki. Whether it be armament haki or observation haki, Fugaku had refined both to a significant degree, particularly with observation haki. Even without the Manjiki Sharingan, he could compensate for its absence. At that moment, forewarned by his observation haki, he sensed an overwhelming danger. Uchiha Fugaku retreated at lightning speed, causing the third Hokage, who revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, to freeze in shock. You were able to perceive my intentions beforehand? With the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the cooldown for Kotoamatsukami had been considerably reduced, allowing its use approximately once a month. Yet for the third Hokage, each use exacted a tremendous toll, risking his life through chakra depletion. Thus, he had resolved to employ Kotoamatsukami without hesitation. However, he had not anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku would be prepared. The flaw of Kotoamatsukami lies in its required distance for activation. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had already distanced himself to safety. Despite his suspicions, he remained utterly astounded. In other words, you were the one who killed Uchiha Shisui. You truly used Kotoamatsukami on Itachi. The third Hokage remained silent, yet his murderous intent surged within. Uchiha Fugaku must perish. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, 2 additional clones appeared beside the third Hokage, dispersing at remarkable speed to encircle Uchiha Fugaku. Triangular ceiling formation. The 3 shadow clones positioned themselves in the southeast and southwest, erecting a transparent green pyramid seal. Lightning release. Thunder roar. Simultaneously, massive lightning spears erupted from the mouths of the 3 clones, sweeping toward Fugaku from a distance. Uchiha Fugaku braced himself with armament haki, rendering the lightning spears ineffective against his body. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing Uchiha Fugaku. This was the third Hokage channeling lightning release into the earth, culminating in a catastrophic blast. Fire release. Great fire technique. To ensure victory, the third Hokage supplemented his attack with a secret technique of the Sarutobi clan. Enormous flames surged forth, capable of turning everything to ashes. Yet, the third Hokage's expression soon shifted dramatically. Rising from the ground was a swirl of crimson chakra, rapidly morphing into a colossal skeletal figure. The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You possess no Manjiki Sharingan, yet you can still summon Susanoo? Uchiha Fugaku stood beneath the Susanoo, his expression grave. From the third Hokage's jutsu, he sensed immense pressure. This old man had regained his peak strength. As for Susanoo, the technique had long been imprinted in his mind. Even without the Sharingan, he could still manifest it. The palm of Susanoo enlarged suddenly, grasping toward the third Hokage. Suppressing the turmoil within, the third Hokage's gaze hardened. This level of Susanoo poses no challenge for me. Enma, prepare. The summoning beast Enma transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, which the third Hokage wielded in hand. Wind release, Rui Jingu Bang Gale. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang, causing it to spin violently and generate a fierce gale. Uchiha Fugaku, standing beneath the Susanoo, found himself unsteady, breaking free from its protection. His body, shrouded in black armament haki, remained unharmed by the tempest. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. A charged water dragon erupted from the third Hokage's mouth, hurtling toward Uchiha Fugaku. The latter, sensing imminent danger through observation haki, swiftly adjusted his angle midair. The lightning water dragon bullet struck Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder, forcing him to spit blood. The third Hokage, once the pinnacle of the ninja world, was indeed formidable. The five elements release technique was terrifying. However, before the third Hokage could follow up, he suddenly sensed another presence on the battlefield. Clapping echoed ominously. A nightmarish voice resonated in the third Hokage's ear, sending shivers down his spine. Hokage-sama, I have captured your incriminating evidence. The illustrious Hokage is planning to defect? Is Konoha to gain yet another S-rank rogue ninja? Chapter 90. The defection of the third Hokage and the deification of the body. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and was suddenly struck with astonishment. Without his knowledge, Uchiha Shinichi had appeared on the scene. It was evident that the confrontation between him and Uchiha Fugaku had been observed in its entirety by Uchiha Shinichi. Only now did he realize the shocking truth. The Hokage, like Orochimaru and Danzo Shimura, had little regard for his own kin. It seemed that another soul would soon grace the gallows. Even Uchiha Shinichi could sense the madness of the third Hokage. At such a critical juncture, he dared to conduct human experiments using the Leaf Village ninjas. Truly reckless. At that moment, the reincarnated Danzo charged with an expression of deep resentment towards Uchiha Shinichi. However, before he could draw near, the lightning at Shinichi's fingertips erupted, obliterating his entire reincarnated body, rendering him unable to recover. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Fear gripped him as he contemplated employing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Yet, under Uchiha Shinichi's watchful gaze, his body felt paralyzed. Was this the power of the Meijiki Sharingan? Despair washed over him as he comprehended that Uchiha Shinichi would not let him escape. Uchiha Fugaku approached, gazing intently at the Meijiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shinichi. Such formidable power. It seemed the legends were indeed true. Now, the entire shinobi world recognized Uchiha Shinichi's might. More importantly, he possessed a plethora of powerful abilities, seemingly unbound by the limitations of the Meijiki Sharingan. Recent battles had led some to surmise that his Meijiki Sharingan was related to the manipulation of time and space. However, discerning this was one thing. Evading and countering it was an entirely different matter. The third Hokage, in his current state, surpassed even his younger self. Yet a mere glance from Uchiha Shinichi rendered him immobile. The disparity in strength was utterly despairing. Uchiha Fugaku, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Shinichi, I have learned that Itachi was ensnared by the third Hokage's Kotoamatsukami. I knew he wouldn't be that ruthless. He was left with no choice. Uchiha Fugaku still held hope for his son, Uchiha Itachi. If the Kotoamatsukami could be lifted, perhaps Itachi could be reclaimed for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shinichi found little surprise in this revelation, though he couldn't help but chuckle at Fugaku's naivety. Was your precious son truly not ruthless? In another timeline, he had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, including you and your wife, Uchiha Mikoto, who fell by his blade. Now, merely seizing your eyes seemed merciful by comparison. The notion of reclaiming Uchiha Itachi for the clan was a fool's dream. Even if Uchiha Shinichi could lift the Kotoamatsukami, Itachi's stubborn nature would still put him at odds with Shinichi. Moreover, Uchiha Shinichi was, in many ways, a resentful individual. This man had attempted to eliminate him on multiple occasions. How could he easily forgive such treachery? Hokage-sama, it appears you shall share Danzo's fate. Uchiha Shinichi had initially intended for the third Hokage and Danzo to meet the same end. However, at that moment, the system triggered an immediate task. Ding! An immediate task has commenced. The host may choose one of the following options. 1. Kill the third Hokage within 1 minute and receive a reward of 100,000 prestige points. 2. Allow the third Hokage to escape, then kill him again within half a month to receive 50,000 prestige points and the reward of body deification. Body deification, what could that possibly mean? Special note, Body deification signifies that the host will not perish through any means, other than having their life points reduced to 0. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a possibility existed? Shinichi, allow me to end the third Hokage's life. Retrieve Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku moved forward, but to his surprise, the third Hokage's expression brightened. He could indeed utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing before their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, but soon heard Uchiha Shinichi's voice resonate. Fugaku-senpai, do you not find the defection of a Hokage rather intriguing? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku realized that Uchiha Shinichi had intentionally let the third Hokage escape. He chuckled wryly. Was Shinichi truly so capricious? Yet, upon reflecting on Uchiha Shinichi's prowess, he understood that a mere glance could incapacitate anyone. Killing the third Hokage would be a simple task for him, indifferent to whether the man lived or died. Fugaku-senpai, please summon the heads of the prominent clans in the Leaf Village. Let them witness how we shall prosecute this defector. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly found himself amused. The defection of a Hokage, what earth-shattering news this would be. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 50,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host. You have achieved body deification. Name, Uchiha Shinichi. Level 89. J-Nin is level 50. Kaguya is level 70, and 6 Paths is level 90. Life points 1,000,000. 6 Paths are above 1,000,000. Chakra points 1,000,000. 6 Paths are above 1,000,000. Skills: Dark Contract, Heavenly Lightning of the Infinite Prison, Justice Colossus. Equipment: Manjiki Sharingan, Ice Will Blade, Lava Fruit. The most immediate transformation brought by body deification was that as long as his life points did not reach 0, he would not perish. Even in combat, he would not suffer a decline in state due to exhaustion or injury. During battles, regardless of the severity of his wounds, any physical or psychological pain inflicted upon him would be significantly mitigated. Coupled with the use of the Senzu beans, he would be virtually immortal. Furthermore, weapons such as the Ice Wheel Blade and Lava Fruit became his exclusive gear. Since they were considered equipment, he could certainly equip other items. According to the feedback from his mind, his Manjiki Sharingan, his Zanpakuto, and his Devil Fruit could all be exchanged for others. Of course, they could also be stacked. This meant he could continuously equip additional Manjiki Sharingan, Zanpakuto, and Devil Fruits. In Uchiha Shinichi's hand appeared a peculiar Devil Fruit. This was the result of a silver-level lottery. An animal-type fish fruit in dragon form. This fruit, he had been reluctant to let anyone else use. But now he could equip it himself. Remarkably, he did not even need to consume the Devil Fruit. It simply fused into his body. Simultaneously, a new prompt appeared on his attribute panel. Congratulations, host, equipped fish fruit in dragon form. A vision manifested in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. Susanoo clad in the form of a dragon? Chapter 91. The first SS-class traitor in history. The actions of the Akatsuki organization soon. The prominent clans of Konoha, along with members of the Uchiha clan, arrived at the scene. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, everyone displayed expressions of shock once more. The third Hokage, during his tenure, had actually defected. Among them, the leader of the Yamanaka clan appeared particularly grim. The experimental body used by Sarutobi Hiruzen was one of their clan's elite jonin. How many elite jonin does the Yamanaka clan even possess? This third Hokage is truly deranged. Hinata Hisashi of the Hyuga clan stated directly, the third Hokage has finally revealed his true colors. Given his status, I propose we classify him as an SS-class traitor. Originally, an S-class traitor was the maximum classification, but now that they were discussing a former Hokage, Hisashi boldly suggested elevating the traitor and Appos, S rank. The clan leaders exchanged glances. It was indeed embarrassing. Even the Hokage could become a traitor? However, the pressing issue was the selection of the new Hokage. New Lord, we hope you can assume the position of Hokage swiftly. Konoha cannot remain leaderless. The resignation of the third Hokage was already a foregone conclusion, but the procedural transition would typically take 2 months. Yet now, with this unexpected turn of events, Uchiha Shinichi had to be appointed without delay, regardless of any ramifications. That night, a shocking piece of news spread from Konoha. reverberating throughout the entire shinobi world. The former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had become Konoha's first SS-class traitor. Since the establishment of the shinobi village system, there had never been a case of a Kage defecting. At this moment, Konoha was undoubtedly the subject of ridicule from all nations. However, upon hearing the name of the new Hokage, everyone glanced around, fearful of being overheard. Uchiha Shinichi, the one who had ruthlessly slain both the Four Tails and Five Tails, was set to take the position. With him in charge, the Land of Fire's Konoha would still reign supreme. In the Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization made its presence known. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi had evidently received the news long ago. Konoha was about to change its Hokage, and the candidate was their sworn enemy, Uchiha Shinichi. We can wait no longer. An opportunity has presented itself, Uchiha Itachi spoke solemnly. Assassinating Uchiha Shinichi within Konoha was unrealistic, but the third Hokage had provided them with valuable information. In 2 months, Uchiha Shinichi would assume the Hokage position and would need to travel to the Land of Fire. This was their chance. The two exchanged knowing glances, both sensing the rarity of this opportunity. Suddenly, White Zetsu emerged from an unknown location, exclaiming, "The third Hokage is here. He wishes to see you." Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Although they had some connection with the third Hokage, how could he possibly come to the Akatsuki, a traitor organization? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The third Hokage is not in Konoha? White Zetsu exaggeratedly responded. He has defected and is preparing to join our Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi found this utterly absurd. But soon they were face to face with the third Hokage, who appeared rather awkward. My apologies. I was expelled from Konoha by Uchiha Shinichi. Now we can openly conspire against him. Due to the influence of Kotoamatsukami, Uchiha Itachi still felt loyalty towards the third Hokage and did not perceive the situation as particularly ludicrous. Uchiha Obito looked skyward, feeling the absurdity of it all. He had once aspired to be Hokage, and now the Hokage had defected to join a traitor organization? The immediate consequence was that they had originally planned for 2 months of preparation. With the third Hokage's early departure, Uchiha Shinichi would undoubtedly head to the Land of Fire sooner than expected. This meant they had to act quickly. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. Since you're here, it is only fitting that I introduce you to the leader of the Akatsuki. The leader of the Akatsuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen was curious about this figure. He had once thought the powerful masked man was the leader, but later learned through Uchiha Itachi that the true leader was someone else. It was clear that the Akatsuki was filled with hidden talents. Perhaps he could leverage the Akatsuki to eliminate Uchiha Shinichi. Recalling the events of the previous night, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a shiver. Just a glance from Uchiha Shinichi had rendered him immobile. This Uchiha Shinichi was certainly not someone he could contend with alone. Have you heard? The Hokage of Konoha has defected? Ha ha ha, it's simply hilarious. In the Akatsuki, Haiden laughed heartily, finding this joke second only to his antics for the evil deity. At that moment, all members of the Akatsuki had gathered in the Rain Village, reportedly because the leader had brought in a new recruit. Then, the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen entered with a somber expression. Pain, without a trace of emotion, introduced him. This is the SS-class traitor from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he will henceforth be a member of our Akatsuki. All members of the Akatsuki wore peculiar expressions, and Haiden, who had been laughing, suddenly fell silent. Moments later, he burst into laughter again. The Hokage has joined our ranks? This world is truly insane. Kisame wore a look of disdain. The esteemed Hokage had become a traitor? Although he too was a traitor, he had eradicated every soul in the Takigakure before his defection, unlike this third Hokage, who had been driven out by his own people. At that moment, all members of the Akatsuki fixed their eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. To fall from the esteemed position of a village leader to a notorious traitor was a burden only someone with thick skin like him could bear. Under Uchiha Obito's introduction, Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly became a member of the Akatsuki. Simultaneously, he gazed upon the true identity of the Akatsuki leader, one possessing the Rinnegan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he had squandered decades of existence in ignorance. The shinobi world held so many secrets that he, as Hokage, had been utterly oblivious to. Even a Rinnegan wielder had quietly emerged. Leader, now that you have subdued the Rain Village, can we not plan the assassination of Uchiha Shinichi? Nagato had taken control of the entire Rain Village half a month prior. It was now under the Akatsuki's dominion. Pain remained expressionless. I need to locate Hanzo, as he poses a threat. As for Uchiha Shinichi, once the time is right, I will personally eliminate him in Konoha. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Sarutobi Hiruzen all felt a jolt. To go to Konoha and eliminate Uchiha Shinichi? Was he not overly confident? However, Uchiha Obito understood that Nagato had never encountered Uchiha Shinichi before. He was unaware of the latter's formidable strength. Moreover, he was now completely consumed by hatred and would certainly seek to eliminate Hanzo. It seemed they must take action ahead of time. Chapter 92. The powerful secret of the Uchiha clan unveiled. The defection of the third Hokage from Konoha erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the village. I had always suspected that both Orochimaru and Danzo were nefarious figures. How virtuous could Hiruzen Sarutobi truly be? Now, the truth has come to light. Many were left reeling from the revelation. After all, the will of fire, which the third Hokage embodied, had guided their lives. When confronted with the truth, some individuals succumbed to mental breakdowns, unable to bear the weight of reality. The Sarutobi clan, to which Hiruzen belonged, also suffered immensely. The current head of the Sarutobi clan was compelled to sever ties with Hiruzen, expelling him from the family tree to avert the clan's complete annihilation. Despite this drastic measure, the privilege the Sarutobi clan had enjoyed over the years dwindled rapidly, leading to a swift decline under the pressure of others. However, time has a way of healing wounds. And soon, more citizens of Konoha began to focus on the selection of the next Hokage. Today, Uchiha Shinichi was preparing to lead a small team to the Land of Fire to receive the official acknowledgement from the daimyo. Only with the daimyo's endorsement could he truly claim the title of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. The team that Uchiha Shinichi was leading consisted of merely 5 members: the Uchiha brothers, F-Ka and Hikari, Hyorinmaru Niji, and Uchiha Sasuke. The latter two were evidently along for the ride. Initially, Uchiha Shinichi had no intention of bringing them. But the two youngsters had never ventured beyond Konoha and were eager for the opportunity to broaden their horizons. To Shinichi, it was but a trivial matter. "Lord Shinichi, do you not need to increase your guard?" expressed Hyorinmaru Hisashi, reflecting the sentiments of other noble families who believed that the Hokage should travel with a larger retinue for the sake of propriety. However, Uchiha Shinichi dismissed their concerns, secretly hoping for some incident to occur along the way. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the following immediate mission. Defeat 5 super elite shinobi within 2 days. A glimmer flashed in Uchiha Shinichi's eyes. It seemed the journey to the Land of Fire would not be without peril. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Finally leaving Konoha. "I've never been outside before," exclaimed Uchiha Sasuke, brimming with excitement, mirrored by Hyorinmaru Niji's enthusiasm. Rumor had it that Naruto had gone off to train with the legendary Jiraiya, and perhaps they might even encounter him along their journey. Witnessing the true face of the third Hokage, Jiraiya remained resolute in taking Naruto with him. He did not wish for the boy to become a mere pawn of power. Of course, to take the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, he needed Uchiha Shinichi's consent. Surprisingly, Shinichi acquiesced without hesitation. This relieved Jiraiya but also prompted a bittersweet smile. After all, Shinichi was a formidable figure who had slain 2-tailed beasts. Perhaps he did not regard the 9 tails with much concern. Uchiha Shinichi permitted Naruto to leave, hoping that those from the Akatsuki organization might find some respite. Ideally, they would revive Uchiha Madara, allowing him the opportunity to face Shinichi once more. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi felt a tinge of regret for having been too ruthless in eliminating the 4 tails and 5 tails. Now, they could not gather the tailed beasts to feed to the Gedomazo. Without the 10 tails, the emergence of a 6-pads-level shinobi in this world was virtually impossible. The resurrection of tailed beasts was random, possibly taking years to occur. In this interim, Uchiha Shinichi found himself feeling rather lonely. As the 5 departed under the watchful gaze of the villagers, excitement lit up the faces of the Konoha shinobi. They then turned their attention to Uchiha Teruya, the temporary leader of the Uchiha clan. Currently recognized as the strongest Uchiha apart from Shinichi, Teruya spoke with calm authority. "Since Lord Shinichi has made a promise, I shall uphold it. Follow me." Dozens swiftly followed Uchiha Teruya to the Uchiha security force. With a wave of his hand, Teruya distributed several scrolls to the heads of the great clans of Konoha. All present displayed expressions of exhilaration. Uchiha Shinichi had promised that upon becoming Hokage, he would gradually disclose the powerful secrets of the Uchiha clan. The first secret unveiled was the training scrolls now in their hands. Rumored to have been developed by Uchiha Shinichi, these scrolls contained a unique martial arts training technique known as domineering energy. Unlike the 8 gates and other arduous physical training methods, nearly any ninja with a modicum of talent could practice it. The strength of the Uchiha clan was significantly attributed to this training. Yet, such a precious resource had been so readily bestowed upon them by Uchiha Shinichi. Teruya continued calmly. Not only will we distribute this to your clans, but we shall also provide fundamental training methods to the Ninja Academy as a foundation for future domineering energy training. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Was this a push to popularize domineering energy training, akin to the shadow clone technique? The Uchiha clan was demonstrating such selflessness that many felt a pang of shame. They could not have accomplished such a feat then. Uchiha Teruya produced a peculiar fruit. What is this? With a sly grin, Uchiha Teruya's hand morphed into a beastly claw. An explosive power enveloped him as he struck the solid marble floor with a punch. He did not employ domineering energy. His sheer physical strength left everyone in awe. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The onlookers, not foolish, turned their gazes to the fruit in Teruya's hand. He explained softly, "This is something from the devil fruit. Eating it grants one a unique ability. For instance, I consumed the Inu no Mi, allowing me to transform into a wolf and exponentially increase my power. Of course, there are variations in the strength of these fruits. You may think that Lord Shinichi's lava release Kekii Jinkai stems from a rare natural-type devil fruit ability." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Could this also be one of the reasons for the Uchiha clan's strength? Moreover, the lava release Kekii Jinkai is derived from a devil fruit ability? This implies the potential to artificially create users of Kekii Jinkai, and it seems to bear no side effects. This is far more precious than the Kekii Jinkai of the ninja world. Is it possible such bizarre phenomena exist? Yet the reality stood before them. For Uchiha Shinichi, ordinary devil fruits no longer held value. However, if he could create elite shinobi through these fruits or other means, it would swiftly enhance his reputation. As he was about to assume the position of the 5th Hokage, this situation was mutually beneficial for both Uchiha Shinichi and Konoha. Where could such fruits be obtained? Chapter 93. The appearance of Otsutsuki Shurin. Akatsuki strikes. All present displayed fervent expressions. Uchiha Chiya respectfully remarked, "These fruits originate from Lord Shinichi. Lord Shinichi has decreed that from now on, every Konoha ninja will possess corresponding points. Once one accumulates 100 points, they will be entitled to receive an ordinary devil fruit." The concept of a point system? Everyone craned their necks, eager to comprehend its workings. Uchiha Chiya no longer held back. Points are related to the tasks completed by the ninja. S rank, A rank, and B rank tasks yield different points. I will soon announce the detailed point system. In any case, let us all unite for Konoha, for the devil fruits serve as a reward. The assembly was invigorated. The might of the devil fruits was evident in Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Chiya. Within the Uchiha clan, those who consumed a devil fruit ultimately achieved at least the rank of elite Genin, a level many strive for throughout their lives but seldom attain. Yet, by following the Uchiha clan and Lord Shinichi, they could ride this swift tide. However, what astonished them was that Uchiha Shinichi's capabilities extended far beyond this. Uchiha Chiya inhaled deeply, stating, "Moreover, besides the haki and the devil fruits, Lord Shinichi possesses even more enticing treasures. It all depends on your ability to obtain them." More enticing treasures? Haki and the devil fruits were already immensely appealing. What other treasures could Lord Shinichi possibly possess? How had he come by such items? Everyone was perplexed. Yet they understood one undeniable truth. Uchiha Shinichi was not stingy with his treasures, provided one contributed to Konoha. Brightness illuminated their eyes as they yearned to complete more A-rank tasks. Thanks to recent victories against the Rock and Cloud Ninja villages, Konoha's mission requests had surged. And all of this stemmed from the Uchiha clan, which, utilizing its strength, compelled the other 2 ninja villages to concede. Everyone was astonished to realize that since the rise of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's power had significantly increased, subtly reminiscent of its glory during the era of the first Hokage. Back then, Konoha commanded absolute authority, and now they might be on the brink of something greater. Perhaps Konoha could attempt to unify the ninja world? What rewards would the new clan leader bestow upon them? This thought blossomed in everyone's minds. Uchiha Chiya beamed at the members of the noble clans. As Uchiha Shinichi remarked, benefits could stir the ambitions of the Konoha noble families. With Lord Shinichi's position as Hokage secured, the next step was undoubtedly to reach for the stars and the sea, to unify the entire ninja world. This was a feat that even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara could not accomplish. Uchiha Uchiha felt a surge of blood coursing through him. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, his gaze directed towards a specific location. Concurrently, Hinata Hayashi's demeanor shifted. That direction was the Hinata clan of Konoha. At the residence of the Hinata clan's elder, fear etched itself across the elder's face as he gazed upon the two figures standing in the courtyard. One was extraordinarily tall, appearing as if he were a puppet of sorts, while the other was a child of 7 or 8 years. Yet, from this child emanated an aura of terror. Who exactly are you? This 7 or 8-year-old child was none other than Otsutsuki Shurin, who had descended from the moon. The towering figure beside him was an Otsutsuki puppet lurking within the Hinata clan. Otsutsuki Shurin coldly regarded the clan elder, stating, "Such a low level of Byakugan is hardly worthy of my attention. Does the Otsutsuki puppet have other objectives?" The imposing Otsutsuki puppet spoke with great respect before suddenly declaring, "The highest purity of Byakugan should belong to the head of the Hinata clan, but recently another has emerged. A member of the branch family has escaped the cage, and their Byakugan seems to be undergoing a transformation." The individual in question was none other than Hinata Hayashi, which piqued Otsutsuki Shurin's interest. "Very well, take me to him." Yet, the Otsutsuki puppet hesitated. "Lord, Hinata Hayashi is currently with the Uchiha clan. Perhaps we should wait until he returns to the Hinata clan before seeking him out." Otsutsuki Shurin raised an eyebrow. "Descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan? Huh. Those individuals possess such diluted bloodlines that I, a proud descendant of the Otsutsuki, need not fear them." The Otsutsuki puppet, having infiltrated the Hinata clan, had witnessed the Uchiha clan's transformation and understood that they were not to be underestimated. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns, for the Lunar clan possessed the mighty Rinnegan. In his view, this artifact was capable of obliterating any individual within the ninja world, including the currently resplendent Uchiha Shinichi. Moreover, Uchiha Shinichi had already departed from Konoha, and he did not perceive the Uchiha clan as formidable adversaries for Otsutsuki Shurin. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Shurin's expression shifted. "The elder's illness has recurred. I must return to the moon at once." At this moment, on the moon, only one elder of the Otsutsuki clan remained, barely clinging to life. Otsutsuki Shurin regarded him as his only kin and held great concern for him. In a display of audacity, he directly extracted the elder's Byakugan. The elder let out a pained scream and fell unconscious. "I shall return in a few days to collect all the Byakugan from the Hinata clan. Then I will pay a visit to the Uchiha clan." A mysterious mark emerged beneath his feet, and he was subsequently transported back to the moon. Barely had they departed when Uchiha Uchiha and Hinata Hayashi arrived. Both wore grim expressions. "It must be a spatial ninjutsu, like a teleportation array. Has someone taken the Byakugan of the Hinata clan? Could it possibly be the Cloud Ninja?" Uchiha Uchiha shook his head. The Cloud Ninja lacked the capability. That individual I sensed earlier was exceedingly powerful. Hinata Hayashi's expression grew serious. The two of them were among the top-tier forces in the current ninja world. Yet, the unfamiliar individual was no ordinary foe. The depths of this ninja world are still unfathomable. 2 days later, Uchiha Shinichi and his companions arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. Strangely, the Akatsuki organization made no move, which left Uchiha Shinichi somewhat disappointed. The Land of Fire truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost nation in the ninja world, appearing exceptionally prosperous. For someone as worldly as Uchiha Shinichi, this was of little consequence, but for Sasuke and Neji, everything felt novel. The Lord's coronation ceremony proceeded smoothly, and after another 2 days, Uchiha Shinichi and his companions set out for Konoha. Upon their return, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Shinichi finally assumed the mantle of the 5th Hokage. However, just before reaching Konoha, Uchiha Shinichi finally encountered the ambush he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, a dark crimson barrier silently unfurled. This was, in fact, the 4 Crimson Yang formation, composed of 4 shadow-level powerhouses. Chapter 94. Sniping. A renewed confrontation with Uchiha Itachi teacher. Something seems amiss ahead. Suddenly, Hinata Neji activated his Byakugan, alerting Uchiha Sasuke and the others. "Master Shinichi, an overwhelming surge of powerful chakra is approaching." The expressions of Uchiha Kazushin and Uchiha Kaika turned grave. Uchiha Shinichi narrowed his eyes, quietly awaiting the forthcoming confrontation. It was time to settle matters with the Akatsuki organization. Stay calm. It's merely a triviality. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotion upon spotting the enemy he had long yearned to confront over the past 2 months. Uchiha Itachi, it is you. Not far from him stood Uchiha Itachi, clad in Akatsuki garb. Uchiha Sasuke, harboring resentment over Itachi's theft of his father's eyes, charged forward in fury. Die. Niji's expression shifted. Sasuke, do not act recklessly. However, driven by hatred, Uchiha Sasuke was already engaged in battle with Uchiha Itachi. 4 Crimson Sun Formation. At that moment, a dark red barrier rose around them, a formidable sealing technique capable of ensnaring tailed beasts. Today marks your demise, Shinichi. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped in from another direction, his face twisted with animosity, followed by a cadre of Akatsuki members, Kakazu, Haiden, and Kiba Juzu among others. These were the elite of the current Akatsuki. So this is Uchiha Shinichi. He doesn't seem so formidable. Why were you all afraid of him? Haiden, wielding a massive weapon, appeared unconcerned. Yet, seasoned veterans Kakazu and Kiba Juzu wore serious expressions. The former, in particular, felt an echo of the dread he had faced against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Kakuzu shuddered momentarily. However, the thought of the substantial bounty promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually dispelled his fear. The third Hokage chuckled coldly. This is the Uchiha clan's unfortunate flaw. He could easily evade the 4 Crimson Sun formation, yet his arrogance blinds him. With numerous allies at his side, the shadow cast by Uchiha Shinichi from days past had considerably diminished. Uchiha Shinichi remained composed, observing the others executing the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Oh, is it the reincarnated bodies performing the 4 Crimson Sun formation? Yet, why not reincarnate the former Hokages as well? The individuals activating the formation were once Sarutobi Hiruzen's comrades, Shimura Danzo, Tien Kamatsu, Mito Menka, and Akimichi Torif. All 4 were considered elite during their prime and were capable of executing the powerful formation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a better option, akin to Orochimaru's technique of reincarnating former Hokages. A flush crept onto Hiruzen's face. It wasn't that he lacked the intent to summon them, but rather fear held him back. If the first and second Hokages were to discover his actions, would they not eliminate him on the spot? The esteemed Hokage had fallen to the level of a rogue ninja, conspiring with traitors to assassinate the soon-to-be Hokage. This was a stain he could never erase. Nevertheless, in his quest to defeat Uchiha Shinichi, he had nothing left to lose. Only his life remained. His purpose for living was to bring down Uchiha Shinichi. Today, either Shinichi perishes or he himself does. At that moment, Haiden dashed forward, wielding a massive cleaver. Ha ha ha, such a powerful foe. I shall sacrifice you to the Dark God. He shall be pleased. He charged recklessly, only for Uchiha Kaika, the Shinigami, to draw his Zanpakuto. Kaika sneered coldly. You insignificant minion, do not disturb Master Shinichi's amusement. Haiden fumed, having never been spoken to in such a manner. The two clashed violently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, exerting himself fiercely, was panting heavily. Yet, Uchiha Itachi, his opponent, bore an expression of incredulity. How can you have grown so powerful at such a young age? He sensed a remarkable transformation in his younger brother. At merely 6 years old, Sasuke had attained the strength of a Genin. Itachi's gaze involuntarily flickered toward Uchiha Shinichi. Indeed, did this man possess the ability to forge such strength? Even Sasuke had grown so formidable. Itachi suppressed the stirrings in his heart and unleashed a surge of chakra, coldly declaring, Sasuke, do not interfere, or I will eliminate you as well. Sasuke felt a thundering in his mind, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. Is this Itachi's genjutsu? I fell for it so easily. His spirit wavered perilously, on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a warm hand caught him, and his mental state began to recover. Teacher. Uchiha Sasuke regained consciousness, but his face reflected profound disappointment. Had his teacher not intervened, he might have met his demise in a single encounter. Uchiha Shinichi embraced him, then turned his calm gaze toward Uchiha Itachi. What a pitiful being, unaware that he has been ensnared by Kotoamatsukami all this time. Itachi showed no emotional response to Shinichi's words. The true terror of Kotoamatsukami lay in its ability to leave the will of its victim unshaken. Upon seeing Sasuke move to safety, Itachi exhaled in relief. His earlier use of Genjutsu against Sasuke was intended to stimulate his brother's Sharingan evolution. However, this did not imply that he wished for Sasuke to be harmed during this conflict. Shinichi, I am no longer the same. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. In a flash, Uchiha Itachi scattered countless crows. He then suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Shinichi, plunging a katana directly into his heart. With a resounding clang, the katana shattered, and Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. Such incredible resilience. Uchiha Shinichi displayed an enigmatic smile. He had intentionally allowed Itachi to strike him. A notification echoed in his mind. 50 life points lost. Since his body had been digitized, he now possessed a staggering 100,000 life points. Itachi's strike had only reduced him by 50 points. This indicated that if he stood still and disregarded his extraordinary regeneration capabilities, a warrior of Itachi's caliber would need to land 20,000 strikes to bring him down. How amusing. Suddenly, on the battlefield, Haiden exclaimed, "Impossible. You have no blood? Are you in a spiritual form?" His blade grazed Uchiha Kaika's body. Yet no blood emerged. The absence of blood meant he could not cast his curse. Uchiha Kaika smiled indifferently. As a Shinigami, how could he easily allow anyone to draw his blood? The initial step for Haiden's blood curse required obtaining another's blood. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi slowly spoke. "Kaika and Kazushin, protect Sasuke and Neji. Allow me to entertain them for a while." Chapter 95. The extinguished Amaterasu and the true power of the ice wheel blade. The words of Uchiha Shinichi ignited the fury of all members of the Akatsuki organization. Most of them were top-tier experts from various ninja villages, and they had never been so disdainfully underestimated. Biwa Juz unsheathed his decapitating sword, while Kakuzu transformed into several colossal monsters. A barrage of powerful wind and lightning techniques surged towards Uchiha Shinichi. The third Hokage, embodying resolve, unleashed his mastery of the 5 elemental jutsu, showcasing an array of vibrant and flamboyant techniques. However, their astonishment quickly turned to horror as they realized that Uchiha Shinichi had no form of defense. He faced their jutsu head-on. Astonishingly, none of their attacks inflicted any significant harm upon him. How could such a formidable physique exist? Even Haiden, typically jovial, fell silent. Although he had attained immortality through the means of the evil deity, his body was still susceptible to losing limbs or his head. What manner of being was this Uchiha Shinichi? From the vantage point of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, disbelief overtook them, though they were aware of their teacher's prowess. Witnessing him withstand various techniques single-handedly shattered their understanding. Was this the essence of advanced haki? No, their teacher's form bore no darkness, indicating he had not employed the haki at all. Sasuke and Neji exchanged astonished glances, gasping in realization. They knew the Uchiha clan trained in haki, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Shinichi was withstanding all damage purely through his physical strength, a truly terrifying sight. However, from Uchiha Shinichi's perspective, the scene unfolded differently. His data-driven body continuously reported its status. Health decreased by 50. Health decreased by 30. Health decreased by 60. Yet, thanks to his self-recovery abilities, his health swiftly returned to its peak. At this rate, even if the third Hokage and his allies exhausted themselves, they could not inflict a scratch upon him. The formidable techniques that appeared so powerful to ordinary eyes posed negligible harm to Uchiha Shinichi. All present wore expressions of disbelief. Step back. Uchiha Itachi's left eye spun dramatically, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Amaterasu. This iteration of Amaterasu, wielded by Itachi, had an extensive range. The Akatsuki members had long retreated to safety, yet the heart of Amaterasu confronted Uchiha Shinichi directly. Itachi understood that conventional means could not harm Shinichi, so he decisively cast Amaterasu without hesitation. The black flames spread, instilling terror in everyone. Uchiha Shinichi, with a cold smile, scoffed. "Is this your so-called eternal flame that cannot extinguish?" Itachi's expression darkened as he sensed the mockery in Shinichi's words. He channeled more power into his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming wave of black flames with the capacity to annihilate all. Uchiha Shinichi gazed at the black flames in his hand as the dark contract ability activated automatically. The flames of Amaterasu, which symbolized the capacity to incinerate everything, inflicted no harm upon him. Although the Dark Contract could purge his negative statuses, it could not eliminate the relentless onslaught of Amaterasu. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, allowing him to wield Amaterasu freely. However, Uchiha Shinichi possessed numerous methods to counter Amaterasu, even extinguishing it. Suddenly, a short blade materialized in his right hand, exuding an icy chill that swiftly froze the Amaterasu flames surrounding him. Sasuke and Neji's eyes widened in astonishment. What is that blade? It appears formidable. Uchiha Hikari expressed admiration. This is the power of Lord Shinichi as the Shinigami, known as the Ice Wheel Blade. Sasuke and Neji recognized the blade in Hikari's hands as a Zanpakuto, their expressions turning to shock. Earlier, during the Uchiha clan sparring, Uchiha Hikari had successfully become one of the top 10 experts of the clan with this very sword. The implications of Shinichi wielding such a powerful weapon were staggering. Now, they craned their necks to witness the frost emanating from Uchiha Shinichi, coalescing into chunks and rapidly spreading outward. Even Amaterasu seemed to freeze in its tracks. Uchiha Shinichi drew the Ice Wheel Blade, proclaiming, "Rest upon the frost-laden heavens, Ice Wheel Blade." Upon activation, the power of frost expanded instantaneously. The third Hokage bellowed, "Withdraw." This is the ancient force that defeated the Four Tails and Five Tails. The cunning third Hokage and Kakuzu retreated in haste. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi activated Susanoo to shield against the Ice Wheel Blade's assault, with the third Hokage and Kakuzu taking refuge within its protection. However, Biwa Juz and Haiden were less fortunate, caught off guard and frozen in place by the encroaching frost. Biwa Juz, lacking any special means, perished amidst the frost. And at that moment, the decapitating sword lost its master. Such overwhelming frost power, capable of freezing Amaterasu? Astonishment flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. If it had been a mere evasion of Amaterasu, his surprise would have been less pronounced. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi had directly frozen what was proclaimed to ignite all, an unfathomable feat. Soon, the third Hokage, sheltered beneath Susanoo, was once again struck by astonishment. Could Susanoo withstand this? The frost continued to spread, enveloping Itachi's entire Susanoo. Itachi realized that his second form of Susanoo was rendered immobile. He gazed at Uchiha Shinichi from a distance. The latter merely wielded a short blade and had not exerted his full strength. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shinichi had not even activated his Sharingan. A blatant insult to Itachi. Was the gap between his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Shinichi truly so vast? Suddenly, the space around them warped. The ice power began to dissipate. Uchiha Shinichi focused on a newly emerged figure adorned with a mask, whose eyes gleamed with the Mangeki Sharingan. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. Employing his Kamui to render Uchiha Shinichi's abilities null, the frost power was nothing more than this. Uchiha Obito chuckled, anticipating Uchiha Shinichi's despair. Yet, it was evident that he was disappointed. Uchiha Shinichi appeared unperturbed by the dissolution of his frost power. As the frost gradually receded, the previously frozen Amaterasu began to regain its vigor, continuing its advance towards Uchiha Shinichi under Itachi's control. However, as Amaterasu approached Uchiha Shinichi, it seemed to be once again sealed. Itachi sensed a profound danger, as if a great terror was brewing. His expression shifted dramatically. "Be cautious, something feels amiss." Uchiha Obito too felt the tension, his demeanor growing serious. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi caressed the Ice Wheel Blade with his left hand, declaring, "Since arriving in this world, no one has witnessed your true power." His gaze swept across Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and the others. "You are fortunate to witness the true power of the Ice Wheel Blade." Chapter 96, The Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. The fearsome evil god and exceedingly terrifying force began to emanate from Uchiha Shinichi. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi could no longer afford to be complacent. They simultaneously activated the advanced stage of Susanoo. The crimson and azure Susanoo rose from the ground. The towering 50-meter crimson giant swung its colossal chakra sword with great force, aiming directly at Uchiha Shinichi. However, before the sword could reach him, it was entirely encased in an endless frost. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi slightly parted his lips. Bankai, Great Red Lotus Ice Wheel. A massive ice dragon coiled tightly before him, while a pair of enormous ice wings unfurled from his back. Simultaneously, 12 lotus flowers appeared behind him. Uchiha Shinichi vigorously brandished the ice wheel, and the massive ice dragon wrapped around Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo arm. The entire arm was completely frozen, and with a cracking sound, it shattered into pieces. At the same time, the Azure Susanoo launched an attack from behind. Yasaka Magatama. The signature technique of Susanoo was unleashed by Uchiha Obito. The colossal orbs exploded in succession, yet they came to a halt right before Uchiha Shinichi. The 12 lotus flowers behind him suddenly shattered into pieces, partially releasing the power of the Bankai. Thousand-year ice prison. Hundreds of ice pillars erupted from his surroundings, instantly sealing off the attack of Yasaka Magatama. Simultaneously, it pierced through the Susanoo of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, instantly encasing them in ice. Moreover, the ice pillars penetrated the 4 red sun formation, which was capable of restraining tailed beasts, shattering it completely. This revealed the 4 reanimated corpses. However, before they could act, their bodies were once again encased in ice, rendering them immobile. In mere moments, all the members of the Akatsuki seemed unable to move. Beside them, Sasuke and Neji gazed in bewilderment, momentarily unable to react. Uchiha Hikari was filled with deep emotion. Is this the power of Bankai? Uchiha Kazushin, along with Sasuke and Neji, were oblivious to the concept of Bankai. Uchiha Hikari explained, Bankai is the advanced form of the Zanpakuto, generally possessing powers dozens of times greater than Shurikai. Judging by Lord Shinichi's state, it seems he has yet to unleash the full power of his Bankai. The other 3 were once again astonished. If he was this powerful without fully unleashing his strength, what kind of terrifying force would he wield if he did? However, their attention quickly turned to the sealed Susanoo. To their astonishment, the crimson Susanoo began to tremble, breaking free from the binding of the ice wheel. It rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal 100-meter-tall, complete Susanoo. Uchiha Shinichi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Uchiha Itachi to adapt to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power so quickly. Unfortunately, this level still seemed far inferior compared to his and Madara's Susanoo. The complete Susanoo strained to break free from the 1,000-year ice prison, subsequently shattering the surrounding frost. This granted Uchiha Obito a moment to breathe, allowing him to escape the grip of the ice wheel. What kind of sword is that? How could it bind a Susanoo? He exchanged a glance with Uchiha Itachi, both sensing the predicament. Suddenly, not far from Uchiha Shinichi, a figure broke through the ice and swiftly slashed at his arm. A massive iron weapon left only a minuscule gash on Uchiha Shinichi's arm. However, it was evident that a few drops of blood oozed from the wound. Haiden laughed heartily and quickly distanced himself. I've obtained your blood. Haiden, the immortal, had remarkably survived even under the restraints of the ice wheel. Uchiha Shinichi furrowed his brow. It seemed Haiden's weapon was no ordinary tool, as it had managed to wound him, just as he was about to dispel the negative effects. A notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a timely mission. Eliminate the evil god of the Naruto world. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a timely mission. Eliminate the death god of the Naruto world. Uchiha Shinichi turned his gaze to Haiden and the 3rd Hokage, who was under the protection of Susanoo. He smirked. Here's your chance. Just make sure I enjoy myself. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito used the Kimui Sharingan to teleport Haiden behind him. Can you cast your curse now? Haiden nodded with a laugh. Don't worry. No one has ever escaped the presence of the evil god. This time, the offering will surely please the evil god. Uchiha Obito understood Haiden's peculiar ability. Even he felt a sense of trepidation toward the unknown evil god. Thus, if he were in Haiden's shoes, he certainly would not allow Haiden to obtain his blood. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi clearly did not care about Haiden's methods. Perhaps with the evil god's assistance, he could eliminate Uchiha Shinichi directly? However, he could not place all his hopes on the evil god. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi and the 3rd Hokage, both of whom nodded in agreement. Even if the evil god failed, they had the corpse demon consuming seal, the 10th sword, and the Kamui Sharingan. These were their trump cards. Even Nagato could not escape their calculations. At this moment, Haiden had already begun to draw a circle on the ground, his body emanating a terrifying black and white aura. Coupled with his laughter, it instilled an overwhelming fear. So, where would you like it to hurt the most? Haiden wished to toy with his prey as usual before dispatching them. However, Uchiha Obito and the others had grown impatient, urging, just stab his heart. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Haiden's laughter abruptly ceased, and he muttered, the evil god enjoys witnessing the fear of his prey yet. When he raised his eyes to Uchiha Shinichi, he found him looking back with a mocking gaze. This infuriated Haiden. You brat. How dare you underestimate me at a time like this? Die. He plunged the weapon into his own heart. The excruciating pain caused Haiden to cry out in agony. In Uchiha Shinichi's view, atop Haiden's ritual, a towering demon, over 10 meters tall, gazed greedily at him. It was undoubtedly the evil god Haiden had spoken of. Oh, so this is what it is. To Uchiha Shinichi. The so-called evil god and death god of the shinobi world were mere aberrations birthed from the negative emotions of chakra and spiritual energy. As the death god himself, he felt no fear of their abilities. Uchiha Shinichi's spirit surged forth, and the ice will sliced toward the demon. The demon's body was cleaved in two, unleashing a piercing scream before it fled in a panic. Its speed momentarily stunned even Uchiha Shinichi. However, he had already locked onto its presence with the 10 heavenly lock, ensuring it could not escape. An ice dragon surged forward, colliding directly with the fleeing evil god. In that moment, a notification echoed in Uchiha Shinichi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the evil god, earning 50,000 prestige points. Meanwhile, Haiden, who had been conducting the ritual, quickly fell silent, blood pouring from his mouth and heart. His body gradually returned to normal, and the ritual beneath him vanished. Along with it, his immortality also dissipated. Haiden's pupils constricted as he collapsed to the ground. Evil god, why have you forsaken me? Chapter 97. The fifth Hokage of the Uchiha clan, finale. Aside from Uchiha Hikari, no one witnessed the demise of the malevolent deity. However, the immortal body of Haiden had vanished, leaving behind a cold corpse. Undoubtedly, this was the work of Uchiha Shinichi. A sense of helplessness enveloped Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Sarutobi Hisashi. As Uchiha Shinichi unleashed the great red lotus ice wheel, the entire space transformed into a frigid wasteland. Snowflakes fell, and in the blink of an eye, the world turned to shimmering silver. A palpable sense of danger engulfed Uchiha Obito and the others. Uchiha Itachi promptly manifested his complete Susanoo, unleashing a torrent of Amaterasu once again. Yet, in this icy realm, they found themselves ensnared within layers of frost. Towering ice dragons, each hundreds of meters high, howled forth, ensnaring Uchiha Itachi's crimson Susanoo. Simultaneously, as Uchiha Obito prepared to invoke his Kimui, he realized that an even greater force of frost was surging towards his Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo faltered instantly, and his body was encased in ice, adorned with dozens of snowflakes. As the snowflakes multiplied, Uchiha Obito's form shattered violently. 5 elements, Great Gale Bullet Technique. Sarutobi Hisashi expended nearly all of his chakra to execute the most potent 5-elemental ninjutsu. What could have triggered a cataclysmic explosion was instead immobilized in the icy expanse. Kimui. Uchiha Shinichi suddenly sensed a vortex forming at the center of his being, as if he were being drawn into an enigmatic dimension. Not far away, Uchiha Obito reappeared, his eyes streaming with blood. In this moment, he unleashed his most formidable Kimui yet. Had he just utilized Izanagi again? Uchiha Shinichi comprehended that Uchiha Obito, whom he had just slain, had activated Izanagi once more. Observing the multitude of Sharingan embedded in Obito's arm, he smirked coldly. Allowing you to escape with Izanagi time and again truly flatters your ego. Just as he was about to make his move, a chilling aura locked onto him. Behind Sarutobi Hisashi loomed a monstrous figure, towering dozens of meters high, its arms outstretched, displaying a grotesque visage directed at Uchiha Shinichi. Corpse Sealing Technique. Sarutobi Hisashi surrendered his very soul to the Grim Reaper. In that moment, he clearly beheld the face of death. I wager my life for your demise, Uchiha Shinichi. Shall we venture into the afterlife together? Before he could finish his words, his entire being trembled violently. In his vision, he simultaneously perceived the Grim Reaper and the spirit destined for sealing. In that instant, he witnessed the once terrifying Grim Reaper now displaying a fearful semblance of humanity. He looked up, only to see a golden Susanoo towering over 200 meters. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him. How is this possible? The golden Susanoo swung its sword, obliterating the Grim Reaper and its summoner in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Grim Reaper. Reward, 50,000 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Sarutobi Hisashi. Reward, 50,000 prestige points. In comparison to Uchiha Itachi's full Susanoo, Uchiha Shinichi found himself in a position of dominion. At that moment, even Uchiha Itachi, still ensnared by the ice dragons, ceased his struggles. Such a disparity. Uchiha Obito, straining to activate his Kamui, was horrified to discover that the ability to warp space had become ineffective. This realm appeared to have been frozen in time by the power of ice and snow. This was the ultimate manifestation of the ice wheel, a technique that immobilized the surrounding space, including the distorted dimensions. Suddenly, amidst the white expanse, an aged figure materialized. He had scarcely arrived before being encased in ice. This was Hans, pursued by the six paths of pain, who at this moment felt elated to have evaded capture, only to find himself ensnared in the icy abyss. He managed to utter a single word before the snowflakes blossomed upon him, and his entire body shattered. Lacking Izanagi, his soul returned to the Pure Land. Uchiha Obito, realizing the gravity of the situation, called out, "Nagato, come to our aid." No sooner had he spoken than the figures of the six paths of pain appeared. "Where's Hans?" Tendo Pain surveyed his surroundings, but was met with a colossal light sword. The golden Susanoo cleaved downwards, reducing several of the Pain's puppets to ashes. Uchiha Shinichi remained unperturbed. "Today, we shall conclude this matter together." Through his observation haki, he had discerned the location of Nagato, the controller of the six paths of pain. Witnessing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito still grappling, Uchiha Shinichi grew weary of the game. A massive light sword shattered Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, while his Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, drawing both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito into a subspace. In this subspace, time and space were entirely under Uchiha Shinichi's influence. Even with Kamui, escape was futile. "You traitorous shinobi shall languish in this subspace for a century." Soon after, he sensed the earth trembling as the gaunt figure of Nagato appeared before him. Channeling the powers of the Rinnegan, he invoked the technique, planetary devastation. However, the force of this attack was utterly underwhelming, as the golden Susanoo remained unmoved. Nagato's expression turned incredulous. "You are Uchiha Shinichi? How is it possible for you to be this formidable?" Yet, he retained confidence in his Rinnegan, abruptly draining all his chakra. Summoning the outer path, Geto Mazo. The emaciated Geto Mazo emerged before Uchiha Shinichi, but before it could roar, it was swiftly felled by Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo. Uchiha Shinichi chuckled coldly. "All show and no substance. Ultimately, they are not your own eyes." Nagato failed to grasp Uchiha Shinichi's words. He was overwhelmed by the shattering of his worldview. The mighty Geto Mazo had been subdued by the individual before him. How could this be? Yet, before he could contemplate further, he too was drawn into the subspace, along with his companion Konan, vanishing from this realm. Suddenly, a surge of purple light sliced through the sky, detonating upon Uchiha Shinichi's Susanoo. The explosion ruptured Uchiha Shinichi's complete Susanoo. On the moon, Kagami could no longer contain herself. Having monitored the recent battle, she was astonished by the strength of the individual known as Uchiha Shinichi. Such power, would her own Rinnegan be sufficient to contend with him? Therefore, she resolved to wield the might of the giant Rinnegan to obliterate him, destroy him. The shinobi world cannot harbor such a powerful being. Through her unique technique, she clearly witnessed Uchiha Shinichi being blasted apart by the giant Rinnegan. Indeed, the power of the giant Rinnegan was fearsome. Yet, her astonishment grew when a figure over 100 meters tall arose from the debris. A fierce azure dragon, roaring with ferocity, surged toward the sky. It broke through the atmosphere, heading towards the moon. In that moment, Uchiha Shinichi had transformed into a dragon, his eyes shimmering with the light of the Manjiki Sharingan. Harnessing the power of the Manjiki, he traversed the distance to the moon in the blink of an eye. Kagami gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. How could you arrive so swiftly? Giant Rinnegan, eliminate him. Behind him, the colossal Rinnegan emitted a radiant beam of purple light, striking directly against the body of the azure dragon. In the eyes of Tsutsuki Shin, a glimmer of hope flickered. However, disappointment was inevitable. The moon, the shinobi world, did not require it. The onslaught of the giant Rinnegan inflicted no harm upon Uchiha Shin in the slightest. Tsutsuki Shin felt an overwhelming paralysis, utterly unable to harness the power of the Rinnegan. His eyes bore the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of the shinobi realm. Yet his form towered as a 100-meter-tall azure dragon. He chanted an enigmatic incantation. Breaking path number 99, 5 dragons extinction. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing the entire moon in flames, shattering it into fragments in an instant. In the 54th year of the Konoha calendar, Uchiha Shin ascended to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. In December of the same year, the 5 great nations of the shinobi world united. From that moment forth, there existed but a single leader in the shinobi realm, the 5th Hokage of the Uchiha clan. The end. My performance has been unsatisfactory. I can no longer continue writing. I shall endeavor to refrain from fanfiction in the future. Thank you all for your support. Yet as the curtain falls, we part ways. May our paths cross again in the future.